Dwinyi was slept with by a woman. Beijing, the imperial capital bar. Midnight. The air was filled with the smell of tobacco and alcohol. The music was blasting at full volume, almost piercing people's ears. Men and women were twisting their waists and hips on the dance floor. Liu Yat, where's Duanjie? Has anyone seen Duanjie? Lin Feng, drunk, probably went to the bathroom to throw up. Liu Yat, I'll go check. Lin Feng grabbed Liu Yat. Enough, finally got him out. Let him vent properly. Cry a bit. Don't disturb him. Just thinking about Duanyi's troubles, Liu Yat couldn't help but feel a headache. Lin Feng was right. Duanyi had been repressed for too long. Indeed needed a good release, so he simply continued drinking. Come on, keep drinking. In room 504 at this time, moans could be heard coming from inside, the passing waiters blushing, but they were instructed not to disturb. So, Duanyi's 22 years of innocence was gone. The room was too dark. Duanyi was drunk. Apart from seeing the woman's snow-white body swaying on top of him, he couldn't see anything else, desire sinking in. 2 hours later, Duanyi woke up from his drunken stupor. It was a complete awakening, his mind blank, afraid to even breathe. So, Duanyi made a bold decision to escape. You were the initiator. I was just complying. Don't blame me. Duanyi was really timid. He had just broken up. This seemed a bit off. But what was he doing? He was forcibly kissed at the bathroom door last night, all the way to the bed. He refused. This isn't a successful refusal, was it? First time being taken, and from below. It was so embarrassing. Duanyi could see the scratches on his neck by just lowering his head. That woman was fierce. Duanyi rushed to the lobby, only to see his two good friends drunk and snoring, not paying any attention to whether he had been slept with or not. Duanyi closed his eyes and resignedly helped his two pig friends onto the car one by one, finally driving away. The next day at dawn, in room 504, a cold and clear face poked out from the covers, with chestnut-colored long curls cascading down the shoulders casually, the face clean, but those eyes went from dreamy to full of aggression in a moment. Luo Qingyuan almost immediately recollected last night's events, feeling a bit red in the ears, a bit crazy. Several diamonds had fallen off her manicure. She would need to do it again. Muttering to herself, Luo Qingyuan's face showed no extra emotion. Although she chose last night's prey, now that the prey had escaped, she was not happy. Luo Qingyuan let out a soft sigh, her gaze landing on the white bedsheets, the red stains standing out, the corners of her lips lifting slightly. This was her first time, after all. No one who had touched a woman from the Luo family had walked away unscathed. Luo Qingyuan picked up the phone beside her, calling the bar's general manager. Within 2 hours, I want all the information about the man who entered my room last night. This bar was under her name. The general manager trembled and obediently replied, Yes, miss. Hanging up the phone, Luo Qingyuan got up to take a shower, but as soon as she stood up, she furrowed her brow. Indeed, cannot be too reckless. After lingering in bed for a moment, Luo Qingyuan finally leaned against the wall and made her way to the bathroom. An hour later, Luo Qingyuan finished her bath, coming out in a white bathrobe. Just as she emerged, the phone rang. Miss, the information has been sent to your email. Please check. Luo Qingyuan made a soft sound of acknowledgement, then directly hung up the phone, opened her email, and started reading. Name: Duanyi. Age: 22 years old. Luo Qingyuan felt a bit embarrassed. He was actually 5 years younger than her. Occupation: technical engineer at Jin Corporation. Been permanent for just a month. His father Duanshang is also a technical engineer at Jin Corporation, having been with the company for 20 years, a veteran engineer. His mother Ding Yifan is a university teacher, and he has a brother named Duanzi, 25 years old. Currently, Luo Qingyuan carefully read on, seeing that Duanzi worked under her at Henglun, her employee, albeit in a small department, earning around 20,000 a month. Ex-girlfriend, Yi Nuang, a student at a certain normal university, in her 3rd year. Friend, Non-Crossing, an 18-line small star under Starlight Entertainment, rumored that Duanyi has always liked Non-Crossing. Interesting. Luo Qingyuan chuckled. Starlight Entertainment was also a company under her, right? Making money in the entertainment industry. She could make whoever she wanted famous, just spending money. She lacked nothing. Her wealth could last for generations. After a cursory scan of the information, Luo Qingyuan casually tossed it aside, now focusing on blowing her hair in front of the makeup mirror. a touch of coldness flashing in her eyes. She had unfinished business. Although she had left herself a way out last night, she had been drugged, or else she wouldn't have bitten Dwayne's lips before they even made it into the room. She had one day to settle things here. Dwayne, I want to see if you can escape from the capital in a day. In the mirror, Luo Qingyuan's lips curled up into a bewitching smile. If Dwayne knew that Luo Qingyuan had given him a chance to escape, he would definitely rush to catch a flight, but Luo Qingyuan hadn't informed him at all about this. Today was the weekend. Dwayne didn't have to work, but Non-Crossing had to rush for a shoot. Dwayne was still half asleep when he received a call from Non-Crossing, and as soon as he picked up, Non-Crossing incredulously asked him, Dwayne, did you break up with Nuan? With just that one sentence, Dwayne's brain cleared up, all memories flooding back. Yes, he had broken up with Yi Nuan, initiated by her. Dwayne sighed. Yes, Non-Crossing. He and Non-Crossing were childhood friends. He used to like Non-Crossing, but Non-Crossing didn't like him. Being with Yi Nuan was just a coincidence. 2 years ago at a KTV gathering, it was the first time he met Yi Nuan, introduced by Non-Crossing as a younger student from the adjacent normal university, single and pretty. Told him to consider it. Dwayne felt crazy. He could endure Non-Crossing not liking him, but couldn't tolerate being pushed by Non-Crossing into other women's arms, so in a fit of anger, he ended up with Yi Nuan. Yi Nuan was sweet and adorable, came from a humble background, always a bit inferior since childhood. After leaving the KTV, he had also apologized, saying those words didn't count. But what did Yi Nuan say? Blushing, Yi Nuan said, I know you like Non-Crossing, sister. That's okay. I'll wait for you to forget her. And so, they were together for a solid 2 years. Yesterday afternoon, Yi Nuan, with teary eyes, said, Dwayne, you never cared. Let's break up. Dwayne didn't understand where he went wrong. He just had a meal with his aunt Non-Xing's parents, with Non-Crossing absent, and it was a chance encounter on the way to the restaurant with Non-Xing's parents. Both families were old acquaintances, and Dwayne's mother and Non-Xing's mother were good friends, so it was only natural to sit together. Both sets of parents were reasonable people, not meddling in the affairs of the younger generation, so there was no mention of Non-Crossing at the dinner table, just a simple meal. After being seen by Yi Nuan on the way out, Yi Nuan and him quarreled, and he explained. But Yi Nuan didn't believe him, and they broke up. 2 years might not be long or short. Dwayne was confused and upset. Went to the bar to get drunk with his buddies, but who knew a woman would come out of nowhere? Non-Crossing fell silent for a moment before saying, Dwayne, Nuan is a good girl, you should be with her. Dwayne, we can only be friends. I want to make it in the entertainment industry, so I won't date. Dwayne, think carefully about Nuan. It's been 2 years. This isn't child's play. After that, Non-Crossing hung up. Dwayne also found it ridiculous. Just as he was about to get up and felt a sharp pain in his mouth, he grabbed a mirror and only then he realized that the woman had really bitten him. His lower lip was all bitten and bleeding. Dwayne lay back in bed directly, planning to go out for a walk today, but now it seemed there was no need. Dwayne could only sleep drowsily until the afternoon. Then he got up, took a shower, started eating delivery food, but was interrupted when he received a call from Non-Crossing. Non-Crossing, hurry over to our group and bring Yi Nuan back. Dwayne was puzzled. Isn't she supposed to be in the school dorm? Non-Crossing, she drank. You better hurry. I still have work to do. After saying that, Non-Crossing hung up. Dwayne sighed helplessly, quickly finished the grilled rice on the table, then hurriedly drove his Volkswagen to pick her up. The car was a graduation gift from his dad, which made Dwayne very happy at the time, and he had been driving it since. On the set, Non-Xing's assistant, Che Yue, looked helplessly at Yi Nuan lying on the table, feeling a headache. Non-Crossing, when can we take her away? You can't focus on shooting with her here. Non-Crossing also felt helpless. She wanted someone to take Yi Nuan back, but currently, Che Yue was her only female assistant, and the rest were men. She didn't trust them, so she had to call Dwayne. However, Non-Crossing was uncertain if Dwayne would come, given that he had already broken up with Yi Nuan. Non-Crossing thought for a moment, then went to Yi Nuan's side, and took out Yi Nuan's phone from her bag and called Yi Nuan's roommate. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Hen Lun Group chairman's office, Liu Ju knocked on the door holding a pile of contracts. Inside came the cold voice of a woman, Come in. Liu Yan immediately walked in. Luozan, these are the projects you need to sign in the last few days. Luo Qingyuan glanced at the contracts on the table, then started signing without saying a word. Those were all trivial contracts to her, whether it made money or lost money. She didn't care at all. What she cared about was who was responsible for those projects at Henglan. Liu Yan looked at this cool and beautiful woman, feeling a bit uneasy. But in the entertainment industry under the starry sky, she needed observation. The old chairman said. Luozan needed more experience. This opportunity was very good, but Luozan's personality was decisive. Once she made a decision, she wouldn't show mercy. Who wouldn't be afraid when faced with a person like Luozan? Many people in the company had to be obedient when facing Luozan, because in this world, there were many people who could earn money for Henglan. While Luo Qingyuan could bring profit to many industries, not just the Henglan group, he had truly tasted what it was like to accompany a tiger. Before Liu Yan could say anything, Luo Qingyuan had already finished signing the contracts. All right, you may leave now. Liu Yan still stood there, looking hesitant. Luo Qingyuan frowned. If you have something to say. Liu Yan finally spoke up with a hint of hesitation. Luozang, in the contracts you just signed, there is a project presented by Starlight Entertainment. Mr. Chen said this batch of newly signed artists want to schedule a meeting with you to see if there's anyone you like and can promote. Luo Qingyuan, who usually didn't bother with such trivial matters, replying, I'm not going. Cancel it. When she had free time, she had to personally visit to assess new artists. Liu Yan realized the situation and could only leave helplessly, holding the contracts. Suddenly, Luo Qingyuan remembered something. Wait a minute. Liu Yan turned back. Luozan, do you had any other instructions? Luo Qingyuan, you said it was Starlight Entertainment, right? Wasn't that where Dunyi's little lover was from? Shouldn't she go and take a look personally? Liu Yan nodded. Yes. Luo Qingyuan immediately grabbed her bag. Okay, let's go. Let Cheng Suisui follow. Liu Yan was confused. Go. Where? Luo Qingyuan had already started walking out. Starlight Entertainment. Liu Yan hurried to catch up, but his palms were sweating. This young lady really did things out of the blue. Shouldn't she have chosen a more appropriate time for the visit? Luo Qingyuan, I'll go to the restroom. We'll leave in 10 minutes. You decide who else joins us. After that, Luo Qingyuan turned into the bathroom. Liu Yan hurriedly called Cheng Suisui, then immediately informed several middle and senior level directors and managers to gather in the underground parking lot in 10 minutes. After sorting all this out, Liu Yan remembered to call Mr. Chen from Starlight Entertainment. When Mr. Chen heard that Luozan would personally inspect, he stood up in a hurry. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I don't have time right now, Liu Yan said sternly. Mr. Chen, you better get ready. If Luozan is satisfied this time, Starlight Entertainment will receive a large amount of funding. If not, Luozan is not an easy person to deal with. Mr. Chen looked troubled. How much time do we have? Looking at the time, Liu Yan replied, half an hour, at most. After that, Liu Yan hung up the phone, and Mr. Chen jumped up from his seat. Bewildered staff members looked at him. What's wrong? Mr. Chen? Panicking. Mr. Chen said, Luozan is coming to inspect, arriving in half an hour. Hurry up. Get everything prepared. Upon hearing this, all the staff members were in a frenzy. Isn't that the one who took over Henglan last year and immediately fired half of the senior managers, the one who said they were just eating for free? Mr. Chen. Yes, who else could it be? Hurry up. Clean up. Also, bring the artists who are to be signed. We'll have an audition today. Faster. With Mr. Chen's command, everyone busied themselves. Nobody knew Luozan's real name, but the title was well known across various industries. It was said that Luozan had a brother who was ruthless and powerful overseas. In China, the family's resources were entrusted to Luozan, the younger sister. Both men and women of the Luo family were business geniuses. They were not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Luozan was on her way with a convoy of more than 10 cars heading straight to Starlight Entertainment. Everyone didn't want to, but who wouldn't want to stand out in front of Luozan? So the influential and powerful all followed along. Just as Dunyi arrived on the set, he received a bombardment of calls from Non-Crossing. Non-Crossing, where are you? We need to clear the set. I have a crucial scene to shoot, but Nuan is still half asleep. Hurry over. Dunyi. I'm at the set. I'll be inside shortly. After hanging up, Yi quickly parked his car, then rushed off to find someone. But as Luozan was in the car, she happened to see Yi hurriedly running in. Luozan was slightly surprised and a smile played on her lips. Unexpectedly, it was quite a surprising encounter. As Yagon entered, he was immediately intercepted by Nanxing's assistant Che Yue. Non-crossing is meeting with important people right now. Follow me. Yagon looked into the distance and saw one luxury car after another entering, unable to see the end. Yagon asked, "What's going on? Did a big shot come today?" Che Yue hurriedly led Yagon into a tent, saying, "Exactly. I heard that the boss of Heng Lun Group is here. Our crew belongs to Heng Lun, so when we heard the boss was coming, everyone was on edge." Pointing to Yi Nuan dozing on the table, Che Yue said, "Take her back quickly." Yagon replied, "All right, I'll take her with me. I apologize for the trouble." Che Yue waved his hand. "It's not troublesome. It's just an unfortunate day today. Otherwise, if Nuan came to see non-crossing, we wouldn't have minded at all." After speaking, Che Yue prepared to leave. Yagon, Nuan is a good girl. Non-crossing asked me to tell you to think carefully and not regret it later, said Che Yue as he lifted the curtain and left. Yagon sighed helplessly, then turned to look at Yi Nuan, who was asleep on the table with rosy cheeks, furrowed brows, and tightly pursed lips, appearing restless even in her sleep. Yagon approached and gently patted Yi Nuan. Nuan, wake up." Yi Nuan woke up, and her expression became puzzled upon seeing Yagon. Yagon reached out to hug Yi Nuan's waist, saying, "I'll take you back to school. Let's talk properly once you sober up." However, Yi Nuan pushed Yagon away and, with red eyes, said firmly, "Yagon, I don't want your pity." Despite the headache, Yagon patiently said, Nuan, let me take you back to school first. Is that okay?" Angered, Yi Nuan pouted, "No." At that moment, Yi Nuan's three roommates, Liu Linlin, Liu Li, and Yan Lele, arrived. Liu Linlin said, Nuan, we've come to pick you up." Yi Nuan pushed aside Yagon and was supported by Liu Linlin and Liu Li on either side. Yan Lele scolded Yagon, "Scumbag." Yagon, feeling helpless, didn't bother arguing with them. He gazed at the blurry-eyed Yi Nuan and said, Nuan, I hope you carefully consider our relationship rather than act impulsively." Yi Nuan, now more composed, looked directly at Yagon and asked, "In the 2 years we were together, did we have a good time?" Yagon replied, "Since the beginning, after deciding to be with you, I never had any thoughts about non-crossing. I've always considered you my only girlfriend in these 2 years." Yagon spoke truthfully. Although he used to like non-crossing, that changed after being with Yi Nuan. However, Yi Nuan, plagued by distrust, never believed him during their time together. Her friends clearly shared her disbelief. Yan Lele said, "Who would believe that?" Yagon's gaze turned cold as he stared at Yan Lele, causing her to flinch. Yi Nuan intervened, looking displeased at Yagon. Why try to intimidate her? Yagon was left speechless. "So what? What are you thinking?" "For us," he attempted to continue but was cut off by Yi Nuan. Yagon, "I don't want to be with you anymore." After a moment of silence, Yagon said, "If that's your decision, I respect it. You walking out that door today means there's no future for us." He paused, realizing something. "No, we can't turn back now." Yi Nuan's eyes were watery, yet she remained stubborn, saying, Yagon, non-crossing was always more important to you in your eyes. These 2 years, Yagon avoided any private communication with non-crossing to avoid suspicion, mostly relaying messages through Yi Nuan. His repeated compromise only led to more suspicions. Yagon sarcastically remarked, "If you don't trust me, why did you agree to be with me in the first place?" Liu Linlin interjected, "Senior, if you like non-crossing, you shouldn't have approached Nuan. Now, you blame Nuan. Are you even a man?" Yagon, truly angered, took a step forward, wanting to slap her, but Yi Nuan stood in between. Yagon, "What? Do you want to hit my friend in front of me?" Liu Li pulled Yi Nuan away, saying, Nuan, let's go. "What's there to talk about with this scumbag?" Yan Lele added, "Exactly. Men with unstable emotions are the worst. Who knows what he might do?" The three of them left with Yi Nuan, and Yagon didn't say a word. No matter what he said, Yi Nuan wouldn't believe him. Just as they were about to leave, Yi Nuan stopped and glanced back at Dun Yegang. Dun Yegang, as handsome as ever, wished that Yi Nuan would say something so they could talk, but Yi Nuan only gave him a glance, pursed her lips, and walked away. As the curtain fell, Dun Yegang felt empty. He understood that Yi Nuan lacked a sense of security, and he had done his best to provide that, but perhaps they were ultimately not compatible. Dun Yegang sighed and, after a moment of standing there, walked out of the tent with his phone. Dun Yegang's mood was very low today. Walking with his head down, he was soon grabbed by someone. He turned around to see a face with a hint of aggression, beautiful fox-like eyes slightly raised, a faint smile on the lips, and a cold gaze between the brows. Dun Yegang stiffened. How could he forget about this woman? He would remember her even if she turned into ashes. Luo Qingyuan spoke, her voice more rational and cold than the night before. Where are you going? Planning to sleep with someone and not take responsibility? Dun Yegang's hair stood on end. Although she was beautiful and had a good figure, she seemed like a thorn rose. Dun Yegang's face reddened. You approached me yourself, and you're still so dominant. I haven't held you accountable yet. Luo Qingyuan chuckled. Did you just break up? Dun Yegang retorted. We broke up yesterday. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken advantage of me. Luo Qingyuan grabbed his collar and said, all right, I'll take responsibility for you. Dun Yi was being dragged by Luo Qingyuan, stumbling forward. He hadn't figured out why Luo Qingyuan would appear here. Was it just a coincidence? Dun Yi, can we talk nicely? It's not appropriate to act like this in public, right? Luo Qingyuan still didn't let go of Dun Yi's collar, still wearing high heels, and dragged Dun Yi into a small warehouse. She closed the door directly after entering. Dun Yi subconsciously looked around. Rather than calling this a warehouse, it was more like a storage room for the crew, with many devices piled inside, making it very cramped. Dun Yi could barely navigate it alone, but with Luo Qingyuan, it became difficult, especially since Luo Qingyuan directly pressed Dun Yi against the shelves behind him. Luo Qingyuan was not as tall as he was, but her imposing manner was not low at all. Although there was a smile on Luo Qingyuan's lips, her eyes were still cold and clear. Dun Yi. You. Luo Qingyuan leaned in, and Dun Yi met her firmly, their faces colliding. Dun Yi could clearly sense Luo Qingyuan's proud figure, and his face couldn't help but blush. You. Luo Qingyuan. My last name is Luo, and my name is Luo Qingyuan. Stop with the you. Call me by my name. Dun Yi was going crazy. He was a normal man. Okay, Luo Qingyuan. Last night we agreed to it willingly. You don't have to bother me, right? I can give you money, and we can part ways amicably. Luo Qingyuan remained silent, just smiling ambiguously and looking up at him. Dun Yi had never encountered such a ridiculous woman in his life, especially. Luo Qingyuan seemed to think that there was nothing wrong with their current position. Although Luo Qingyuan had been the one to initiate things last night, Dun Yi had also not held back, so Dun Yi patiently suggested, should Miss Luo name a price? Dun Yi was a bit frustrated. But if it's too much, I can't afford it. At most, I only have a 5-figure sum. He was broke, having just converted recently, and only had a few months' salary left, along with a few thousand yuan from his parents, totaling around 20,000 yuan. Luo Qingyuan suddenly chuckled. Are you in need of money? Dun Yi stiffened his neck and instinctively retorted, who in this world isn't in need of money? I currently need. Luo Qingyuan suddenly said, I'll give you a 7-figure sum. Marry me. What do you say? Dun Yi hadn't reacted at first. Don't think you can buy my body with money. The next moment, Dun Yi's voice rose. How much? Luo Qingyuan smiled and said, 7 figures. What do you think? Dun Yi was momentarily at a loss, even counting the number of zeros on his fingers. It was absurd. Dun Yi was full of doubt and mistrust. Is this a scam? You're just a girl. Where did you get so much money? Are you trying to deceive me into marriage? And, Dun Yi reluctantly said, don't think that offering 7 figures can make me, a handsome man, talented man, bow down to evil forces. I am a decent man. I will not sell myself. Dun Yi widened his eyes because Luo Qingyuan had become impatient, raised on her tiptoes, grabbed his head, and directly used her mouth to silence the words he didn't want to hear. Dun Yi, this aggressive. Dun Yi instinctively tried to push Luo Qingyuan away, but she remained unmoved, while the shelf behind them creaked and shook a bit. At that moment, voices came from outside. I think I heard a noise in the warehouse. Really? Let's go check it out. Don't let anyone damage our equipment. Dwinyi finally broke free from Luo Qingyuan. His already chapped lips now felt more painful. He was about to speak when Luo Qingyuan came close again and kissed him without a word. Footsteps getting closer. Dwinyi panicked, and Luo Qingyuan whispered by his ear, "The crew members probably all know you. Do you want everyone to know what you're doing here with me? Or do you want Nanxing and Yenyuan to find out?" Luo Qingyuan's words stiffened Dwinyi's body, leaving him momentarily speechless. With one hand embracing him, Luo Qingyuan managed to lock the warehouse door with the other hand. When the two people tried to open the door, they couldn't get it to unlock. Dwinyi looked at Luo Qingyuan with puzzled disbelief, wondering how she knew so much about his affairs. While Luo Qingyuan's body was restless, at her age, not having touched a man was unusual. But once she did, things changed. Particularly as Dwinyi was good-looking, and with her lipstick color still on his lips, her memories immediately went back to last night. Unable to resist, Luo Qingyuan kissed Dwinyi again. Dwinyi subconsciously held her shoulders, but didn't dare exert force, fearing they might be discovered. This emboldened Luo Qingyuan to continue kissing him. Outside the door, why can't we open it? Maybe you should stay here while I go get the key. What if the lock is broken? Dwinyi was even more nervous. He couldn't understand Luo Qingyuan's recklessness. Was cheating considered glorious? Why was he the only one afraid? Luo Qingyuan, even wilder than Dwinyi, unexpectedly breathed on his earlobe. Dwinyi was no longer composed, and his arm automatically encircled her waist as he lowered his voice. "Luo Qingyuan, don't be silly." Their eyes met, Luo Qingyuan's eyes sparkling, mixed with a hint of desire, not rejecting in the least, but rather alluring. When hormones were in play, people acted irrationally. Taking advantage of the moment, Luo Qingyuan continued, "Dwinyi, marry me. You can set any conditions you like. What do you say to 8 figures if 7 aren't enough?" In that moment, countless thoughts flashed through Dwinyi's mind. The conditions were too tempting. He was about to sell himself for glory. Outside the door, "We don't have time for you to wait here. The director is waiting for us up ahead, with all the big names there. Let's inspect the warehouse afterward." "That works too. Let's go now and come back later tonight." The footsteps gradually faded, and Dwinyi's tense body finally relaxed. Luo Qingyuan pulled away from his embrace, extended her delicate fingers, and gently touched his chapped lip. "Dwinyi, it was my fault for provoking you, but now that I have, I won't let you escape." Seeing Luo Qingyuan was serious, Dwinyi couldn't help but stare in astonishment. "Mary, we've only known each other for a short time. Luo Qingyuan took Dwinyi's hand and placed it on her abdomen, causing Dwinyi to blush again. Luo Qingyuan said, "Last night was anything but calm. Who knows? Maybe you've left your baby here already. Do our time knowing each other really matter?" Suddenly, Dwinyi felt like he was holding a hot potato and instinctively tried to pull away. Yet, Luo Qingyuan firmly held his hand. Dwinyi felt a bit annoyed. "Let go." But Luo Qingyuan said, "Let go for you to run away again? I never realized that Yi's body was bold, but the person was a coward." Dwinyi was about to go crazy. Perhaps driven by provocation or impulsivity. He directly reached out and embraced Luo Qingyuan's waist. With a somewhat aggressive feeling, "Luo Qingyuan, you chose this. Don't blame me later." Luo Qingyuan hadn't reacted to what this meant yet when she suddenly froze because Dwinyi's hand was too bold. Luo Qingyuan didn't dare to look down. Her face rare. Dwinyi just bent down and kissed her on the lips. This time, it was Luo Qingyuan who wanted to dodge, but she went too far and couldn't avoid it. After all, the space here was so small. Luo Qingyuan was kissed until she was blurry. When she finally reacted, her shoulder strap had slid halfway down, like dry firewood. If this continued, nothing could be controlled. However, Luo Qingyuan and Dwinyi had no intention of stopping. But, just then, a knock sounded on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone inside? The lock cylinder turned a few more times. Then a voice full of doubt. "I remember I didn't lock the door. Hurry. Just break in directly. While the person upstairs is not here, the new equipment needs to be put on quickly, otherwise it will affect the shooting effect." Both of them opened their eyes that were confused and filled with desire. In the end, Dwinyi reached out and fixed Luo Qingyuan's clothes on her shoulders. At this moment, Luo Qingyuan's cheeks were flushed, appearing even more striking under the dim light. But that was just a moment. She quickly regained her composure. The door was knocked hard. Duen Yerin took Luo Qingyuan's hand and pulled her back, intending to go open the door, but Luo Qingyuan pushed him to the door instead. Luo Qingyuan quickly tidied up her messy hair, revealing her fair neck, and said, "Wait, stay silent." Just as the person outside was about to continue knocking, the door was pulled open. Luo Qingyuan's cold expression appeared before everyone. Chen Feng, the director, was stunned. This was. Luo Qingyuan's expression was indifferent, and she simply said, "Is there something you need?" The assistant behind Chen Feng wanted to speak but was immediately silenced by Chen Feng, who looked apologetically at Luo Qingyuan. He was about to say something, but Luo Qingyuan gestured with her eyes. Those in the entertainment circle were all astute individuals. Luo Qingyuan dared not fully open this door. It was truly like hiding a beauty in a treasure house. So Chen Feng simply said, "Nothing, let's go. Everyone head back." The assistant still didn't understand. "Director Chen, we didn't come to get the equipment." Before the assistant could finish speaking, they were immediately taken away. The area outside the door returned to silence. Luo Qingyuan calmly closed the door, looked at Duen Yerin behind the door, and both Duen Yerin and she regained their composure. But Duen Yerin's ears reddened as if he was blushing, his gaze drifting aimlessly, not daring to look at her. Seeing him like this, Luo Qingyuan chuckled lightly and left with a cryptic remark, "Duen Yerin, take care of your matters, I'll come find you later." After saying that, Luo Qingyuan left directly, leaving Duen Yerin alone in the cramped warehouse. Duen Yerin suddenly felt a headache. This woman was simply too captivating. He had truly been enchanted for a moment, leading to such a situation in this small warehouse. Straightening his clothes and putting on a mask pulled from his pocket, he hurriedly left. At the same time, Chen Feng was on his way back to the office with his team. The assistant asked quietly, "Director Chen, who was that?" After all, except for Chen Feng, no one present had seen Luo Qingyuan before. Chen Feng contemplated with lured eyes. Who was that woman beside Luo? Why was this situation so mysterious? He couldn't remember how many times he had invited Luo before, each time being declined. He was puzzled about why she suddenly appeared today. Perhaps there was someone close to Luo in their crew. Chen Feng couldn't believe it. After all, Luo was known to keep her distance from men. There were even rumors questioning if she favored women instead. To gain her favor, people once dared to send women to her bed, yet they all were inevitably thrown out. The rumors about Luo in the circle were too mysterious, leaving Chen Feng to think that someone as dignified as Luo should remain alone. However, the circles of the wealthy were known to be chaotic. Perhaps Luo wasn't averse to men, but those beneath her were not worthy of knowing. After all, those messy rumors were just hearsay. If Luo took a liking to someone under their management, be it a male actor or model, it could be their ticket to success. Therefore, Chen Feng couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. He realized the significance of the situation and was determined not to let it slip away. "Chen Feng, go and investigate who wasn't present during the audition, where they went. I want to know every detail." The assistant wanted to ask something, but Chen Feng said, "Keep your lips sealed about what you saw today, or I won't be able to save you." With that, the once curious assistant stayed silent and only replied in acknowledgement. Chen Feng's excitement was evident. If handled properly, this could bring significant benefits, perhaps even changing his fate. Upon arriving at the audition venue, Vice Director Bai ran over. "Director Chen, Miss Luo has left." Chen Feng was stunned and rushed out only to see luxury cars driving away. Vice Director Bai caught up, exclaiming, "She left so quickly? Did any of you see Miss Luo herself?" Vice Director Bai awkwardly adjusted his tie. "No." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng looked at the others, all shaking their heads. Now more than ever, Chen Feng was determined to find out why Luo had come to Star Entertainment today for that person, not a simple inspection. As for Duen Yerin, he had long disappeared. Their encounter with Luo Qingyuan was just a fleeting affair. Surely they wouldn't meet again. However, for several days, Duen Yerin felt restless. Even when his friends called to hang out, he dared not go, for fear of running into Luo Qingyuan again and making another mistake. During this time, Yi Nuan hadn't contacted him either. One late night, Duen Yerin thought about messaging Yi Nuan. He felt they should clear things up, but as soon as he sent "Are you there?" message, he received a red exclamation mark, leaving his face dark with frustration. Eventually, he threw his phone aside and focused on his work. It was Wednesday, and there was a light rain outside with a chill in the air. Just before leaving work, Dwayne Yerin received a WeChat message from his mother. "Son, come home for dinner after work." Dwayne Yerin replying, "Okay." His mood improved significantly knowing there was a good meal waiting at home. As he entered his house, he asked, "Mom, what delicious food do we have today?" While changing his shoes, he noticed his older brother, Dwayne, sitting in the living room, which surprised him. "Brother, why are you here?" Since Heng Lun Group's office was far from their home, Dwayne rented a place nearby for convenience. Dwayne gave him a cold look in response. Dwayne Yerin, feeling confused, realized he hadn't done anything noteworthy recently. Just then, his uncle, Ding Mao, came down from upstairs, holding a feather duster with an imposing air. Dwayne Yerin, "You brat, you stop right there." Dwayne didn't know what had happened, but getting hit with a chicken feather duster really hurt. So Dwayne immediately jumped behind the sofa. "Uncle, what's wrong? Why are you hitting me? What did I do?" Ding Mao's face turned red with anger as he chased after Dwayne with the chicken feather duster in hand. "How dare you ask? Do you not know what you did? You are simply insane." Dwayne looked puzzled but wasted no time in escaping his uncle's pursuit throughout the house. "Uncle, I don't want to hear that from you. I haven't killed anyone or set any fires. How did it escalate to being called insane?" Just as Dwayne was about to run upstairs, he lifted his head and saw a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar. The face was beautiful, but in that moment, Dwayne's hair stood on end, causing him to freeze in place. Ding Mao rushed over and smacked Dwayne on his buttocks with the feather duster. "You brat, you still dare to talk back, huh?" Dwayne grimaced in pain, feeling wronged. He pointed at Luo Qingyuan's face, trembling, but couldn't get a word out. Quickly, Dwayne's eyes widened as Ding Yifen emerged from behind Luo Qingyuan, smiling and holding Luo Qingyuan's hand. "Qingyuan, Ziyi is back, let's go downstairs." Sweetly responding, Luo Qingyuan said, "Okay, auntie." Dwayne's face turned black, but before he could say anything, his father, Dwayne Sheng, slapped the back of his head and ordered, "Kneel down." Dwayne quickly kneeled in place, feeling humiliated once the realization hit him. Looking up, he met the seemingly smiling eyes of Luo Qingyuan, with flashes in his mind about the day in the warehouse on the set, and what Luo Qingyuan had said. So, that's what she meant by giving him a few days. Pointing at Luo Qingyuan, Dwayne tried to stand up. "Luo Qingyuan, what did you say to my family?" However, before he could fully rise, his father barked, "Kneel down." Dwayne could only kneel down again, his face full of humiliation, gazing at Luo Qingyuan with dissatisfaction. Luo Qingyuan just smiled slightly, unconsciously touching her abdomen. Mother Ding Yifen keenly noticed Luo Qingyuan's action and immediately pulled her hand. "Come on, Qingyuan, sit down and talk." Dwayne couldn't believe it, his mind filled with question marks. What did Luo Qingyuan mean? He couldn't believe she was really pregnant. In the midst of Dwayne's shocked gaze, Ding Yifen cheerfully walked towards him and led him away, dragging him upstairs into the study. "Dwayne, Mom, let me explain. That night was really an accident." Ding Yifen interrupted. "Stop. I know. Now, you'll answer my questions, okay?" Dwayne was stunned. "Oh, okay. And you broke up with Nuan." As soon as this was mentioned, Dwayne's face soured, but he nodded. "We broke up. And with Miss Luo, did you? After breaking up, or before?" Dwayne explained. "After we broke up, I felt uncomfortable and went to the bar." "All right, after breaking up." Ding Yifen asked one final question. "Did you really do it with Miss Luo?" Getting frustrated, Dwayne scratched his head. "Well, yes, but..." Ding Yifen sighed. "Stop with the buts. You did it. You have to take responsibility. You know." "Why die?" Dwayne protested. "No. I thought she was a girl from the shop, so I..." Ding Yifen glared at Dwayne with sharp eyes. "But she's an innocent girl, and even if she were a girl from the shop, you shouldn't be so careless." Dwayne was stuck, trying to argue. She didn't say anything, but Ding Yifen was already rummaging through the drawers. Regardless of what she said, she might be carrying your child. And Miss Luo also said that it was consensual between you two. Since it was consensual and you are both single, then get married. Marriage. Dwayne was baffled. "Mom, we are both adults, isn't it too hasty to jump to marriage?" Ignoring Dwayne's words, Ding Yifen grabbed the household registration and headed out. Dwayne hurriedly stopped his mother, frantically trying to reason with her. "Mom, even if we are to get married, Shouldn't we meet each other's parents first? Isn't this too rushed? Ding Yifen calmly looked at Dwinyi. I've already asked around. Miss Luo just came back from studying abroad this year. She comes from a good family. And compared to you, her voice trailed off abruptly, and she finally said with a complicated expression, son, you're reaching far beyond your grasp. Dwinyi, but Ting Yifen had already turned away from Dwinyi, walking straight downstairs. Mom, mom, mom. Dwinyi called out repeatedly, but received no hint of maternal love from Ding Yifen. Dwinyi felt on the verge of collapse. Are they really going to sell him? As Dwinyi arrived downstairs, the whole family was ready to go. Luo Qingyuan smiled at him. Hello, fiancé. Dwinyi was enraged. Who is your fiancé? Before he could finish speaking, Dwinyi received a slap at the back of his head. Next, Dwen Sheng's voice rang out. You brat. Who taught you such rudeness? Dwen Zi also chimed in. Let's go. We'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau together. Dwinyi was incredulous, staring wide-eyed. Brother, even you. Dwen Zi gave him a cool glance. What? Feeling wronged? Dumbfounded, Dwinyi remained silent. He had no idea how Luo Qingyuan managed to persuade his family. Ding Mao rushed over, grabbing Dwinyi by the collar. Let me tell you, when you've done something wrong, you must take responsibility. Miss Luo is beautiful, well-educated, and has a better job than you. What are you unsatisfied about? Dwinyi wanted to say something, but no one gave him the chance to speak. They engaged in a backhand-forth discussion. Ding Yifen remarked, Today is a joyful day. Honey, you need to quickly look into buying a house for Ziyi to settle down. Dwen Shun replied, I've already selected houses for both my sons. Don't worry. Dwen Zi added, I'm in no hurry. Ding Mao urged, Zi, you should be in a hurry. Yi is getting married, and you're still single. You're approaching 30. It's not appropriate. Dwen Zi calmly refused. Right now, Yi's matters are more important. Luo Qingyuan suggested, Mom, why don't we have a family reunion dinner tonight, and let the daughter-in-law show some filial piety as well? Ding Yifen smiled gleefully. Yes, Qingyuan is considerate. Following behind, Dwinyi complained. At this hour, the Civil Affairs Bureau should be closed. Dwinyi's words halted everyone's steps. It was almost 7 p.m. How could they proceed with a marriage at this time? Seeing the uncertain expressions, Dwinyi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't dragged out tonight, he was sure he could escape. But unexpectedly, Luo Qingyuan turned around, her red lips forming a slight smile, looking extremely beautiful, yet dangerous in Dwinyi's eyes. She said, Fiancé, the person on duty at the Civil Affairs Bureau today is my friend. She be waiting for us. We'll have VIP access today. Dwinyi was completely engulfed in despair, and now they had arrived at the parking garage. Inexplicably, he was forced into Luo Qingyuan's BMW. No. Dwinyi was confused. How could a nobody like him who drove a Volkswagen attract the attention of a rich girl who drove a BMW? The car started moving slowly, followed by another car, carrying Dwinyi's parents, uncle and brother. Dwinyi felt like crying but had no tears. Why me? Luo Qingyuan found it amusing to hear this. Because you live well. I like it. Dwinyi looked at Luo Qingyuan in horror. Are you still a woman? How can you speak like that? Luo Qingyuan gazed ahead, smiling seductively. Take a look at what's in front of you. Dwinyi then noticed there were several pieces of paper placed on the front seat. He hesitantly picked them up and realized it was a prenuptial agreement. Dwinyi carefully read through it and discovered that Luo Qingyuan was willingly gifting him a house and an 8-figure deposit. As long as they obtained a marriage certificate, the money and house would be his. Dwinyi was stunned and his mouth fell open. You have such good conditions. Why did you choose me? What are you really after? Seeing the amount on the agreement, Dwinyi's initial resistance gradually gave in. This could save him from struggling for at least 10 years. Luo Qingyuan didn't provide a reason, only saying, I want 2 sons, and one should bear my surname. After all, the Luo family had a huge fortune that needed to be passed down. She needed to find someone to marry quickly, as she couldn't bear being part of an arranged marriage within the family. She also didn't want to marry someone she detested, and the heir in her belly could not come from a wealthy family. Although Dwinyi was mistakenly swept into this situation, she had thoroughly investigated him. His background was clean, his appearance matched her aesthetic, and the feeling from that night was quite good. Therefore, she had set her sights on Dwinyi. Dwinyi couldn't remember how many times he had been shocked that day. You want me to have your child? Luo Qingyuan smirked. Why not? One son is worth 10 million. How about that? Lu Qingyuan's words were truly startling. Duan Yi, this feels really wrong. Could a son really be bought with money? However, the car soon arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Duan Yi stumbled out of the car, surrounded by a crowd, taken inside, and photographs were taken. Staff member, come here, sir. Stand next to the lady. Click. The moment was captured. Until they left the Civil Affairs Bureau, when he was still dazed. Laughter filled the air around him as he looked at the marriage certificates in his hands, feeling bewildered. Just a few days ago, he had casually gotten married. Lu Qingyuan casually took the marriage certificate from his hands and didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, she smiled as she took Ding Yifan's hand and said, "Mom, let's go have dinner. We can save the food at home for later, all right?" Ding Yifan was overjoyed. Lu Qingyuan was incredibly beautiful, and having such a daughter-in-law was a matter of great pride. So, she happily agreed, saying repeatedly, "Sure, sure, but it should be Lu Yan's treat." Lu Qingyuan laughed. "Mom, that's only fair." Duan Sheng said, "Ziyan, you and Ziyi have registered for marriage already. Shouldn't we plan the wedding soon?" Lu Qingyuan replied, "Dad, I'm waiting on a Yi's opinion." And so, everyone's attention turned back to Duan Yi. Still stuck in the realization that he was already married, Duan Yi mumbled, "No rush." As he saw Duan Yi's state, Duan Sheng raised his hand as if to slap him, but Lu Qingyuan intervened just in time. "Let's listen to a Yi. Take it slow. Let's focus on building our relationship first. We can think about the wedding later." Duan Sheng gave Duan Yi a stern look but refrained from striking. Lu Yan is indeed thoughtful. Subsequently, the three of them walked ahead chatting and joking. Duan Zi walked beside Duan Yi and said, "Lu Qingyuan has a good education and family background. Your parents won't choose the wrong daughter-in-law for you. So, compose yourself." Ding Mao added, "Yes, Ziyi, you can't afford to lose such a beautiful wife." Duan Yi felt like crying but held back. "Brother, why don't you find someone? You're not married yet. What's with me getting married first?" "Uncle, does your aunt know you're stopping by to gossip in our house?" Ding Mao remembered suddenly and smacked his head. "Oh, I better go back and tell her about this matter. See you later." After saying that, Ding Mao hurriedly left. Duan Zi glanced at the time and patted Duan Yi's shoulder. "Brother, there's work to attend to, so I won't be joining you for dinner. I'll treat you and our siblings another day." With that, Duan Zi bid farewell to his parents and left. And so, they proceeded to dinner in Lu Qingyuan's car, the four of them together. New Moon Restaurant. As soon as Lu Qingyuan stepped out of the car, someone approached her. "Miss Lu, the private room you reserved is ready for you." Lu Qingyuan smiled, then thanked the person before leading them inside. Upon entering the private room, Lu Qingyuan quickly walked over and picked up two gifts on the chair, handing them to Ding Yifan and Duan Sheng. Ding Yifan received an expensive new handbag, while Duan Sheng got a set of bespoke suits. Lu Qingyuan smiled generously. "I'm not sure if you'll like these gifts. The craftsmanship was rushed. Please accept them." Ding Yifan and Ding Mao couldn't contain their smiles, praising Lu Qingyuan's thoughtfulness. Meanwhile, Duan Yi sat there, watching Lu Qingyuan charm his parents, believing Lu Qingyuan came from a good background, but where exactly did she come from? Why did it feel like everyone knew something he didn't? The meal arrived quickly, with a variety of sumptuous dishes that seemed almost too extravagant for the four of them. Ding Yifan remarked, "Oh my, Yanya, there's only four of us. How can we finish so much food? Isn't this wasteful?" Lu Qingyuan personally served food to Ding Yifan. "Mom, you're not saying the right thing. It's the first time your daughter-in-law is having dinner with you and Dad. Of course, we should have a nice meal. If you're worried about waste, we can pack the leftovers later." Hearing that, Ding Yifan burst into laughter. Of course, a daughter is indeed good. Yenya is so considerate. The meal ended harmoniously, with Duan Yi mostly observing. He discreetly observed his surroundings and realized that the New Moon restaurant was renowned for its high-quality dining, which only hosted significant figures. Who exactly was Lu Qingyuan? As the meal wound down, the conversation turned to the main topic. Lu Qingyuan smiled and said, "Mom, Dad, can you stay with me temporarily in the future?" Duan Yi, leisurely eating, suddenly widened his eyes, the pieces of meat still in his mouth unswallowed. Looked surprised. Duan Sheng replied, "Of course, your husband and wife. It's only natural." Ding Yifan added, "It's just that the new house for Yi isn't ready yet." Ding Yifan was considering having Lu Qingyuan move in temporarily. But then Lu Qingyuan suggested, "It's alright, I have a house in Kyoto too. How about this? Until Yi's new house is ready, we can live at my place. Once Yi's new house is done, we can think about marriage and other matters. Is that alright?" Dwen Yi finally swallowed the meat in his mouth. "No way." The three of them turned to look at him simultaneously. Dwen Yi then relaxed. "I have something to say." But immediately, the attention shifted back to Lu Qingyuan. "Dwen Yi," Ding Yifan asked, "is this okay, or will it trouble you?" Lu Qingyuan looked at him sweetly, gently saying, "Mom, a family should have a say in family matters." Dwen Shun chuckled, "That works for me. I'll have the renovation team start in a couple of days. As for the style, I'll have the project manager there contact you." Lu Qingyuan didn't refuse. "Thank you, Dad." She didn't mind the renovation, she only wanted to be with Dwen Yi. After all, she was a traditional woman. Having chosen Dwen Yi, she hoped they could lead a good life together even if they lacked pre-marriage affection. Unable to hold back any longer, Dwen Yi rushed over. "I object. Did anyone bother to ask for my opinion?" Ding Yifan remained composed. "Your objection is invalid." Lu Qingyuan looked at him with a smile. "Protests are ineffective, darling." Dwen Yi's broken face was pushed away by the old mother's hand. In this way, the three of them exchanged a few words and decided Dwen Yi's fate. After dinner, there were still many untouched dishes on the table, all of which were packed up by Luo Qingyuan and the old mother. Outside the restaurant, Luo Qingyuan said, "Mom, Dad, let me take you back." Dwen Shun stopped him. "You just got married today. Mom and Dad won't disturb you." Mom and Dad will take a taxi back themselves. Dwen Yi, eager to help, said, "How about I call a cab?" Ding Yifan pulled Dwen Shun and hurriedly left, saying, "No need, no need. You newlyweds should go back quickly." Soon, Ding Yifan and Dwen Shun disappeared from their sight. Dwen Yi reflexively wanted to follow, but was stopped by Luo Qingyuan holding his arm. "Where are you going, my little husband?" Dwen Yi was a little annoyed. "Don't think just because we got married you can do whatever you want. You." Dwen Yi was stunned, because Luo Qingyuan stood on tiptoe and kissed his lips, then quickly stepped back. Luo Qingyuan's beautiful eyes were full of laughter. "Me." She intentionally elongated her voice, then blinked at Dwen Yi. "What about me?" Dwen Yi's eyelids couldn't stop twitching. "You. MUA." Luo Qingyuan kissed Dwen Yi's face again. Dwen Yi's face turned red, and his heart felt itchy. Luo Qingyuan asked him, "Any more questions?" Where could Dwen Yi dare to have any questions? They were right outside the restaurant, with people coming and going watching. Dwen Yi could no longer insist, and with a red face, he shook his head. Before he could say another word, Luo Qingyuan seized him to kiss. With a light laugh in his ear, Luo Qingyuan looked at him with interest. When Dwen Yi looked over in confusion, she once again dominantly embraced his neck and firmly kissed his lips. Dwen Yi was truly anxious, and quickly stepped back, covering his mouth, his eyes wide open like bells. "Why are you doing this again and again? Isn't this too much?" Luo Qingyuan laughed freely, and the evening breeze messed up her long hair behind her, smudging the newly applied lipstick slightly, but Dwen Yi's lips turned slightly darker. She said, "I'm happy, so I want to kiss you." After saying this, a hint of tenderness appeared in Luo Qingyuan's eyes. Dwen Yi couldn't resist feeling warm again. Why was he repeatedly enticed by her? Clearly he was reluctant, but his body was too honest. Tasting the first flavors of passion, how could this young and hot-blooded man resist his sister's seduction? Luo Qingyuan took the initiative to pull the awkward Dwen Yi and led him towards the underground garage. "You are my husband, Dwen Yi. You have to get used to this intimacy in the future." Dwen Yi awkwardly remarked, "It's as if I'm being kept by you." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyuan didn't even pause. "If you wish, I don't mind." Dwen Yi had some backbone. The young master, am expensive." Luo Qingyuan asked. "How much?" Dwen Yi coldly harumphed. 1 million a month. He was clearly overreaching. Who let this woman be so arrogant? Luo Qingyuan wanted to laugh, and wanted to tell Dwen Yi that this amount of money was nothing to her. But for some reason, she didn't want Dwen Yi to know her true identity. She wanted to slowly play with Dwen Yi, otherwise life would be so boring, right? So the words she was originally going to agree to changed. "I don't have 1 million, there's only one of me, you can do whatever you want." Dwen Yi's mouth twitched. "What about the agreement for 10 million in cash deposit? You promised to give it, are you short by that 1 million? That was 10 million. Dunyi had never seen so much money in his life. Luo Qingyuan quickly found a reason. 10 million is all my assets, given by my parents, plus some I earned myself. Dunyi hesitated. Are you sure you'll give it to me and not deceive me? Who would give away 10 million in assets to a stranger from a one-night stand? By the time their conversation ended, they had already arrived at Luo Qingyuan's BMW. Dunyi looked at the expensive BMW, and he felt that Luo Qingyuan's family assets are definitely more than 10 million. Luo Qingyuan pointed to Dunyi's pocket. Check your bank card balance. Then you'll know. Luo Qingyuan didn't bother explaining further. Sometimes it's good to keep a little mystery. She wanted Dunyi to slowly explore her past, her future, until the day they truly meet openly and honestly. Dunyi glanced at Luo Qingyuan suspiciously, before taking out his phone from his pocket. When he checked, he was shocked to see a text message confirming the deposit in his bank account. The amount made his blood boil, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Wow. Luo Qingyuan, with a charming demeanor, leaned against the car door, her beautiful fox-like eyes filled with smiles, her tone soft. Husband, from now on I am penniless, you can't abandon me. Dunyi looked at the amount in his bank card. He didn't care about what Luo Qingyuan said. He lost his rationality and eagerly agreed. Sure. I'll take care of the household expenses from now on. I'll provide for us. Luo Qingyuan's smile deepened. Let's go. Get in the car. Let's go home. Dunyi joyfully counted the money in his hands, sitting in the passenger seat. Just as Luo Qingyuan was about to drive away, she received a barrage of messages from her best friend Shen Nianian. The most striking was the last message. Did you just marry someone casually? Aren't you afraid he's after your money? Luo Qingyuan smirked, extended her fair and slender fingers to quickly type a reply. I'm more afraid he has no ambitions elsewhere. Money she had plenty of. With a glance at Dunyi laughing foolishly in the passenger seat, she had no fear. Luo Qingyuan put down her phone, stepped on the gas, and drove off. On the other side of the screen, Shen Nianian, after looking at the WeChat messages sent by Luo Qingyuan, sat up from her bed. Miss Luo, you're truly something. Shen Nianian muttered to herself. If your brother finds out, I wonder if it will be your leg or that boy Wenyi's leg that gets broken. In her words, Shen Nianian seemed to be looking forward to the drama unfolding. Once she finished her busy schedule, she would immediately take a private jet back to her home country to witness this exciting show. Being the son-in-law of the Luo family was no easy task, and the one who was supposed to be engaged to the Luo family was not someone to trifle with. Shen Nianian thought to herself and gave Luo Qingyuan a thumbs up. 666. She had never seen someone as daring as Luo Qingyuan. When Dunyi snapped out of his joy, he found himself at the entrance of a very high-end residential area, Xinglong Garden. Although it wasn't in the city's center, it was close by, with convenient transportation, and the prices started at least at 6 digits. Dunyi was dumbfounded. Do you live here? Luo Qingyuan smiled. Yes. Dunyi was dumbfounded, shocked and speechless for a while. The same comparison. Is the thief of Zhou true? What Luo Qingyuan didn't mention was that every house in this neighborhood was sold under her name. She was accustomed to keeping a property under her name in each of her real estate sales. As for this remote area, it was just a project she invested in when she was bored. But all her properties in Kyoto were filled with her clothes, and each had someone dedicated to cleaning. Dunyi covered his face. The amount of information was too overwhelming. He needed some time to digest it. It's worth mentioning that the real estate in Kyoto was highly sought after. His parents had worked hard all their lives to provide him and his brother with a house on the outskirts of the city, and he believed his father was already capable enough. But it turned out he had unwittingly married a more impressive wife. Did this mean he would rely on his parents when he was young and then on his wife when he grew up? Dunyi wanted to cry. He felt so pathetic, but at the same time, he felt good. After Dunyi recovered from his daze, Luo Qingyuan blinked at him and said softly, Darling, I have opened up completely to you. In the future, you must treat me better. Dunyi was pulled by Luo Qingyuan and walked unsteadily forward. In fact, Luo Qingyuan didn't even know which set of houses this one belonged to, so she had asked her assistant before coming. Dunyi was dragged in front of the building with the best view in the neighborhood. It was designed as one staircase serving to households, with the top floor being the 11th. They lived on the 7th floor, 701. The door lock was a fingerprint scanner, and when they entered, Luo Qingyuan even helped when he registered his fingerprint. There were too many surprises tonight. Twinny lied down on the sofa as soon as he entered, staring blankly at the ceiling. The decoration style here was all simple European style, looking extremely minimalistic. However, the sofa Twinny sat on was worth over $12,000, and the wines in the wine cabinet were worth millions. Unfortunately, Twinny couldn't understand, so he swallowed and said, "I might need a drink to relax." Luo Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, reached into the wine cabinet, and poured a glass of the million-worth wine for Twinny. Twinny drank it with Luo Qingyuan's help, and the wine was strong. After one glass, Twinny's head felt a little heavy, and looking at the wine bottle with a bunch of unreadable words, he could only ask, "Is this wine expensive?" Luo Qingyuan replied with a faint smile, "Not expensive, just fake wine." Twinny suddenly realized, fake wine. No wonder it tastes so bad. Twinny's face flushed from the alcohol. Just then, the doorbell rang. Luo Qingyuan went to open the door. It was Cheng Suisui bringing Twinny's clothes for changing. Luo Qingyuan took the clothes and let Cheng Suisui go. She had already informed Cheng Suisui of Twinny's measurements, and Cheng Suisui brought dozens of sets of clothes from the ready-to-wear store, including underwear. After all, Cheng Suisui had personally measured Twinny's waist and shoulder size. Twinny staggered over to help Luo Qingyuan carry the boxes, asking, "What is in this? Why is it so heavy?" Luo Qingyuan directed him, "Move it into the bedroom." Being drunk, Twinny obediently moved the boxes into the bedroom. The master bedroom was spacious, with a walk-in closet, a separate bathroom, a bathtub, and a large bed. Twinny thought the bed looked soft and went over to lie down directly. He felt like he couldn't be drunk from just a bit of alcohol, but he was indeed feeling unsteady on his feet, all soft and mushy. Luo Qingyuan wasn't surprised. She knew Twinny couldn't handle alcohol well. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for her to succeed that night. Luo Qingyuan tied up her long hair and then took out the clothes from the boxes, hanging them neatly, while Twinny was already asleep. Luo Qingyuan went to move Twinny a bit to the side, but Twinny suddenly moved and hugged her, causing her dress strap to slip off her shoulder. A blush crept onto Luo Qingyuan's face, recalling the craziness of that night. She had just done her nails and couldn't risk ruining them. Twinny thought what he was holding was so fragrant and soft that he couldn't help but lower his head to take a few kisses. The newly changed bedsheet was a light red color, and Luo Qingyuan's nails left marks on it. But at that moment, she felt a sudden weight on her shoulder. Twinny remained still. Luo Qingyuan pushed him, but he didn't move. After a moment of silence, she took a deep breath to control her emotions. "Twinny, I'll let you off tonight. Someday, I'll get everything back." The object of her burning desires wouldn't be her that day. Twinny needed to feel the discomfort for fairness. She struggled to move Twinny to the side and laid back down herself, feeling exhausted. It didn't take long before Luo Qingyuan fell asleep. The next morning, Twinny's exclamation woke Luo Qingyuan up. Rubbing her eyes, she saw Twinny looking horrified in the mirror. Twinny turned to her and exclaimed, "Miss Luo, you're really a beast." Confused, Luo Qingyuan asked, "Huh?" Twinny approached her, opened his collar, and pointed to the nail impressions and lipstick marks. "Look, you really did a number on me. I wondered last night why you were so generous with the drinks. Were you waiting here for me?" Luo Qingyuan was somewhat embarrassed for a change. In the dim light of last night, besides, it was Twinny who initiated it first. Luo Qingyuan calmly repeated the facts. Twinny strongly doubted the truth in Luo Qingyuan's words. "I initiated it. I don't believe it. She was like a wolf that night, and he was the one being coerced. Therefore, it must have been the same the night before." Luo Qingyuan pointed to the ceiling. "There's a surveillance camera up there. You can watch it if you want." After a 3-second silence, Twinny exclaimed in frustration, "Luo Qingyuan, are you crazy? Who put surveillance in a bedroom?" Luo Qingyuan innocently touched her nose. "It wasn't she who installed it. It's just that she didn't often live here, so for safety reasons, there were cameras in the houses she rarely stayed in, and Cheng Suisui checked them every month. But after moving in last night, everything here was under her control." 10 minutes later, when he finished watching the surveillance footage from the previous night, he lay on the bed, looking despondent, ashamed to meet Luo Qingyuan's gaze. His mouth was sore the other day, and today it was Luo Qingyuan's turn. Twinny silently vowed to quit drinking. Soon, Luo Qingyuan came into the bedroom. "Let's have breakfast outside." Twinny abruptly stopped and then turned to head to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Luo Qingyuan had just finished cooking and was placing a bowl of noodles on the table. She took off her apron, sat down, and said, "Try my cooking." Dwayne wanted to decline, but the clear soup noodles with chicken, fried eggs, garnished with green onions and coriander had his senses overwhelmed. In the end, Dwayne shamelessly sat down, saying, "Oh, Luo Qingyuan, I fear my life might end up in your hands." As he ate, Dwayne couldn't help but wonder if it was all a dream. Was he just a somewhat attractive and poor guy? But as he bit his tongue, a sharp pain contorted his face. Luo Qingyuan chuckled softly at his reaction. When he looked up, he caught a glimpse of an unmistakable smile in her eyes, like a galaxy of stars. She said, "Dwayne, our lives are just beginning." It was impossible for her to fall for Dwayne in such a short time. She simply didn't dislike him. In her eyes, Dwayne was more pleasant than the young masters of wealthy families. Since she had already erred in desire, she might as well continue down that path. With a long future ahead, she had time to accompany Dwayne slowly. Dwayne simply didn't dare to respond to Qingyuan's words. Normally, for a new marriage, both parties would meet each other's parents, but Dwayne still didn't have the courage for that at the moment, so he remained tight-lipped about it. After breakfast, Dwayne thought for a moment and finally spoke up. "How about we establish some ground rules?" Lu Qingyuan was momentarily startled and looked up at him, saying, "Sure." Dwayne felt a sense of relief in his heart and was about to speak when Lu Qingyuan said, "First, do not enter my room without my permission." "Is this what you wanted to say?" Faced with Lu Qingyuan's calm and cool gaze, Dwayne's heart inexplicably trembled. "Yes." Lu Qingyuan chuckled lightly and pointed to the guest room. "You can move in there today. The guest room has everything you need. It's just slightly smaller than the master bedroom, but there's nothing wrong with it. This building is all large single-floor units." Lu Qingyuan's floor is 160 square meters, with a total of 4 bedrooms. Both the master bedroom and guest room have their own bathrooms, and there's also a shared bathroom outside. 2 living rooms, a spacious kitchen, and a large floor-to-ceiling window. Lu Qingyuan said, "If you had any other requests, let's hear them all." Dwayne's lips twitched. Although it was already daylight, he still felt like it was unreal. Why did she choose him of all people? He wasn't the kind of fool who could be swayed by a piece of candy like when he was 17 or 18. He could tell that Lu Qingyuan only had a favorable impression of him, far from feelings of love. Lu Qingyuan had always been kind to him, simply because she had a stable personality. A rational person like her wouldn't fall wholeheartedly in love with someone. The reason he found it difficult to resist Lu Qingyuan was that she excelled in every aspect, from her figure to her appearance. So Dwayne said, "How about this? A 3-year contract. If we develop feelings within 3 years, then I'll live well, get married, have kids. But if after 3 years we still have no feelings for each other, then we'll part ways amicably. How does that sound?" Lu Qingyuan wasn't too surprised by Dwayne's request and nodded, saying, "Okay." Lu Qingyuan asked, "Any other conditions?" Dwayne replied, "Not for the time being." Lu Qingyuan elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin and said, "Then the agreement remains valid. Of course, if we don't have children after 3 years, I won't reclaim the 10 million. And after the divorce, this house belongs to you. The car I drove today will be registered under your name." Dwayne was taken aback. "You're leaving with nothing." Wasn't Lu Qingyuan's entire wealth accounted for? Was she playing for such high stakes? Lu Qingyuan seemed momentarily stunned, then smiled. "This is compensation for you. Money. I can always earn more. After all, that night." Speaking of this, Dwayne's face blushed slightly, but Lu Qingyuan remained composed. Dwayne didn't notice the faint blush on Lu Qingyuan's ears. Lu Qingyuan didn't bring up that crazy night again and simply said, "The first rule of the contract has been agreed upon by both parties. The agreement is separate from the 3 rules. I'll talk about the second rule. We can temporarily avoid marital obligations, but you need to support me in front of my family in public. Of course, I'll also be a good daughter-in-law to the Dwayne family. How about that?" Dwayne thought about it and found it reasonable, so he nodded. "Fine." Lu Qingyuan continued, "Then the third rule. We won't humiliate each other by being unfaithful. Can you agree to that?" Dwayne's lips twitched. "I would never do such a thing. You're so beautiful. You should be the one careful not to embarrass me, right?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyuan's mood unexpectedly lightened. This was Dwayne, acknowledging her beauty. "Since that's the case, please, Mr. Dwayne, abide by the agreement." Dwayne had a childhood friend and an ex-girlfriend by his side. She had to remind him rather subtly. It wasn't that she didn't trust Duanyi, but he was her man, and she didn't want others involved. Lu Qingyuan glanced at the time man then said, "I'll be busy with work and might not have much time to take care of the house. I've hired a cleaner who will come regularly to clean." Duanyi suggested, "Let me pay for the cleaner's wages." After all, he had received a hefty sum of 10 million. Duanyi didn't realize that this amount was just a drop in the bucket for Lu Qingyuan. Lu Qingyuan agreed to Duanyi's suggestion. In the future, try not to eat out too often. Come home after work to have dinner. Home-cooked meals are always cleaner than outside food. Duanyi's expression was complicated. "You can cook?" Lu Qingyuan asked. "Don't people with hands know how to cook?" Duanyi fell silent. Soon, the doorbell rang. Duanyi asked, "Who could it be so early?" Lu Qingyuan said, "I've ordered some furniture and kitchenware. They'll be delivered today. If you have time, stay and help arrange the house together." Since Duanyi had taken a day off today, he agreed to stay. Duanyi went to open the door, and people began moving in the furniture and kitchenware while Lu Qingyuan went to wash dishes in the kitchen. Originally, there wasn't a TV at home because Lu Qingyuan never watched TV. However, considering that Duanyi liked watching sports, a TV was still brought in. The manager of the furniture company personally came with the delivery. They all brought high-quality items and worked diligently and efficiently. Duanyi was impressed by the professionalism of these people and couldn't help but praise Lu Qingyuan. "Where did you find such motivated people? This is impressive." The TV was quickly set up, and a hanging chair and a solid wood table were also installed on the balcony for drinking tea. Duanyi only needed to supervise on the side. Soon, the doorbell rang again. Duanyi opened the door to find two ladies in suits pushing a clothes rack with wheels, filled with suits and formal wear. Duanyi asked, "What's this?" One of the ladies said, warmly, "Is this Miss Lu and Mr. Duane's home?" Duanyi nodded. The lady smiled kindly. "These are custom-made clothes for you by Miss Lu." Duanyi looked at the rack filled with clothes and was dumbfounded. If you remember correctly, didn't he move some clothes over last night? Lu Qingyuan then appeared, saying, "Bring everything in." The ladies started moving the clothes inside, and Duanyi hurried to help. Lu Qingyuan said, "Move them to that room." She directed the ladies to the room. Duanyi stood dumbfounded as he watched the ladies push the clothes into his room. After a moment of daze, he pulled Lu Qingyuan's hand and whispered, "I thought you were broke. Why are you spending so much money on me? What if the clothes you got don't fit me?" Duanyi's hand was warm, and holding her slightly cool fingers, Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion, though Duanyi remained oblivious. Duanyi was focused on the idea that this woman was too extravagant. Even though she was buying things for him, he felt uneasy about the money being spent on him. Men just needed clothes to wear. Lu Qingyuan smiled lightly and said, "First of all, the clothes from last night are in my room. It's troublesome to take them out now, so let's keep them for later use. Secondly, I don't have money, so I'll just order, and you can pay later." Lastly, Lu Qingyuan moved closer to Duanyi, her breath spraying on his neck as she said, "I already know your size by heart." After saying this, Lu Qingyuan went to attend to her tasks, leaving Duanyi standing in the wind feeling disheveled. Duanyi rubbed the back of his head and muttered to himself, "Why do I feel like something is not right?" But he couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong. Soon, two young ladies came out, handing over the bill with smiles. "Mr. Duan, this is the bill for the goods. Please settle it." Duanyi took a look at it, feeling a pang in his heart. 100,000? Are you robbing me? The young ladies maintained their smiles as they explained, "Mr. Duan, these are all customized items made with the best materials." So, with tears in his eyes, Duanyi settled the bill. 100,000. It was almost as expensive as his car, and his Volkswagen was only around 100,000. Unbelievable. Soon, the furniture and kitchenware were all installed, and the bill was brought to Duanyi again. This time even more outrageous. 200,000. Duanyi exclaimed, "Heavens, are you installing gold here?" After some negotiation, Duanyi tearfully settled the bill, then told Lu Qingyuan, "I'll take care of buying things for the house in the future." Lu Qingyuan nodded silently, sure. She thought of Duanyi and refrained from buying overly expensive items. The couple cleaned the entire house inside and out, and by the time they finished, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. They each took a shower. As they came out, Duanyi suggested, "Let's not eat at home today. We've been busy all day. Let me take you out for dinner." Lu Qingyuan was about to agree when her phone rang. Dwen Yi patiently waited for her to finish the call. After hanging up, Lu Qingyuan apologetically looked at Dwen Yi. "You'll have to go eat by yourself. I have some work matters to attend to." Dwen Yi replied, "All right, you're busy." Lu Qingyuan immediately went back to change her clothes. When she came out again, she was wearing a slim white shirt with suit pants, her flowing wavy hair casually draping down her back, reaching her waist. She had a suit jacket hanging on her arm, and a lady's watch on her wrist. Dwen Yi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Lu Qingyuan looked at him and said, "If you're free tonight, can you pick me up?" Dwen Yi snapped out of his trance, "Sure. Where do you work?" Lu Qingyuan was about to say Heng Lun but remembered that Dwen Zi also worked there, so she said, "I'll send you the location later." Dwen Yi nodded, and Lu Qingyuan turned and left. Dwen Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. For some reason, he always felt a bit nervous around Lu Qingyuan. Before Dwen Yi could figure out why, Liu Ji's call came in. "Bro, where are you? Let's hang out." Since Dwen Yi hadn't eaten, he agreed. "Okay, send me your location." After arranging to meet, Dwen Yi quickly changed clothes and headed out. Dwen Yi, Liu Yat, and Lin Feng arrived at the hot pot restaurant they used to frequent during their school days. They placed their order just as it struck 6 in the afternoon, the perfect time for a meal. Liu Ye remarked, "It's been a while since we've had hot pot. I must say, it brings back memories." Lin Feng added, "I was wondering why you chose this place today. Now that you mention it, I'm starting to crave it too." Dwen Yi replied, "As long as there's food, anywhere is fine." While chatting and ordering dishes, the waitstaff quickly served the food. Lin Feng turned to Dwen Yi and asked, "I have a question." Dwen Yi said, "Go ahead." Lin Feng asked, "That night, why did you only come back when the morning was near? Where did you go at night?" Dwen Yi had just taken a bite of spicy tripe pan when he heard the question. He couldn't help but cough, the spiciness overwhelming him, tears welling up in his eyes. As Dwen Yi coughed, Liu Ya handed him a tissue and teased, "There's a problem. Definitely a problem." Lin Feng joked, "Your reaction is so strong. Did you get drunk and sleep with some wealthy girl?" This comment caused another fit of coughing from Dwen Yi, his eyes watery from the spiciness. Lin Feng and Liu Ya exchanged glances and then got up to help him, one offering water and the other passing tissues. Once the coughing fit subsided, with red-rimmed eyes, Dwen Yi was caught by Lin Feng, who insinuated, "Don't tell me you really did." Liu Ya added, "Are you that bold, Dwen bro?" Just as Dwen Yi was about to say something, he looked up and saw a familiar face seated in the front left corner. Yin Nuan. When Liu Ya and Lin Feng also noticed her, they felt a bit awkward. Liu Ya remarked, "I forgot, this place is near their school." Dwen Yi wiped away the tears caused by the spiciness, saying, "It's okay, let's just eat." With Yin Nuan's unexpected appearance, the atmosphere at the dining table became tense. Although Liu Ya and Lin Feng were curious about Dwen Yi's eventful night, they decided to finish their meal before discussing it further. Little did they expect that as they didn't go to find Yin Nuan, she would end up sitting across from Dwen Yi just as they were finishing their meal. Lin Feng and Liu Ya exchanged uncomfortable glances, finding the situation awkward. Liu Ya awkwardly spoke up, "Junior, you might have misunderstood Yi. He and non-crossing are just friends. You." Yin Nuan looked at Liu Ya and replied, "Birds of a feather flock together. I don't believe your words." Liu Ya fell silent, and Lin Feng wanted to say something but was preempted by Dwen Yi, who asked, "Why did you come over?" Yin Nuan's gaze shifted back to Dwen Yi. Although their seats were a bit far from Dwen Yi and his friends, she could see them but not hear what they were saying. However, she noticed Dwen Yi's teary-eyed expression. Yin Nuan had long blocked Dwen Yi, so she hadn't received any messages from him. However, this hot pot restaurant was far from Dwen Yi's company but close to her school, a place they used to frequent together. She was certain that Dwen Yi was affected by her presence. She came not to cause trouble but to advise Dwen Yi. Yin Nuan said, "Non-crossing is a very good and outstanding person who is bound to become a big star in the future. Dwen Yi, you are not only unworthy of me, but also unworthy of someone as dazzling as her." Yin Nuan's words were harsh, and both Lin Feng and Liu Ya were starting to feel uncomfortable. Liu Ya said, "Yin Nuan, being together or not is fate. It's good to part on good terms. Why speak so harshly?" Lin Feng also added, "Because Yi and Nanxing's parents had a meal together, you're so sure there's a problem. You're too absolute, Junior." Unfortunately, Yi Nuan couldn't listen to the words of Liu Ya and Lin Feng. She only listened to what her roommates said. Yang Lela had said, Nuan, all men are the same. Even if they have food in their bowl, they still look at what's in the pot. Non-crossing may not like Dunyi, but Dunyi might have other thoughts. After all, non-crossing is so beautiful. Liu Linlin also said, yes, if he really cares about you, why would he have dinner with Nanxing's parents? The restaurants they picked are all very good, very thoughtful. The only one with a different opinion was Liu Li, who said, but their families are old acquaintances. In such cases, it's common for parents to have meals together, right? Yang Lela retorted, precisely because they are old acquaintances, Dunyi's parents must be satisfied with non-crossing. His parents don't avoid suspicion. They don't respect you. How can you be with Dunyi in the future? Yi Nuan felt that Yang Liu's analysis was correct. She used to have playful banter with Dunyi, but this time she was really angry. If Dunyi didn't try to make it up to her, she wouldn't remove him from her blacklist and wouldn't reconcile with him again. Liu Ya frowned. By speculating like this, aren't you betraying Yi and your good senior sister non-crossing? Lin Feng shook his head. The most important thing between couples is mutual trust. If you continue like this, you and Dunyi won't go far. They all knew about Dunyi and Nanxing's situation, and they knew that once Dunyi was with Yi Nuan, he no longer had feelings for non-crossing. Therefore, their group of friends still respected Yi Nuan, their younger sister-in-law. They never expected that when they met again, Yi Nuan would say such harsh words. Dunyi was so outstanding, yet she dared to say he wasn't worthy. If it weren't for maintaining a man's demeanor, Liu Ya would have wanted to slap Yi Nuan and scold her. How dare you say my Dunyi is not worthy? My Dunyi is the most worthy. A match made in heaven. Yi Nuan ignored Liu Ya and Lin Feng, just staring at Dunyi and said, I hope you won't appear in front of me again in the future. I don't want to see you. Yi Nuan thought that Dunyi would either get angry or coax her as he used to do. She sat there, waiting for Dunyi to speak. Unexpectedly, Dunyi just finished the last bite of spicy tripe in front of everyone, then put down his chopsticks and nodded, fine, as you wish. After that, Dunyi stood up, settle the bill, let's go. Liu Ya immediately stood up and muttered as he walked, my pot, the seating arrangement was wrong. In such a big city like Kyoto, the path of fate is still narrow. Lin Feng hurriedly bypassed and walked with them, at a lightning speed. Yi Nuan was stunned, feeling at a loss. Was this still the Dunyi she knew? How could he be so calm? At that moment, Yang Lelet, who was with Yi Nuan, also approached and disdainfully said, it's all just a trick of men playing hard to get, wanting you to yield first. Is that so? Yi Nuan was a bit lost. But after waiting for a while, Dunyi returned. Yi Nuan clenched her hands on her lap slightly, feeling somewhat delighted. Yang Lela smiled and said softly, see? That's playing hard to get. But Dunyi quickly approached, took her phone from the table, and said, sorry, forgot my phone. Then Dunyi turned without a second glance and left without a word. For some reason, Yi Nuan suddenly stood up and called out, Dunyi. Dunyi didn't look back, not even a glance at her. Yi Nuan's face turned pale then greenish, stomping her feet. Dunyi, if you leave today, it's really over between us. Dunyi kept walking, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. It was mealtime, so many people were dining there, and all eyes were drawn to Yi Nuan's voice, causing a stir. Feeling that she had lost all dignity in front of Dunyi, Yi Nuan suppressed her anger and grievances, and sat back down. Yang Lela stayed by her side, comforting her. Come on, Nuan, don't be sad. There are men everywhere on the street. Don't be sad over one who's not worth it. Yi Nuan nodded gloomily. By the time Dunyi came out, Liu Ya and Lin Feng had finished paying and were waiting for him. Liu Ya said, today, my chosen place wasn't good. I apologize. Shall we go to another place for a drink? Dunyi refused, not going. I have to work tomorrow. You guys should go back soon too. Seeing Dunyi in a bad mood, Lin Feng and Liu Ya didn't insist and just patted Dunyi's shoulder, understanding each other without saying a word. After everyone left, Dunyi looked back at the sign for Heiress. Life was just this dramatic. If that night, he hadn't acted rashly, he wouldn't have gotten married. But if Yi Nuan had trusted and communicated with him properly instead of being influenced by her roommate's provocations, that night wouldn't have happened either. Faced with Yi Nuan's accusations and complaints, he no longer felt like communicating. Even if Yi Nuan said there was sunlight at night, he would just accept it. This was his last look back. There won't be a time when he turns back for Yi Nuan again. He always believed that people worth turning back for won't easily drift apart. He once wanted to wait for her to understand that although he used to like non-crossing, he eventually fell in love with Yi Nuan. Only Yi Nuan could hold his attention. That was why he persisted for 2 years with Yi Nuan and even planned to propose after her graduation. He worked hard, saved money, and in his future plans, the woman he thought of in the house his father gave him was always Yi Nuan. Yi Nuan had said her family favored males over females, had a tough life, and just wanted a stable home. So he wanted to have a beacon of light in the vast lights of Kyoto that could belong to both of them. But now, he wouldn't look back anymore. Their paths won't converge among the lights of Kyoto. Yi Nuan was 2 years younger than him, playful and insecure. He could understand that a person couldn't bear repeated tests and countless suspicions. When he turned around and walked back in the direction he came from. Amused, he thought, Nuan, I've never lied to you. It's your attitude that truly hurts me. Dwen Yi's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. From now on, he would still be sincere to others, but perhaps he wouldn't have high hopes anymore. That's what Yi Nuan taught him. Yi Nuan sat at the table, facing her beloved hot pot and chilled watermelon. Normally, she would have been very happy, but this time, although Yang Lela was talking to her across the table, Yi Nuan couldn't pay attention. Her mind was filled with Dwen Yi's recent behavior. Was Dwen Yi really not planning to console her? Yi Nuan kept daydreaming. This Heiress restaurant held numerous memories of her and Dwen Yi's times together. Her family wasn't very well off, so they could only afford to come here occasionally. But ever since she was with Dwen Yi, he would bring her here whenever she wanted. Every time, he would order dishes she liked, and the first bite was always for her. Sensing Yi Nuan's emotional state, Yang Lele asked her, Nuan, are you really upset because of him? Yi Nuan shook her head, then nodded, and finally said, I can't describe how upset I am, but I'm not happy. Yang Lele was at a loss, not knowing what to say for a moment. She wanted to continue persuading, but seeing the slightly vacant and confused look in Yi Nuan's eyes, she quietly closed her mouth. Soon, the two of them finished their meal in silence and came out. Just as they were about to leave, Yi Nuan seemed to sense something and turned back to look at the sign of Hai Di Law. She felt a vague unease in her heart. If Dwen Yi had been present, he would have noticed that the spot where Yi Nuan was standing at that moment was where he had stood just before. But they were still not on the same path. Yang Lele anxiously held onto Yi Nuan's arm. Nuan. Yi Nuan snapped back to reality and looked at Yang Lele. Do you think I'm really just being unreasonable? Yang Lele wanted to say something, but Yi Nuan continued. Non-crossing said she would not have feelings for Dwen Yi. Even if Dwen Yi still has feelings for non-crossing, he won't get much in return. Yi Nuan was in pain, but I really can't accept the fact that Dwen Yi hasn't introduced me to his family yet, while his family has already accepted non-crossing. Yi Nuan knew that non-crossing was a very good person. Compared to non-crossing, she always felt inferior. After all, non-crossing was so outstanding, well-educated, a good person, beautiful, and fully devoted to her career, making her a very charming woman. Yang Lele said, Nuan, don't think about it. Let's go back to the dorm. Yi Nuan shook her head. Lele, you go back first. I have something to deal with. With that, Yi Nuan stopped a car and left. Yang Lele could only take a taxi back by herself. On the set, non-crossing had just finished shooting the final scene and was preparing to finish for the day when she saw a message from Yi Nuan. She immediately called back and Yi Nuan picked up quickly. Hello, non-crossing. Non-crossing, I just finished work. What's up? Yi Nuan was silent for a moment and said, Non-crossing, can we talk in person? Non-crossing glanced at the time, realizing it was already 7 p.m. and she hadn't eaten yet. So she arranged to meet at a small restaurant outside the set. Okay, I'll send you the location in a while. After hanging up the phone, non-crossing changed clothes. Her assistant had taken the day off, so she changed by herself, greeted everyone, and left the set. Non-crossing was wearing a comfortable suit, a hat, and a mask when she appeared at the restaurant. When she arrived, Yi Nuan was already there, with empty bottles of alcohol on the table. Non-crossing quickly went over and took the bottle from Yi Nuan's hand. Why are you drinking again? Yi Nuan's cheeks were red, and she didn't speak, but her eyes looked so sad. Seeing this, Non-crossing seemed to guess something and tentatively asked, "Is it because of Dwenyi?" Yin Nuan nodded quietly. In fact, non-crossing was not very clear about what had happened between Dwenyi and Yin Nuan. They had never discussed it in detail with her. Yin Nuan had always suspected that Dwenyi liked her, and non-crossing knew this too, so she rarely interacted with Dwenyi. Watching Yin Nuan like this, non-crossing couldn't help but sigh, saying, Nuan, since it was your decision to be with Dwenyi in the first place, you should be happy with him. Dwenyi and I are just friends from two families, nothing more. You shouldn't keep quarreling with him because of me. Moreover, when she found out 2 years ago that Dwenyi had a crush on her, she had firmly rejected him. In their circle, this was not a secret. Yin Nuan must have known, but she said, non-crossing, I don't mind your existence. What I mind is that after all this time, Dwenyi still hasn't let go of you. Non-crossing wondered how Yin Nuan could tell that Dwenyi hadn't let go of her. Non-crossing fell silent for a long time, then finally sighed, perhaps I was wrong. She shouldn't have tried to matchmake Dwenyi and Yin Nuan just because she had rejected him herself. Seeing how Yin Nuan and Dwenyi were struggling now, she felt that her decision back then had been too hasty. Yin Nuan interjected, No, non-crossing, you're not wrong. It's me. I am just too sensitive. Non-crossing, what should I do? Non-crossing picked up a beer from the table, drank it, and then said, Yin Nuan, if you're not happy, then just break up. Yin Nuan looked up in surprise, her eyes wide open from the alcohol she had consumed. Non-crossing. Non-crossing patted her head gently. We've known each other for a while. I won't harm you, but I did make a mistake in trying to match you with Dwenyi. If you're not happy, there's no need to force yourself. Nuan, I've never been in a relationship, but I know that stubborn girls and stubborn boys will eventually miss each other. We all have our opinions, and we should listen to each other's explanations and our inner voices. Life is lived by two people, and no matter what others say, your own true thoughts are the most important. After all, in this life, it's not easy to meet someone you like who is suitable for you. Some people, once missed, may never return. Yin Nuan was a bit confused. She didn't understand why what non-crossing said was different from what her friends said. Soon, non-crossing received a message, and she could only regretfully look at Yin Nuan. Nuan, the production team still has work, so I may not be able to continue having dinner with you. You should go back quickly. Yin Nuan smiled. Okay, non-crossing, you go ahead. I'll be fine. Non-crossing said, message me when you get back to the school. Drink less. Yin Nuan nodded and agreed, so non-crossing left, paying the bill at the counter before departing. After non-crossing left, Yin Nuan truly didn't drink anymore but pondered in her mind. Non-crossing had advised her sincerely, showing that she didn't hold any feelings for Dwenyi. Yin Nuan really needed to think about her future with Dwenyi. Was it right to hold on to past grievances? As time passed, Yin Nuan sat there for over an hour, deep in thought. It was already 10 p.m. when she finally took a taxi back to school. Meanwhile, Dwenyi had arrived near the Heng Lun company, following a location sent by Luo Qingyuan. He had driven his Volkswagen there. Luo Qingyuan had never ridden in such a low-end car before. She showed no emotion on her face or in her heart, but Cheng Suisui, standing beside her, had a somewhat conflicted expression. She hadn't yet recovered from Luo Qingyuan tearing up the marriage certificate, and now seeing this Volkswagen, she couldn't help but feel uneasy, not understanding why Luo was interested in Dwenyi. But since she was interested, Cheng Suisui knew she couldn't easily interfere and had to go along with her boss's performance. Cheng Suisui smiled and greeted Dwenyi as he got out of the car. Mr. Duan, I am Qingyuan's colleague. Dwenyi nodded with a smile, reached out his hand to give Cheng Suisui a simple handshake. Hello, I'm taking Qingyuan out for dinner now. Miss Cheng, would you like to join us? It's my treat. Cheng Suisui didn't dare to have a meal at the same table with Luo Qingyuan. She was extremely anxious, but showed no sign of it on her face. No, I have plans tonight, so I won't be able to accompany you. Dwenyi nodded, then opened the passenger door. Luo Qingyuan quickly got in. Cheng Suisui also left. Dwenyi drove off with Luo Qingyuan. Weren't we just talking on WeChat about not having eaten yet? What would you like to eat? I'll take you. Luo Qingyuan leaned her hand on the car window, supporting her head, with a hint of exhaustion between her eyebrows. Anything is fine, you decide. I'm not picky. Dwenyi raised an eyebrow, jokingly said, if I decide, It'll be just street stalls. After all, it was already late, and Dwayne couldn't think of anywhere else to eat. But subconsciously, Dwayne felt that Luo Qingyuan wouldn't eat at street stalls. To his surprise, he soon heard Luo Qingyuan's voice. Okay. Dwayne was taken aback for a moment, then said, just kidding. How about we go back and cook some noodles? Luo Qingyuan smiled slightly. Eating outside is the same. Take me to a place you often go to eat. Seeing her response, Dwayne agreed. He drove to a familiar night market and soon stopped in front of a noodle shop. The food here is very good. They mainly sell barbecued food at night, of course. They also serve noodles. This was a restaurant where Dwayne and a few close friends had been eating since primary school. Luo Qingyuan nodded and followed him out of the car. Outside the noodle shop, they saw a barbecue stand. The boss was busy grilling skewers and, when he saw Dwayne, he smiled and said, Kid Dwayne, have a seat by yourself. Dwayne smiled. Sure, Uncle Liu, you're busy. Don't worry about me. Uncle Liu noticed Luo Qingyuan by Dwayne's side and couldn't help his curiosity. You used to come with your buddies. How come you brought your girlfriend today? You have good taste, kid. A beautiful girl. Dwayne felt a bit embarrassed. Uncle Liu, she's not my girlfriend. Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Qingyuan naturally took his arm and declared her sovereignty. Indeed, we aren't boyfriend and girlfriend. Uncle Liu, we just got married yesterday. I'm his wife. Uncle Liu's hands holding the skewers trembled for a moment. What? Kid Dwayne, you got married? Dwayne could only nod. Yes, but before he could continue, Uncle Liu exclaimed, you got married without even telling me. I'll send you a gift. Luo Qingyuan smiled confidently. Uncle Liu, we haven't had a wedding yet. Uncle Liu realized. So you got the marriage certificate first. Luo Qingyuan nodded, and Uncle Liu laughed. All right. Remember to invite Uncle Liu to your wedding. Today, eat to your heart's content. It's on Uncle Liu. Wife, hurry up. Dwayne brought his wife to eat noodles. Aunt Liu quickly came out of the noodle shop, smiling and inviting them in. Come in. Dwayne's wife, what would you like to eat? Auntie will make it for you. Luo Qingyuan looked at Dwayne. What's delicious here? Any recommendations? Dwayne had to go along with the flow. Auntie, give her a bowl of the signature noodles. Aunt Liu replied. Sure, come in and sit down. It's quieter upstairs. Auntie will bring it up to you later. Dwayne expressed his thanks and Luo Qingyuan also said, Thank you, Auntie. Aunt Liu seemed very happy and worked much faster. Dwayne led Luo Qingyuan upstairs. Before they could sit down, Dwayne looked at her and said, Luo sister, you are quite outgoing. Ha. Luo Qingyuan smiled perfectly. Brother Dwayne, everything I said is true. Dwayne couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Dwayne wanted to argue. Are you trying to announce our marriage to the world? Luo Qingyuan replied. What's wrong with that? You want to keep it a secret? Dwayne, flustered. No. What do you mean by keeping it a secret? Our relationship isn't stable yet. This sudden marriage is completely unexpected for everyone. You should give everyone some time to adjust. Luo Qingyuan teased. We already slept together. Are you saying we're not familiar? Dwayne felt exasperated. You're unreasonable. He was perplexed by how logical she was acting. In this battle of wits, Luo Qingyuan emerged victorious, leaving Dwayne feeling like he had entered a tiger's den after escaping from a wolf's lair. Dwayne wondered how he would deal with this woman in the future. As he pondered, Aunt Liu brought two bowls of noodles, delicious and fragrant. Your uncle is grilling skewers for you outside. Enjoy your meal. Aunt wishes you a happy marriage, Aunt Liu said warmly, making Dwayne feel awkward. Dwayne wanted to leave quickly without inconveniencing Aunt Liu, but she insisted, Kid Dwayne, it's not a bother at all. In the future, come with your wife more often. Aunt Liu then left, leaving Dwayne and Luo Qingyuan looking at each other. Ignoring him, Luo Qingyuan started eating calmly. Dwayne still felt that something was off but couldn't articulate it. Meanwhile, while eating, Luo Qingyuan brought up her plans to open a coffee shop near Dwayne's company and wanted him to manage it directly. Dwayne was shocked. How big is the shop? Luo Qingyuan replied. Around 100 square meters. Dwayne felt dizzy. Was Luo Qingyuan really a billionaire? Next moment, Luo Qingyuan added, I don't have money. You will finance the decoration. Dwayne snapped back. No way. Luo Qingyuan offered. In return, we'll split the profits 70-30. Dwayne's eyes sparkled. I get 70%? Luo Qingyuan nodded. You get 70. Dwayne reluctantly agreed. Was it his imagination, Or was Luo Qingyuan being unusually kind to him? Dwen Yi's eyes were evasive. All right. When Luo Qingyuan looked down for a moment, she couldn't help but smirk to herself. She had acquired the location of the shop through her connections today. Why? To create more opportunities to meet Dwen Yi, of course. Since Dwen Zi was assigned out, his transfer order would come down tomorrow. Despite many lower-tier employees at Hen Lun not knowing her, her frequent appearances at the company posed a risk of running into Dwen Zi, potentially blowing her cover. Her job at Hen Lun was known to everyone in the Dwen family, except for Dwen Yi, as the assistant to a senior board member, also Dwen Zi's superior. A proper business elite. The chairman of Hen Lun was her, known as Miss Luo, not Luo Qingyuan. As long as Dwen Zi wasn't around, her identity remained hidden. Lost in her thoughts, Luo Qingyuan's gaze returned to Dwen Yi. She couldn't help but feel that she was starting to care more about this impromptu marriage partner than she had anticipated. Dwen Yi was still pondering the recent turn of events when he pinched himself to confirm if he was dreaming, resulting in a painful grimace. Watching Dwen Yi in pain, Luo Qingyuan's heart softened. She thought to herself, forget it, he's so clueless. Giving him a bit more leeway won't hurt. The grilled skewers came up quickly because Liu Shen took care of Luo Qingyuan, so there were very few chili peppers put by Auntie Liu. Luo Qingyuan's appetite was not big to begin with. She wasn't picky about food. Noodles were okay, but she really couldn't get used to grilled skewers. So after finishing the noodles, Luo Qingyuan put down her chopsticks. Dwen Yi, have some skewers. Uncle Liu's skewers are especially delicious. Luo Qingyuan shook her head and refused. I don't like them. Dwen Yi shrugged, didn't force it further, but since he had already had dinner, he packed up the skewers to take away. Luo Qingyuan turned back to look at the store name, Liu's Signature Noodles. Although she didn't like grilled skewers, she found this store quite appealing. By helping with some promotion and expanding the store a bit, she could do it. The two of them soon drove back home. The house already had a homely feel tonight, no longer empty. Luo Qingyuan went to take a shower first. Meanwhile, Dwen Yi received a call from Dwen Zi, learning that Dwen Zi would be temporarily working in H-City early tomorrow morning for 6 months to handle a project and could be promoted upon return, with a corresponding raise in salary. This was good news, and Dwen Yi was extremely happy. Brother, what time is your flight tomorrow? Should I take you there? Dwen Zi was also pleased. No need, you stay with your sister-in-law and take care of her. Although the salary of a senior executive assistant is high, the workload is also intense. Dwen Yi only realized later. Wait, brother, did you say that Luo Qingyuan works in Hen Lun? Dwen Zi. Yes. She's a white-collar executive at a high level. I heard she knows the assistant manager Cheng Ya and has some relationship with her. Sister-in-law is so remarkable at a young age. You should learn from her. Dwen Yi was well aware of how formidable Hen Lun was. Not for his brother being a graduate student, he wouldn't even be able to enter Hen Lun. Dwen Yi was stunned. The Cheng Ya you mentioned, is she called Cheng Suisui? There was an obvious silence from the other end, and Dwen Zi was somewhat caught off guard. How do you know? Dwen Yi explained. I saw Cheng Suisui when I picked up Qingyuan today, and she even greeted her by name. Dwen Zi fell silent for even longer. That was Cheng Suisui. She was the one who handled all the projects for the company and presented them to the higher-ups. Cheng Suisui was known for her stern and impartial demeanor, exceptional business acumen, and held a doctoral degree. She was the right-hand assistant to the CEO and had never been known to be friendly with anyone. Dwen Yi, sensing the lack of response from Dwen Zi, was curious. What's wrong? Dwen Zi came back to reality. Nothing. Only your wife ... Really impressive. With that, Dwen Zi didn't say much more. A girl like Luo Qingyuan reaching such heights was already impressive, and he had no intention of promoting her further. After all, the higher-ups were not easy to handle, and it was better to focus on steady promotion. The two chatted casually for a while before hanging up. Dwen Yi was now relieved. No wonder she's so wealthy. A senior executive assistant. Dwen Yi murmured a few words, put the grilled skewers in the fridge, and went back to the room to take a shower. Shortly after, Luo Qingyuan came out in pajamas to pour herself a glass of water. Dwen Yi, also in pajamas, came out wanting to get some water from the kitchen. When their eyes met, inevitably, there was a bit of embarrassment. He hadn't gotten used to having a woman at home. Luo Qingyuan poured a glass of water for Dwen Yi and said, let's find a time to go back to your place together and bring all your things over. Dwen Yi took the warm water and asked curiously, Miss Luo, Did you get into character so quickly? Luo Qingyuan smiled, approached Duan Yi, stood on tiptoe, and whispered softly in his ear, I can get into character even faster if you want to try it out. Duan Yi glanced sideways, only seeing the fair and slender neck of Luo Qingyuan, unbidden. The scene of that night flashed vividly in his mind. He had touched that neck, with just one hand. He could grasp it. Duan Yi couldn't handle such teasing. If it continued, he would definitely make a mistake. Although they were legally married, Duan Yi still felt it was improper. After much contemplation, he decided he should refrain from doing anything for now. But before he could say anything, Luo Qingyuan chuckled lightly. You look like you've broken out in a cold sweat. It's quite entertaining. With that, Luo Qingyuan carried the water back to the room. Duan Yi felt a bit flushed, wanting to say something, but standing in place, he could only remain silent. His life was now being pushed forward entirely. Duan Yi sighed and then went back to the room. The next day, Luo Qingyuan went to work at Henglun, while Duan Yi went to the company. They were heading in opposite directions for work, but their home was located between the two companies, so the distance was roughly the same for both. Cheng Suisui and Liu Yan were already at the office early in the morning, waiting for Luo Qingyuan at the office entrance with the project in hand. However, Luo Qingyuan didn't show up. She was at the best high-end cafe in downtown. When she arrived, the place had already been cleared out, with staff stationed at the door. Seeing Luo Qingyuan approaching, they respectfully greeted her. Miss, you've arrived. Without a glance, Luo Qingyuan nodded and walked in. Every 2 meters from the entrance to the upstairs, there were 2 guards standing facing each other in suits. Luo Qingyuan had to walk through the middle of them. She arrived at the elevator, where the guards respectfully bowed. Miss, the old lady is waiting for you upstairs. Luo Qingyuan entered the elevator, going up to the 2nd floor where there were even more guards. Tearing over, she couldn't see the end of the people, yet all made way for her. A woman in her 40s or 50s walked out. Luo Qingyuan. Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang approached, smiling kindly. Miss, hurry over. The old lady is inside waiting for you. Luo Qingyuan nodded and looked around, feeling a headache coming on. Her grandmother always made such a scene, so exaggerated. You can all go down. Don't stand here. Luo Qingyuan spoke. Mrs. Wang nodded, and everyone present walked away. No one dared to lift their heads to look at Luo Qingyuan, all keeping their heads down and walking quickly. Only then did Luo Qingyuan walk inside. Grandma, why can't you change your ostentatious ways? A woman in a luxurious white hair outfit stood up, smiling, and looked past Luo Qingyuan. Where is my precious grandson-in-law? Luo Qingyuan lamented. I didn't bring him. The old lady's face darkened slightly. She sat down without haste and pushed the unpalatable coffee in front of her a bit further. The old lady. I'm trying to be fashionable and stylish, but I'm still drinking this awful coffee. You got married and didn't bring your husband to see grandma. Luo Qingyuan quickly messaged on her phone. Mrs. Wang, bring up the juice. After doing all this, Luo Qingyuan leisurely took a sip of the coffee the old lady had just made for show. She then said, Grandma is introverted and doesn't dare to meet people. The old lady gently rubbed the jade ring on her hand and asked, Is it really you who did a certain something for someone? The old lady had trouble getting the words out and her old face turned red. Luo Qingyuan nodded. It was me. The old lady closed her eyes briefly. What a mess. Taking a deep breath, she finally said, Since it has already happened, no matter what your relationship with that boy is, choosing to marry him is the right thing. Our Luo family's girl dared to act and should take full responsibility. You should offer more compensation. Luo Qingyuan nodded. I gave him 10 million. The old lady immediately widened her eyes. Why are you so stingy? At that moment, Aunt Wang came over with freshly squeezed orange juice in her hand and placed it in front of the old lady. The old lady's eyes lit up and she took a few sips, then said, Fruit juice is still the best. Solve the coffee. Don't waste it. Luo Qingyuan smiled, then nodded. Yes, grandmother. The old lady looked at Luo Qingyuan again and sighed. Have a child as soon as possible. I will keep this matter from others for now. If the Zhang family and your parents find out, you won't be spared. The old lady then took out a black card from her pocket and handed it to Luo Qingyuan. Give it to your son-in-law. Consider it as compensation. Luo Qingyuan accepted it without blinking. Luo International Bank is present worldwide, so she doesn't need the black card, and she already has many. But this was her grandmother's intention. The old lady brought her here and without her support, having Dwenny recognized by the family would have been impossible. Luo Qingyuan glanced at the time and said, "Grandmother, I won't accompany you. I'll go to work first." The old lady said, "What's so good about work? Go see the house I prepared for your son-in-law first." Luo Qingyuan twitched her mouth. "Grandmother, where did you buy a house this time?" The old lady laughed awkwardly, thinking she had too much money to spend. "The villa at Qingyu Bay. As long as your son-in-law is satisfied, I'll transfer it to him immediately as compensation. After all, you." The old lady abruptly stopped talking, leaving Luo Qingyuan at a loss, so she revealed the fact that she was planning to keep her family's wealth secret from Dwenny. After a few seconds of silence, the old lady said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? It's a good thing he didn't come." The old lady added, "Next time we meet, I'll dress shabbily." Then the old lady stood up and said, "Grandma's leaving. Don't let your son-in-law discover that I'm just a poor old lady with nothing but money. Farewell." Luo Qingyuan helplessly said, "Grandmother, take your time." The old lady didn't look back and quickly disappeared with brisk steps. Just as Luo Qingyuan was about to leave, four bodyguards approached her. The leader said, "Miss, we are all retired soldiers. The old lady asked us to follow you." After a moment of consideration, Luo Qingyuan said, "Go to Henlin and wait there. I'll call you if needed." Understood. Luo Qingyuan drove back to the company alone. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Dwenny received a location sent by Luo Qingyuan. He looked closely and realized that it was right below his company building. Hurrying down, he saw Luo Qingyuan's eye-catching BMW. Glancing around, he approached the car and knocked on the window. Luo Qingyuan glanced at him and opened the passenger window directly. "Get in." Confused, Dwenny asked, "Why? Where are we going when I'm supposed to pick up my dad?" Luo Qingyuan pointed ahead. Dwenny looked in the direction she indicated and saw his father, Dwen Shun, waving at him before getting into a colleague's car. Dwenny thought to himself, "Dad, you've got a good eye." He could only sit in the passenger seat and hold onto his bag as Luo Qingyuan drove off. Looking out the window, Dwenny saw a familiar figure pass by. He quickly glanced at the rearview mirror and confirmed it was Yi Nuan. They were an hour's drive apart from her school to his workplace. What was she doing here? Despite briefly pondering, Dwenny stopped thinking and sat quietly. Luo Qingyuan asked, "What would you like to eat later?" Dwenny replied, "How about hot pot?" Luo Qingyuan suggested, "Let's go to the supermarket to buy ingredients and cook at home." Dwenny happily agreed, "Sure." Soon, Dwenny's phone vibrated, and he hesitantly glanced at it. The caller ID displayed Nuan Nuan. Frowning, he looked at Luo Qingyuan. Luo Qingyuan smiled. "If you want to answer, go ahead. Why should I mind?" Dwenny answered the call. "Hello?" Yi Nuan asked, "Where are you?" Dwenny replied, "I'm out with a friend." Yi Nuan's emotions quickly escalated, scolding him for going out with friends so soon after their breakup. She accused him of not caring about her and being involved with other people. Luo Qingyuan parked the car and gestured for Dwenny to stay put while she stepped out. Dwenny nodded, and Luo Qingyuan left. Eventually, only Dwenny remained in the car. After waiting for a while without a response, Yi Nuan started to feel anxious. She apologized for her outburst, saying she was just worried and asked to meet and talk things out. Dwenny finally spoke up, telling her that their relationship had reached its end, despite the ups and downs over the years. He informed her that he was already seeing someone else. Yi Nuan was shocked and angry, calling him names and expressing her disappointment. She ended the call, feeling betrayed, and Dwenny confessed that he had been with another woman since the night after their breakup. This revelation hit Yi Nuan hard, but Dwenny remained firm in his decision. Yi Nuan's emotions collapsed. In the past, even when she was angry, she wouldn't curse so harshly. Before, Dwenny would explain and coax her. But this time, he just listened quietly, because he really wanted to cleanly break things off with Yi Nuan. Yi Nuan cried and cursed until she was tired, and only then did Dwenny speak up. "Nuan Nuan, I'm sorry, but please don't call me any more in the future." After saying that, Dwenny wanted to hang up the phone. Unexpectedly, Yi Nuan suddenly asked him, "Where are you?" Dwenny sighed. "No matter what you do now, we can't go back, so there's no need to meet." With that, this time, Dwenny hung up first. He quickly added Yi Nuan's number to the blacklist. There was no one in his blacklist, and Yi Nuan became the first. 2 years ago, on the night when he was pushed out by non-crossing, Yi Nuan followed him, So no matter how excessive she acted in these 2 years, Dwayne cherished everything they experienced that night. However, as time passed, Dwayne gradually understood that sometimes ... one moment between people is enough. Nuon tried calling Dwayne again, but her calls couldn't get through. She blinked, feeling incredulous. Doesn't this time differ from the past? If he just coaxed her a bit, she would soften and they would reconcile. Why ... Nuon refused to believe it, desperately calling Dwayne. But no matter how many times she called, she only heard the fixed voice prompt. With red eyes, she trembled as she opened WeChat, removed Dwayne from the blacklist, and tried calling him again, only to be met with a red exclamation mark. Just like how she had blacklisted Dwayne before, this time, Dwayne was the one to blacklist her. Nuon could no longer escape. She began to feel anxious. The thought of losing Dwayne was unbearable. However, after calming down, Nuon understood that Dwayne was not the kind of person. They had been together for 2 years, which may not be long but was not short either. She believed she still understood Dwayne to some extent. Dwayne must have been provoked by her, which was why he used this per excuse to avoid her. She didn't believe there was anyone else beside Dwayne. Non-crossing was Dwayne's secret crush during his student days, but their relationship became well known later on. Whereas she was Dwayne's first love, she didn't trust Dwayne's excuses, stubbornly determined to find him. So, Nuon immediately took a taxi to Dwayne's home. Dwayne had previously suggested bringing Nuon home to meet his family, but Nuon had declined, as she felt unworthy and saw no reason to meet Dwayne's parents. Therefore, Nuon only knew the residential complex where Dwayne lived but not his apartment number. She could only wait outside the community, hoping to catch him. By that time, Dwayne had already left and was heading towards Luo Qingyuan. Seeing him approach, Luo Qingyuan did not inquire about the phone issue but instead handed him some design sketches, saying, "Look, these are several designs for the cafe. Do you like any of them?" Dwayne naturally took them and, after browsing through, pointed to one and said, "I quite like this one." Luo Qingyuan glanced at it and then handed the designs to someone behind her, saying, "Make this one." "All right, Miss Luo." The workers quickly got to work. Dwayne was a bit dumbfounded. "Are we going with my suggestion? Don't you have any ideas of your own?" Luo Qingyuan faintly smiled. "If you like it, that's all that matters. After all, you'll be the one running the shop in the future." Dwayne asked, "But don't you want to see it?" Luo Qingyuan walked towards the shop entrance. I'll come over after work and even bring you some delicious food. Sound go?" Dwayne nodded. "That works." Luo Qingyuan chuckled and said, "The cafe doesn't have a name yet. Why don't you think of one?" Dwayne suggested, "Let's call it One Cafe. I'm not in the humanities field, so I can't think of anything sophisticated." Luo Qingyuan nodded. "All right, One Cafe it is. When I get back, I'll have a few people design a logo. Remember to choose one later." Dwayne replied, "Okay." Over the past few days spending time with Luo Qingyuan, Dwayne has somewhat figured out her personality. She prefers getting things done all at once. As the workers were busy, Dwayne and Luo Qingyuan roamed around the cafe. Dwayne remarked, "Shouldn't we oversee this personally?" Luo Qingyuan, in a daze, responded, "It's not necessary. The workers we hired are honest and reliable. There shouldn't be any issues." Unspoken was the fact that these were their own workers, and efficiency was rapid with no room for them to cut corners under Luo Qingyuan's watch. Dwayne smiled and said, "You might not understand this." Continuing, Dwayne lowered his voice. "For renovations like this, you need someone to keep a close eye. Otherwise, workers might mess things up." Originally, Luo Qingyuan intended to advise Dwayne, but seeing his serious and cautious expression, she found it amusing. So, with a deeper smile in her eyes, Luo Qingyuan asked, "How should we supervise then?" Seeing Luo Qingyuan's agreeable demeanor, Dwayne thought to himself, "This Miss Luo seems quite cooperative. How about this? I'll have my brother keep an eye during my work hours, and I'll come personally on weekends." Though Luo Qingyuan knew the work could be completed in 2 days, she found Dwayne's enthusiasm interesting. Consequently, she readily agreed. "Sure." Dwayne chimed in, "I'll have them come back tomorrow. I'll contact my brother." Luo Qingyuan asked, "Aren't they working?" Dwayne chuckled. "Lin Fun is planning to study abroad in the latter half of this year, so he currently doesn't have much on his plate." Luo Qingyuan nodded. "All right, make sure to treat him to a nice meal." Dwayne smirked and before he knew it, said, "Let's treat him together." Taken aback slightly, Luo Qingyuan stared at Dwayne. "Dwayne, Sensing Luo Qingyuan's probing gaze, stutter, "WH what?" Luo Qingyuan straightforwardly stated, "I thought you wouldn't introduce me to your good friends." Dun Yi's face felt slightly hot, wondering why he felt so controlled by Luo Qingyuan. However, he subconsciously believed that Luo Qingyuan was his wife, and he shouldn't keep things from her. "So," Dun Yi explained, "she is my ex-girlfriend, Yi Nuan. She came to see me probably wanting to get back together, but I told her that I am with someone now." Actually, Luo Qingyuan knew that Dun Yi didn't need to explain this to her, but Dun Yi was willing to do so voluntarily, and she then felt that she had a good sense of judgment. So, she was in a good mood and glanced at Dun Yi, saying, "I'll cover the bill tonight, you can order whatever you like." Dun Yi, seeing this, also said, "Then I won't be polite." Luo Qingyu laughed, "No need to be polite." So, the two of them quickly reached the supermarket. Luo Qingyuan parked the car, and they walked in together. As soon as Dun Yi entered, he headed straight to the fresh food section, grabbed some freshly sliced beef, 3 boxes of fatty beef rolls, and some fresh tripe, while Luo Qingyuan just followed behind, pushing a cart. As she said, no matter what Dun Yi picked, she watched happily. Dun Yi kept picking while walking, also bought many fresh vegetables and fruits, grabbed hot pot base ingredients, and even went to the snack area to get snacks and beer. The cart pushed by Luo Qingyuan was almost full. Dun Yi was content with his choices, then turned to look at Luo Qingyuan, and took the cart from her hands, asking, "What else do you want to eat?" Luo Qingyuan replied, "I like what you picked. Is there anything else you want to eat?" Dun Yi smiled and asked her, "Are you not worried I'll clean out the supermarket?" Luo Qingyuan replied, "If you do, you'll foot the bill." Dun Yi said, "You said it. No backing out." Luo Qingyuan nodded helplessly, and so, the two of them pushed the cart loaded with items to the checkout, and Luo Qingyuan paid a total of 631.78 yuan. Luo Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, thinking it was quite cheap, and with all these ingredients, they would have enough to eat for a long time. Luo Qingyuan rarely went to supermarkets, as all the ingredients she needed were prepared by her housekeeper. Even when abroad, she didn't have to go shopping herself, and she knew how to cook because she learned from recipes out of boredom. Together, they loaded the items into the car and drove home. When they arrived home, it was already 7:30 in the evening. Dun Yi went to cook, Luo Qingyuan went to wash the vegetables, and the two of them helped each other out. In less than an hour, the dishes were all on the table. Dun Yi looked at the table full of food, and couldn't help but take a photo, posted it on his social media, without any caption. They discussed renovation details while enjoying hot pot. Meanwhile, Yi Nuan waited and waited but did not see Dun Yi's figure. She couldn't take it anymore and called Non-Crossing. Non-Crossing had just finished showering at home and hadn't dried her hair, but called Dun Yi immediately upon Yi Nuan's request. However, at that moment, Dun Yi and Luo Qingyuan were having a great time and paid no attention to the phone in the living room. Unable to reach Dun Yi, Non-Crossing had no choice but to get dressed, put on her shoes, and get ready to go out. Non-Xing's father, Non-Crossing, "It's late, where are you going?" Non-Crossing, "Dad, I have something to discuss with Dun Yi." And with that, Non-Crossing left. She and Dun Yi lived in the same community, but due to their different work schedules, they rarely crossed paths. Non-Crossing went upstairs, knocked on Dun Yi's door, and Ding Yifan opened the door. Seeing Non-Crossing, Ding Yifan smiled happily. Non-Crossing, coming quickly. Non-Crossing smiled and said, "Aunt Ding, is Dun Yi home?" Ding Yifan replied, "Ziyi has moved out. Didn't he tell you?" Non-Crossing was stunned. "Moved out? Isn't this place close to where he works? Why did he move out?" Ding Yifan intended to mention Dun Yi's wife, but Non-Crossing quickly interrupted her. "If that's the case, Aunt Ding, I won't come in. I have something to do, so I'll leave. Thank you, Aunt." Ding Yifan wanted to say more, but Non-Crossing had already walked away. Ding Yifan could only say, "Okay then, bring your parents next time to visit." Non-Xing's voice came from afar, "Sure, Aunt Ding, good night." Ding Yifan smiled, closed the door, and asked Dun Sheng, who was holding a teacup, "Who was that?" Ding Yifan, "That's Non-Crossing, here to look for Ziyi." Dun Sheng pushed up his glasses, "I quite like that Non-Crossing." Ding Yifan smiled at him, "Do you really like Non-Crossing? Or do you want to become in-laws with her father?" Dun Sheng didn't mind being teased and said with a smile, "We've been friends for so many years, of course, we want to get closer." Non-crossing is a girl we watched grow up. It's a shame though that Ziyi doesn't have that luck. Ding Yifan. I think King Yuan's child is also good. Ziyi is quite lucky. Dwen Sheng. Yes, King Yuan's child knows how to behave. Ziyi has found a treasure. Ding Yifan nodded in agreement. That's true. Dwen Sheng shook his head helplessly, resumed reading. Meanwhile, Non-crossing quickly left the neighborhood and saw Yin Nuan squatting on the roadside. Non-crossing ran over. Nuan. Yin Nuan stood up, her eyes swollen from crying, and rushed over to hug Non-crossing. Non-crossing, does he not want me anymore? Non-crossing didn't know what to say and could only pat Yin Nuan's shoulder, comforting her. Don't worry, maybe he's just a little angry. Apologize sincerely and everything will be fine. Yin Nuan cried. But he doesn't even want to see me. Non-crossing fell silent for a moment and said, I just went to Dwen Yi's house. His parents said he moved out. Yin Nuan suddenly looked up. Moved out? Where could he have gone? Non-crossing shook her head. I don't know, he hasn't answered my calls. Upon hearing this, Yin Nuan cried even harder. Non-crossing said, Stop crying. Nuan, why don't you stay at my place tonight and go back to school tomorrow? Okay. Non-crossing tried to comfort her carefully, but Yin Nuan couldn't stop crying. It was not until Non-crossing received a call back from Dwen Yi that it was already 10 o'clock at night. Non-crossing, in a dilemma, said, Dwen Yi, Zi Nuan is waiting for you at the neighborhood entrance, crying a lot. Do you want to come and take a look? Dwen Yi fell silent for a moment. He could faintly hear Yin Nuan's crying. Dwen Yi rubbed his forehead wearily and said, Non-crossing, I won't go. Could you please get a cab to take her back? I'll reimburse the fare. Non-crossing was dumbfounded. Was Dwen Yi really going to break up with Yin Nuan? Non-crossing. Dwen Yi, let's talk it over thoroughly. Don't. Dwen Yi cut off Non-crossing directly. Dwen Yi, Non-crossing, I'm with someone, and we live together. Non-crossing was stunned. Having grown up with Dwen Yi, how could she not know who was by his side? Non-crossing. Dwen Yi, you can't be serious about this. Dwen Yi had already hung up the phone. Non-crossing looked at her screen, feeling a strange and incomprehensible feeling in her heart. Someone beside Dwen Yi. She found it hard to believe, but Dwen Yi had never lied to her. While Yin Nuan still gazed longingly at Non-crossing. Non-crossing, does Dwen Yi not care about me anymore? Non-crossing finally came to his senses, put away his phone, and then looked seriously at Yin Nuan. Nuan, just listen to one thing from Non-crossing. No matter how Dwen Yi is, you always have to live. It's already late today. Let's go back first, or I can take a taxi to send you back, and we can think about how to handle this tomorrow when it's bright. Is that okay? Yin Nuan wiped away her tears with her hand. Non-crossing, I'll listen to you, but you have to find a way to help me. Saying that, Yin Nuan forced a smile and continued. After all, Dwen Yi has always listened to you. Non-crossing was slightly stunned, then asked, Is that so? In this world, only you would think that way. Non-crossing sigh, reached out to hold Yin Nuan's shoulder, and said, Let's go. Stay at my place tonight. Yin Nuan shook her head. Non-crossing, I don't want to cause you trouble, since Dwen Yi isn't here. I'll go back to school today. Non-crossing, seeing this, didn't insist further, took out her phone to call a taxi for Yin Nuan. Then I'll send you back by taxi. Soon, the car arrived. Non-crossing sent Yin Nuan into the car. Remember to let me know when you arrive. Yin Nuan nodded. Thank you, Non-crossing. Non-crossing shook her head and closed the car door for Yin Nuan. Watching the car gradually moving away, Non-crossing opened WeChat, scrolled through the conversation with Dwen Yi, which was from several days ago when she asked Dwen Yi to come to the set to pick up Nuan. Non-crossing looked at the conversation box, unconsciously scrolled up. Their chat records over the past 2 years were sparse, and even if they existed, they were all about Yin Nuan. Arguments between Yin Nuan and Dwen Yi were not uncommon, but it was the first time Dwen Yi refused to come pick up Yin Nuan. Even when she asked, Dwen Yi declined. In the end, Non-crossing messaged Dwen Yi, I've sent Nuan back by taxi. By this time, it was around 11 o'clock at night. She felt she should send the message and not think about it anymore as she used to. But this time, Non-crossing suspiciously stared at the chat box for a full 5 minutes. Dwen Yi had just finished showering and saw the message, so he transferred 200 over and added, Thanks. Non-crossing watched as the other person was typing something, but then, There was no more response. Non-crossing blinked in confusion. She didn't accept the money. After waiting a bit, non-crossing messaged again. Twinny, are you serious this time? After sending the message, non-crossing returned home and lay on the bed, staring at the screen in silence. She waited and waited, until 11:30. Twinny replied, I am serious. Non-crossing didn't know what to say, but she felt she needed to show some reaction. After all, it was because of her that Yi Nuan and Twinny got together in the first place. So, non-crossing messaged, I'm sorry, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have come to this point. This time, Twinny replied quickly, non-crossing, it's all in the past. Non-crossing quickly typed out, what do you mean it's all in the past? But non-crossing never had the courage to hit send. She wanted to ask Twinny if the past with Yi Nuan was over or if their years of friendship were over. But she felt she didn't have the right to ask. Non-crossing deleted the conversation box, then said, let's have a meal together when you have time. There was no response in the chat box, and non-crossing waited until midnight, still without a reply from Twinny. Just when non-crossing thought Twinny wouldn't respond, he replied, okay. Non-crossing sat up abruptly. Twinny sent another message. By the way, I have something to tell you. Twinny thought that his marriage was something others might not know, but his brother and non-crossing had to find out, so he planned to announce it on a specific day. After sending the message, Twinny went to sleep, as he had to work the next day. Whether it was a misconception of Twinny, he felt that his current days were comfortable, and he dozed off in a daze. On the contrary, Nanxing's heart was beating wildly and chaotically. What did Twinny want to say? Was it really because of her that Twinny and Yi Nuan broke up? But that had already been 2 years ago, and during these 2 years, Twinny had never shown her any hint of affection. Non-crossing felt a sense of delight that even she didn't notice, but more of it was nervousness and panic. She was worried that if everything turned out as she suspected, then in front of Nuan, she wouldn't be able to hold her head up high, right? Twinny slept soundly, yet non-crossing tossed and turned throughout the night, while Yi Nuan stayed awake all night, going to her 8 a.m. class the next day with dark circles under her eyes. In the morning, Twinny and Luo Qingyuan set off to work separately, planning to meet at a cafe in the evening. As soon as Luo Qingyuan arrived at the office, Cheng Suisui handed her the artist signing list for Star Entertainment. Boss Luo, this is the list of artists under Star Entertainment. Luo Qingyuan took it casually. We looked into it last time. Do you to see any promising new talents? Cheng Suisui and Liuyan exchanged glances and then lowered their heads. Liuyan said, Boss Luo, you make the decision. Cheng Suisui nodded in agreement. Luo Qingyuan chuckled. When did you to become so cautious? Spit it out. So. Liuyan took the lead. Yes, I think there are a few promising talents among this batch. Luo Qingyuan placed the file on the table. Go on. Liuyan stepped forward, opened the file, and found Nanxing's information. Boss Luo, this new popular female star, non-crossing, is excellent in terms of figure and looks. I've seen her work, and I think she's worth promoting. Luo Qingyuan thoughtfully looked at Nanxing's profile card and then turned to Cheng Suisui. What do you think? Cheng Suisui said. Non-crossing was our collective decision. Many female stars have good figures, but outstanding acting skills are rare. Non-crossing is one of those rare talents, and she has been in supporting roles for several years. It might be worth promoting her. So, Luo Qingyuan made a firm decision. All right, let's consider non-crossing. Tell Chen Fun to select a good drama for non-crossing as the female lead, pair her up with a male star with high popularity, and cast a few more popular stars in supporting roles. If this show doesn't take off, we'll find someone else for non-crossing. Cheng Suisui nodded. Luo Qingyuan said, continue. Who else? Let's cast them all in a drama together. So, the morning was spent discussing the future development of Star Entertainment. At lunchtime, Cheng Suisui said, Boss Luo, Assistant Director Su reserved a private room at New Moon Restaurant and invited you for lunch. Luo Qingyuan wasn't keen on this kind of social event but remembered the night with Twinny. That person was clearly very skilled at manipulating people, leaving no trace behind. When she led Twinny into room 504, she didn't show her face, but the night she went to the Capital Bar was known by the company. So, Luo Qingyuan said, have them get ready. I'll go later. She always felt no rush. As long as the person who drugged her was still in the company, they would be caught sooner or later. But now, She was starting to get impatient. She was already married to Duan Yi and couldn't have another time like that. 12 noon. Crescent Moon Restaurant. Luo Qingyuan was escorted inside, and the waiters all bowed, not daring to look up. Non-Crossing arrived at this time, along with several artists signed by Luo Qingyuan, a total of 10 people, 5 men and 5 women, led by Chen Feng. Chen Feng had finally found out about Ms. Luo's news and naturally had to bring the newcomers to pay their respects. Chen Feng also had another motive for bringing the newcomers this time. He still couldn't figure out who the person in the warehouse with Luo Qingyuan was, but he felt the person must be among these 10 people, so he brought them all in hopes of advancing with the help of that person from the warehouse. Chen Feng, make sure you all tidy up your clothes. Don't embarrass me when you go in. Say some nice words. Toast Ms. Luo nicely. Thank her for this opportunity she's given you. Understand? Non-Crossing and the others. Understood. Director Chen. Soon, the group got out of the car, each with a refined makeup on their faces, dressed formally because, after all, they were going to see Ms. Luo, and everyone knew that Ms. Luo didn't like ostentation. Chen Feng saw a message on his phone and led the group toward the private room, but at the door, they were stopped by Cheng Suisui. Director Chen, sorry. Ms. Luo doesn't like to be disturbed while eating. Chen Feng smiled apologetically. Assistant Cheng, we came specially to thank Ms. Luo for giving these newcomers an opportunity, and it's approved by Vice Director Su. Take a look. As he spoke, Chen Feng even took out a red envelope from his pocket, trying to give it to Cheng Suisui. Cheng Suisui frowned but still accepted the red envelope silently. Cheng Suisui relaxed and said, "Let me inquire." Chen Feng flattered, "All right, please do so." Cheng Suisui sent a message to Liu Yan on his phone. Liu Yan quickly bent down and asked softly for Ms. Luo Qingyuan's permission. Ms. Luo Qingyuan frowned slightly, which made Liu Yan nervous, so he hurriedly said, "Ms. Luo, I will let them go." Ms. Luo Qingyuan, however, acted differently this time. "Just let Director Chen come in." Liu Yan breathed a sigh of relief in secret. "Sure." Soon, Cheng Suisui received Liu Yan's message, conveying Ms. Luo Qingyuan's order. Seeing the expectant look on Chen Feng's face, Liu Yan said, "Director Chen, you may go in. The rest should return the way they came." Chen Feng looked embarrassed, but Liu Yan said, "You know, Ms. Luo always makes firm decisions." Seeing this, Chen Feng could only sigh and tell the male and female stars behind him, "You guys go wait on the bus for me first." Non-Crossing and the others took a look at the private room and then turned around without saying much. Liu Yan noticed this batch of newcomers seemed to understand the rules well, without anyone gossiping like the previous ones. Soon, Chen Feng followed Liu Yan inside. Non-Crossing and the others returned the way they came, and when they got back in the car, they couldn't help but whisper to each other. Tan shout on. Just who exactly is Ms. Luo? Even Director Chen is so afraid to offend her. Yu Ming. Ms. Luo, I heard, is a queen in the business world. Even the big families in Jingdu would give some face to Ms. Luo. Lin Wei. Is that so? I am going to search to find out who this Ms. Luo really is. Yu Ming. Don't bother. Ms. Luo never attends press conferences, nor does she show herself in public. Her real name can't be found online. Except for Hen Lun's core figures and top management, not many can meet Ms. Luo. Lin Wei curiously asked, Yu Ming, have you tried searching? Yu Ming smiled and said, even Starlight Entertainment belongs to Ms. Luo. I was naturally curious. Unfortunately, the confidentiality measures are too strict. Suzy. Is that so? Does anyone know why Ms. Luo is keeping her security so tight? Yu Ming. It is said that Ms. Luo prefers to keep a low profile. Lin Wei murmured. How mysterious. Non-Crossing was also curious. Just what kind of person was this Ms. Luo? After all, a woman who could stand at the top of the business world was really quite unimaginable. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Yu Ming couldn't help but reveal some information. I heard, Ms. Luo is still quite young. Non-Crossing asked, how young? Yu Ming replied, I heard she's under 30. As for her marital status, it also seems to be a mystery. Lin Wei. She must be married. Someone like this business queen probably only mingles with the top circles in Jingdu, the love affairs of Jingdu's young ladies and wealthy sons. Oh my. It's literally like a novel's male and female leads. Suzy. I really want to meet her. Non-Crossing was also intrigued. although she hadn't seen Ms. Luo. Perhaps such a high-ranking girl surely possessed extraordinary wisdom and beauty. She also hoped to approach someone like Ms. Luo one day. The group talked and laughed, and a number of luxury cars stopped at the entrance of the Crescent Moon restaurant. The one in the middle was a Maybach. Their bus was parked further back and partially obscured by trees. The view was a bit obstructed, but everyone knew that Ms. Luo was definitely going to come out. Lin Wei and Suzy had both moved to the front. Lin Wei: I must see what our famous business queen looks like. Everyone stretched their necks to get a better look. Even non-crossing stood up, but the big tree blocked their view. When the view was clear, they only saw a group of people escorting a person from the middle out. They couldn't really see what the person in the center looked like. They only caught a glimpse of Ms. Luo Qingyuan's back when she got into the Maybach. Once the car door closed, they couldn't see anything anymore. Those luxury cars drove off towards Henglan. Lin Wei sighed regretfully. It's a pity. Too far, surrounded by many people, we couldn't see clearly. Yu Ming also looked regretful. Last time on the set, I didn't see my goddess, and this time, I still didn't see my goddess. Lin Wei teased him with a smile. Just a back view, and she's your goddess. Yu Ming: a back view is enough. Everyone was amused, and the atmosphere on the bus was very pleasant. Non-crossing also smiled because indeed, a back view was enough. She really wanted to become someone like Ms. Luo, and she looked forward to the day when she could win an award personally from Ms. Luo. Ms. Luo Qingyuan had no idea about the little episode outside. She glanced at the time. She just felt time was passing a bit slowly. She wanted to go see Duanyi sooner. Ms. Luo Qingyuan didn't know why, as she had always been rational. This was the first time she felt a bit nostalgic for someone, and so, Luo Qingyuan felt restless all day long, finally enduring until the end of the workday. Luo Qingyuan immediately grabbed her bag and headed to the parking lot to drive her BMW. Cheng Suisui followed along, watching as Luo Qingyuan insisted on switching from the Maybach to the BMW by herself, without using a chauffeur, which made her feel like it wasn't quite real. Soon, Luo Qingyuan drove off, and before leaving, she said, "You go on with your business. From now on, you don't have to follow me after work." Cheng Suisui didn't have time to reply and could only watch as Luo Qingyuan's car drove away. Cheng Suisui was puzzled by Luo Qingyuan's efficiency, muttering to herself, "But my job is to protect the young lady." Cheng Suisui was specially assigned by Luo Qingyuan's father, serving as her right-hand person, skilled in both literary and military tasks. It was the first time she had been so thoroughly ignored by Luo Qingyuan. Indeed, women in love are terrifying. Cheng Suisui sighed, and then took out her phone to make a call. In the future, just protect the young lady and the young master discreetly. Don't get close unless there's an emergency. After receiving an accurate reply, Cheng Suisui hung up and drove towards home. She often worked overtime, so leaving work at this hour was like a dream. Meanwhile, the bodyguards on the other end of the phone call were still puzzled, scratching their heads and asking, "Young master, when did the young lady get married?" Everyone shook their heads unanimously, indicating they had no idea. On the other side, Luo Qingyuan encountered a problem. She was rear-ended at a traffic light, causing damage to the back of her car. However, Luo Qingyuan was eager to leave and negotiated a settlement with the driver of the other car, asking for compensation of 1,000. But the man's expression instantly changed. The man said, 1,000? Are you trying to cheat me? Just a scratch, and you want 1,000? Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyuan calmed down and said to the man, "Then tell me, how should we handle this?" The man chuckled, "I know you drive a BMW, but BMWs have different grades. Yours is probably worth no more than 200,000. Fix the paint yourself, why extort money from me?" Luo Qingyuan glanced at the time, feeling impatient, but she remained composed and simply looked at the man, then proceeded to call the traffic police. The man said, "That's right, wait for the traffic police, and we'll go through insurance." Luo Qingyuan couldn't be bothered to argue with the man and went to set up the roadblocks as required by regulations, then took photos of the cars. It was peak hours as the traffic police arrived, and they needed to move the cars as quickly as possible. The man quickly took out his phone to take photos too, fearing that Luo Qingyuan might dodge responsibility later. After keeping the evidence, Luo Qingyuan moved her car. Just as she parked the car, she received a call from Duanyi. "Qingyuan, why haven't you arrived yet?" Luo Qingyuan replied, "I was rear-ended on the way. just dealing with it. Dwinny paused briefly and then grabbed the car keys from the table and headed out, saying, "Send me the location." Luo Qingyuan unconsciously refused. "I can handle it. You wait for me in the store." The Dwinny cut her off helplessly. "The location." So, Luo Qingyuan chuckled lightly and sent the location. The store was only about 3 kilometers away, so Dwinny drove off without noticing that Yi Nuan had seen his car. She had intended to hail a taxi by the roadside but unexpectedly spotted Dwinny's car. In a hurry, Yi Nuan flagged down a taxi and said, "Driver, quickly, follow the car ahead." The driver asked, "Young lady, who is the person in the car ahead? Why are you chasing him?" The driver's question caused Yi Nuan's eyes to redden, and she choked out, "My boyfriend." The driver's brain froze for 3 seconds, then stepped on the gas a bit, saying, "Are we catching him cheating? Hold on tight." Glancing at Yi Nuan, the driver couldn't help but wonder how such a pretty girl could have a boyfriend who might be unfaithful. Soon, Dwinny arrived at Luo Qingyuan's location, and Yi Nuan paid the fare and got out of the taxi. Yi Nuan said, "Driver, you can go now." The driver, being helpful, asked, "Young lady, can you manage alone? Do you need any help?" Clutching her canvas bag tightly, Yi Nuan shook her head and said, "No need. Thank you. Driver, you can go." With that, Yi Nuan walked towards Dwinny. At this moment, the traffic police had arrived, and Luo Qingyuan stepped out of her car to stand by Dwinny's side. Both looking handsome and beautiful, they appeared to be a perfect match. The taxi driver didn't leave but parked where Yi Nuan couldn't see him. When the driver saw Luo Qingyuan beside Dwinny, he couldn't contain his amazement, muttering to himself, "No wonder." Yi Nuan didn't approach but stood quietly in the distance, the breeze lifting her white dress and accentuating her look of distress, resembling a pure and innocent character from a novel. Meanwhile, the man turned to take credit, saying, "Officer, this woman wanted a private settlement, trying to extort 1,000 from me." Luo Qingyuan looked coolly at him. The man continued, "What are you looking at? Just because you're pretty, you think you can extort money?" Dwinny was starting to get annoyed, but upon hearing this, he felt much better and took a couple of steps forward. He patted the man's shoulder and said, "Since you're so persistent, let's follow the proper procedure." The man looked at Dwinny in disbelief, considering he hadn't been pleasant earlier. The traffic police, feeling perplexed, couldn't understand why the man, who had identified the BMW, was still acting foolishly. Why refuse to settle for 1,000 privately? Why insist on involving insurance and potentially paying a few thousand more? The traffic police said, "Fine. Let's handle it by reporting to both sides' insurance companies. You can go now. Contact the insurance company later for follow-up." Meanwhile, Liu Yan and his team arrived, and upon seeing Luo Qingyuan, he approached, but the words Luo Miss linger, unspoken. Liu Yan said, Miss Luo, can you leave this to me?" Dwinny looked at Luo Qingyuan, asking, "Who's this?" Liu Yan smiled kindly, saying, "A colleague." Luo Qingyuan nodded, "Yes, a colleague." She then told Liu Yan, smiling slightly, "Could you handle getting my car fixed later?" Liu Yan smiled. "It's just a small matter between friends." Luo Qingyuan had never smiled at this subordinate in such a way, making Liu Yan shiver slightly, but he maintained his composure. Dwinny asked, "Is this arrangement okay with you?" Luo Qingyuan replied, "Sure." Liu Yan's family has a 4S dealership, specializing in professional services, right? Liu Yan nodded, "Yes, I'll take care of it. Remember this small favor in the future." Luo Qingyuan chuckled, "Of course." Then Luo Qingyuan pulled Dwinny, saying, "Let's go have dinner first." Dwinny looked at Liu Yan. "Thank you for your help." Liu Yan beamed, "Not at all. It's no trouble. You two go ahead." Once Dwinny and Luo Qingyuan were in the car, Liu Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The older brother looked at Liu Yan and said, "She's gone. You'll take care of it, right?" Liu Yan's tone towards the older brother was not as friendly. He glanced at the time on his watch, and told his assistant, "Call the general manager of the insurance company now. Get this matter resolved today. I'll take the car to the repair shop first. You stay here and negotiate." The assistant quickly nodded, "Yes, boss." Liu Yan said, "Good. Go and do it." The older brother's expression changed drastically. Was he being completely ignored? Is there someone so disrespectful? Before the older brother could say anything, Liu Yan had already driven away in the BMW. At the scene, only the dumbfounded older brother and the traffic police were left, along with Liu Yan's assistant. At that moment, Duen Yi's car had just turned a corner and was intercepted. Luckily, he managed to brake in time, or he would have been in big trouble. Realizing the situation, Duen Yi looked ahead and saw Yi Nuan standing there with a look of anger on her face. Luo Qingyuan's gaze turned slightly cold. She's really reckless. Duen Yi's face also darkened a bit. Is Yi Nuan out of her mind? Luo Qingyuan said. Park the car on the side of the road. Hearing Luo Qingyuan's voice, Duen Yi restrained his temper and replied, Okay. Duen Yi parked the car by the roadside and told Luo Qingyuan, Wait for me. Luo Qingyuan nodded and leaned back in the passenger seat to rest with her eyes closed. Duen Yi got out of the car, and Yi Nuan approached. However, Yi Nuan was walking towards Luo Qingyuan. Get out of the car. Get out now. But she hadn't reached Luo Qingyuan when Duen Yi grabbed her arm and pulled her away. Yi Nuan couldn't break free and was filled with resentment and curses. When Luo Qingyuan opened her eyes, she couldn't see Yi Nuan and Duen Yi anymore. Luo Qingyuan shook her head helplessly, closed her eyes to rest, not willing to be bothered by such trivial matters. Meanwhile, Duen Yi and Yi Nuan were facing each other, both with visible anger in their eyes. Duen Yi asked, Yi Nuan, what are you trying to achieve? Tears welled up in Yi Nuan's eyes again. Am I causing trouble? Am I? Yi Nuan gave a bitter smile. Duen Yi, am I causing trouble with you? We broke up not long ago, and you are already eagerly finding a replacement? Are you even human? Duen Yi tried to speak, but Yi Nuan interrupted. I can't accept this. You are nothing but a scumbag. You keep saying how much you love me, but look at what you've done. Seamless transition. Are you still a man? Consequently, Duen Yi remained silent with a cold look in his eyes. Duen Yi said, You always jump to conclusions, lack trust, resort to slander, and create drama. Yi Nuan, it's exhausting for anyone. Yi Nuan looked somewhat puzzled. Duen Yi sighed and took a few steps back, creating some distance. Yi Nuan, she's not my girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Yi Nuan's heart skipped a beat. Could she have misunderstood Duen Yi? Was he just trying to provoke her out of anger? However, the next moment, Duen Yi said, She is my legal wife. The smile on Yi Nuan's face froze, then shattered instantly. Though Duen Yi spoke the truth, Yi Nuan sneered. To get rid of me, you use such a crude excuse. Duen Yi, do you know, you make me sick when you lie. Just like when you claimed you had no feelings for Naxing, I don't believe a word you say. Duen Yi seemed to realize, showing deep weariness in his expression. At the end of their emotions, it wasn't curses or outbursts, just silence. He had nothing more to say to Yi Nuan. Perhaps Duen Yi's cold demeanor made Yi Nuan flustered. She didn't come here today to quarrel with Duen Yi. Even if that woman next to him had been around for only a few days, they had been entangled in an on-again, off-again relationship for 2 years. Consequently, suppressing her turbulent emotions, Yi Nuan approached, attempting to hold Duen Yi's hand, only to be dodged. Feeling her empty palm, Yi Nuan's heart ached slightly. She contained herself and smiled at Duen Yi. Yi Nuan said, My emotions were not in check. But, Duen Yi, I'm at fault, you are too. Can we consider it settled this time? Settled? Duen Yi chuckled, his sarcastic smile evident. Duen Yi responded, Yi Nuan, it's not settled. Yi Nuan frowned. What do you mean? Duen Yi said, I used to think that because I didn't provide you with enough security, I would make concessions each time. I hoped you could be a bit more rational and emotionally stable. When you wait for something for too long, you no longer desire it. Yi Nuan started to speak, but Duen Yi interrupted. I know what you want to say. But Yi Nuan, the past is in the past. I'm sorry for what I did. You're young, beautiful, and have a bright future ahead. You don't need to cling on to me. With that, Duen Yi walked away without turning back. People on different paths can't walk together for long. Duen Yi was someone who preferred a quiet life. Despite facing challenges in his love life, he had always had supportive parents and a caring brother. Relationships, from unfulfilled crushes in his youth to the constant compromises with Yi Nuan, had worn him out. He couldn't handle such highs and lows anymore. When sorrow outweighs joy, any relationship must come to an end. At present, he would love whoever stood by his side. Yi Nuan watched in a daze as Duen Yi's figure faded into the distance. It shouldn't end this way. This wasn't how things were supposed to turn out. Yi Nuan couldn't recall the day Duen Yi said, Yi Nuan, if you let go of me again, I will never turn back. I mean it. Due to the years of unrequited love he had for non-crossing, Duen Yi felt indebted to Yi Nuan. Therefore, no matter what Yi Nuan did or said, He remembered everything clearly and was always obliging. But Yin Nuan did not remember these things. She only remembered the things he said that were unpleasant to her. Yin Nuan never understood that in this world, crows don't sweet talk, iron trees don't bloom, there are no evergreens, and they just leave when they choose to. It wasn't until Duen Yi's car drove past Yin Nuan that she snapped out of her thoughts, her emotions collapsing once again as she screamed, "Duen Yi, you jerk!" Duen Yi didn't even turn his head, just stepped on the gas pedal. Luo Qingyuan glanced at the rearview mirror and said with a smile, "So heartless." Duen Yi did not reply. Luo Qingyuan didn't mind and just softly said, "Let's start from the heart, Duen Yi." She understood everything about Duen Yi very clearly, so she also understood his current state of mind. But ultimately, one cannot fully empathize with another. Upon hearing this, Duen Yi smiled and nodded, "Yes, let's start anew." However, Luo Qingyuan shook her head with a smile, saying, "No, what I meant was to start from the heart, not start over." Duen Yi was puzzled. Luo Qingyuan said, "Take it slow. No rush." Duen Yi asked, "Aren't you my wife? How come you handled the situation with your ex better than me?" Luo Qingyuan replied, "What do you mean by better? This is called complete trust in you, isn't it?" Duen Yi laughed, "That's twisted logic." Seeing him laugh, Luo Qingyuan's mood improved. "I just want to tell you, meeting the wrong person will drain you, while meeting the right one will heal you. The best self-discipline for adults is to cut losses in time. People have obsessions, but they shouldn't be delusional about them." Upon hearing this, Duen Yi asked, "Then, may I ask Miss Luo, are you the right person or the wrong person?" Luo Qingyuan's dark eyes shifted. "Well, I can't give you a definite answer." Duen Yi said, "You are honest." Luo Qingyuan stated, "I never lie." Duen Yi asked, "Really?" Luo Qingyuan replied, "Not really." Duen Yi was amused by her tease, and the previous gloom vanished. "All right, I shouldn't have expected you to say anything nice. It's late now. Let's just go eat. What do you feel like?" Luo Qingyuan responded, "Western cuisine." Duen Yi asked, "Any recommended places?" Luo Qingyuan answered, "It's nearby our home. After dinner, let's head back. We are both tired today, so let's not go out. The staff will close the doors and windows after they finish." Duen Yi nodded, "All right." Thus, Duen Yi turned the car in a different direction, heading straight home. Yin Nuan was still standing in place, her face unnaturally pale. The curious driver, who had been watching, drove back. "Miss, would you like me to take you home?" Yin Nuan snapped out of her thoughts and got into the car without looking, saying, "Qingnian Road, Warm Home 101. Thank you." The driver acknowledged and drove off. As the weather gradually darkened, countless neon lights flashed across Yin Nuan's face, and the scenery outside the window rapidly retreated. The driver glanced at Yin Nuan, comforting her. "In this world, everyone can live without each other. If he doesn't cherish you, just move on. Look forward, that's the way to go." Yin Nuan turned her head to look out the window and whisper, "But he promised to always love me. How can someone go back on their word?" The driver chuckled a bit. "Young lady, you're still too young. The words spoken when in love may be true, but after separation, they're just empty promises." Tears welled up in Yin Nuan's eyes as the driver found himself unable to smile. "Young lady, don't cry. Is it really that bad?" Yin Nuan couldn't stop her tears. The driver eventually sighed and remained quiet. Trembling, Yin Nuan took out her phone and kept calling Duen Yi. "Please answer. I beg you." However, Duen Yi had long blocked Yin Nuan's number and couldn't receive any calls. By 8 in the evening, Duen Yi and Luo Qingyuan had arrived at a romantic Western restaurant, while Yin Nuan had returned home to Warm Home 101, an old neighborhood without elevators, only a monitoring system at the entrance. Upon returning home, Yin Nuan encountered Mrs. Chen, who was surprised to see her early and questioned her about her sudden appearance. Despite the parental questioning, Yin Nuan managed to bring a smile to her face and went to prepare dinner for herself, all while Mrs. Chen went out to play mahjong. As Yin Nuan settled in, Mrs. Chen's departure turned into a confrontation about her gambling habits, leading to a heated argument. Feeling her emotions dangerously fragile, Yin Nuan retreated to her room, only to be comforted by her caring younger brother, Yi Zhaoshan, who offered her a bowl of instant noodles. Yin Nuan harbored resentment towards her younger brother. If it weren't for her mother favoring her brother, she wouldn't have ended up in such a pitiable state. However, seeing how obedient and sensible Yi Zhaoshan was, she couldn't really blame him. So, Yi Nuan wiped away her tears and walked towards Yi Xiaoshen, saying, "Thank you, Xiaoshen." Yi Xiaoshen reached out his hand towards Yi Nuan, saying, "Sister, I'll take you to eat instant noodles." Yi Nuan couldn't help but feel her eyes slightly dampen again. She took a step forward and held Yi Xiaoshen's hand, and the siblings made their way to the kitchen where a bowl of already soaked instant noodles sat on the table. Yi Xiaoshen pulled out a chair for Yi Nuan, who was filled with contentment. Yi Nuan started eating the noodles while Yi Xiaoshen obediently sat across from her, softly saying, "Sister, don't cry. The school is quite close by. Rest well tomorrow. I can go to school by myself." Yi Nuan was slightly stunned, and when she looked up, she saw Yi Xiaoshen smiling so brightly that his dimples showed. Yi Nuan's tears rolled down and instantly. Yi Xiaoshen quickly got off his chair and ran over, saying, "Sister." Yi Nuan turned and hugged Yi Xiaoshen, bursting into tears. Yi Xiaoshen patted Yi Nuan's back until she calmed down. Then he gave her a sweet smile. Yi Nuan also chuckled and pinched his cheek. "Go wash up and go to bed. Sister will wake you up in the morning." Yi Xiaoshen obediently nodded, "Okay." Yi Xiaoshen left, leaving Yi Nuan alone in the kitchen under the dim yellow light. At that time, Yi Xiaoshen in the bathroom called Duanyi on his phone watch. "Yi Xiaoshen, hello? Is this brother Duanyi?" Duanyi, now wakened. "Xiaoshen, what's going on?" Yi Xiaoshen was unaware that Duanyi and Yi Nuan had broken up. He only remembered what brother Duanyi had said, that if sister came home crying, he should call him. So, Yi Xiaoshen followed that instruction. "Yi Xiaoshen, brother Duanyi, my sister came home and argued with mom. She cried a lot." Duanyi hesitated for a moment. Did Xiaoshen comfort her? Yi Xiaoshen proudly replied, "Yes, I made instant noodles for her to eat." Then, Yi Xiaoshen added, sounding concerned, "But it seems like sister didn't finish them." Duanyi felt uncomfortable hearing this. He was aware of the family situation Yi Nuan was facing and always accommodated her a little more when they were together. But now, Duanyi said, "Xiaoshen, you must take good care of your sister, okay?" Yi Xiaoshen earnestly nodded. "Brother Duanyi, will you comfort sister as before?" Duanyi fell silent for a moment, then said, "Yes." Yi Xiaoshen cheerfully said, "Thank you, brother. Good night." Duanyi replied, "Good night." After ending the call, Duanyi sighed helplessly. Doing nothing was perhaps the best thing for Yi Nuan now. Yi Nuan finished washing the dishes and returned to her room to sleep. However, she lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Over the past 2 years, every time she had an argument with her mother, Duanyi was there to comfort her. He would take her to the amusement park, treat her to delicious food, and even though they were both students back then, he spent all his pocket money on her. Should she still be behaving like this now that they've broken up? Next morning, Yi Nuan woke up early to accompany Yi Xiaoshen to school. When they arrived at the school, it was already past 7 a.m., with parents and vendors crowding the streets. Yi Nuan bought buns and some milk for Yi Xiaoshen and then escorted him to the school gate, saying, "Study well in school." "Okay." Yi Xiaoshen obediently nodded. "Don't worry, sister." Yi Nuan said, "All right, go to your classes now." Yi Xiaoshen waved to Yi Nuan. "Goodbye, sister." Yi Nuan waved back, watching Yi Xiaoshen walk towards the school gate before turning and leaving. At that moment, someone suddenly grabbed Yi Xiaoshen. He turned around and exclaimed with joy, "Brother Duan." Duanyi immediately covered his mouth. "Shh. Would you like Brother Duan to tell you a secret?" Yi Xiaoshen excitedly nodded. Duanyi then led Yi Xiaoshen to another place, preparing to speak, but Yi Xiaoshen brightened up, exclaiming, "Sister." Duanyi's mood instantly sank. He turned around and saw Yi Nuan standing not far away, watching them. Soon, Yi Nuan walked over, took Yi Xiaoshen's hand, and said, "Xiaoshen, you're going to be late for class. Go to your class, sister will pick you up after school." Yi Xiaoshen looked at Duanyi, then at Yi Nuan, and nodded, "Goodbye, brother and sister." Duanyi and Yi Nuan bid goodbye. They watched as Yi Xiaoshen walked into the school, and the surroundings gradually quieted down. Yi Nuan did not look at Duanyi, calmly asking, "What are you doing here?" Duanyi remained silent for a moment. Yi Nuan pressed on, "Or perhaps, you're here to see my brother for something." Duanyi remained silent for a while before saying, "Last night, Xiaoshen called me." Yi Nuan's heart fluttered slightly, feeling her eyes welling up. "So, you're here to witness my embarrassment?" Duanyi was caught off guard by her words. that did not want to argue further with Yi Nuan. He took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Yi Nuan, saying, "This is from one of my colleagues. Their child is in the second year of junior high school and needs tutoring in math and English. Each lesson costs 200. Your academic performance has always been good, and with your teaching background, you're the perfect fit." After saying this, when he turned to leave, Yi Nuan suddenly spoke up. "What's this supposed to be? Are you giving me alms?" Dwayne clenched his jaw, somewhat annoyed. Maintaining dignity on an empty stomach is what truly defines dignity. "What are you getting at?" "Yi Nuan, you're an adult now. Can you please use your head before speaking or acting?" Tears in her eyes, Yi Nuan shouted at him. "You look down on me. You think I can't live without you? I, Yi Nuan, am not so pathetic as to depend on your help." Dwayne surrendered, closed his eyes and said, "Fine, you can think whatever you want. Forget today. I never came. Just mind your own business, okay?" With that, Dwayne, reluctant to stay longer, walked away. However, Yi Nuan was not willing to let him go. She rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Dwayne from behind. "Dwayne, let's not argue anymore. Can't we get along well? I can't be without you." Yi Nuan choked up. Dwayne took several deep breaths before directly pulling Yi Nuan's hand apart. "Dwayne, Yi Nuan, I am willing to help you out of the bond we share over the past 2 years. Not for any other reason." Seeing Dwayne repeatedly rejecting her, Yi Nuan's emotions were on the verge of breaking down. "Is it just because of what my roommate said? Dwayne, is it necessary? Just for such trivial matters, you keep on and on with me, making everyone restless. When did you become so petty?" Dwayne, helpless, looked at Yi Nuan and scoffed, "You are beyond redemption." After speaking, Dwayne did not linger anymore, turned around and left quickly. Yi Nuan wanted to chase after him, but no matter what, she couldn't catch up. Dwayne walked fast and didn't bother waiting for her. When she arrived at where Dwayne parked, he had already accelerated and left in a hurry. Once again, Yi Nuan was left behind. When Yi Nuan returned home, she realized the door was unlocked. Hurrying in, she found the furniture in disarray, creating chaos in the house. Yi Nuan panicked. Mom. Running to the bedroom, she found Chen Li cowering in the corner, disheveled with a slapped face, but thankfully with intact clothes, just with many shoe prints on them. Yi Nuan felt both angry and heartbroken. "Mom, did you owe someone money again?" Chen Li finally came to her senses, grabbed Yi Nuan, sobbing. "Warmth, called Dwayne to come and help. Those beasts hurt me badly. Call Ziyi, quick." Yi Nuan frowned, supporting Chen Li. "Mom, what really happened?" "Let's call the police." Before Yi Nuan could dial her phone, Chen Li swiped it away, causing it to drop on the floor. Yi Nuan, "Mom, what are you doing?" Chen Li, full of anger, insisted, "We cannot call the police." "Absolutely not." As Yi Nuan went to pick up her phone, Chen Li rushed to snatch it. "Call Dwayne. He has money. Ask him." Yi Nuan's emotions were once again on the brink of collapse. "Mom, Dwayne and I broke up." The room fell silent suddenly, and Chen Li looked at Yi Nuan suspiciously. "What did you say?" Yi Nuan repeated, "I said Dwayne and I broke up." A loud slap resounded, causing Yi Nuan's face to turn to the side, her left cheek stinging. Chen Li cursed, "You ungrateful girl. What's wrong with little Yi? You want to break up with him? Go ahead, ruin everything. Keep ruining, until nobody loves you in the end." Yi Nuan felt numb, her voice hollow and desolate. "Mom, I just had a breakup. Why can't you talk to me properly? Why? Chen Li glared fiercely at her, then sat on the ground, crying miserably. "Now that you've broken up with Dwayne, what about the debt collectors coming again?" Sobs. Chen Li cried heart-wrenchingly, while Yi Nuan felt deeply saddened. After some time passed, Chen Li still couldn't calm down, so Yi Nuan had to clean up the living room and bedroom quickly, and even cook 2 bowls of noodles in the kitchen. After serving the noodles, Yi Nuan returned to Chen Li. "Mom, please eat something." Chen Li remained motionless, staring ahead lifelessly. Yi Nuan had no choice but to squat down, gently hugged Chen Li. "Mom, everything will pass." Chen Li sighed, pushed Yi Nuan away, got up, headed to the kitchen, with Yi Nuan following. They sat facing each other, quietly finishing a bowl of noodles. After setting her chopsticks down, Chen Li said, "In the past, your living expenses were provided by Dwayne. The monthly amount I give you is not much. You see the situation at home. I can't support both of you alone. I don't expect you to repay the debt. I hope you can support yourself and help out occasionally. Yin Nuan remained silent, eating the noodles pensively. Chen Li glanced at her. Your father, the alimony he pays each month is barely enough for your brother. Chen Li stood up without another word and left. Yin Nuan asked, Mom, how much debt do you owe outside? Chen Li's expression changed abruptly, angrily retorting, Focus on your studies, don't meddle in adult affairs. Yin Nuan could only swallow the tears with the noodles. Her hand trembled slightly. She almost soberly understood with despair that Twinyi was right. Wiping her tears, Yin Nuan revealed a bitter smile, saying with extreme bitterness, Yeah. Even my own mother doesn't love me. Who else can I count on to love me? After finishing the noodles, Yin Nuan returned to school. While Twinyi was already at work. Before starting his work, Twinyi also checked the cafe and found out that although they didn't visit the construction site yesterday, everything was in order. The people provided by Luo Qingyuan were reliable. At noon, after the meeting, Twinyi received a call from Luo Qingyuan. Twinyi. What's up? Luo Qingyuan. Tomorrow is the weekend. We don't have to work. How about we go out after work, watch a movie? Twinyi glanced around, found a quiet spot, and said, Miss Luo, are you inviting me to dinner? Luo Qingyuan chuckled. Yes, will Mr. Duan honor me with your presence? Twinyi's mood improved. Since Miss Luo has extended the invitation, I will gladly accept. Luo Qingyuan, you're quite humorous. I'll pick you up after work. Twinyi agreed before ending the call. After hanging up, Twinyi realized, shouldn't I be the one picking Luo Qingyuan up? But soon, his leader called him, Ziduan. Twinyi quickly put away his phone. Coming. As time passed, it was 6 in the evening, and Twinyi was still working overtime. Luo Qingyuan arrived early at the cafe, where she encountered a strange girl overseeing the renovation. Approaching her, Luo Qingyuan asked, Hello, who are you? The girl, with cute twin ponytails, smiled upon seeing Luo Qingyuan and stood up to shake hands. Hello, I'm Sun Xiaoyin, Lin Feng's girlfriend. Lin Feng. Luo Qingyuan immediately remembered and shook hands with Sun Xiaoyin. Hello, I'm Luo Qingyuan. Sun Xiaoyin was friendly, and upon seeing how pretty and elegant Luo Qingyuan was, she became even closer, holding Luo Qingyuan's hand and asking softly, Sister Luo, are you dating Twinyi? Luo Qingyuan nodded. Sun Xiaoyin commented, That's right, Twinyi was blind before. He was interested in that crazy Yin Nuan. Sister is so much better. I liked you at first sight. Not knowing how to respond, Luo Qingyuan could only smile helplessly. At that moment, Lin Feng returned with bubble tea. Xiaoyin. Sun Xiaoyin turned around in surprise and waved towards Lin Feng. Here. Lin Feng ran over towards them, holding a bunch of milk teas. Lin Feng handed a cup to Sun Xiaoyin before looking at Luo Qingyuan. Hello, you are Twinyi's object, right? Come on. Little sister-in-law, have some milk tea. Luo Qingyuan accepted it with a nod. Thank you. Lin Feng smiled and said, You're welcome. Everyone worked hard on the renovation, so I thought of treating everyone to some milk tea. Also to help Twinjie. Luo Qingyuan lightly smiled. Twinyi will be very happy to know. Lin Feng said, You sit here, I'll go distribute the milk tea to the workers. Luo Qingyuan nodded, and Lin Feng busied herself, leaving only Luo Qingyuan and Sun Xiaoyin at the front desk. Sun Xiaoyin's gaze followed Lin Feng, the young girl's eyes full of affection. Luo Qingyuan smiled, then asked, Do you really like her? Sun Xiaoyin blushed but still nodded. I really like her. Sun Xiaoyin curiously looked at Luo Qingyuan. What about sister? Why are you together with Twinyi? Do you also really like Twinyi? This question caught Luo Qingyuan off guard. She didn't particularly like him, she just didn't mind Twinyi's company. Before Luo Qingyuan could respond, Twinyi entered from outside. The instant their eyes met, their hearts skipped a beat. Lin Feng said, Twinjie, you're here? Lin Feng's words brought Twinyi back to reality. Twinyi withdrew his gaze. Yes, here to pick up your sister-in-law. Lin Feng and Sun Xiaoyin shared a glance, smiling mischievously. Lin Feng said, Oh, just like that, you're already sister-in-law. You're adapting quite fast. Twinyi awkwardly scratched his head, then dropped a bombshell. Well, she's your sister-in-law in name now. Lin Feng suddenly sensed something different. What do you mean? Twinyi hesitated. We got married. Silence hung in the air for 3 seconds. Lin Feng and Sun Xiaoyin both exclaimed. What? Lin Feng stepped forward, staring at Twinyi intensely, Is this for real? Sun Xiaoyin also looked at Luo Qingyuan, asking pleadingly, Sister, is it true? Luo Qingyuan and Duanyi both nodded. The expressions on Lin Feng's face shatter. Oh my god, dude. You really kept this under wraps, now this bombshell. Sun Xiaoyin said, is this a shotgun marriage? You guys are too quick. Lin Feng added, does Liu Yan know, or am I the last one in the world to find out? Duanyi walked over, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. Mate, you're the first to know. I was planning to gather everyone for a meal to announce this good news. Lin Feng immediately pulled Duanyi out, telling Luo Qingyuan, little sister-in-law, I'm borrowing your husband for a bit. Without waiting for a response, Lin Feng had already taken Duanyi away. Sun Xiaoyin felt her heart bleed. Sister, you're so beautiful, yet you're so cheap with that stinky brat. It's a waste of beauty. Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but laugh at Sun Xiaoyin's excellent acting skills. Duanyi's friends really were quite interesting. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was questioning Duanyi. You really got married? You can't be kidding me. That's no joke. Duanyi took out his phone and showed the marriage certificate. It's real. I didn't lie to you, but we haven't had the wedding yet. Lin Feng scrutinized the phone, startled. No way. I just don't understand. How could you decide on something as big as marriage without a word? And you only recently broke up with Yi Nuan, right? If Yi Nuan found out you're really married, my god, I can't even imagine how she'd react. Lin Feng immediately got a headache thinking about Yi Nuan's paranoia. Though Yi Nuan appeared to be a pure girl, when she got worked up, they all feared her. Duanyi looked at his longtime friend seriously. I really did marry Luo Qingyuan, and it's true, I won't reconcile with Yi Nuan. Lin Feng touched Duanyi's forehead, muttering, you're not running a fever, are you? Duanyi pushed away Lin Feng's hand. I'm serious this time. Lin Feng remained silent for a while before saying, why did you rush into marriage like that? There must be a reason. Spill it. Duanyi remained silent, refusing to talk about it. Could it be that he had gotten someone pregnant that night, and as a result, they had come knocking, pushing him into marriage? This embarrassing situation couldn't be mentioned even to a good friend. After prodding for a while with no answer from Duanyi, Lin Feng had to give up, but his curiosity was piqued to the maximum. Finally, Lin Feng asked, you didn't get someone pregnant, did you? Duanyi's face darkened. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Lin Feng chuckled. No. No. Duanyi said, all right, let's go back. Lin Feng stopped him. Regarding Yi Nuan, do you want me to help? After all, they all knew about Yi Nuan's family situation. They might not be able to do much, but they could at least help improve her life and find her a job. Lin Feng's parents were university professors, with some connections. Duanyi pondered, a talent will shine, as long as she works hard, she can support herself. Lin Feng sighed and said, Yi Nuan is indeed academically excellent, she might be a gem, but... Lin Feng looked at Duanyi, gesturing to the office buildings outside brightly lit all night. This is Jingdu, the largest capital of Hua country, full of gens. Here, a piece of cloth can easily cover up a shining gem. Yi Nuan's family background destined her future to be challenging. Her sensitive and suspicious nature is also related to her family background. Lin Feng sighed again. I'm here to help anytime. Duanyi also sighed helplessly. All right, thank you. He wanted to help, but in the end, Yi Nuan had to be willing herself. From Lin Feng's perspective, the breakup between Yi Nuan and Duanyi was a good thing. The man might not need to care much about the woman's family, but there shouldn't be a constant financial drain. When meeting Luo Qingyuan for the first time, Lin Feng had realized that she and Yi Nuan were two completely different people. Yi Nuan was beautiful and charming, but Jingdu was not short of pretty women. Duanyi had a long road ahead, and what Luo Qingyuan could offer might not be what Yi Nuan needed. Still, after knowing each other for 2 years, they would help where they could. As Duanyi was about to leave, Lin Feng added, what about non-crossing? Duanyi asked, are you done? Lin Feng put on a mischievous smile. Come on, buddies have to watch each other's backs, right? Duanyi looked at him. Stop mentioning non-crossing, it's in the past. Why are you still holding on to it? Do you want me to tell Sun Xiaoyin about all your exes? Lin Feng's expression changed instantly. Don't, how could you? The two of them were back at the shop in the midst of their chatter. Duanyi, Qingyuan and I will leave first. We'll treat you guys next time. Lin Feng smirked mischievously. Go ahead. Duanyi couldn't help but make a fist and punched Lin Feng, who still managed to dodge with a smirk. Sun Xiaoyin chimed in with a gossipy expression. It seems like sister is eager to have some alone time with Dwenyi. Dwenyi couldn't bear their teasing anymore, so he directly pulled the nearby Luo Qingyuan. Alright, we'll leave first. Thank you all. The delicious food I've ordered will arrive shortly. After saying that, Dwenyi didn't linger anymore and walked away with Luo Qingyuan. Lin Feng clicked his tongue twice before saying, "Do you think they look like a couple?" Sun Xiaoyin replied, "They don't really seem like it. Luo Jiji is too sensible. The way she looks at someone she likes isn't like that." Lin Feng suddenly became interested. "According to you, will they divorce in the future?" Sun Xiaoyin took a sip of her milk tea before saying, "I don't think so." Lin Feng became even more curious. "How do you know?" Sun Xiaoyin explained, "Because the more sensible a person is, the more they'll reveal their emotional side when they truly like someone. Once desire and possessiveness come into play, it's like a floodgate opening." Lin Feng didn't believe. "You mean the two of them?" "I doubt it. Dwenyi is extremely emotionally stable, and Luo Qingyuan seems indifferent about everything. They at most probably respect each other as guests." Sun Xiaoyin smiled confidently. "Don't underestimate this. In love, there's an inverse law. The more rational you are, the crazier, the more sober, and the more entranced you become." Lin Feng looked at Sun Xiaoyin's assured expression and began to feel intrigued as well. Will it happen with someone like Dwenyi, who seems calm about everything? At that moment, Lin Feng had no idea what it means to be clearly doomed to a clear downfall. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoyin was eagerly waiting to see how Luo Qingyuan would go crazy for love. After all, Luo Qingyuan's charisma was too powerful. What would a leader's love be like? Lin Feng suddenly asked, "I wonder what Nan Xing's reaction would be if she found out about Dwenyi's marriage." Sun Xiaoyin responded, "Hasn't Nan Crossing always said she doesn't like Dwenyi? His marriage to someone else shouldn't concern her, right?" Lin Feng sighed. "We all grew up together, and everyone thinks Nan Crossing doesn't like Dwenyi, but I feel like the truth might not be what we see on the surface." Sun Xiaoyin dismissed. "Stop worrying needlessly. If one truly likes another, they wouldn't push them away. After all, wasn't it Nan Crossing who played matchmaker for Dwenyi and Yi Nuan? Who would be that generous?" Lin Feng muttered, "What if Nan Crossing didn't even realize her own feelings for Dwenyi?" Sun Xiaoyin raised an eyebrow. "Do you think so? Nan Crossing is so smart. She's not as clueless as you think, right?" Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. "It's entirely possible. Nan Crossing has always been brilliant but clueless in matters of the heart." Sun Xiaoyin waved her hand. "Well, it's too late now." Lin Feng looked at Sun Xiaoyin's adorable appearance and couldn't help but pat her on the head. "Well, that's right. It's their business. Let's focus on living our own lives well." Sun Xiaoyin chuckled. "Yes." Suddenly, a voice urgently called from the entrance, "Mr. Duane's takeout. Anyone here?" Lin Feng immediately stood up and walked out, saying, "I'm here." At this moment, Dwenyi was already driving with Luo Qingyuan on their way to dinner. Luo Qingyuan said, "I bought 2 movie tickets for 8 o'clock tonight. By the time it's over at 10, we can take a stroll back home." Dwenyi nodded, "Okay." After a moment of silence, Dwenyi asked, "Aren't you going to ask me where I went this morning?" Luo Qingyuan seemed somewhat surprised by Dwenyi's question, but she replied, "It's your freedom." Dwenyi was also puzzled by Luo Qingyuan's reaction and couldn't help saying, "You are quite magnanimous." Luo Qingyuan calmly responded, "I have always been generous. As long as it's not a matter of principle, I can understand anything." Just as Dwenyi was about to say something, Luo Qingyuan interjected, "Besides, I believe in your character." Little did the present Luo Qingyuan anticipate that her words would come back to haunt her repeatedly in the days to come. "However?" Dwenyi asked. "However what?" Luo Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. "I'm so much older than you. Why do you keep calling me Qingyuan? It's so awkward." Dwenyi blushed instantly, somewhat incredulously looking at Luo Qingyuan. "How can you be so shameless?" Luo Qingyuan chuckled lightly. "I'll give you 2 options, wife or sister." Dwenyi's face turned red. Seemingly surprised, he glanced at Luo Qingyuan. "Why are you so thick-skinned?" Luo Qingyuan's emotions remained steady. "I can be even more shameless." Dwenyi was speechless and decided to stay silent. Luo Qingyuan glanced at him and fell silent too. Soon, they reached their destination. Luo Qingyuan, seated in the passenger seat, hesitated to get out of the car, and after Dwenyi parked the car, he went to open the door for her, saying, "Get out." Luo Qingyuan lowered her head, fiddling with her nails, seemingly ignoring him. Dwenyi's face turned red. "Luo Qingyuan, Don't overdo it. Luo Qingyuan glanced up, smiling faintly at him, but not saying a word. Dun Yi could tell she was playing tricks, but he couldn't just ignore it, so he compromised and said, "All right, Sister Luo." Luo Qingyuan felt comfortable and relieved. She immediately got out of the car, patting Dun Yi's face. She passed him. "That's more like it." Dun Yi's face darkened, feeling that something was amiss but unable to articulate it. Luo Qingyuan had already closed the car door and then took Dun Yi's hand. Dun Yi instinctively wanted to pull away, but Luo Qingyuan whispered, "Don't forget, we are legally married." Dun Yi replied, "Even as legal spouses, shouldn't we take things slowly?" Luo Qingyuan tilted her head slightly and whispered in his ear, "We're almost in bed, and you still want to take it slow." Dun Yi blushed at the suggestion, recalling the intense scene from that night, but Luo Qingyuan was already leading him into the dining hall. Upon entering, a server approached them. "Miss Luo, your reserved private room is ready. Would you like the dishes served now?" Luo Qingyuan replied, "Yes, please." The server nodded respectfully, "Of course." After being led into the private room, Dun Yi remarked, "The service here is quite good." Luo Qingyuan glanced at him with a smile that seemed to say, "Naturally." This Kyoto branch was owned by her close friend Chen Nian. How could it not excel? Dun Yi, admiring the upscale decor, couldn't help but say, "We could have chosen a cheaper restaurant. Although it's not downtown, this seems like a high-end dining experience." Luo Qingyuan looked at Dun Yi and asked, "Are you trying to save money from me?" Dun Yi replied, "We are married, so what's yours is mine, right? I have to be frugal with my money." Luo Qingyuan found it amusing and made up an excuse, whispering, "I have a voucher." Dun Yi swallowed hard. "How much does it cover?" Luo Qingyuan whispered, 50% off. Dun Yi exclaimed, "That's impressive." Luo Qingyuan blinked and said, "Yes, otherwise I wouldn't dare to come." Dun Yi quickly opened the menu. "Then you hurry and order. I'll pay." Luo Qingyuan almost couldn't help but burst out laughing, but she managed to hold it back forcefully. How fun it is to tease Dun Yi like this. She used to resist getting married, but now that she's actually married, she is thinking about what a bland life she used to live before. The days spent with Dun Yi are so much more interesting. So, Luo Qingyuan solemnly said, "I already ordered online before coming. It should be arriving soon." As soon as Luo Qingyuan finished speaking, the door of the private room was knocked, and then 5 waiters came in and quickly placed the exquisite dishes on the table. Dun Yi looked at the table full of dishes and couldn't help but say, "If we can't finish it, we'll have to take it away." Luo Qingyuan agreed, "That way, we won't have to cook tomorrow." The two of them had a meal while chatting and laughing, then packed up the leftovers. Luo Qingyuan still walked out of the restaurant arm in arm with Dun Yi, but she didn't expect that this visit to a familiar place for a meal would be spotted by another person. Across from Nanlin Restaurant was Shinrong Restaurant, and on the second floor, a man in a suit was contemplatively watching Luo Qingyuan and Dun Yi leave. Someone called out to him, "Manager Zhang, what do you think about this cooperation?" Seeing his long-lost fiancée laughing and chatting with another man, and being intimate by holding hands, no one could feel good. So, Zhang Jingchuan directly took the contract on the table, signed his name swiftly, and then tossed it over, saying, "All right, let's go." The people across from him looked at each other and then stood up together, saying, "Manager Zhang, you must be busy, we won't disturb you." The people in the private room quickly left, and no one touched the dishes on the table. Assistant Bo Chao naturally also noticed Luo Qingyuan and couldn't help but ask, "Manager Zhang, should I go investigate?" After all, Zhang Jingchuan had just returned to Kyoto today, partly for business negotiations and partly to meet his fiancée, but he didn't expect this surprise from his fiancée. Zhang Jingchuan gestured with his hand. "No need. I want to hear Luo Qingyuan's explanation." Bo Chao looked at Zhang Jingchuan for a while, wanting to say, "Even in this situation, do you really need an explanation?" But in the end, Bo Chao didn't dare to be presumptuous, so, after waiting for a while, Zhang Jingchuan called Luo Qingyuan. At this moment, Luo Qingyuan was waiting outside the movie theater for Dun Yi, who had gone to the restroom. Seeing the incoming call, Luo Qingyuan's eyes flashed with impatience, but she still answered the phone. However, before Zhang Jingchuan could speak, Luo Qingyuan took the initiative, with an extremely cold tone. "Manager Zhang, I have already clearly rejected the engagement. What's wrong? Doesn't your family understand?" Zhang Jingchuan remained expressionless. "Qingyuan, Historically, marriage arrangements are made by parents and matchmakers. Luo Qingyuan cut him off directly. What era is this? John Jingchuan, can't you have a more progressive mindset? John Jingchuan frowned. Qingyuan, where are you? Give me your address, let's talk face to face. Luo Qingyuan remained expressionless, but her words were not polite at all. Just go as far as you can, okay. With that, Luo Qingyuan hung up the phone directly. John Jingchuan was furious, but forced himself to stay calm. The marriage alliance between the Zhang and Luo families must happen. No matter who this man next to Luo Qingyuan is, they must give in. John Jingchuan said, go find out, I want all the information on that man. Go Chao hesitated. Manager John, this will definitely alert the people around Miss Luo. John Jingchuan had great influence, but in Kyoto, it was under the jurisdiction of the Luo family. Once they interfered in Luo Qingyuan's affairs, before they could find out the details, they might already receive a serious warning. After all, everyone in the circle knew that if Luo Qingyuan got angry, she could disrupt even the harmony of Kyoto. John Jingchuan said, so what if it alerts them? Go investigate. The sooner, the better. Go Chao immediately responded, yes. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan had already entered the movie theater hand in hand with Duanyi. The theater was dimly lit, and Luo Qingyuan leaned on Duanyi's shoulder, their heartbeats steady. The call from John Jingchuan made her feel a bit uneasy. She thought eloping was the right decision, but dragging Duanyi into this circle, was it really okay? Duanyi watched the movie without blinking, accidentally brushing against Luo Qingyuan's fingertips, which felt cold. In the next moment, Luo Qingyuan felt her hands being enveloped by a warm palm. Duanyi didn't say anything, but Luo Qingyuan felt the warmth in his palm, and a sense of warmth arose in her heart. When there's opposition, they must stand together. They've already crossed a certain boundary. Should they really separate? Luo Qingyuan is quite traditional. Once someone is chosen to be with her first, she sticks with them. Even though that night, she was selected by Duanyi due to careful planning. At 11 in the evening, after watching the movie, they returned home together. Luo Qingyuan said, change your clothes, I'll help you with the laundry later. Duanyi was a bit embarrassed. This is a small matter, I can handle it myself. Luo Qingyuan glanced at him, no need to calculate. After that, without waiting for his response, Luo Qingyuan turned and went into the bedroom. Duanyi said, I just didn't want to bother you, as he scratched his head and went to take a shower in the bedroom. After Duanyi finished his shower and came out with his dirty clothes, he saw Luo Qingyuan coming out with her head wrapped in a towel and wearing a camisole. The camisole accentuated Luo Qingyuan's curvy figure, making Duanyi suddenly feel a bit flustered and couldn't bring himself to look at her directly. Duanyi didn't notice that Luo Qingyuan looked at him with a teasing smile. She quipped, you've seen it before. Why are you blushing now? Duanyi felt even hotter. He hadn't seen that Luo Qingyuan had given him a playful look. Immediately after, she said, it's not like you haven't seen it before. Why are you blushing? Duanyi felt even hotter. He hadn't seen that Luo Qingyuan had given him a playful look. Immediately after, she said, it's not like you haven't seen it before. Why are you blushing? Duanyi felt even more hot and said, He didn't finish his sentence as Luo Qingyuan interrupted, or, do you want to sleep with me tonight? Duanyi's heart raced with excitement. Luo Qingyuan threw the clothes into the washing machine, then walked over, her cool fingers caressing his chest. Duanyi felt nervous and instinctively grabbed Luo Qingyuan's finger. Miss Luo, if I breach the agreement later, don't blame me. Luo Qingyuan chuckled and pulled her finger away, saying, men with fiery blood can't resist teasing. Duanyi remained silent as Luo Qingyuan moved closer, her breath tickling his ear. I haven't done anything yet, and you're already overwhelmed. If I actually do something, will your nose bleed endlessly? After saying this, Luo Qingyuan wanted to break away, but Duanyi directly embraced her waist, closing the distance between them. Luo Qingyuan was slightly surprised, lifting her head, locking eyes with Duanyi. Duanyi extended his other hand to stroke Luo Qingyuan's cheek. I think you might not understand. In such matters, it's not me who will suffer. Luo Qingyuan never expected that Duanyi, who appeared well-behaved and honest, would actually dare to respond. Luo Qingyuan was just momentarily surprised. Then she reached out and hugged Duanyi's neck, her eyes full of charm. Sister doesn't think she's losing out. Duanyi suddenly felt hot all over, as Luo Qingyuan had said. At the age of youth, one truly couldn't resist any teasing. Since Luo Qingyuan had practically offered herself there was no reason not to indulge. Dwinyi held Lu Qingyuan by the neck with one hand, lowered his head, and kissed her. The monitoring in the room seemed non-existent at this moment. Both of them couldn't wait to enter the bedroom, so Dwinyi pressed Lu Qingyuan down on the sofa. Lu Qingyuan's hairpin was removed from behind her head. Her black hair spread on the sofa, her eyes seductive as they kissed, becoming more and more intense. Dwinyi's hands were also active, quickly climbing to those two peaks. But soon, Lu Qingyuan's phone rang urgently. Without even looking, Lu Qingyuan hung up, holding the phone in one hand and still not letting go of Dwinyi's neck, continuing to kiss, reluctant to part. Ding ring. The phone rang urgently again. Dwinyi released Lu Qingyuan, panting, and said, "Answer." Lu Qingyuan glanced at him, then frowned and answered the call. "You better have an urgent matter. Otherwise, don't come tomorrow." Meanwhile, Dwinyi was lying against Lu Qingyuan's neck, on fire. Cheng Susui's anxious voice came through. "President Luo, your mother is on her way to where you live." Lu Qingyuan's originally dazed eyes instantly cleared up. "What did you say?" Cheng Susui repeated. "Ms. Zhao Ruoxi left half an hour ago to go to where you are living now." Lu Qingyuan pushed Dwinyi away and sat up. "When did she return to the country? How come there was no news at all?" Cheng Susui said. "The specifics are unclear, but she is heading not towards the courtyard in the capital but towards Xinglongyuan, where you are living now. It seems to be related to Mr. Duan." Lu Qingyuan said, "Okay, I got it. You quickly find a way to stop her." Lu Qingyuan immediately hung up the phone, leaving Dwinyi confused. "What's going on?" Lu Qingyuan quickly rearranged her hairpin and said, "My mom is coming." Dwinyi's eyes widened. "Your mom?" Lu Qingyuan explained. "I can't explain to you right now, but if my mom finds out we are living together, we are both dead." "So?" Dwinyi immediately jumped up. "So, I'll leave now." At this moment, Dwinyi didn't even think about the fact that they were legally married, and living together was perfectly reasonable. Dwinyi asked, "How long until she arrives?" Lu Qingyuan replied, "Around 10 minutes. After all, they were too close to the airport here." Dwinyi said, "All right." Just as Dwinyi was about to leave, Lu Qingyuan pulled him back. "Give me a few more kisses." Dwinyi's eyes widened in shock. "When did? Oh. Before he could finish speaking, his voice was swallowed up by Lu Qingyuan. It wasn't until Dwinyi was short of breath that Lu Qingyuan let him go and said, "Go. Take the stairs." Dwinyi quickly put on his coat, grabbed his phone, and followed Lu Qingyuan out. They were on the 7th floor. Just as they reached the stairwell, Lu Qingyuan received a WeChat message from Cheng Suisui. "President Luo, they have already entered." Lu Qingyuan glanced at the elevator, which had already reached the 6th floor. Dwinyi also saw it, and going there now was a dead end. So Lu Qingyuan pulled Dwinyi back and hurried back home. Dwinyi was extremely anxious. "It's all your fault. Why did you kiss at a critical moment? Now we're going to get caught, right?" Before Lu Qingyuan could reply, the doorbell rang. They looked at each other, both no longer calm. Lu Qingyuan quickly pulled Dwinyi into Dwinyi's bedroom and stuffed him into the closet. "I won't lock the door or turn on the light. I'll try to keep my mom from coming in. You must not make a sound, especially with your phone. Remember to silence it." Dwinyi quickly silenced his phone, and Lu Qingyuan deftly stuffed Dwinyi's clothes, pants, bag into the closet, tossed in his slippers, straightened in the bed, checked that there was nothing masculine around, before turning to check the living room. Outside the door, someone couldn't wait any longer. "Lu Qingyuan, I know you live here. Open the door for me." Lu Qingyuan rushed over, picked up Dwinyi's shoes, and ran into her bathroom to toss them. The door was pounded heavily. Mrs. Zhao was very angry. "Lu Qingyuan, are you forcing me to break in?" Lu Qingyuan quickly opened all the other room doors, turned off all the lights, then ruffled her hair until it was messy before appearing at the door, looking sleepy-eyed. As soon as the door opened, Lu Qingyuan, with a frown, feigned surprise. "Mom, why are you here?" Zhao Ruoxi was adorned in exquisite makeup, with two bodyguards following behind her. They all bowed their heads when they saw Lu Qingyuan. They didn't dare enter her house. Zhao Ruoxi walked past Lu Qingyuan into the house. "What? Can't Mom come?" Lu Qingyuan closed the door and followed her, saying, "Of course you can come, but at this hour." She then laughed. "I forgot. At this time, it's still daytime abroad." Zhao Ruoxi first scanned the living room, then walked into the only room with lights on, followed by the remaining 3 rooms. Lu Qingyuan followed closely. "Mom, Are you inspecting? Ignoring Lu Qingyuan, Zhao Ruoxi said, received some information that you were out of line in Kyoto. So, as a mother, I naturally had to come and take a look. Lu Qingyuan's eyes flashed. Out of line. In what way? Mom, is this a slander? After checking 2 rooms, Zhao Ruoxi was about to enter the last one, which was where Duanyi stayed. Lu Qingyuan quickly ran up to her and said, "This property is mine. I can decide to live here, right?" With Lu Qingyuan blocking her, Zhao Ruoxi didn't turn on the light. Instead, she glanced around the living room under the dim light before fixing her gaze on Lu Qingyuan. Zhao Ruoxi said, "You are right about that, but, Qingyuan, Mom hopes you can spend more time with Jingchuan and not associate with unsavory people." Lu Qingyuan's face turned dark. "Mom, is this slander spread by Zhang Jingchuan?" Seeing Lu Qingyuan angry, Zhao Ruoxi abandoned the idea of entering the room and held Lu Qingyuan's hand. "Come with Mom. Let Mom talk to you." And in the closet, Duanyi dared not even breathe loudly until he heard the voices moving away. Then he let out a long sigh of relief. On the sofa in the living room, 2 people sat facing each other. Mrs. Zhao said, "Mom doesn't want to doubt you, but Qingyuan, in families like ours, we cannot make decisions about marriage on our own. A few years ago, you said you hadn't had enough fun yet. Fine. We'll wait for your further studies abroad. Now that you're back with a degree, Heng Lun has also given you everything. Shouldn't you think about your marriage now?" Lu Qingyuan didn't want to hear this, nor did she want Duanyi to know too much, so she stood up in frustration, went into her own bedroom and said, "Mom, I don't want to hear you say these things." Zhao Ruoxi sighed and followed Lu Qingyuan into her room. Zhao Ruoxi said, "Qingyuan, you're not young anymore, you're almost 28. By your age, I was already pregnant with you, and your brother was already 3 years old." The room had good soundproofing, so Lu Qingyuan didn't hold back in her response. "Mom, the Luo family is already leading in the whole of Weibo, even in the whole world. Do I need to sacrifice my marriage?" Zhao Ruoxi insisted. "As a daughter of the Luo family, enjoying the luxuries they provide, you should make a good marriage." Lu Qingyuan calmly looked at her mother, "But I don't want that. If you and Dad are in love, why can't I find someone I love as well?" Zhao Ruoxi suggested, "You can develop feelings after marriage." Lu Qingyuan was tired of arguing with Zhao Ruoxi. Seeing her daughter's reaction, Zhao Ruoxi sighed helplessly and said, "Qingyuan, I can only tolerate you not getting married until you're 30. If you're still unmarried by then, your father and I will have to take drastic measures." Lu Qingyuan was not scared by her mother's words, so she remained silent. Zhao Ruoxi picked up her designer bag and stood up, saying, "Your sister-in-law is about to give birth. After she has the baby, your brother will take her back to the country to recuperate. Make sure to visit them more often." Lu Qingyuan finally replied, "Got it." After giving Lu Qingyuan a few glances, Zhao Ruoxi added, "Jingchuan doesn't spread rumors intentionally. He just cares too much about you. Don't trouble him." Lu Qingyuan suddenly smiled. "Mom, we're all adults. When we make mistakes, we should learn to take responsibility." Zhao Ruoxi sighed. "We still have business dealings with the Zhang family. Don't go too far." Lu Qingyuan didn't respond, thinking, is she the one going too far? Just in one afternoon, Zhang Jingchuan's hand reached her home. What she disliked the most was people talking behind her back. Zhao Ruoxi said, "All right, get some rest. I need to fly to New York to sign a contract." Lu Qingyuan immediately stood up. "I'll take you to the airport." Zhao Ruoxi declined. "No need." Then Zhao Ruoxi seemed to remember something and looked around with disdain. "You don't live in the courtyard within the second ring row anymore. You've gotten used to living in this cramped place. I see you've been enjoying the good life." Lu Qingyuan helplessly replied, "Mom, the courtyard was too big. It's empty for one person. Didn't Grandma prefer living in a villa as well?" Zhao Ruoxi couldn't stay even for a second longer. "Forget it. Do as you please. Take care of yourself after I leave." Lu Qingyuan hurriedly saw her mother off, accompanying her downstairs until she got into the car. Then Lu Qingyuan returned home. Upon her return, Duanyi came out, asking, "How was it? Did your mom leave?" Lu Qingyuan nodded. "She left." Duanyi showed relief. "She scared me." Lu Qingyuan laughed. Duanyi asked, "You're still laughing? If this happens a few more times, my heart won't be able to take it. By the way, how did you know your mom wouldn't check thoroughly?" Lu Qingyuan replied, She has a serious cleanliness obsession. Lu Qingyuan thought for a moment and answered, another question from Duanyi. As long as I get pregnant with your family's child, my mom won't say anything. Lu Qingyuan quickly poured 2 glasses of water and handed one to Duanyi. Duanyi took it. Are you planning to get pregnant just like that? I'm not ready to be a father. Lu Qingyuan shrugged. I'm also not prepared to be a mother. Even though it was Duanyi who initially refused, hearing it from Lu Qingyuan gave a different feeling. Something wasn't right. It left him feeling stifled. Lu Qingyuan didn't offer any further explanations and simply said, let's go to bed. Subsequently, Lu Qingyuan went back to her bedroom. The earlier passion was dampened by this incident, so both of them turned their thoughts away. After Lu Qingyuan left, Duanyi returned to his room. However, Duanyi found it hard to fall asleep. It was the first time he pondered if his marriage with Lu Qingyuan was truly free of issues. While he felt they rushed into getting married, his body truly desired Lu Qingyuan. While Duanyi quietly contemplated, he heard the sound of the next door opening. He listened quietly for a moment, then heard the door being closed. Duanyi assumed Lu Qingyuan just stepped out to get some water, but soon heard the faint sound of the door opening and closing again. Duanyi almost immediately realized that Lu Qingyuan had left in the middle of the night. Feeling concerned, he checked the time and saw it was already 1 in the morning. Where could Lu Qingyuan have gone at this hour? Duanyi quickly messaged Lu Qingyuan. Where did you go? Lu Qingyuan replied promptly. I have some urgent matters at the company to attend to. Go to sleep first. Reading the message, Duanyi couldn't help but feel even more perplexed. Meanwhile, a Maybach was speeding on an elevated bridge, followed by 2 expensive SUVs. They arrived in a downtown alley. The 3 luxurious cars came to a stop. Lu Qingyuan stepped out of the Maybach, with Liu Yan as the driver. The 6 bodyguards who had been left by the old lady last time also disembarked from the 2 SUVs, all tall and sturdy. Liu Yan hurriedly knocked on the door. The door opened quickly, and someone asked, who are you looking for at this late hour? Before the person could finish speaking, Lu Qingyuan's bodyguard charged out and pressed the person down. Without batting an eye, Lu Qingyuan led the person into the yard, while Liu Yan stayed behind, firmly closing the gate. Zhang Jingchuan was deep in sleep, but the door was kicked open, waking him up abruptly. Who's there? The lights in the room were turned on quickly, and Zhang Jingchuan saw the fierce-looking Lu Qingyuan at the door. Zhang Jingchuan was genuinely startled by Lu Qingyuan's expression. Lu Qingyuan was not of a patient disposition. It had been challenging for her to enjoy some luxury at her age, and Lu Qingyuan had put in a lot of effort to get both parties in the right state. What was the result? An unsatisfied woman could be terrifying. Zhang Jingchuan got up from bed and approached Lu Qingyuan, seemingly trying to mend the relationship. Qingyuan, let's speak calmly. It's late. Why trouble yourself to come here in person? Just as Zhang Jingchuan said this, Lu Qingyuan's lips curled into a cold smile. She swiftly extended her hand and delivered a harsh slap across Zhang Jingchuan's face, the sound of the slap echoing crisply in the room. Liu Yan dared not watch, knowing that Lu Qingyuan wouldn't stop unless she taught a lesson. Zhang Jingchuan's face turned ashen, burning with pain. Lu Qingyuan's warning resounded. Zhang Jingchuan, it seems you really don't regard me. Lu Qingyuan, highly. If you dare disturb my family, believe me, I can dominate the domestic business market and make you, Zhang Jingchuan, leave Kyoto like a dog with its tail between its legs. Zhang Jingchuan chuckled, a hint of darkness flashing in his eyes. Lu Qingyuan, do you want to burn your bridges with me? Are you capable of it? Lu Qingyuan maintained her icy demeanor. Their gazes met in the air. A face-off ensued. Lu Qingyuan said coldly, I'm willing to risk my life. Zhang Jingchuan, are you? Zhang Jingchuan's eyes fixed on Lu Qingyuan. The atmosphere tense as if a fight was about to break out the next second. But in the end, Zhang Jingchuan was the first to look away, touched his face, and smiled, saying, it's no wonder the woman Zhang Jingchuan, has taken a liking to, has guts. Lu Qingyuan coldly snorted, you can need freely, but words cannot be spoken loosely. Zhang Jingchuan, this is my first warning to you, and I hope it is the last, otherwise, next time, I cannot guarantee what I will do. Zhang Jingchuan smiled hypocritically. Yes, I will follow Miss Luo's orders in everything. Lu Qingyuan glanced at him, indifferently and then turned and left. Zhang Jingchuan's gaze followed her until Lu Qingyuan's figure was completely out of sight before he retracted his gaze. Go Chao hurried over, noticing the visible wounds on Zhang Jingchuan's face, exclaimed in surprise, President Zhang, Bo Chow, Miss Luo is going too far. I will go and John Jingchuan. Come back. Bo Chow's foot, which had just stepped out, stepped back in. Looking puzzled, President John Jingchuan touched his face, feeling a burning sensation, showing how heavy-handed Luo Qingyuan had been. But this was Luo Qingyuan's true nature. If she were gentle and soft, he wouldn't be used to it. John Jingchuan, go get some ice for me to apply. Bo Chow looked incredulous. With Luo Qingyuan already confronting him, why was President John still enduring it? Despite being overshadowed by the Luo family, the John family was also a prominent and well-known family. Many young ladies in the capital were lining up to get married. So why did John Jingchuan insist on Luo Qingyuan? But seeing John Jingchuan's calm demeanor, Bo Chow could only go fetch the ice pack. Soon, John Jingchuan applied the ice pack. John Jingchuan looked at Bo Chow standing nearby and asked, "Are you curious why I am tolerating Luo Qingyuan's behavior even though she has come to me in person?" John Jingchuan's question made Bo Chow uneasy. Bo Chow, President John, no matter how powerful the Luo family is in the industry, Luo Qingyuan is still a woman. How big of a storm can a woman stir up? John Jingchuan, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, said, "A storm of any magnitude. Aren't you self-proclaimed as the top informant in the industry? She is with that gigolo, and yet you still can't find out the exact nature of their relationship." Bo Chow was momentarily speechless. John Jingchuan, just because she's a Luo doesn't mean you can underestimate her. Bo Chow, but in the end, she's still just a woman. Would the Luo family really offend you because of a woman? Business and money are much more important than a woman, right? John Jingchuan sighed. Bo Chow, you have business acumen, but your vision is too short-sighted. Bo Chow truly didn't understand. With so many options available to John Jingchuan, why would he insist on being fixated on one thing? And John Jingchuan's calm voice continued. Today's events prove that gigolo has a significant meaning to Luo Qingyuan. Luo Qingyuan, Miss Luo, I am determined to win. Bo Chow was even more puzzled. If Luo Qingyuan hated John Jingchuan so much, how could he still win her over? At 5 o'clock in the morning, Xinglan Yuan community. A Maybach stopped not far away. Luo Qingyuan got out carrying breakfast and walked into the community. Upon returning home, Luo Qingyuan discovered the living room light was still on, and Duanyi was asleep on the sofa in a sprawled position, with 2 glasses of water on the table. Luo Qingyuan's initially gloomy mood was swept away, so she quietly approached, placed the breakfast on the coffee table, then went to the bedroom, changed into pajamas, took out a thin blanket, and covered Duanyi. Duanyi was half asleep, feeling something on him and subconsciously reached out to grasp it. Luo Qingyuan, seeing the hand grabbing her wrist, couldn't help but pause. Lowering her head, Duanyi gradually opened his eyes. Luo Qingyuan asked softly, "Why didn't you go back to bed?" Duanyi's mind gradually cleared. "Waiting for you. Don't leave so late in the future. I sleep soundly. If I didn't sleep in the living room, I wouldn't even know you came back." Warmth filled Luo Qingyuan's heart as she softened her voice. "Then go back to the room and sleep well. After all, today is Saturday." Duanyi glanced at the clock on the wall, closed his eyes again, and pulled the blanket over himself. "I'll just sleep here, too lazy to move. Anyway, the sofa is quite comfortable." Seeing this, Luo Qingyuan pushed at Duanyi, but he remained lying still, seeming really tired. So, Luo Qingyuan simply took off her shoes, pulled back the blanket, and lay down. Duanyi was startled awake once more, shrinking inside. "Luo Qingyuan, what are you doing again?" Luo Qingyuan hugged Duanyi's waist, nestled into his arms, and nudged him. "Nothing. Just sleeping." Duanyi looked resigned, but he was too tired to argue with Luo Qingyuan's actions. So, he pushed back at her. "Go back to sleep. The sofa is too small for 2 people." Luo Qingyuan simply took his hand and placed it on her shoulder. "Sleep." Given Duanyi's fatigue, he couldn't be bothered to argue with Luo Qingyuan, so he fell asleep like that, with his breath gently spraying onto Luo Qingyuan's head. In the dark, Luo Qingyuan's successful scheme brought her immense satisfaction, finding a comfortable spot to dream about. They slept until 2 in the afternoon, when Luo Qingyuan's phone ring woke them up. Luo Qingyuan answered, "Hello, Liu Yan. President Luo, there has been an accident at Starlight Entertainment." Luo Qingyuan sat up and asked, "Starlight Entertainment? What happened?" Upon hearing this, Duanyi also woke up. "Wasn't this where Nangsing worked?" "Liu Yan. Today, The film crew was filming a firefighting scene, and somehow, a fire broke out. Now, many artists and managers are trapped inside. Luo Qingyuan, is the fire severe? Liu Yan, it's not optimistic, but I've already called the fire department. They will arrive soon. Luo Qingyuan, remember, the safety of lives comes first. Equipment and devices are not important. I'm heading over now. Luo Qingyuan hung up the phone, and Duanyi hurriedly said, I'll go with you. Luo Qingyuan nodded, okay. Shortly after, they quickly returned to the room. 10 minutes later, both were dressed and ready to leave with keys and bags in hand. Luo Qingyuan put on her shoes at the door, and suddenly, Duanyi thought of something and rushed back to take the cold buns that had been sitting on the coffee table. Duanyi, let's fill our stomachs first. Luo Qingyuan didn't refuse, but took the buns. Okay. The two hurried out the door and arrived at the parking lot, where Duanyi drove his car with Luo Qingyuan, heading to Starlight Entertainment. Duanyi, are you in charge of liaising with Starlight Entertainment? Without much thought, Luo Qingyuan nodded. Yes, I took the contract for the boss to sign. Duanyi felt that something was off but couldn't pinpoint it, so he just nodded. Star Entertainment is not far from the drama crew. When Duanyi and Luo Qingyuan arrived, thick smoke was already billowing on the scene. Fire trucks and ambulances had also arrived, and caution tape was up. Chaos surrounded the area. Luo Qingyuan frowned as she called Liu Yan, who hurriedly rushed over. Miss Luo, the firefighters have already entered to rescue people. Luo Qingyuan was extremely worried. How many people are trapped inside? Liu Yan, currently unable to estimate, but both crews are in there today. Luo Qingyuan, which two crews, and how many people in total? Liu Yan, my firefighter boyfriend and the crew of Yunshang Chuans have two crews. The specific number of people are still being counted. Yunshang Chuans. Duanyi suddenly remembered seeing the opening ceremony in Nangsing's circle of friends, which was for Yunshang Chuans. Duanyi looked at Luo Qingyuan. Qingyuan, my childhood friend Nangsing is in there. I must go in and find him. Luo Qingyuan nodded. You go, be safe. Duanyi nodded and immediately ran towards the scene, constantly calling Nangsing. Luo Qingyuan then turned to Liu Yan. What are you standing around for? Organize people to rescue others. Liu Yan. All right. I'll go arrange it. Luo Qingyuan quickly followed. At that moment, Duanyi finally got through to Nangsing on the phone. Duanyi. Nangsing, where are you? Nangsing was locked in a room. Smoke had already filled the room from all sides, obstructing visibility and causing continuous coughing. Cough. Dressing room, 1201. Duanyi. How many people? How many of you are there? Nangsing. 3. Cough. Duanyi forced himself to stay calm. Nangsing. Listen to me. Look for towels now. Find water to wet the towels and cover your mouth and nose until we arrive. Do you hear me? Duanyi didn't hear a response, and looking at the phone, he saw the call had been cut off. Duanyi had no choice but to rush to the firefighters. Comrades, there are still 3 people trapped in dressing room 1201. Firefighter, where is it? Do you know the location? Duanyi. I know, I'll lead you there. The fire captain, quick, 2 people follow him to rescue them. Duanyi immediately led the firefighters towards the dressing room. By this time, Nangsing was finding it hard to breathe, fearing that they would all be trapped and unable to escape. She couldn't just sit and wait for death. Nangsing crawled to the window curtains, tore some fabric, then crawled back to the dressing table to find water, but there was none. Nangsing could only cough heavily, while she found some makeup remover, pouring it onto the fabric. After wetting the cloth, she used it to cover her colleagues, who had already collapsed on the ground. After doing all this, Nangsing's strength was depleted, and she slumped to the floor, drenched in sweat, struggling to stay conscious. Just as she was about to close her eyes, there was a loud bang as the dressing room door was kicked in. The firefighters rushed in. Ma'am, can you still hear us talking? Soon. Nangsing felt herself being helped up. Duanyi. Nangsing, are you all right? Nangsing struggled to open her eyes, tears flowing down. She grabbed Duanyi's collar. Save them first. Then, Nangsing promptly fell into unconsciousness. 2 firefighters each carried 1 person, with Duanyi following carrying Nangsing. The fire had not spread to their location, but the smoke was suffocating. The path outside the dressing room had been blocked by falling equipment, so they couldn't get out. Nangsing was quickly taken to an ambulance. At this point, everyone had been rescued. Dwinyi sat on the roadside, catching his breath as he called Nangsing's father. Dwinyi, Uncle Nan, there was a fire on Nangsing's set. Nangsing has been rescued and is now on the ambulance. Please hurry over to the hospital with Auntie. Uncle Nan's anxious voice came through the phone. Oh my, how could something so big happen? Little Yi. Thank you. Uncle Nan is going to the hospital now. The call ended quickly, and Dwinyi wiped the dust from his head. After resting for a moment, Dwinyi was about to get up and find Luo Qingyuan when she handed him a bottle of mineral water. Dwinyi looked up and saw Luo Qingyuan. Dwinyi took the water and gulped it down in one go. Luo Qingyuan, have they been rescued? Dwinyi. They've been rescued and taken to the hospital. Luo Qingyuan, are they okay? Dwinyi. It's not clear yet. Luo Qingyuan. Then why aren't you going with them? Dwinyi. I've already called her parents, and besides, shouldn't you be here? Where should I go? Luo Qingyuan's heart raced for a few seconds, then she quickly calmed down. Luo Qingyuan. I can't go back today. I need to stay here to assist in investigating the cause of the fire. Dwinyi. Is the situation serious? Luo Qingyuan. So far, no casualties have been reported. Most people have been taken to the hospital. Dwinyi. For now, that's good news. Luo Qingyuan nodded and said, go see Nangsing. Her parents might take a while to arrive, and in case they need to undergo some checks or procedures, it won't be good with no one around. Dwinyi thought for a moment and asked, are you alright on your own? Luo Qingyuan. I'll be fine. Don't worry. Dwinyi glanced at the time. I'll come get you once her parents arrive. Luo Qingyuan nodded. Got it. Go quickly. In the face of life and death situations, other trivial matters could be set aside, so Luo Qingyuan didn't find anything wrong with Dwinyi's actions. Thus, Dwinyi hurriedly drove to the hospital, while Luo Qingyuan began to assist at the scene. News of the crew fire quickly made headlines and videos from the scene spread online. Just as Yen Nuan had finished showering and stepped out, Liu Linlin called out to her, Nuan, come quick and see, your ex-boyfriend is on the news. Yen Nuan walked over, looking puzzled, as she saw the video of Dwinyi carrying Nangsing out of the fire. Although it was only a few seconds, anyone familiar with them could tell it was Dwinyi and Nangsing. Liu Linlin, rescuing the beauty. This is... Still saying it's nothing, but look at how worried he looks. Yan Lele, the crew caught fire. Why is Dwinyi there? And conveniently saved his senior sister. Liu Linlin, Nuan, I think that Nangsing's senior sister is a schemer, speaking nicely to you while also messing around with Dwinyi. She's quite clever. Yan Lele, yes. How else can you explain it? The crew caught fire. Dwinyi appears at the scene, and coincidentally saves Nangsing. It's just too absurd. Only you believe in these scoundrels and schemers. Seems like they're playing you for a fool. Yen Nuan's face turned slightly pale, and without a word, she grabbed her bag, packed her things, then left the dorm room. Liu Linlin, hey, where are you going? Yen Nuan. To the hospital. Liu Linlin and Yang Lele exchanged glances, then shook their heads simultaneously, both saying, no cure for that. Beijing First People's Hospital. Dwinyi just arrived at the emergency room door when he heard a nurse urgently calling out, family of non-crossing. Who is the family of non-crossing? Dwinyi hurried over and said, I'm here. The nurse walked over quickly with a list in hand and said, hurry up and make the payment. Non-crossing urgently needs a full body examination and also needs an x-ray. Dwinyi nodded immediately. I'll go now. Dwinyi rushed to the payment counter to queue up and pay. When he returned after making the payment, non-crossing was already undergoing the full body examination. Dwinyi soon received a phone call from Nansheng's father. Ziyi, Uncle is still on the way. There's a traffic jam here. Uncle can't rush over in time. How is non-crossing? Dwinyi glanced at the emergency room and said, Uncle, non-crossing is undergoing an examination. Don't worry. Take your time coming. I'm at the hospital. Non-Hao said. Thank you, Ziyi. Uncle and Auntie are reassured because of you. Dwinyi didn't say anything else. He just waited at the door, watching people come and go to the emergency room. After about half an hour, a nurse came out and asked, family of non-crossing. Dwinyi walked over and said, hello, nurse. The nurse said, non-crossing is not in critical condition. She's just currently unconscious. In addition, there is some infection in the lungs and a serious carbon monoxide poisoning. She needs to stay in the hospital for observation for at least a week. You can go in and see non-crossing. When she wakes up, she can be transferred to a regular ward. Dwayne said, okay. Thank you, nurse. The nurse replied, you're welcome. The nurse then called the next person's family member, and Dwayne quickly went into the emergency room. At this moment, Non-Crossing was receiving oxygen, her face extremely pale, and the two people who came with Non-Crossing had already been transferred to a regular ward. Dwayne ordered some food for Non-Crossing on his phone, then waited by her side. Eventually, the food drip was finished, and Dwayne helped call a nurse. Before long, the takeout arrived, and Dwayne got up to pick it up, while Non-Crossing slowly opened her eyes. Dwayne busily placed the takeout on the bedside table, momentarily not paying attention. Cough, cough. Non-Crossing couldn't help but cough a few times. Dwayne turned to look at Non-Crossing and hurried to call the doctor. Doctor, patient in bed 3 is awake. The doctor immediately came over to check on Non-Crossing while Dwayne waited nearby. Shortly after, the doctor said, it's good that she's awake. There's no major issue at the moment. Rest well. We'll transfer you to the regular ward later. Dwayne said, okay. Thank you, doctor. After the doctor left, Non-Crossing asked, are my assistant and makeup artist okay? Dwayne replied, the doctor said they've already been transferred to the regular ward, and their families have also arrived. You can rest assured. Non-Crossing breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Dwayne and smiled. Thank you for saving me. Dwayne smiled back and handed her a cup of hot water. Just neighbors and childhood friends. There's no need for formalities. Dwayne continued. By the way, I've already called Non-Uncle. They are on their way here, but there's traffic. They might be late. Non-Crossing nodded. Feeling dizzy, she closed her eyes and sighed. I almost died. I owe you a favor for this. I'll treat you to dinner later. Dwayne said. Don't mention it. Rest for a while. The porridge has just arrived. It's still hot. Let it cool down a bit. Non-Crossing weakly nodded. Dwayne walked over and helped Non-Crossing lie down. Non-Crossing inadvertently opened her eyes and saw Yi Nuan standing at the door of the ward. Non-Crossing was surprised. Nuan Nuan. Dwayne's movement also paused slightly. Then he said, you lie down first. Yi Nuan's expression was extremely cold, making Non-Crossing instantly feel uncomfortable. She quickly said, it's okay. I'll sit for a while. With Dwayne's support, Non-Crossing sat up again. She was too weak to support herself. At this time, Yi Nuan also walked in, and Non-Crossing couldn't help but cough several times. Yi Nuan asked, Non-Crossing, are you okay? Non-Crossing shook her head. I'm fine. Nuan Nuan, why are you here? Yi Nuan said, I saw the news. Non-Crossing glanced at Yi Nuan's face and immediately understood that Yi Nuan must have misunderstood her and Dwayne. So, Non-Crossing explained, Nuan Nuan, don't misunderstand. Dwayne just happened to be at the set today. He called and brought me to the hospital. Yi Nuan interrupted directly, Non-Crossing, you mean Dwayne happened to be at your set today, happened to save you and kindly brought you to the hospital, right? Non-Crossing was left speechless. Dwayne looked at Yi Nuan and asked, Yi Nuan, do we need to explain these matters to you? This sentence from Dwayne was like a spark, instantly igniting Yi Nuan's already anxious heart. Yi Nuan coldly laughed. You finally revealed your true colors, huh? Dwayne, you even found a woman to deceive me. You clearly have something going on with Non-Crossing. Non-Crossing, I really don't understand. If you like Dwayne, why pretend to be a good person? What is your intention in deceiving me together? Are you making a fool out of me? Yi Nuan's eyes turned red as she accused him. Non-Crossing was getting anxious. Yi Nuan, things are not as you think. Today, Dwayne just happened to be at the set. He called me and Yi Nuan couldn't contain her anger. Shut up. I trusted you so much. And this is how you repay me. Do you still want to keep lying to me? Non-Crossing, you are really shameless. Before Non-Crossing could respond, she started coughing violently again, her face flushing red. Dwayne quickly handed her the cup of water on the table. Then, Dwayne looked at Yi Nuan. Yi Nuan, what's gotten into you? Even if there was something between me and Non-Crossing, is it your place to question it now? Yi Nuan suddenly rushed forward, glaring at Dwayne. So you admit it? You admit that you were with Non-Crossing while we were still together? Dwayne found Yi Nuan unreasonable and said coldly, let's talk outside. Dwayne tried to grab Yi Nuan, but she was very agile and dodged his grasp. Yi Nuan said, what? Do you still want to protect your old lover? Dwayne, you've hidden it well these past 2 years. No wonder I always felt something was off and couldn't find any evidence. Do you have to phones? Contact non-crossing behind my back. Twinny wanted to say something, but at that moment the nurse came in. This is a hospital. Can you please go outside if you want to argue? Twinny looked apologetic and said to the nurse, sorry, we'll leave now. Yi Nuan, come out with me. Twinny tried to pull Yi Nuan, but she was adamant, I won't leave today. Unless you two explain everything clearly, I'm not going anywhere. By now, more and more people were gathering outside the war, many whispering and pointing fingers. Although non-crossing was not a big celebrity, she couldn't afford any scandals. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, she began to feel panicked and raised her hand to shield her face. Twinny certainly noticed, unable to bear it any longer. He reached out and grabbed Yi Nuan's hand, dragging her out of the ward. Yi Nuan was still struggling hard. Let go of me. How dare you touch me? But Yi Nuan's strength was no match for Twinny, and she could only curse helplessly. Non-crossing. Now you know how to save face. Weren't you calm when you set up your chastity image? Ah, you hurt me. Twinny, you scum. The nurse's face was extremely unpleasant. Who are these people? Soon, the nurse closed the door to the ward, cutting off the gossiping eyes outside, and only then did non-crossing dare to show her face. But after showing her face, non-crossing felt that things were more serious than expected. She initially thought that Yi Nuan and Twinny were just having a simple quarrel, like countless times before. They would argue, make up, and everything would be fine. But this time, it seemed like it wasn't that simple. Yi Nuan's temperament was not like this before. Clearly, she was a very gentle and sensible person, so why was she acting so crazy and paranoid now? Non-crossing couldn't help but feel worried, but surprisingly, she found herself worrying about Twinny. Realizing this, Non-Xing's heart skipped a beat. Twinny and Yi Nuan. But wasn't Yi Nuan the vulnerable one? Uncontrollably, images of the scene in the fire appeared in Non-Xing's mind. She almost thought she was done for. No signal on her phone. Except for emergency calls, nothing could get through. She never expected to receive a call from Twinny. Even less did she expect that at a life-or-death moment, the person who carried her out of the fire would be Twinny. This made Non-crossing recall a time in high school during a swimming lesson when she had a leg cramp and sank directly into the pool. At that time, she also thought she was going to die, but Twinny timely pulled her out. Everything seemed to fall into place perfectly. Twinny was still the same Twinny. Suddenly, a few traces of regret sprouted in Non-Xing's heart. If she hadn't introduced Yi Nuan to Twinny, today's events wouldn't have happened. Some things were better left unthought of, but once a thought took root in the mind, it would grow wildly and uncontrollably until it reached an irreparable state. Non-crossing was still in a daze when her father Non-Ha and mother Z. Kenjing entered. Z. Kenjing. Daughter, are you okay? Non-crossing came back to her senses, lifting her head in surprise. Mom, Dad. Meanwhile, in the hospital's garden, Twinny and Yi Nuan were facing each other. Yi Nuan had just wanted to speak when Twinny interrupted her. I know what you want to say. Let me speak first. Although I don't want to explain, but to prevent you from continuing to harass Non-crossing, I have decided to clarify things with you. The incident of the film cruise fire wasn't foresight on my part. My wife is in charge of the Starlight Entertainment project, and she received news of the film cruise fire this afternoon. So we went to the film set together. Non-crossing was trapped in the fire. We are childhood friends. I couldn't just sit by. Yi Nuan sneered. Wife, you can say any lie just to get rid of me. You claim it's not for Non-crossing, but every word you say is exonerating her. Twinny, do you know why we broke up? Upon hearing Yi Nuan's words, Twinny closed his mouth. Tearfully, Yi Nuan pointed at him. It's because you never speak a single truth. Twinny always got a headache whenever he encountered Yi Nuan, especially now that people around them were starting to point fingers at him because of Yi Nuan's words, and some even took out their phones to film them. Twinny felt a bit tired. With Yi Nuan, he truly grasped the meaning of being speechless. You obviously can't rest assured about Non-crossing. You obviously like her so much. Why do you vehemently deny it, Twinny? Why did you get together with me in the first place? Tears streamed down Yi Nuan's face, making the onlookers feel a pang of sadness. Twinny felt even more miserable. He didn't know why he got together with Yi Nuan in the first place. Perhaps it was during the initial stage of their relationship when he got into a car accident, not severe, but he needed to be observed in the hospital for a concussion. At that time, Inuan ran around for him, taking good care of him. It was at that time that Dwayne felt that as long as Inuan was willing to be with him, he would treat her well. He gradually fell in love with her after being together. In these 2 years, he never regretted his initial decision. But at this moment, looking at Inuan's tearful face, he couldn't recall how he had come to like the person in front of him. Dwayne murmured, "I regret it." Inuan looked up. "What?" Dwayne smirked bitterly. "I said, I regret it, Inuan. Can't you just let me go? Can't we go our separate ways and not bother each other?" Inuan's expression transitioned from confusion to astonishment, ending in deep-seated resentment. Inuan suddenly rushed forward, grabbing Dwayne's collar. It's you who turned me into what I am now. You want to get rid of me with just a single regret? Dwayne, I'm telling you, you can't escape from me." Seeing more and more onlookers around them, like a monkey being exhibited, Dwayne couldn't take it anymore and pushed Inuan away. A look of undisguised disgust appeared on Dwayne's face, one that Inuan had never seen before. Dwayne muttered under his breath, "Crazy." After saying that, Dwayne didn't linger and turned to leave quickly. Inuan stood still in a daze for a moment before realizing what had happened, and her facial expression contorted slightly. She quickly wiped away her tears and ran after him, and when he noticed that Inuan was following him, for the first time, to avoid the woman, he sprinted away. Kidding, he was a long-distance running champion in high school. In the blink of an eye, Dwayne disappeared from Inuan's sight. Inuan watched Dwayne running ahead, momentarily stunned, then, growing even angrier. Dwayne didn't even care about his image to avoid her. Stamp. Lin Feng laughed for a while before stopping to ask him, "So what's your plan? Keep hiding." Dwayne furrowed his brow. "What else can I do? Do you expect me to rekindle the old flame with her?" Lin Feng sighed. "Inuan is an extreme person. You were too careless." Dwayne fell silent for a while before saying, "I thought I could change her." Lin Feng replied, "Mountains may be moved, but one's nature is difficult to change." Dwayne sighed. "Well, if I can't provoke her, can I still hide?" "I won't say more. I'm driving." Lin Feng said, "Okay, goodbye." The car fell into a brief silence as Dwayne drove alone to pick up Luo Qingyuan. At the same time, Inuan returned to the emergency room only to find that the person on the hospital bed was gone. Inuan hurried over to the nurse's station to ask the nurse. The nurse said, She has been transferred to the regular ward." So, Inuan began searching for the person in the regular ward. Room 302. Non-Crossing had just finished the congee Dwayne bought back when she looked up and saw Inuan standing at the door. As she was a newly transferred patient, the room currently only accommodated Non-Crossing, along with her parents. Z, Kenjing and Non-Hao also noticed Inuan, but they didn't recognize her, so they looked at Non-Crossing. Z, Kenjing asked, "Daughter, who is this?" Non-Crossing said, "Mom and Dad, I have something to talk to her about. Can you leave for a while?" Z, Kenjing and Non-Hao exchanged a look, then put down what they were holding. Non-Hao said, "Friends should have a good conversation. Dad and your mom will go buy some toiletries for you." Non-Crossing nodded, and Non-Hao and Z, Kenjing left, closing the door behind them. Non-Crossing smiled, then patted the seat beside her. "Why stand there? Come and sit down." Inuan showed no expression on her face, but thought to herself, "It's really hypocritical." Seeing that Inuan was unwilling to come over, Non-Crossing did not insist, but gently said, "If you don't want to talk to me, what is the point of coming to find me?" Hearing this, Inuan finally walked over and sat down not far from Non-Crossing. Inuan asked, "Non-Crossing, when you introduced me to Dwayne, was it really out of goodwill?" Non-Xing's expression softened as she recalled the past. Non-Crossing remembered that it was in a KTV, where she and a few sisters, along with Inuan, were singing together. And then Dwayne arrived. Among their group of friends, Dwayne stood out as the most outstanding both in appearance and family background. Before Dwayne even confessed, Inuan had already set her sights on him, and even asked her secretly to add Dwayne on WeChat. Unexpectedly, on that same night, Dwayne confessed his feelings to Non-Crossing, but she turned him down and introduced Inuan to him. Perhaps out of stubbornness, Dwayne ended up with Inuan. Over the next 2 years, even though they lived in the same neighborhood and rarely met, Inuan's possessiveness almost severed their connection. Non-Crossing remained silent for a long time before saying, "To be honest with you, back then, I was afraid that Dwayne would hinder my path to fame. Yin Nuan was taken aback, evidently not expecting such honesty from Non-Crossing. Non-Crossing smiled faintly and said, I have been an art student since I was young. You don't know how much I have struggled to pursue a career in the arts. Yin Nuan, I want to work in the industry I love, but that path cannot have any blemishes. Yin Nuan asked, in your eyes, is Dwayne a blemish? Non-Crossing shook her head. No. All men are. Non-Crossing continued. At that time, I was determined to become a trainee in a girl group. I sang and danced with all my might, wanting to spend 24 hours a day in the dance studio. I couldn't let my emotions ruin my own future. Non-Crossing admitted, I was thinking about cutting off ties with Dwayne yearly to pursue my goals when I introduced you both. Yin Nuan didn't understand. Is work really that important? Non-Crossing clarified, to me, it's not work, it's a dream. Yin Nuan, you have no idea how much I've suffered to be accepted into the acting department of Kyoto University. In high school for 3 years, I studied during the day and danced at night. My toes were bleeding, and my legs trembled with every step, but I couldn't stop because I was afraid that if I did, I wouldn't get into the university I liked, study the acting I loved, and I was also afraid that my dancing wouldn't earn me a spot at Kyoto University. That's why I never neglected my academic studies. Recalling those years, Non-Xing's eyes shimmered with tears. So, Yin Nuan, back then, I had no ill intentions towards you or Dwayne. Yin Nuan was moved by her words, but asked another question. But what about the future? Can you guarantee that you won't have any intentions towards Dwayne like you did before? Non-Crossing wanted to vehemently assert, as she used to, yes, that she would continue on her path to stardom, with no place for Dwayne. However, at that moment, Non-Crossing remained silent. Yin Nuan waited expectantly, but did not receive the same resolute answer she had in the past. So, Yin Nuan smirked sarcastically. Non-Crossing, you're not even sure yourself, are you? Non-Crossing smiled slightly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. Yin Nuan, our future is long. I could promise before, but in the future, it's uncertain. Non-Crossing disliked lying, especially to a friend like Yin Nuan. Yin Nuan's emotions suddenly became agitated. She stood up abruptly, clenched her teeth, and said, but Non-Crossing, you know he loves you the most. As long as you turn back, I won't have a chance to be with him. Non-Crossing raised her gaze, her face small, but her eyes resolute. Yin Nuan, forcing it won't lead anywhere. What's meant to be yours will always be. And what isn't, no matter what you do, won't be. Yin Nuan didn't expect Non-Crossing to say such words and felt a bit bewildered. Non-Crossing added, Yin Nuan, I've given you 2 years already. He wants to be with you. But what about you? Your unreasonable behavior will wear him out. Yin Nuan shouted, I don't want to hear your ridiculous remarks. Non-Crossing, didn't you say your path must be spotless? What's this now? Have you changed your mind again? Non-Crossing reply, Yin Nuan, at this moment, I cannot answer your question. Yin Nuan laughed in exasperation. Non-Crossing, you truly live up to your dreams of becoming a star. Who would have thought you could act like this? She turned to leave. Non-Crossing said, Yin Nuan, I won't actively pursue Dwayne. I will let things take their course and hope you will too. Yin Nuan scoffed. Non-Crossing, what's gone is gone. When you pushed him towards me back then, you should have expected today's outcome. And with me here, you won't get another chance. Furthermore, he saved you out of humanitarian aid. Superstar, make sure you understand the truth. With that, Yin Nuan left the ward quickly. Yin Nuan still didn't understand why Dwayne saved Non-Crossing, but she couldn't let Non-Crossing take advantage of her and act like nothing happened. Yin Nuan realized she had misjudged Dwayne. She shouldn't have told Non-Crossing everything. For the first time, Non-Crossing felt a vague and inexplicable feeling in her heart due to Yin Nuan's words of truth. Yin Nuan spoke the truth, yet she had lost her former carefree demeanor. Dwayne was unaware of the war between the two women. He had already returned to the film crew at this moment, and Luo Qingyuan had handled the scene well, delegating the rest of the matters to the staff below. Dwayne's car was parked outside the film crew, and by now the sky was completely dark. It was already 7:30 p.m. in the evening. Dwayne was still covered in dirt, and Luo Qingyuan looked at him, feeling that he looked like a dirty package, and couldn't help but laugh. Dwayne looked at her with a hint of grievance. I look so disheveled. Is it that amusing? Luo Qingyuan smile deepened. Thank you for your hard work. Why don't you go back first? Dwayne said, are you hungry? Let me take you out for a meal. Luo Qingyuan smiled. Are you not uncomfortable being so dirty? Duanyi reply. Yes, I am uncomfortable, but as they say, eating is the most important thing in this vast world. Luo Qingyuan suddenly reached out towards Duanyi, and he instinctively dodged, asking, What are you doing? Luo Qingyuan frowned slightly. Don't move. So Duanyi obediently stayed still as Luo Qingyuan leaned over, wiping the dust off his cheek and patting the dust off his hair. Luo Qingyuan's fingertips were slightly cool, and Duanyi's face felt hot. He turned his head and happened to see Luo Qingyuan's fair and smooth face, while she was focused on wiping his face. In the confined space, Duanyi's heart skipped a beat, but Luo Qingyuan didn't notice. Soon, Luo Qingyuan sat back down. You're not paying attention to your appearance. Let's go home. There are leftovers from yesterday's takeout. We can heat them up. Duanyi came to his senses, somewhat flustered as he started the car, his heart rate slightly unsettled. Duanyi asked, Wouldn't it be too much trouble for you? Luo Qingyuan replied. What trouble? It's all dishes from a fancy restaurant. They haven't gone bad. They taste good. And we both like them. Duanyi smiled, feeling a bit relieved. That's true. We paid for those dishes. Not eating them would be a waste. Luo Qingyuan nodded. Exactly. Save when you need to save. Spend when you need to spend. Duanyi felt even better. I didn't realize Sister Luo is quite good at managing the household. Luo Qingyuan smiled, then asked him, So, in your eyes, am I only good at spending money? Duanyi shook his head. No, you're not only good at spending, you're also good at making money. After all, I can make 1,000,000 yuan. Duanyi felt it was unreal to have so much money in his bank account. Every night, he would check his balance before sleeping peacefully. When Luo Qingyuan heard this, she smiled even more deeply. In that case, I'll have to work even harder to make money. Will you be happier when I make the next 1,000,000? Luo Qingyuan blinked at him with her sparkling eyes. Luo Qingyuan had never considered making money as a source of happiness. After all, she couldn't even count the digits in her personal account every day, not to mention the business accounts. But seeing Duanyi's happy and proud expression, she suddenly felt that those numbers became endearing. When Duanyi heard her question, he couldn't help but smile. Of course, money brings happiness. Suddenly, Duanyi remembered the cafe they were renovating and asked, Do you think our cafe will be profitable? Without hesitation, Luo Qingyuan nodded. Yes, and you will be in charge of making it profitable. Duanyi was surprised. We agreed to share everything equally in the beginning. I don't want to take advantage of you. As a girl, you should have some private savings when you are away from home. Luo Qingyuan's heart suddenly felt warm, but she didn't want to take that money because she knew Duanyi would be happier holding on to it. So, she said, you keep it. You'll be responsible for all the family expenses. I really dislike hassles. Duanyi asked, Is this really okay? Aren't you afraid I might take advantage of it? Luo Qingyuan replied. Would you? Duanyi said. Of course not. Luo Qingyuan said. Then it's settled. I trust you. Duanyi suddenly felt surreal. So, every month I'll show you the financial statements and accounts, and occasionally drop some gold coins for you. Luo Qingyuan nodded, her eyes twinkling. Yes, I like that. Duanyi didn't refuse anymore and said, This comfortable job is really enjoyable. Luo Qingyuan smiled without saying a word. She couldn't help thinking, if Duanyi knew the specific situation of her family, wouldn't he be shocked? Soon, the two of them returned home. Luo Qingyuan said, You go take a shower first. I'll heat up the food. Just as Duanyi was about to say something, Luo Qingyuan put on an apron and said, You go ahead. You're all dirty. It's not appropriate to go into the kitchen like this. So Duanyi nodded. All right, thank you. Luo Qingyuan shook her head and quickly went into the kitchen. After all, household chores were usually done by whoever had the time. When Luo Qingyuan finished heating up the food, Duanyi had also finished his shower and they sat down at the dining table to eat. Duanyi asked, You probably don't have to work tomorrow, right? Luo Qingyuan hesitated for a moment. Although tomorrow was a weekend, with the unexpected events at Starlight Entertainment, as the party concerned, she felt it necessary. Luo Qingyuan asked, Not at the moment. Why do you ask? Duanyi said, The cafe should be completed tomorrow. I thought we could go together to inspect it. After a moment of thought, Luo Qingyuan nodded. Sure. Duanyi then suggested, I also want to consult my dad to choose an auspicious day for the cafe's opening. What do you think? Luo Qingyuan said, I think it's a great idea. Duanyi smiled. Really? Every important exam Duanyi had taken in his life, His father would calculate the auspicious time for him. For example, during his college entrance examination, his father had him leave the house at 7:10 sharp, and he would eagerly wait by the door, ready to step out the moment the time came. This habit persisted to this day, and he hadn't changed it. But whenever he mentioned it to Yi Nuan, she would scold him for being old-fashioned, confined in his thinking. Luo Qingyuan smiled calmly and confidently. Even if you didn't ask your father, I would have consulted someone for an auspicious date. Besides, those of us in business tend to be more sensitive in this regard than others. Dun Yi's worries disappeared completely upon hearing this. Dun Yi said, I was thinking the same thing. Dun Yi became extremely excited. Actually, my parents readily agreed to our marriage registration because that day, my father calculated our compatibility and said we would have a prosperous and wealthy life together. That's why I energetically took the chance and... Wait. Dun Yi quickly corrected himself. That you would marry me. Seeing Dun Yi's flustered look, Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but suppress a smile. Although Luo Qingyuan was just going along with his words, Dun Yi somehow felt she was teasing him a little. He couldn't bear to meet Luo Qingyuan's eyes. He couldn't help but feel that Luo Qingyuan was letting him have his way too much. But hey, he was a guy after all. Luo Qingyuan's indulgence made him feel embarrassed. He had never experienced such treatment before. Usually, he was the one accommodating others. After dinner, Dun Yi stood up and said, You go take a shower, I'll clean up. You've also had a busy day. Luo Qingyuan didn't bother with formalities. All right. Before entering the bedroom, Luo Qingyuan suddenly said, We don't have to rush to inspect the cafe tomorrow. Why don't we go buy some flowers and plants in the morning to decorate the house? It feels a bit empty at home. Dun Yi immediately agreed. I'm an expert in this area. I'll take you. And I can bargain. You just watch. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyuan's mood brightened. Great. Well then, good night. Dun Yi's heart raced a bit when he said, Good night. Returning to her room, Luo Qingyuan quickly entered work mode. She decided not to attend the meeting tomorrow, so she needed to plan the work for today. The cause of the fire at Starlight Entertainment was also identified through surveillance footage. Someone was smoking in the equipment room, and the fire was caused by an unextinguished cigarette butt. This time, Starlight Entertainment suffered losses, with two film crews affected. Luo Qingyuan was not one to be easily persuaded. Instead of using the designated smoking area on set, she insisted on smoking in the equipment room, a crucial location, which led to the incident. Once filming starts, any delay could cost tens of thousands of dollars. Luo Qingyuan was now focused on making money to support her family, and although the financial loss wasn't significant for her, she believed in taking responsibility for her mistakes. She promptly organized a video conference with senior management from Heng Lun and Starlight Entertainment that evening. Luo Qingyuan, let's skip the details. Let's focus on what needs to be done next. Once Luo Qingyuan spoke, everyone waited quietly for her instructions. Luo Qingyuan continued. Firstly, I have allocated the funds. You have 1 week to ensure the film crew resumes normal operations. I can't afford any delays. Secondly, the person responsible for the fire must be legally held accountable, pay what's due and serve any prison sentences. Thirdly, this incident at Starlight Entertainment is a major emergency. I've instructed the PR department to suppress it in trending news. If I see any news online, you will bear the consequences. Fourthly, ensure effective online promotion. I don't care how you do it, but we can't fall behind schedule. I need to see results for both productions. Furthermore, tomorrow's meeting is cancelled. Do what needs to be done. After her statements, everyone nodded solemnly. Luo Qingyuan, that's all. Meeting adjourned. With that, Luo Qingyuan didn't give them a chance to respond and ended the video call. Later, as she got up to take a shower, there was a knock on the door. Opening the door, Luo Qingyuan saw Dun Yi holding a cup of milk. He smiled and said, I warmed up 2 cups of milk. I heard that drinking milk before sleep improves sleep quality, so I brought one for you. Politely accepting the offer, Luo Qingyuan was already feeling a ripple of emotion inside. Thank you. Dun Yi awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said, I thought you had already taken a shower. Luo Qingyuan replied, Just finished a video conference, was about to go. Dun Yi said, Don't stress too much, good night. Luo Qingyuan responded, All right, good night. As Luo Qingyuan closed the door, Dun Yi felt his palm sweating with nervousness. Reflecting on the situation, he thought, Dun Yi, you are too weak. He glanced at Luo Qingyuan's door and then returned to his room. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan, hearing the closed door from next door, felt her heartbeats gradually slow down, reducing the tension. It was at that moment that Luo Qingyuan realized she might not be as composed as she had thought. Looking down at the warm cup of milk in her hand, she smiled softly, let things flow naturally. After all, they were legally married, weren't they? Finishing the milk, Luo Qingyuan headed to the bedroom to take a shower. That night, both of them slept soundly. The next morning, as the dawn was breaking, Duanyi was still drowsy when there was a knock on his door. Luo Qingyuan's voice rang out, "Wake up, we need to go shopping." Duanyi sat up, saying, "I'm coming," but feeling dizzy, he uncontrollably lay back down. Duanyi muttered, "So tired." Luo Qingyuan had already freshened up and changed, but seeing Duanyi still unmoving, she decided to play a little prank. She walked into his room and teasingly pulled back his blanket, then playfully slid her cold hand under it. This action jolted Duanyi awake. Realizing when something touched him, he was instantly more alert. Blushing and embarrassed, Duanyi pushed Luo Qingyuan's hand away and wrapped himself tightly in the blanket, exclaiming, "Luo Qingyuan." Calmly shaking her hand off, Luo Qingyuan asked, "Getting up?" Duanyi's face turned red. He was not wearing any clothes. He felt that the situation was absurd. Who would reach into someone's blanket and touch them like this in the early morning? Duanyi insisted, "Please leave, I'll get up now." Luo Qingyuan glanced at him and remarked, "So what? I've seen it before. And now you're all covered up." Duanyi retorted, "That's not the same thing." With a light laugh, Luo Qingyuan said, "All right, let's get up. We can have breakfast outside if you hurry." Duanyi promised, "Wait a moment, I'll be right there." With that, he immediately threw off the blanket and got out of bed. Luo Qingyuan's eyes narrowed a little. Only then did Duanyi realize he was completely naked. Startled, he quickly pulled the covers back over himself. Luo Qingyuan could only see a big lump under the blanket. She burst into laughter and patted Duanyi. "I didn't say I needed acupuncture today. What are you hiding from?" Duanyi couldn't answer and just tightly shut his eyes. He was close to tears. What a chaotic morning. He vowed to never sleep in again, and next time, he would remember to lock the door. Luo Qingyuan left Duanyi's room, but her mind was spinning rapidly. With each of them in separate rooms, how long would it take for them to make any progress? Luo Qingyuan needed an heir urgently, and once pregnant, her marriage with Duanyi would be sealed. At that point, her family wouldn't object anymore. Contemplating, Luo Qingyuan thought that perhaps she should visit her grandmother in Kyoto. Meanwhile, Duanyi silently grumbled as he got up from bed, swiftly dressed, and dashed to the bathroom. Luo Qingyuan then called her grandmother. "Luo Qingyuan, Grandma, even though Duanyi and I are married, we've been sleeping in separate rooms for a while. I'd like to ask if there is a way to get him willingly to share a room with me." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Thinking her grandmother hadn't heard, Luo Qingyuan was about to repeat herself when she heard her grandmother say, "Qingyuan, if I remember correctly, you've only been married for less than a month, right?" Luo Qingyuan blushed. Her grandmother continued, "Dear granddaughter, I know you're eager, but some things can't be rushed. You need to take it slow." Luo Qingyuan coughed softly. "How? Slowly?" The elderly lady clicked her tongue and remarked, "Qingyuan, you're quite clueless." Luo Qingyuan, exasperated, said. The grandmother added, "All right, starting tomorrow, I will stay at your place and guide you step by step. How about that?" Luo Qingyuan replied, "Grandma, my place is small. You might not be comfortable." Her grandmother chuckled. "Are you worried I'll reveal your identity as the wealthy heiress?" "Don't worry, I may not be good at many things, but acting is still my expertise." After considering, Luo Qingyuan said, "All right, let me discuss with A and get back to you." With that, they hung up. Luo Qingyuan initially thought her grandmother's visit was for support, but little did she expect the chaotic events that followed from that decision. After hanging up the phone, Luo Qingyuan and Duanyi tittied up a bit and headed out. The sky was clear with no clouds for miles today, and it was already around 8 o'clock when they left. The daylight was already bright. Duanyi was driving his own car. "Let's go to the flower market first. Putting some plants at home will liven up the place a bit." Luo Qingyuan nodded. "Okay," Duanyi suggested. "How about also buying some plants for decoration in our cafe?" Luo Qingyuan suggested. "How about getting to large money trees to place at the cafe entrance?" Duanyi's eyes lit up. "I think that's a great idea." Duanyi asked, Do you like any other plants? Luo Qingyuan replied, I'm not very familiar with this, whatever you like is fine with me. Twinny nodded, alright, let's decide when we get there. At 9:20 a.m., Twinny and Luo Qingyuan parked their car outside the largest flower market in Kyoto. After parking the car, they walked inside together. The most striking thing when they entered was the various colorful roses at the entrance. They were very beautiful. Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but look more, and when Twinny noticed, he went straight to the rose seller. Luo Qingyuan followed with a puzzled expression, thinking if they were going to buy roses to decorate the cafe. Twinny asked, Sir, how much is this rose? The seller replied, 1 stem for 10 yuan. We also have packaged ones for 199, 299, and 599. Luo Qingyuan asked, Do you want to put roses in the cafe? Twinny turned to Luo Qingyuan and said with a smile, No, the roses are for you. Luo Qingyuan was slightly taken aback and looked up at Twinny instinctively, but he had already turned to negotiate the price with the seller. Sir, can you make it cheaper? How about this 599 won? After hesitating, Twinny looked at the champagne roses. Actually, he thought red roses were very beautiful, but it seemed like girls didn't like red roses very much. Inuan used to think they were tacky in the past, so he had never given red roses before. So, Twinny turned to Luo Qingyuan again, or do you have a favorite color? Luo Qingyuan also regained her composure and looked at the colorful roses, not picking the 599 roses as Twinny suggested, but instead chose a bouquet of 199 red roses, saying, I'll take this one, I like red. Twinny glanced at it and asked, This is only 11 stems, do you want to exchange it for a larger bouquet? The seller smiled and said, 11 signifies everlasting love. Young man, if your wife likes it, then you should buy it. A large bouquet is not convenient to carry. Don't exhaust the lady's waist. Luo Qingyuan smiled at his words and nodded at Twinny. So, Twinny decisively paid. Let's buy. Luo Qingyuan looked down at the fiery red roses in her hands, her lips curling slightly. Over the years, she had received flowers more than once, but this bouquet was the most beautiful. The seller happened to look up and saw Luo Qingyuan's bright smile, and couldn't help but be amazed, saying, Young man, you are truly blessed. Your wife and the roses complement each other. They are beautiful. When Twinny turned around, he couldn't help but be captivated by the twinkling stars in Luo Qingyuan's eyes. It was in that instant that his heart skipped a beat once again. He felt the seller was right. Red roses and Luo Qingyuan complemented each other. Both were so stunning and dazzling. Luo Qingyuan looked up, smiled, and said to the seller, Thank you, auntie. Your flowers are also very beautiful. Twinny returned to his senses and also thanked the seller before leaving with Luo Qingyuan. As they walked, Twinny asked her, Don't most girls find red roses tacky? Don't you think so? Luo Qingyuan thought for a moment and said a sentence she had read in a book. Red roses may seem common, but their romance is steadfast. I love red roses. Twinny was slightly stunned and looked up, seeing a wooden sign in the sea of red roses behind Luo Qingyuan with an artistic slogan. Love can be expressed in a million ways, and red roses are the most romantic and passionate. So, Twinny smiled and reached out his hand to hold Luo Qingyuan's hand. The warmth in his palm also slowed down Luo Qingyuan's heartbeat for a moment, and then, a more intense heartbeat. At this moment, Luo Qingyuan's heart was very clear. At this moment, she felt 120% infatuated with Twinny. So, realizing that, she quietly clasped Twinny's hand back. Twinny didn't turn back, calmly discussing the price of the money tree with the seller, but he didn't let go of Luo Qingyuan's hand. The slightly red tips of his ears exposed his true feelings at the moment. Neither of them spoke a word, only the warmth of their palms gradually rising. It wasn't until around 11 in the afternoon that the two of them finally confirmed all the flowers and potted plants they wanted. Some were to be delivered to the cafe, and some to be sent home. When they were about to leave, Twinny suddenly grabbed Luo Qingyuan's hand. Luo Qingyuan asked him in confusion, What's wrong? Twinny let go of Luo Qingyuan's hand and picked up two pots of bamboo from one of the stalls. How about putting these two pots in our office? What do you think? Luo Qingyuan was somewhat surprised, but after thinking about it, she couldn't help but smile and said, I think it's great. Twinny walked out with the 2 pots of bamboo. Alright, let's put these 2 in the car and when we come to work on Monday, we'll each take one with us. Luo Qingyuan nodded with a smile. Okay. In fact, in her office, she had plants imported from abroad worth between 5 and 7 figures. Those plants had always been taken care of by the company's employees. She had never expressed any opinions, and had never paid much attention to them. She couldn't even remember what those plants specifically looked like. But she remembered this small bamboo pot priced at a little over 100 yuan at a glance. Soon, the two of them drove to the cafe. Luo Qingyuan also received a call from Duanyi's mother. Luo Qingyuan glanced at Duanyi and answered the phone. "Hello, Mom," Ding Yifan said. "Qingyuan, your father and I are at your cafe. Your father has booked a restaurant. Yuanzi, come over. Let's have a meal and check in together." Luo Qingyuan replied. "Okay, Mom, I'll tell you right away," Ding Yifan said. "Take your time driving. No rush." Luo Qingyuan responded, "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Luo Qingyuan informed Duanyi about his parents arriving at the cafe. Duanyi checked the time and said, "They're quite proactive." Luo Qingyuan replied, "It's a big event after all, so it's natural. I think it's good." Duanyi smiled and said, "As long as you don't mind, my parents are quite hospitable." Luo Qingyuan replied, "I don't mind. My parents and I don't get to see each other often, so I'm quite envious of this kind of atmosphere." Duanyi couldn't help but feel a bit sorry. No wonder Luo Qingyuan was so mature. It seemed like she had been independent early on. "So," Duanyi said, "from now on, my home is your home. I will treat you well, and we are husband and wife." Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but glance at Duanyi upon hearing his words, feeling a bit upset. What does he mean by that? It sounds like they can't be married for long, but they have a 3-year agreement. Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but think, this really is like moving a stone to crush her own foot. If only she had known. She shouldn't have actively signed that contract. Duanyi keenly sensed that Luo Qingyuan was not feeling right and somewhat confused. He reached out to scratch his head. "Are you angry?" Luo Qingyuan subconsciously shook her head. No. Duanyi was about to say something, but then he saw Luo Qingyuan's mother waiting by the row, so he had to park the car first. Just as the car stopped, Ding Yifan stepped forward to open the car door for Luo Qingyuan. "Qingyuan, I heard from little Yi that you both went out early in the morning to buy plants. Probably didn't have time to eat breakfast. Are you hungry?" Luo Qingyuan smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "Thank you, Mom. I am a little hungry." Ding Yifan smiled, then took Luo Qingyuan's hand. "Your father has already prepared the meal. You can eat as soon as you arrive." Saying that, Ding Yifan gave Duanyi a reproachful look. "You too. You're already married. How can you let your wife go hungry while doing things with you?" Duanyi suddenly felt ashamed. "Sorry, I neglected that." Luo Qingyuan chuckled. "Mom, it's okay. It's not even noon yet. It's still early." Ding Yifan patted Luo Qingyuan's hand back. "Qingyuan is so sensible. Come, let's go eat first. We can think about other things after the meal." Luo Qingyuan nodded and linked arms with Ding Yifan, walking ahead, with Duanyi following behind. Soon, the three of them entered a Chinese-style restaurant. Duan Sheng happened to be urging the kitchen to serve the dishes, and when he saw them coming, he quickly waved, "Over here." Ding Yifan quickly led Luo Qingyuan and Duanyi over, and as soon as they arrived at their seats, Luo Qingyuan saw Duanzi. At that moment, Duanzi was working on his computer. Duanyi was a bit surprised. "Bro, weren't you on a business trip to another province? How come you're here now?" Duanzi looked up, and Luo Qingyuan politely greeted, "Hello, brother." Duanzi pushed his glasses and smiled. "Come on, sit down and talk." Ding Yifan said, "Yes, sit down." Then Ding Yifan explained, "The matter of you two opening a coffee shop is quite a big deal in our humble family. So your dad had your brother come back to have the whole family together and celebrate for you. Duan Sheng also came over. Yes, opening a shop is a big deal. We can't be careless. With the whole family together, we can come up with good ideas." Duanyi disagreed. "Mom, Dad, won't this delay brother's work?" As Duanyi said this, Luo Qingyuan awkwardly picked up a cup of tea and drank it. Duanzi was sent on a business trip all because of her. Duanzi calmly said, "Little Yi, I'm free on the weekends." Since Duanzi said so, what could Duanyi say? So Duanyi nodded. "Okay, as long as you're okay with it, I'm fine too." Duanzi nodded. "I'll make sure to come back home on weekends from now on." Luo Qingyuan was sipping her tea and suddenly coughed, catching everyone's attention. Duanyi quickly handed her a tissue and patted her back. "Drink slowly." Luo Qingyuan covered her mouth, feeling embarrassed. "Sorry." Duanyi reassured her. "It's okay." Ding Yifan also smiled and said, "It's okay. The tea was a bit hot, drink slowly. Lu Qingyuan blushed and nodded. DRIZZLE redirected his focus and continued, although I'm on a business trip, it's not too far away, and there are some tasks that do need to be handled in the office. Lu Qingyuan listened, feeling a bit nervous. If DRIZZLE comes back, she might easily be exposed, right? Just then, Lu Qingyuan's phone rang. Lu Qingyuan said, "Sorry, I have to take this call." Saying that, Lu Qingyuan left the dining room and went to the entrance. As soon as she answered, Shen Nianian's cheerful voice came through. "Hi. Beautiful Miss Lu, surprised or not, unexpected right? I'm actually calling you at this time." Lu Qingyuan glanced at the time. Indeed, at this time, it shouldn't be early morning in Shen Nianian's location. So, Lu Qingyuan asked, "Have you returned to the country?" Shen Nianian immediately sounded disappointed. "You figured it out so quickly, how boring." But the next moment, Shen Nianian revived. "Where's your husband?" Lu Qingyuan's face darkened. "You've just returned and already thinking about my husband?" Shen Nianian nodded eagerly, excited, "Of course, I just got off the airplane, I'm so tired. Are you and your husband coming to pick me up?" Lu Qingyuan asked, "Isn't the driver from the Shen family picking you up?" Shen Nianian coquettishly replied, "Ah, he wants you to bring your husband along. You know, I'm so curious, I'm dying to know what kind of person can capture the renowned Miss Lu." "Oh my, you're the myth of Kyoto. What kind of person is DRIZZLE after all?" Lu Qingyuan was exasperated. "Shen Nianian, why are you so nosy?" Shen Nianian laughed joyfully. "I can't help it, you're my bestie. After all, you got married quietly. I had to come back and see." Lu Qingyuan suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "You came back at the right time. I happen to have a tricky situation here. Could you help me?" Shen Nianian said, "Tell me, for the sake of our sisterhood, nothing is off the table." So, Lu Qingyuan walked a bit farther away and quickly explained about DRIZZLE's brother DRIZZLE being sent on a business trip, coming home on weekends occasionally, and possibly returning to the office. Lu Qingyuan said, "Sending him too far isn't good, but I also don't want him to discover the CEO behind Heng Lun is me." So, Shen Nianian interrupted, "For such a minor issue, just give him something to do on weekends, right?" Lu Qingyuan continued, "After all, he's DRIZZLE's brother. I don't want to use any means." Shen Nianian fell silent for 3 seconds. "What do you mean? You want me to use seduction?" Lu Qingyuan smiled but didn't respond verbally. Her voice lightened up. "DRIZZLE is handsome. He's been working at Heng Lun for 2 years. He's talented, and you're still single, right?" "He's also single. What if?" Shen Nianian gritted her teeth. "No way," Lu Qingyuan said. "Don't rush to refuse. What if you hit it off? It's been so long, aren't you even a bit anxious? And don't you really want to be with your bestie all the time? Think about it, if we become relatives, the Shen and Lu families teaming up, that would be perfect. Who would dare to bully us?" So, Shen Nianian wavered. Shen Nianian said, "I just want to declare that I sacrifice myself for my bestie. I'll figure this out. Just send me DRIZZLE's address and workplace." Lu Qingyuan said, "All right." Shen Nianian asked, "Are you really not coming to pick me up?" At that moment, DRIZZLE walked out and said, "My dear Miss Lu, time to eat." Lu Qingyuan replied, "Coming." Shen Nianian heard Lu Qingyuan say, "With the driver around, they still want to bother me. No, see you." Lu Qingyuan promptly hung up the phone, and Shen Nianian looked at the screen and laughed, choosing love over friendship. Soon, DRIZZLE's information was sent to Shen Nianian's email, and Shen Nianian left the airport. The driver and bodyguard quickly approached to greet her and took her luggage. "Miss Shen, the house and car are all prepared for you. You can go straight to dinner when you arrive. The housekeeper is also ready." Shen Nianian casually waved. "Got it." The bodyguard carefully opened the car door for Shen Nianian. Shen Nianian said, "That's enough. I don't need a bodyguard today. Driver, let's go." After giving the order, the bodyguard had to step back, saying, "Yes." Shen Nianian started looking at DRIZZLE's information in the car. After Shen Nianian finished reading it, she couldn't help but say, "She's pretty good looking. Forget it. Consider it taking a bullet for my sister." Shen Nianian immediately called her subordinate, "Arrange a position for me in City X. I want to work together with the employee that Heng Lun sent overseas, DRIZZLE." The person on the other end was obviously stunned and cautiously asked, "Miss Shen, Did this Mr. Duen offend you? Do we need to? Shen Nyan became impatient. I said what I said. You shouldn't be asking about other matters. The person on the other end immediately responded, yes, Miss Shen. I will make arrangements. Do you know when you will be going? Shen Nyan glanced at the date. You arrange it first. I'll contact you in a couple of days. After that, she hung up the phone, looked down at Twin Z's ID photo, and couldn't help but ponder. At this moment, Luo Qingyuan had also returned to the table, and the family had a satisfying meal. Afterwards, they headed towards the coffee shop, carefully inspecting every corner, and finally all agreed that it passed the inspection. Duen Sheng said, I looked at the dates. This Wednesday at noon is a good day and time. Why don't we set the opening for that day? Ding Yifan said, that sounds good. Whoever can make it, please come to support us. Mom has a class on Wednesday and won't be able to come, but I can help with promoting. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Duen Sheng said, all right, let Zizi make some promotional materials tonight, come up with some slogans, and take them to promote in the school. Duen Yi smiled and said, Mom, if you don't mind, Qingyuan and I will count on you. Luo Qingyuan also smiled and said, we'll rely on Mom a lot. Ding Yifan couldn't stop smiling and praised Luo Qingyuan. What a sweet talker. I finally have a daughter. Twin Z said, all right, I'll design the promotional materials tonight. So, one by one, they finalized their plans. As everyone was about to head home, Duen Sheng took out a money bag and handed it to Duen Yi. Take it. We will need money to operate the coffee shop. Although Qingyuan has money, you should also strive. Consider this as a subsidy from us, your parents. Duen Yi said, Dad, I have money. I can earn it. Duen Sheng insisted, the money you earn belongs to both you and Qingyuan. This is a gesture of our love. There's a total of 50,000 here. You will need it for hiring staff and purchasing equipment later. Duen Yi wanted to say something, but Ding Yifan glared at him and said, accept it. Seeing this, Luo Qingyuan also said, since it's a gesture from our parents, just take it. Hearing Luo Qingyuan's words, Duen Yi could only accept the money. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I will use it well. After a simple farewell, Duen Yi took Luo Qingyuan home. On the way, Duen Yi was driving with Luo Qingyuan in the passenger seat. Luo Qingyuan remembered the phone call in the morning and said to Duen Yi, I want to discuss something with you. Duen Yi asked, what is it? Luo Qingyuan said, my grandmother used to live abroad, but as she grew older, she felt a lack of belonging in a foreign land. Can I invite her to live with us? Duen Yi nodded without hesitation. Sure, we have 4 bedrooms there. Enough space. Besides, it's your house. You have the final say. Luo Qingyuan added, you are the master of the house, so I should discuss it with you. Duen Yi was touched by her words. Duen Yi suggested, my grandparents and my other grandparents are from Shanghai. They don't know about our marriage yet. I thought, after we finish our current tasks, I would take you to visit my hometown. Would you like that? This surprised Luo Qingyuan, and she brightened up. Of course, I will be ready whenever you are. Duen Yi felt a bit awkward and said, it's only right. Duen Yi then suggested, let's go to the supermarket to buy some things for the elderly, like toiletries and such. Although they could have had things delivered to them quickly with just a phone call, Luo Qingyuan agreed to go to the supermarket because it was still early, saying, sure, since we have time, we can go to the supermarket. So, Duen Yi changed the route and went to the nearby underground mall. After parking the car, the two walked inside and talked. Duen Yi said, I plan to hire 2 baristas, a receptionist, and a cleaner. I've already posted job ads online. Take a look. Duen Yi showed the job postings to Luo Qingyuan. After reading them carefully, she said, I have a skilled barista I can bring in to lead for a while and train others. What do you think? Duen Yi agreed, that works. I was worried about not having anyone to make our signature coffee. Luo Qingyuan smiled and remained silent. This barista was top-notch, having studied coffee extensively during their studies abroad. They owned a number of cafes around Kyoto, and countless cafes around the country or under their name. As for promotion, Cheng Suisui had already come up with a plan. She was determined to make one cafe known and successful. Duen Yi happily said, so, it seems 3 baristas in the beginning should be enough. Luo Qingyuan thought about it and suggested, it might not be enough. I recommend hiring 2 more. Duen Yi asked skeptically, but at the start, will there be enough customers? Luo Qingyuan reassured, there will be. Duen Yi got an idea. How about we hire some temporary part-timers for the first few days? If it's busy, I'll continue looking for baristas. If it's slow, then we won't hire. Luo Qingyuan thought Duan Yi's suggestion was excellent and agreed. You have a good business sense. Let's go with your plan. Proudly, Duan Yi said, this is my first venture. I have to take it seriously, right? Watching Duan Yi's proud look, Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but laugh gently, sensing a hidden sense of endearment in Duan Yi's eyes. She found this side of Duan Yi quite cute. Soon, they arrived at the mall, where it was crowded. People were bustling all around, and the aisles were a bit cramped. Keeping a cautious eye out while following him, Luo Qingyuan's stunning looks and figure attracted attention, which Duan Yi noticed. However, she was busy looking down at the floor, so Duan Yi stopped in his tracks. When Luo Qingyuan looked up, a bit perplexed, he reached out his hand to her, saying, let's walk together. Disappointed gazes from around them retreated. Although a bit surprised by the attention, Luo Qingyuan placed her fair hand in Duan Yi's palm. As their fingers intertwined, their hearts came closer. Duan Yi then led her to the home goods section. Let's buy some softer bedding for grandmother, something of good quality for a comfortable sleep. I see the other two bedrooms only have mattresses. We'll buy and set them up nicely for her later. Listening to this, Luo Qingyuan felt a sense of calmness in her heart. She had been striving on her own for many years. Despite her young age, she took over the company in college, starting from a small business and eventually acquiring Heng Lun Group last year. Though her parents and family loved her, she knew it was because she was successful and had business acumen. In the Luo family, both men and women had to excel. No one could be a slacker. She never relied on anyone's help so far, but listening to Duan Yi's meticulous planning for these little things at the moment, she felt that life should be like this. She shouldn't be working day and night. She had another way of living. Duan Yi talked for a long time, but didn't hear Luo Qingyuan's response. Feeling puzzled, he turned around and bumped into a pair of slightly red eyes. Duan Yi's heart inexplicably tightened, and he quickly asked her, what's wrong? Is something happening? Luo Qingyuan came to her senses, rubbed her eyes, and smiled, saying, I don't know where a grain of sand flew in from and it hurt a bit. Duan Yi was taken aback and couldn't help but ask nervously, where did it splash? Luo Qingyuan smiled, in my eyes. Duan Yi stepped forward. Let me see. Luo Qingyuan smiled then dodged, walking in front of Duan Yi, saying, it's okay, it's nothing. Let's go find some bed sheets and blankets quickly. Duan Yi asked, are you sure it's okay? Luo Qingyuan nodded. I guarantee, I'm really fine. Duan Yi finally let go of his worrying, reached out to hold Luo Qingyuan's hand, holding it slightly tighter. Luo Qingyuan smiled and did not say more, but quietly walked alongside Duan Yi. Despite the surrounding noise, Luo Qingyuan felt her heart beating non-stop, and Duan Yi also couldn't suppress a slight smile. He seemed to also be unable to control his own heart. The noisier and more crowded it was around them, the more Duan Yi felt that Luo Qingyuan should be by his side. A middle-aged man approached them, and Duan Yi instinctively pulled Luo Qingyuan to his side, saying, let's go inside. Luo Qingyuan pursed her lips and, with a hint of girlish shyness, softly agreed, okay. Holding her hand, Duan Yi carefully selected bed sheets and blankets, finally choosing a cost-effective and soft set. They also picked up a complete set of toiletries, paid for everything, and carried it all back home. By the time they arrived home, it was around 8 p.m. The potted plants and flowers they bought were still in the trunk. They both carried them into the house together. When they went upstairs, Luo Qingyuan was still holding the dazed Luda red rose. Back at home, they each returned to their own doors, but seemed to remember something at the same time. They turned around simultaneously, locking eyes. Duan Yi's palm felt warm. I'll go make the bed for grandma. Luo Qingyuan offered. Let me help. Duan Yi nodded. Okay. Actually, helping was secondary. Duan Yi just wanted to spend more time with Luo Qingyuan. Luo Qingyuan set down the red rose, and together they entered another room, quickly arranging the bed sheets. Despite Duan Yi's efforts to slow down, they still finished everything in 20 minutes, even arranging the toiletries neatly. After completing the tasks, they returned to their respective rooms. They exchanged glances, feeling a bit sweet in their hearts. Luo Qingyuan took the lead, saying, good night. Duan Yi nodded. In Luo Qingyuan's eyes, he seemed like a well-behaved big wolf at that moment. Duan Yi replied, good night, Luo Jiji. After speaking, Duan Yi swiftly opened the door, entered the room, closed and locked the door in one seamless motion, leaving Lu Qingyuan feeling a bit dazed. When Lu Qingyuan realized Dwen Yi's address, her heart warmed slightly, feeling a bit excited. Afterward, she shook her head and smiled. Good night, Yi. In just a few days of being together, Lu Qingyuan unexpectedly felt a sense of sweetness. No wonder people say love brings happiness. Lu Qingyuan used to scoff at that statement, but now she firmly believed it. However, Dwen Yi had learned to lock the door tonight. Lu Qingyuan glanced at Dwen Yi's room and mused, "One day, I'll make you willingly open your door." Then she returned to the bedroom to freshen up. Monday morning, 7 a.m. Lu Qingyuan and Dwen Yi both emerged from their rooms rubbing their sleepy eyes, noticing each other. Lu Qingyuan waved. "Morning," Dwen Yi replied. "Morning." Lu Qingyuan went to pour water. "Are you getting water too?" Dwen Yi nodded. "Yeah, it's getting hot, and not using the AC at night makes it stuffy, but then it's too cold with it on." Lu Qingyuan laughed and handed him a glass of water. "Indeed, summer is coming." Dwen Yi gulped down the water, and Lu Qingyuan asked, "Want more?" Dwen Yi shook his head, about to go freshen up when he noticed the vase with the red rose on the coffee table. As the morning sunlight shone through the window, it gave a soft filter to the rose. Whether it was just Dwen Yi's perception, but he felt the rose had grown larger and looked more beautiful. Lu Qingyuan walked over, patting his shoulder. "The rose is beautiful. Thank you." When Dwen Yi turned to look at Lu Qingyuan, she was already rubbing her head, preparing to go back to her room to tidy up. Dwen Yi hesitated. Before Dwen Yi could finish his sentence, Lu Qingyuan stopped and turned to him. "What's up?" Dwen Yi asked. "Do you want to go pick up Grandma? Didn't you say she's coming today?" Lu Qingyuan smiled. "Someone is bringing her over, don't worry." Dwen Yi asked, "Did you give her the keys to our house? We both have to go to work. Don't want to accidentally lock Grandma out." Before Dwen Yi finished speaking, the doorbell rang. Lu Qingyuan and Dwen Yi glanced at each other. Dwen Yi felt a bit nervous. Could it be Grandma? Dwen Yi hadn't forgotten the misunderstanding between Lu Qingyuan and his mother in this room. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyuan quickly went to check. When she opened the door, she was met with a big hug. "Hi there, my granddaughter." Lu Qingyuan had a dark expression. "Grandma." The old lady quickly let go of Lu Qingyuan, removed her sunglasses, adjusted her floral shirt, floral shorts, and flip-flops, and still had a luggage bag hanging on her arm. A carefree country grandma visiting the city, but her floral outfit was clearly new, with not a single wrinkle. The old lady smiled at Lu Qingyuan. "How about it, good granddaughter? Doesn't Grandma's outfit look very okay?" She followed Lu Qingyuan's advice to be low-key and act poor. She even asked to be dropped off only at the entrance of the residential area. To cater to the market, she even bought the most trendy ensemble. She made quite a sacrifice for her granddaughter. Lu Qingyuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Dwen Yi peeked out from behind Lu Qingyuan and gave the old lady a thumbs up. "Grandma, you're so stylish." Before Lu Qingyuan could say anything, the old lady moved past her and went straight to Dwen Yi, also tossing her flip-flops at the door, walking barefoot toward him. "Oh, you're my grandson-in-law, right? You're really a talented young man." Lu Qingyuan hurried to fetch a spare pair of slippers for the old lady. "Grandma, put these on first." Dwen Yi also didn't expect the old lady's straightforward approach, feeling stunned. "Grandma, shoes. The old lady happily put on the slippers, patting Dwen Yi's shoulder. "Very good. Young man, you have quite developed muscles." Lu Qingyuan's eye twitched again, going over to guide the old lady. "Grandma, let's go inside and chat first, okay?" The old lady was beaming. "All right." Lu Qingyuan awkwardly glanced at Dwen Yi. "Don't mind her, my grandma is quite liberal." Dwen Yi nodded in confusion. "Being open-minded is good. Very good." Dwen Yi felt something was off but couldn't quite pinpoint it. The old lady walked in with big strides. Although her head was full of white hair, it was neatly tied up behind her head, and she smiled at everyone. The old lady said, "You don't need to take care of me. Just do what you need to do and hurry up to wash up and go to work." Dwen Yi was pouring tea for the old lady. "Grandma, it's still early. Let us take you to have breakfast." The old lady waved her hand. "No need. It's Monday today. I will just fix something to eat at home." Lu Qingyuan helplessly said, "Grandma, don't you not know how to cook?" The old lady glared. "Who said that?" "You know." "How could I not know?" Lu Qingyuan wanted to say something more, but the old lady had already stood up and pushed Lu Qingyuan into the room. "Stop nagging. go wash up and change clothes to go to work. Luo Qingyan said, all right, Grandma, you rest for a while. The old lady nodded with a smile, then looked at Duanyi. See, you also hurry up and change clothes for work. Duanyi replied, okay, Grandma, when we come back tonight, we'll take you to eat delicious food. Consider it welcoming us back. The old lady looked at Duanyi with increasing fondness, nodding continuously. Okay, don't mind about me, you guys are busy. So, Luo Qingyan and Duanyi exchanged glances and both went back to their rooms. The old lady watched them head in different directions, into different rooms, squinted slightly, and shook her head. This won't do. How can a newlywed couple sleep in separate rooms right after getting married? At this rate, who knows when I will have great-grandchildren? Shortly after, the two of them came out again, and the old lady immediately called her subordinate waiting at the entrance of the community. Once you see the Miss and the Sir leave, quickly bring all my things up. The person on the other end said, yes, old lady. After waiting for 10 minutes, the phone rang. The person on the other end said, old lady, the Miss and the Sir have left one after the other. All right, come up. Then, the door was wide open, and a group of bodyguards began to move the belongings into the house. There were tea tables and chairs, benches made of gold silk nanmu, expensive tea sets, wardrobes, bookcases, etc. Soon, the tables and chairs on the balcony were replaced with gold silk nanmu tables and chairs, and the tea sets were also arranged. When Liu Yi, the hourly worker, arrived, she was stunned to see such a huge display. Although Luo Qingyan had sent her a message last night mentioning that an old lady would come today, she didn't expect. There were so many things, and they were all brought by bodyguards. The old lady saw Liu Yi and smiled, saying, you must be Liu Yi. Thank you for your hard work. As I heard from Qingyan, once they finish moving everything, you will help clean the house inside out. Liu Yi immediately refused. Old lady, I only have 2 hours. I cannot do a detailed job. The old lady smiled and said, I know Luo paid you 200 for an hour, so for any time you exceed, I will pay you for 100 per hour. Is that okay? Liu Yi was surprised, but immediately happy, saying, of course, I'm fine with any time. The old lady was in a good mood. Come, I'll settle the payment for you now. Liu Yi was shocked internally, but externally, she was delighted. Quickly taking out her phone to open her payment app, the old lady put on her reading glasses, took out her phone from her floral pants pocket, and directly transferred 800 to Liu Yi, saying, first, finish the task my granddaughter gave you, and after 2 hours, disinfect the entire room for me. Liu Yi smiled broadly. Understood, old lady. The furniture was quickly moved, and the items piled up in the room were cleaned by Liu Yi, leaving the old lady with free hands to send someone to the market to buy fresh meat and vegetables. She had never cooked in her life, but today was a special day, so she wanted to create a special experience for Luo Qingyan and Duanyi. At noon, all the furniture in the room was back in place, except for a bundle of red roses becoming more and more luscious. Luo Qingyan called the old lady and suggested having food delivered, but the old lady declined directly. Luo Qingyan could only continue working, hoping to finish the meeting early and return home to check on the old lady. However, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when she was in a meeting listening to work reports, she received a call from the old lady, sounding a bit panicked. Qingyan, something happened. Luo Qingyan's face turned pale. What happened? The old lady coughed several times and looked at the kitchen filled with smoke and faint flames, tears streaming down her face. There's a fire. Luo Qingyan turned pale, forgetting about the meeting. Grandma, go downstairs immediately. Take the stairs. Don't use the elevator. I'll handle it. Luo Qingyan hurried out of the meeting room, followed by Liu Yan. I will call the fire department now, Liu Yan said. Luo Qingyan nodded, then called Duanyi. At this moment, Duanyi had just finished his work and hadn't even taken off his gloves when he received the call from Luo Qingyan. Duanyi smiled and asked, hello, why are you calling me at this time? Luo Qingyan replied, there's a fire at home. The smile on Duanyi's face instantly froze. What? Is Grandma okay? Luo Qingyan said, Grandma is fine for now. I've called the fire department. I'm rushing home. You're closer than me. Before Luo Qingyan could finish, Duanyi quickly said, I'm heading back now. You take your time. Don't rush while driving. After that, Duanyi didn't wait to take off his work clothes. He immediately told his colleagues, my house is on fire. Help me get a leave. Before his colleagues could react, Duanyi had already disappeared around the corner. While calling the fire department, Duanyi anxiously rushed home. The usually half-hour drive took Duanyi over 10 minutes. When Duanyi arrived, the fire department had already arrived, and at the moment, the direction of the house was filled with thick smoke. Duanyi's heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. Duanyi was about to go inside when he heard someone calling him, Ziyi, Ziyi. Duanyi turned around and saw the old lady, covered in soot with several large holes burnt on her floral clothes and pants. Her hair, previously neatly arranged, was now disheveled. Duanyi didn't have time to smile. He just asked, "Grandma, are you okay?" The old lady shook her head. I'm fine. Grandma is fine. It's just your house." Duanyi couldn't help but feel a bit amused and helpless. As long as you're okay, the house can be renovated again. At this moment, the firefighters came over, and Duanyi recognized the team leader, who turned out to be the same leader who came to rescue during the fire at the Southern Star filming set. Duanyi nodded helplessly. "Yes, it's me again. Thank you all for your hard work." The team leader patted his shoulder with a smile. "You poor kid, born with a fate to deal with fires." Duanyi shook his head. "I can't handle that. I fear fires the most." The two chatted for a while. The team leader said, "The kitchen is destroyed, but the other areas are fine. We investigated and found that it was a fire caused by the old lady forgetting to turn off the stove while cooking. Please be more cautious in the future." Duanyi nodded with a smile. "All right. Sorry for the trouble, and thank you." The squad leader said, "It's our duty. Go back and take a look. We'll leave first." Duanyi nodded, and the firefighters then disbanded. After the firefighters left, Duanyi turned to the old lady and said, "Grandma, let me take you to the hospital for a checkup first." The old lady waved her hand. "No need. I'm fine. It's just..." The elderly woman hesitated a bit. The kitchen was destroyed. Duanyi reassured her. "It's okay. I'll find someone to repair it, and you can move back in a couple of days." The old lady chuckled. "Then Grandma will pay for it." Duanyi replied, "No need. I have money, as long as everyone is okay." Just as they were talking, a BMW stopped in front of them as well. Luo Qingyuan hurriedly got out of the car. "Grandma, are you okay?" The old lady shook her head. "I'm fine. Don't fuss. Z has handled everything." Hearing this, Luo Qingyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Duanyi still insisted, "Let's take Grandma to the hospital for a checkup first. As for where to stay." Before Duanyi could finish, the old lady interrupted directly. "No need for a checkup. I'm in good health. As for the accommodation, I'll arrange it." Duanyi suggested, "You can stay at my house." The old lady replied firmly, "No, it's the grandma's fault, so the grandma should arrange it." Luo Qingyuan shook his head and then looked at Duanyi. "Let's listen to Grandma." So Duanyi could only nod. The old lady smiled happily, and Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but wonder, did Grandma intentionally set their house on fire? Duanyi said, "I'll contact workers to restore the kitchen to its original state." Luo Qingyuan nodded. While Duanyi was talking, the old lady had already arranged a hotel. The old lady said, "I've booked a hotel. Let's go there to stay." Duanyi was somewhat surprised by the speed of it. Duanyi said, "All right, Qingyuan, you take Grandma there first. I'll wait here for the workers to arrive." Just as Luo Qingyuan was about to agree, the old lady said, "Let Qingyuan accompany you. Grandma can go back on her own." Luo Qingyuan replied, "Grandma, let me accompany you." Duanyi nodded. "Qingyuan is right. I can handle things here." "Grandma, you've had a long day. Go back to the hotel to rest." The old lady wanted to insist on giving them an opportunity, but Luo Qingyuan simply took her hand and smiled. "Grandma, I'll go back with you." Despite Luo Qingyuan's gentle appearance, the old lady knew that her granddaughter's refusal was not to be taken lightly, so she could only reluctantly nod. "Okay." The old lady walked towards Luo Qingyuan's car. In the end, only Luo Qingyuan and Duanyi remained. Luo Qingyuan said to Duanyi, "I'll arrange dinner. You finish up here and come over to eat. I'll send you the hotel location later." Duanyi nodded and said with a smile, "It's not a big deal. Don't worry. Just take care of Grandma's health, and if anything happens, call me right away." In that moment, something warm seemed to flow through Luo Qingyuan's heart, softening her gaze. Luo Qingyuan said, "Thank you." Duanyi remembered when they first met. Even in the dim light, Luo Qingyuan's eyes were icy cold. Even when things heated up between them, there was little warmth in her eyes. More so, It was aggressive and possessive. He wasn't a fool. He knew something was off about Luo Qingyuan that night, and perhaps that was why they were where they are now. And now, the feeling Luo Qingyuan gave him was entirely different. Twinny instinctively reached out and ruffled her hair, softly saying, "I'm here. You don't have to face anything alone from now on." Luo Qingyuan was momentarily stunned, then surprised, but quickly regained composure, taking a step forward, sighing, and embracing Duanyi. Duanyi also naturally held her in return. They had kissed several times before, but this calm embrace was a first. Sometimes, a lover's embrace was more heartwarming than a kiss. Leaning against Duanyi's shoulder, Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but smile softly, feeling peaceful in that moment. Duanyi's heart also calmed down. Work was tiring. Dealing with these matters was troublesome, but in that moment, holding Luo Qingyuan, he felt as if everything was not that big of a deal. Luo Qingyuan patted his back and smiled. "Thank you. I'll wait for you at the hotel." She then let go of the hug. The warmth in his arms vanished instantly, leaving Duanyi feeling a bit lost, but it was time to focus on work. Duanyi could only nod and say, "Goodbye," to which Luo Qingyuan replied, "Goodbye." After bidding farewell, Luo Qingyuan returned to her car. The old lady sat in the passenger seat, calmly closing her eyes to rest. Luo Qingyuan drove off, and Duanyi's gaze followed her until the car was out of sight before he turned his attention elsewhere. Duanyi felt like he was overly concerned about Luo Qingyuan, but this feeling wasn't so bad. At that moment, Luo Qingyuan spoke up. "Grandma, what was the specific cause of the fire?" The old lady opened her eyes and said frankly, "I wanted to cook a meal for you, and maybe give you some medicine, but who knew cooking would be so difficult? I should have just hired someone." Luo Qingyuan understood that the cooking part was true, but there were other intentions as well. However, the first step failed. Luo Qingyuan felt helpless. "Even if my house is uninhabitable, I have many other properties. Why did you choose a hotel?" The old lady replied confidently, "So that you can stay in a bigger house, rather than separate rooms. The hotel under the Luo Group is a 5-star property. What's wrong with it? And I've only booked 2 rooms, so you don't have to sleep separately." Luo Qingyuan fell silent for a moment, then said, "Grandma, your support is indeed amazing." The old lady agreed. "That's right, I think so too." Luo Qingyuan remained silent. For Seasons Hotel. As soon as Luo Qingyuan arrived, the general manager hurriedly greeted her. "Miss Luo, Madam, the best suites are already set aside for you, ready for immediate check-in." Luo Qingyuan got out of the car with the old lady and handed the keys to the general manager. However, the old lady said, "We don't need the suites this time, just something ordinary. 2 rooms will do." The general manager turned pale, seeming nervous. "I'm not sure where we went wrong." The old lady glanced at them calmly. "You just do as we say. That's good enough." The general manager felt a cold sweat on his back, and stammered, Yes, the rooms on the 5th floor are very quiet. You can choose freely, madam." Before the old lady could respond, her phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was her old friend, so she answered. Next moment, John Shuffin. "Where have you been?" The old lady awkwardly laughed. "Don't call me by my full name. I'm in Kyoto. There's nothing fun abroad, so I came back early." "Do you want to come back?" The person on the other end huffed. "You sneak back without a word. You sure know how to surprise people." The old lady chatted on the phone, while Luo Qingyuan pulled her along. The general manager followed beside them, nodding and bowing. Luo Qingyuan frowned and said, "Treat us like ordinary guests. No need to be so exaggerated." The general manager straightened up immediately. "Yes, Miss Luo, you're right." Luo Qingyuan looked at him. "If you can't manage that, then I'll have to ask for someone else." Luo Qingyuan had just returned to her hotel room and finished packing before heading downstairs to check out the dining options. However, as soon as she entered the elevator, she encountered someone she did not want to see. Zhang Jingchuan was surprised to see Luo Qingyuan and carefully checked the floor number, realizing that it was indeed the 5th floor. The 5th floor was just a regular guest room, but this was the Four Seasons Hotel. If you remember correctly, this place was owned by the Luo family. Luo Qingyuan was the owner of this hotel, so why was she staying in a regular guest room? Zhang Jingchuan glanced at her and asked, "Are you bankrupt? Or are you playing cosplay here, pretending to be poor?" Luo Qingyuan just gave him a casual look and politely replied, "Whether I am bankrupt or not, Mr. Zhang, you don't need to worry about it." However, the Four Seasons Hotel still warmly welcomes your visit. After all, the VIP suite is most suitable for someone like you, Mr. John." Listening to Luo Qingyuan's usual retorts, Zhang Jingquan smiled, realizing that the Luo family was still at the top of the mountain, and nothing had changed. Zhang Jingquan was not upset. He simply said, "Despite everything, we are childhood friends and classmates. Why do you dislike me so much?" Without even looking at him, Luo Qingyuan replied, "Yes, after all these years, you are still like a sticky plaster that I cannot shake off." Zhang Jingquan, are you so desperate to make money? The Zhang family isn't lacking in money, so why persist with me? Zhang Jingquan fell silent for a moment as the elevator doors opened. Just as Luo Qingyuan was about to leave, Zhang Jingquan said, "Have you ever considered that I'm not after money, but after you as a person?" Luo Qingyuan seemed momentarily stunned, but as she stepped out of the elevator, she turned back and said, "Zhang Jingquan, you and I are both businessmen. Businessmen pursue profit, and when it comes to money, everything else becomes insignificant. I have never believed that someone like you could genuinely like someone. They were too similar, they were of the same kind." The only difference was that Luo Qingyuan was more emotionally invested than Zhang Jingquan. As the elevator doors slowly closed, they were separated by their own worlds. Zhang Jingquan couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Indeed, you are truly the young lady of the Luo family. You see everything too clearly, and precisely because of that," Zhang Jingquan murmured, "I can't do without you. Why won't you believe that my feelings for you are genuine?" Later that evening, at 7 p.m., Duanyi appeared at the hotel entrance. The hotel had its own dining options, and Luo Qingyuan took Duanyi to the dining hall. The food was already prepared, and the elderly lady was seated at the table waiting for them. As Duanyi approached the table, he saw the sumptuous spread laid out before him: braised lion's head meatballs, Peking duck, a few vegetarian dishes, and steamed prawns. Duanyi asked, "Is the hotel's food always this good?" The elderly lady chuckled and said, "This is specially prepared to make amends for you." Duanyi felt a bit overwhelmed by the special treatment. "Grandma, I feel a bit embarrassed." The elderly lady replied, "Don't be embarrassed. You will be my grandson-in-law in the future. We are family, so Grandma naturally wants to treat you well." Touched by the words, Duanyi was unaware that everything was fabricated by Zhang Shufen. These common home-cooked dishes were prepared according to standard levels, as Zhang Shufen had specifically instructed not to prepare them too lavishly, or else. Nonetheless, several dishes were ordered by Luo Qingyuan because Duanyi liked them. Luo Qingyuan said, "Let's eat first. It has been a busy day." Duanyi nodded, collected his thoughts, and the three of them began to eat and chat happily. It wasn't until the meal was almost over that the elderly lady suddenly asked, "Xiaoya, when are you planning to have children?" Duanyi was taken aback, being a young man, and he blushed slightly. He replied, "Grandma, we are not in a hurry for that." The elderly lady insisted, "How can we not be in a hurry? Let's get started. After all, my precious granddaughter is not getting any younger. It could be risky to have children at an older age." Luo Qingyuan, feeling awkward, remarked, "Grandma, are you saying that I'm too old for this?" The elderly lady reassured her, No, that's not what I meant." To soothe Luo Qingyuan, the elderly lady continued by asking Duanyi, "Xiaoya, Qingyuan's parents also want a grandchild. As long as you two can have a child, everything else will fall into place." The elderly lady planned to leave all her property to Luo Qingyuan's child once it was born. With this arrangement, no one from the Luo family dared to say anything or look down on Duanyi. It was all justified. After all, with Luo Qingyuan's grandfather gone, she was her only beloved granddaughter. Money was just material wealth that would disappear in the end. It was better to leave it to someone of value. For the first time, she saw something called love in Luo Qingyuan's eyes. If a person cannot guarantee their basic needs, they must first pursue those needs. But Luo Qingyuan was not in that position. The ladies of the Luo family were never short of money. Once their material needs were met, they pursued spiritual satisfaction. Humans are social animals after all. Luo Qingyuan had always been afraid of falling in love, fearing that she might end up alone in her old age. But fate had brought Duanyi into her life, someone with upright values, good looks, a good physique, and a clean family background. That's why the elderly lady hoped that they would quickly get together, have a child, and secure their future before the head of the Luo household found out. To avoid any possibility of separation, using underhanded methods, Yi suddenly remembered the day when Luo Qingyuan's mother came. He realized he shouldn't have hidden them. Sooner or later, the Luo family would find out about them. Yi's mind was in turmoil, and his thoughts were written all over his face. That's how Luo Qingyuan easily guessed his thoughts. So, Luo Qingyuan said, "After my parents return to the country, I will find an opportunity to formally and grandly introduce you." She looked at Yi and added, "The condition is, if you are willing to spend a lifetime with me." Luo Qingyuan. Yi was momentarily shocked, understanding the implication behind Luo Qingyuan's words. It meant that unless they both decided to commit and accept each other for a lifetime, Luo Qingyuan wouldn't introduce him to her family. Feeling uncomfortable deep down, Yi nodded at Luo Qingyuan. "I understand." After dinner, the three of them returned to their room together. Inside the elevator, Yi asked Luo Qingyuan, "Which room is mine?" Before Luo Qingyuan could answer, the elderly lady smiled and said, "Xiaoya, Grandma didn't have enough funds, so I only booked 2 rooms. One for you and Luo Qingyuan. I booked it for a week, so you'll have to share with Qingyuan. She's not fat." Yi's brain almost short-circuited. "What? 1 room?" The old lady smiled and said, "Yes, you and Qingyuan, 1 room." Yi subconsciously replied, "I'll go open another room." The old lady immediately stopped him. "There are no more rooms in the hotel." Luo Qingyuan thought to herself, "This excuse is too feeble." Yi also felt a bit embarrassed. The old lady, clearly displeased, said, "What's going on? Weren't you two getting married? Are you going to sleep in separate rooms? Or perhaps, you weren't married at all?" Luo Qingyuan and Yi exchanged a glance. Yi smiled and said, "No, Grandma, you're overthinking it. I was just afraid of disturbing Qingyuan." The old lady said, "Disturb what? Since you are married, you should be considerate of each other. Listen to Grandma. Stay in 1 room." Yi nodded with a smile. "All right. We'll follow Grandma's arrangement." And so, Yi and Luo Qingyuan returned to the room together, still with a single large bed in the room. Yi felt a bit uneasy. What if, after Grandma falls asleep, I go open another room? Or, Yi wanted to suggest something else, but Luo Qingyuan interrupted him. "Is it so unbearable for you to be with me?" Yi was taken aback, then immediately shook his head. "No, I'm just worried that you..." Suddenly, Luo Qingyuan dropped her bag, approached Yi, and said, "Worried about what?" "Worried I'll eat you." Yi found his back against the wall, looking at Luo Qingyuan's stunning face, her eyes filled with a hint of aggression. Just like that night, Yi cleared his throat. "Qingyuan, what I fear has never been that." Luo Qingyuan lightly chuckled, the coldness in her eyes dissipating, as she leaned in to give Yi a light kiss on the lips. Luo Qingyuan said, "It has always been you." She understood Yi's concerns, and it was precisely because of that she found Yi to be a reliable and trustworthy man to entrust the latter part of her life with. The 3-year agreement she hadn't forgotten. Just as Luo Qingyuan was about to turn and leave, Yi made a move, embracing her from behind. The room fell silent, only the sounds of their breathing could be heard. After what seemed like a while, Yi said, "Tonight, let's go with Grandma's arrangement." Luo Qingyuan had many secrets, and reason told Yi not to be curious. Their encounter was accidental to begin with, but at that moment she wanted to leave. Yi felt uncomfortable in his heart. It was only when he held Luo Qingyuan in his arms that the feeling of unease dissipated instantly. Lost in his thoughts, Yi didn't notice the slight upward curve of Luo Qingyuan's lips. She didn't want to think about what would come next, but for now, the days spent with Yi made her feel comfortable, warm. It gave her a sense of home. So, Luo Qingyuan turned around again, embracing Yi, who hugged her tightly in return. Their heartbeats quickened. In the dim light, the atmosphere grew increasingly ambiguous. It wasn't clear who initiated, but by the time Luo Qingyuan's mind cleared slightly, kisses were raining down. Yi lifted Luo Qingyuan up, swiftly carrying her towards the large bed. Luo Qingyuan felt as if she was thrown into the air. Before she could react, Yi pressed down on her. At that critical moment, the door was knocked on. Luo Qingyuan and Yi didn't want to acknowledge it. However, the voice of Zhang Jingchuan pierced through. "Luo Qingyuan." Yi's dazed expression instantly sharpened. "Who?" Luo Qingyuan's face visibly darkened. Gritting her teeth, "That disgusting fly." Yi inquired, "A pursuer?" Luo Qingyuan explained succinctly, "Due to interests, he wants me to marry him. I refused, and now he's been persistently pursuing me." Yi questioned, How did he know we were here? Luo Qingyuan sneered. Go ask outside. And so, Dunyi and Luo Qingyuan quickly dressed, heading towards the door. During this time, the knocking on the door continued, alarming even the neighboring residents. Luo Qingyuan flung the door open to reveal Zhang Jingchuan in a suit. Zhang Jingchuan wasn't bad-looking, but to Luo Qingyuan, he was plain repugnant. Zhang Jingchuan's gaze passed over Luo Qingyuan, fixing on Dunyi, and he remarked, "It seems the rumors are true, Miss Luo." Bending for love, Luo Qingyuan looked at him coldly. Zhang Jingchuan, are you sick? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I won't let this go today. Zhang Jingchuan raised his hands in defense. I didn't come to disturb you intentionally. It's your grandmother. She got into a quarrel on the street, and I thought it was not good, so I came to get you. Alarmed, Luo Qingyuan shot Zhang Jingchuan a wary look. You better be telling the truth. With that, she rushed downstairs without further delay. Dunyi attempted to follow Luo Qingyuan, but Zhang Jingchuan intercepted him. Dunyi raised his head. Mr. Zhang, are you deliberately keeping my wife away? Hearing Dunyi address Luo Qingyuan as his wife, Zhang Jingchuan's expression changed abruptly. You two are married. Dunyi calmly stared at him. So what? You didn't know? Zhang Jingchuan chuckled in disbelief. The information he received suggested that Luo Qingyuan would be with a young man, but he never expected. Originally, Zhang Jingchuan meant to caution Dunyi to back off, but upon learning this revelation, Zhang Jingchuan's intentions shifted. His smile turned into a grimace of rage. You, a penniless nobody, how dare you marry Luo Qingyuan? In the past, Dunyi would have thrown a punch without hesitation, but now, he calmly glanced at Zhang Jingchuan and delivered a cutting response. So what if I'm penniless? Luo Qingyuan is my wife now, not just now, but every day, in the future. Zhang Jingchuan's face contorted with fury. Dunyi added with a smile, extending a comforting hand to pat his shoulder. We're the legal couple, buddy. With that said, Dunyi left without delay. Zhang Jingchuan's face fluctuated between emotions. He never expected that Luo Qingyuan and this man named Dunyi were already married. Nor did he anticipate that Luo Qingyuan wasn't easy to deal with, and Dunyi wasn't a pushover either. His supposed warning not only went unheeded but backfired on him. Glancing at the door, Zhang Jingchuan, consumed by anger, kicked it before leaving, cursing, Luo Qingyuan, you are something else. When Dunyi arrived downstairs, Luo Qingyuan was already assisting the old lady back. At that moment, the old lady was still grumbling. Those people are really nuts, trying to commit insurance fraud. Not a chance. Dunyi quickly asked, what happened? Luo Qingyuan replied, my grandmother can't sit still. She went out for a walk and someone set her up, claiming my grandmother had broken someone's phone. Dunyi's brow furrowed. Is it resolved? Luo Qingyuan nodded. The police arrived when I got there. We went to check the surveillance footage, and it was that person setting her up. I just brought my grandmother back, Dunyi said. Now there are all kinds of people. Grandma, you're not to scare, are you? When the old lady heard Dunyi's concern, her mood improved a lot. Actually, Grandma can handle it. It's Jingchuan making a mountain out of a molehill. Hearing the mention of Zhang Jingchuan, Dunyi's expression turned slightly unpleasant. Grandma. The old lady quickly realized. It's so late, and I had you all come out. It's Grandma's fault. Hurry back and go to sleep. So, the three of them returned to the hotel together. When Luo Qingyuan and Dunyi returned to their room and checked the time, it was already past 10 at night. Exhausted, Luo Qingyuan lay on the bed, and Dunyi joined her. It had been such a long day with so many things happening. They were both tired. Luo Qingyuan turned and leaned against Dunyi's chest. I'm too tired to even think about bathing. Dunyi chuckled and ruffled her hair. After a day like today, a shower would help you sleep better. Luo Qingyuan sighed. I suddenly regret bringing my grandmother here. After all, the old lady used to live comfortably in the villa, always accompanied by maids and bodyguards wherever she went. Life was great, but now, with so many unexpected incidents, it was just too much. Dunyi wrapped his arms around Luo Qingyuan. It's okay. Grandma is getting older. We'll just have to look after her more carefully. Luo Qingyuan replied. If we're causing you trouble, Dunyi smiled. You are my wife and her family. How could I find that troublesome? Patting Luo Qingyuan's back, he said. Be good and go take a shower. Nevertheless, Luo Qingyuan remained resting on him and softly said, can you hug me a little longer? Dunyi's heart instantly melted, but realizing it was getting late, He gently pushed Luo Qingyuan. All right, go wash up. I'll hold you in bed after. Luo Qingyuan's eyes lit up, looking at him. Really? Confronted by Luo Qingyuan's gaze, Dunyi blushed slightly but assured her, yes. So, Luo Qingyuan quickly climbed out of bed, grabbed her towel from home, and rushed into the bathroom, making Dunyi chuckle at her speed. Careful, it's slippery, Dunyi cautioned. Got it, Luo Qingyuan responded. After half an hour, Luo Qingyuan finished her bath, and it was Dunyi's turn. He was quick, taking only 15 minutes. Around 11:30 at night, Dunyi finally held the clean and fresh-smelling Luo Qingyuan in his arms. After a day of chaos, both were tired, but their hearts felt closer. Luo Qingyuan whispered, "Hey, let's take it slow." Dunyi half asleep replied, "Huh, what?" Also exhausted, Luo Qingyuan remarked intermittently, "Our marriage. Let's take it slow." Dunyi softly acknowledged with the before the room fell silent. Long after Dunyi had drifted off, Luo Qingyuan shifted closer to him again, planting a few kisses by his lips. In the empty room, Luo Qingyuan's voice echoed, "Thank you." If it were anyone else, suspicions might arise about her and Zhang Jingquan, but not with Dunyi. He fully trusted everything she said. Content, she shut her eyes again in Dunyi's embrace, resolving to handle the affairs of the Luo family and allowed Dunyi to stay with her worrying-free. That night, perhaps because they had each other, both slept peacefully. At 7 in the morning, they were awakened by urgent phone calls. Just as Luo Qingyuan picked up the phone, Cheng Suisui sounded slightly tense. "President Luo, please check the trending topics." Trending topics. Luo Qingyuan opened her eyes, rubbed them, and accessed Weibo. At the same time, Dunyi received a call from a colleague. "Dunyi, the main machine we repaired yesterday has serious issues. An inspection team is coming tomorrow, and you need to come over right away." Dunyi, now alert, got out of bed. "All right, I'll come over immediately." While Luo Qingyuan was busy with the trending topics, Dunyi quickly got ready. Dressing himself, he told Luo Qingyuan, "There's an emergency at my company. I have to rush over. I won't be able to take you to work today." Luo Qingyuan glanced at him. "Sure. Go ahead." Dunyi nodded, put on his shoes, picked up his coat, and hurried out. Once the door closed behind him, Luo Qingyuan's face fell. "Still on the call with Cheng Suisui?" she asked. "When did this happen?" Cheng Suisui answered, "President Luo, it happened last night around 2 a.m. The trending topic exploded, and Director Chen is waiting for you at the company." The trending topic was about a fire incident at Starlight Entertainment, specifically focusing on a picture of Dunyi and non-crossing. The high-definition image showed Dunyi carrying the actress out of the fire scene. Comments and explanations suggested they were childhood sweethearts and that Dunyi had been infatuated with non-crossing since school days. Non-Xing's new drama promotion was remarkable, coupled with a popular male lead, and they were currently hyping up their on-screen chemistry. This trending topic not only affected the drama's popularity, but also Dunyi's reputation. Infuriated, Luo Qingyuan exclaimed, "Didn't I say I don't want to see these nonsense rumors online? What exactly are you all doing?" Cheng Suisui was startled. "President Luo, I've tasked the PR department to handle it, but the other party seems well prepared, and the topic's heat is remaining high." Unable to stay put, Luo Qingyuan declared, "I'm heading over right away. Call everyone for a meeting." She could ignore non-crossing and the male star, but she couldn't turn a blind eye to Dunyi. Dunyi was just an ordinary person. Being exposed to the public was not a happy situation. Their future life could be seriously affected, and she felt jealous. If things continued like this, the world would know that Dunyi had once liked non-crossing. Then, what would that make Luo Qingyuan? Soon, Luo Qingyuan returned to the company and called for an emergency meeting. At that time, non-crossing was filming and was called out by Chen Feng. Non-crossing looked confused and asked, "Director Chen, what's the matter?" Chen Feng handed her the phone, and non-crossing, looking skeptical, took a glance at it, then looked surprised. How could this happen? Chen Feng's face turned somewhat unpleasant. Non-crossing said, "This matter has clearly passed for so long, and there haven't been any rumors coming out recently." Non-crossing looked panicked as it was her first time being involved in a rumor and with an unexpected person. Director Chen said, "The higher-ups have spoken. They want to suppress the trending topics as much as possible. We are 1 month away from the new drama release, in the final stages of production. It's best for you to keep a low profile recently, so as not to give anyone a handle to grab onto. Non-Crossing nodded. I understand. Chen Feng left, leaving Non-Crossing feeling undecided, as she looked at the videos and images trending online. Memories of the day of the fire came flooding back. Being embraced by Dwayne felt comforting. Non-Crossing wondered how Dwayne would react to this news. Would he be happy or nervous? Throughout the day, Dwayne was busy with work, hastily eating lunch and returning to work. It wasn't until 8 p.m. that Dwayne and his colleagues repaired the main machine to ensure it ran smoothly. When Dwayne left the engineering department, it was already 8:30. He checked his phone and saw over 20 missed calls. Dwayne was surprised. Who was calling him so many times? He checked and saw 2 calls were from Luo Qingyuan, 2 from Non-Crossing, and 1 from his parents, with the rest being unknown numbers. Dwayne was puzzled. Why were unknown numbers calling him so much? He decided to call his mother back first. When the call connected, Ding Yifen's voice came through. Son, are you off work? Dwayne replied. Yes, Mom. I had to work overtime today and didn't have time to check my phone. What's up? Ding Yifen was silent for a moment, then said, Son, come home tonight. Your dad and I have something to tell you. Dwayne was taken aback. Can't it wait until now? Ding Yifen said, just come home. Your dad and I are waiting for you. With that, she hung up, not giving Dwayne a chance to speak further. Dwayne was puzzled but obediently followed his mother's instructions, fearing there might be an urgent matter at home, especially with her tone sounding odd. As he walked towards the parking lot, he called Luo Qingyuan. Dwayne asked, Qingyuan, what's wrong? Luo Qingyuan sounded tired. You just finished work. Dwayne nodded, yes. It was a busy day today. How about you? Are you okay? You sound a bit off. Luo Qingyuan rubbed his forehead. I'm fine, just a bit tired. I also just finished work, planning to head back to the hotel. Do you need me to pick you up on the way? Luo Qingyuan thought of talking about this matter face-to-face with Dwayne and figuring out together how this wave of attention came about. Initially, Luo Qingyuan suspected Zhang Jingchuan's retaliation and sent people to investigate, but they found no results. On the surface, it seemed like a fabricated gossip story blown out of proportion by the paparazzi to tarnish Non-Crossing and Dwayne. But since Non-Crossing had never been involved in any scandals, and her popularity wasn't high enough, who would be so bored to do this? Dwayne had never been in the public eye, and these 2 unrelated people, suddenly trending together. Hen Lun had to mobilize the entire public relations department to quickly suppress the trending topic and block those accounts. This was unprecedented. Luo Qingyuan felt it was unusual and wanted to hear Dwayne's thoughts. However, Dwayne said, Sorry, Qingyuan, my parents want me to go home now. There might be some family matter. I'll go and check first. If it gets too late, I won't be returning tonight. You go back to the hotel and rest. No need to wait for me. Luo Qingyuan was surprised. What's the matter? Do you need me to accompany you? Dwayne replied, No need. Your grandmother is still at the hotel. Go back and spend time with her. Luo Qingyuan agreed. All right, I'll find you tomorrow at noon when you're off work. There are some things I want to talk to you about. Dwayne said, Okay, good night. Since Dwayne wasn't coming back, Luo Qingyuan missed him and teased, Who are you saying good night to? Dwayne couldn't bring himself to say the word wife, so he just slightly chuckled and replied, Good night, Sister Luo. Luo Qingyuan's mood improved instantly. Being called sister by others didn't mean much to her, but being called sister by Dwayne felt special and made her heart flutter. So, she softly said, Good night, before hanging up. As Dwayne ended the call, his smile didn't fade. He gently traced his finger on the WeChat chat page with Luo Qingyuan. Thinking he couldn't see Luo Qingyuan that night made him feel a sense of loss and melancholy. Soon, Dwayne composed himself and drove home. Dwayne arrived home at 9:10 p.m. As soon as he entered, he sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. After changing his shoes and walking in, he found his parents sitting on the couch, waiting for him. Perplexed, he walked over. What's wrong? Did something happen? Dwayne Sheng said, Today, your Aunt Non Hao came to apologize. Dwayne was even more confused. What happened? Why did she apologize? Ding Yifen said, Xiaoyou was busy all day today. Probably didn't check the news. Let me show him. Dwayne frowned. What news? Ding Yifen directly showed him the news on her phone. When Dwayne saw the headline, popular stars reunite after many years at the scene of the fire, and the video of him carrying non-crossing out of the fire. He was taken aback. The comments below were sensational, with someone claiming to be his high school classmate, mentioning they had liked non-crossing since high school, but she didn't reciprocate. While this was true, it had been many years ago. Why was this suddenly brought up again? Dwinyi said, I wasn't aware of this. As the commenter mentioned, Dwinyi did like non-crossing, and while it wasn't a secret, both families were aware as well. However, due to various reasons, nothing happened between them back then. Additionally, non-crossing entered the entertainment industry, and Dwinyi also had a girlfriend later on, so both families tacitly avoid the topic. But now, with these old matters resurfacing online, the trending topics were overwhelming. Dwin Sheng and Ding Yifan couldn't help but wonder if Dwinyi still had feelings for non-crossing. This matter was significant, as Dwinyi was married now, not the same as when he was single. Ding Yifan asked seriously, Son, you must tell Mom honestly, do you still have feelings for non-crossing? Dwinyi didn't rush to deny it. Instead, he sighed, sat down on the sofa, and slowly said, Mom, if this was a few years back, then yes, I really liked non-crossing. After she clearly rejected me, I stopped thinking about her that way and regarded her as just a neighbor and a classmate, nothing more. Upon hearing Dwinyi's words, Dwin Sheng and Ding Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dwin Sheng said, That's good. King Yuan is a good child, and your fate aligns well with hers. You two should be together and the days ahead will be better. As for Yi Nuan, there is a conflict in your destines, so your parents have always disapproved, but since you like her, they won't say anything. As for Nangsing, she is also compatible with you, but unfortunately, she doesn't like you. Son, you are on the right path now. Be good to King Yuan, nurture your feelings, and then have a wedding. Dwin Sheng sighed. The property prices in Kyoto are too high. Your mother and I bought you and your brother a house each on the outskirts of the city, using up almost half of our savings. Yours is still under renovation, while your brother's is just lying idle. We have given you everything, and we only hope for a harmonious family for you both. Ding Yifan also smiled. When you didn't have a house, King Yuan was willing to be with you. She is indeed a good child. Son, marital harmony is the secret to a harmonious family. No matter who initiated things on that night. She looked a bit embarrassed as she continued, but as a beau, you need to be responsible. You are already married and should bear the responsibilities of a family, you know. Dwinyi listened carefully and then nodded. Mom, Dad, rest assured, though I may be absent-minded in small matters, I won't be confused in bigger ones. After Dwinyi's assurance, Dwin Sheng and Ding Yifan finally relaxed. Dwin Sheng then said, In that case, I think you need to have a good talk with Nangsing about this matter. Maybe you can clarify things with some kind of public statement or letter to avoid misunderstandings from King Yuan. Dwinyi replied, I will ask Nangsing about this matter. She has a manager who is more experienced in handling these things than I am. As for King Yuan, she was present that day and knows everything I did. She won't misunderstand. Don't worry, Mom, Dad. Before Dwin Sheng could say anything else, the doorbell rang. Ding Yifan glanced at them and went to answer the door. Dwin Sheng told Dwinyi, the food in the kitchen is still warm. Finish your meal, freshen up, and rest. You can go back to King Yuan tomorrow. Dwinyi glanced at the time and realized it was almost 11 o'clock after chatting for a while. It was indeed late. So, he nodded and was about to go upstairs to bring down his things for dinner when he heard a familiar voice. Nangsing. Auntie, has Dwinyi returned? I need to talk to him about something. Throughout Dwinyi's youth, he was most familiar with Nangsing's figure and voice, so without turning around, he knew who it was. Ding Yifan turned and met Dwinyi's gaze. Dwinyi stopped on his way upstairs and asked Nangsing, Shall we go upstairs to talk? Nangsing replied, Sure. Ding Yifan said, Nangsing, have a good talk. The study is reserved for you both. Nangsing shyly thanked her and followed Dwinyi upstairs, but instead of going to the enclosed study, they went to the outdoor balcony. Dwinyi poured Nangsing a glass of water and started with some small talk. Aren't you busy with filming lately? How come you have time to come home? Nangsing looked at Dwinyi and for some reason, softly said, I wanted to come home to see you. Dwinyi's hand holding the water shook, causing the water to spill. Nangsing immediately laughed. After such a big incident, I had to come back to meet you and talk things through. Duanyi placed the glass of water in front of Nangsing. Nangsing was very disciplined about her appearance for the camera, so she usually drank mineral water at this time. Duanyi sat down across from Nangsing with a calm expression. It's just online rumors, and it's best not to pay attention to them. But if it has caused any trouble for you, I apologize. I didn't think things through. Duanyi's words were polite, courteous, and somewhat distant. Nangsing's heart felt a slight pang. This time, it was so obvious that she couldn't ignore it. Nangsing said, I'm not here to blame you, I wanted to apologize because I might have needlessly dragged you into the public opinion turmoil. Duanyi smiled, blocking any further words from Nangsing. So she said, I really appreciate your help last time. I've been busy lately and haven't had time to invite you for a meal. When are you free? Let me treat you to a meal as a thank you. Nangsing smiled and said, as a token of gratitude for saving me 2 years ago, Duanyi would have been thrilled and dressed up in a suit and tie to meet her. But now, he thought of Luo Qingyuan. If he went, he might not be as tolerant and warm-hearted when he returned. So Duanyi shook his head and declined. We've been neighbors for so many years, friends from kindergarten to university. It was my duty to help you. Duanyi stood up. I won't eat now. And Nangsing also stood up, but the smile on her face was barely holding up. For the first time in many years, Duanyi had refused her. Why? Nangsing hesitated. Well, then I'll leave. Duanyi said, okay, let me walk you out. As they headed downstairs, Duan Sheng and Ding Yifan had already returned to their rooms, leaving the living room empty. Before Nangsing could leave, she turned back and asked Duanyi, is it because of the incident with Yi Nuan that you hold a grudge against me? Duanyi was slightly shocked and didn't understand why Nangsing was asking that. Duanyi replied, why do you think that? Nangsing said, I feel like you've become distant, not like before. Duanyi hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, people have to grow up. After experiencing so much, I can't be the same impulsive kid I was back then, right? Hearing Duanyi's casual judgment of his past self, Nangsing felt a sharp pain in her heart, even more profound than before. The way she looked at him had completely changed. Nangsing forced a smile and asked, are you really not willing to give Yi Nuan another chance? She was afraid of Duanyi's answer. But the next moment, Duanyi said, I've decided not to. Nangsing breathed a sigh of relief, but the relief was not complete. Duanyi added, Nangsing, I'm married now. In this world, there are only the cycles of the 4 seasons, not the cycles of life. I don't want to waste my youth any longer. That night at the KTV years ago, I was impulsive. I confessed without considering your feelings and troubled you for a long time. I'm truly sorry. Duanyi smiled with a hint of nostalgia, but he was missing someone else entirely. Nangsing, whenever you're free, I'll introduce you to my wife. She is a very gentle and beautiful person, and I'm sure you'll get along. Nangsing didn't know how she walked out of Duanyi's house. When she snapped out of her thoughts, she realized she had been standing in the elevator for a long time without pressing a floor button. When she looked up, she saw her reflection in the mirror with a pale face and vacant eyes, her body stiff, and her heart still aching. At that moment, she confirmed that she did have feelings for Duanyi. But at the same time, she also realized that there was no longer any possibility between her and Duanyi. Nangsing returned home in a daze. Seeing Nangsing's abnormal expression, Nanhao couldn't help but feel worried. Daughter, what's wrong with you? Nangsing wanted to smile and say it's nothing, but the smile was even more ugly than crying. Eventually, she could only say, Dad, I'm fine, just a bit tired. I need to rest. Nanhao asked, are you really okay? Weren't you going to see that guy from the Duan family? Didn't you to come up with a solution? However, Nanhao didn't wait for Nangsing's response. He only heard the sound of Nangsing closing the door. Qingjing also walked over and asked, how? What's going on? Nanhao replied, Nangsing brought that guy from the Duan family back, and something seems off. Do you think they had a conflict? Qingjing said, what conflict could they have? Isn't your brother and sister-in-law still at home? Nanhao thought for a moment and said, right, so what's wrong with Nangsing? Qingjing and Nanhao looked at each other, both unable to understand what was going on with Nangsing. Qingjing then approached Nangsing's room and knocked on the door. Sweetie, are you hungry? Do you want me to cook something for you? Qingjing and Nanhao waited for a while, but there was no response from the room. As Nanhao was getting worried and about to knock on the door again, Nangsing's voice came through. Mom, Dad, I'm fine. You to go rest, I have to work tomorrow. I won't eat. Hearing Nangsing's words, Nan Haolan and Jing finally relaxed, said a few words, and returned to their room. Nangsing sat at the desk, looking at the piggy bank in the shape of a strawberry. It was a birthday gift from Duanyi when she was in the first year of high school. Although it was only a few tens of yuan, she had kept it until now, and it was already filled with coins, feeling a bit heavy to hold. Nangsing seemed to recall something and turned to look at the bed, where an 80 centimeters tall Doraemon figurine was laid quietly. It seemed a bit old with faded clothes, but still immaculate. This was the graduation gift when he gave her in high school. Not just this, there was also the paper crane he folded for her when they both entered the same high school. Paper cranes. Nangsing suddenly remembered and stood up, crawled under the bed, and found a box containing a transparent jar filled with many paper cranes. Over the years, she had kept these items well but never opened and looked through them. Something sparked in Nangsing's mind, prompting her to start opening each paper crane in the jar. Opening the first one, it had a message written with a ballpoint pen, the ink already faded. Nangsing, I like you. The sentence was neatly written, clearly from their student days with a ruler. Nangsing's eyes welled up. She continued to open the next one, which read, It rained heavily today, and I knew you didn't have an umbrella. When we walked home under the same umbrella after school, I was so happy I couldn't sleep all night. Nangsing's hands began to tremble, then opening another one that said, I heard you got injured in the dance studio. I'm very worried. Tears welled up in Nangsing's eyes at that moment, unable to hold back any longer. The ignored past memories flooded back like a movie, with each paper revealing one scene after another, more vivid and painful than ever before. Nangsing felt a pang in her heart, gasping heavily, unconsciously grabbing at her collar. In that moment, she felt like she might perish from heartache. Just then, Nangsing's phone rang. Tear-streaked, Nangsing looked at it and saw it was from her best friend Chen Dudu. Answering with a sob, Dudu. Chen Dudu's smile froze as she immediately put down what she was doing and stood up. Nangsing, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Who hurt you? Nangsing cried for a long time, unable to utter a complete sentence. But from those fragmented words, Chen Dudu managed to piece together one complete sentence. Duanyi is getting married. Chen Dudu said, Wait for me at home. I'm coming over right away. Chen Dudu, Nangsing, and Duanyi were in the same class during middle and high school. Nangsing saying those words meant the situation was really serious. Duanyi had always liked Nangsing during their school days. Although he confessed only after entering college, his intense affection was obvious to everyone in the class, teachers included. While Nangsing never responded, Duanyi would bring water for her during basketball practice and tutor her when she failed exams, saying she didn't like him. It was all just self-deception. Duanyi also lost his appetite, took a shower and was ready to sleep, but just as he finished drying his hair, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Luo Qingyuan. Duanyi answered the phone, and Luo Qingyuan said, Guess where I am? Duanyi was puzzled. Aren't you supposed to be at the hotel? Luo Qingyuan smiled mysteriously. Nope. Guess again. Duanyi's mind went blank. You're not below my house, are you? Luo Qingyuan said, Oh dear, lower your voice. You'll wake your parents. Go to the window. Duanyi took it seriously and went to the window, but their house was on a high floor, and it was dark outside, making it impossible for him to see clearly. But before he could say anything, Luo Qingyuan turned on a flashlight and waved it in his direction. Duanyi was shocked. Why are you coming over so late? And why didn't you come up directly? I would have opened the door for you. Luo Qingyuan gently laughed. You come down first. I have something to tell you. Duanyi put the phone aside, turned on the speaker, hurriedly put on his clothes. It's cold outside. Can't you come home? Just as Duanyi finished speaking, Luo Qingyuan hung up. So, Duanyi had to hurry up, get dressed quickly, and head downstairs. Once he reached the bottom, Duanyi saw Luo Qingyuan squatting by the roadside and walked briskly towards her. Duanyi said, It's late, and it's cold outside. Couldn't you have said whatever you had to at home? Luo Qingyuan stood up, and as soon as Duanyi approached, she immediately hugged him. Duanyi felt a slight coolness as he was enveloped by Luo Qingyuan's warmth. Not knowing how long this silly girl had been squatting here, Duanyi couldn't bear to push her away and quietly lifted his coat to make her more comfortable. Sensing Duanyi's gesture, Luo Qingyuan smiled happily. You said you didn't want to eat, but it's late now. Going to bed hungry isn't good. I came to bring you food. Duanyi was surprised. When Luo Qingyuan asked before he took a shower if he had eaten, he wasn't hungry, so he declined. In passing, he mentioned he wasn't hungry, never expecting. Dunyi felt a warm current pass through his heart and couldn't help but stroke Luo Qingyuan's head. For coming all the way here, you're not finding it troublesome. Luo Qingyuan hugged him, sighed contentedly, saying, "Of course not. Hugging you and recharging makes me content." The night breeze brushed past, cool and refreshing, yet Dunyi felt warmth in his heart and a smile on his lips. Dunyi didn't say much more, just reached out and took Luo Qingyuan's hand, saying, "Let's go home." But Luo Qingyuan remained still, saying, "Wait a minute." Confused, Dunyi turned back to see Luo Qingyuan taking out a thermos from her bag and handing it to him to carry. Dunyi asked, "Aren't you coming home with me?" Luo Qingyuan shook her head, explaining that she had an early business trip to New York the next morning to sign a contract, so she would stay in a hotel near the airport. She mentioned that by the time she returned, their new home would likely be ready for them to move in. Dunyi felt a pang of anxiety, asking how long she would be gone. Although Luo Qingyuan had been planning to stay a week, seeing Dunyi's anxious expression made her change her response, asking him instead how long he hoped she would be away. Dunyi replied, "The shorter, the better." Eventually, they agreed that she would leave after the grand opening ceremony of his new store the next day. Dunyi was surprised and pleased that Luo Qingyuan was willing to postpone her trip based on his request. However, he still asked if delaying her departure would cause any losses. Luo Qingyuan reassured him that it would not, as any financial losses could be recouped in the future. After discussing this matter, Luo Qingyuan brought up a trending topic online, which Dunyi acknowledged but emphasized that their past relationship was behind them. He wanted to have his online friends check the details for him to clarify the situation. Dunyi expressed his disinterest in being caught up in such public controversies and only wished to live a peaceful life. Listening to Dunyi, Luo Qingyuan kissed him gently and remarked, "Luckily, I made the first move." Suddenly, they were interrupted by approaching footsteps, and Dunyi turned to see their old acquaintance Chen Dudu, who greeted them awkwardly. After introducing Luo Qingyuan as his wife, Dunyi explained to their friend that they had only registered their marriage and not held a wedding ceremony yet. Chen Dudu, slightly amazed, wished them well and took his leave. Upon returning home, Dunyi found a warm meal prepared by Luo Qingyuan, and he enjoyed each dish, feeling grateful and content. Later, he sent her a message showing the empty plates, and Luo Qingyuan replied with appreciation and a promise of a gift. The couple's interactions were affectionate, and they mutually expressed their commitment to each other and their shared dreams for the future. As they parted ways for the night, Dunyi gazed at Luo Qingyuan's departing figure, feeling both amazed and touched by the depth of their connection. Luo Qingyuan's last words of encouragement left Dunyi feeling hopeful and determined. The couple believed that despite the challenges, their love would only grow stronger as they worked towards their goals together. Endure? How can one endure? It was only when non-crossing realized she had long developed feelings for Dunyi that she discovered she no longer had a place in Dunyi's world. How sad it was. Exhausted, non-crossing collapsed, but Chen Dodo quickly caught her and comforted her, saying, "Our non-crossing is the best in the world. Let's turn the page on the past. We will meet better people in the future." Non-crossing hugged Chen Dodo back and closed her eyes silently. How much better would it have been if she had realized earlier? If she had realized sooner, how much better would it have been? It's normal to feel lost in one's youth, but non-crossing, you've been lost for too many years. Chen Dodo, with tears in her eyes, remembered she had warned non-crossing when she pushed Yinuan towards Dunyi. Non-crossing, there's still a chance to talk to Dunyi and clear things up. Don't do this absurd thing. But non-crossing didn't listen to her. When people are stubborn, they only listen to their current thoughts, and even Chen Dodo couldn't change the situation. She just didn't expect that after more than 2 years, non-crossing finally realized her feelings, and Dunyi had gotten married. The development of things had gone off the track they had imagined. Beyond their sight, time was passing every day, and unknowingly, they had reached the age where missing the right person might lead to marriage. Non-crossing, such a proud person. Chen Dodo couldn't help but feel bitter. Why all this? What non-crossing held in her hands was once a winning hand. This quiet night seemed calm, but there were hidden undercurrents. The next day, everyone went to work as usual as if nothing had happened the night before. It wasn't until nearly noon when Dunyi received a message in the family group chat that he put down his work, clapped his hands, and announced to his colleagues, "Today is the first day of my coffee shop's opening. Colleagues, come and support. The first 3 days, all coffee purchases are half price." Won-yu exclaimed, "Wow, nice. There hasn't been a coffee shop near the company. You'll make money." Dwayne reply, "Just a small business, as long as you guys support." Won-yu grabbed Dwayne and loudly said, "This is our Dwayne's first business venture. Of course, all of us colleagues should go and check it out, right?" Colleagues agreed, yes. Dwayne secretly gave a thumbs up to his buddy, Won-yu. "Won bro, you're a god." Won-yu whispered back, "Free coffee." Dwayne nodded, "No problem." Everyone followed Dwayne out. Won-yu asked, "Has your sister-in-law arrived?" In their department, only Won-yu and Dwayne were of the same age, so the two got along well. Only Won-yu knew that Dwayne had gotten married. At first, Won-yu was very curious, but Dwayne avoided the topic. Wasn't today the opportunity? Every heart carries gossip. Dwayne glanced at him. "Today, you're in for a treat. With a beautiful wife like her, he was sure to impress today." As they waited for the elevator at the entrance, the elevator opened and was crowded. Then the adjacent elevator arrived, and it was also full. Won-yu gaped, "What day is it today? Why are there so many people?" Dwayne looked closely and noticed someone in the middle of the crowd. Wasn't that his old man? Dwayne Shung exclaimed, "Next batch, come on." The elevator doors closed again. Won-yu said, "Oh my, your dad really knows a lot of people." Dwayne could only wait for the next one. As they were leaving the building, there was a commotion at the company entrance. Dwayne looked ahead and saw his dad surrounded by colleagues, chattering loudly. He couldn't make out what they were saying. Dwayne led his people over and heard their awe. Remember, they all worked in engineering, and the department was mostly male, with only a female statistician, who had taken leave today. "Oh, who's that? Wow, she's so beautiful. Her skin is glowing under the sun. More than that, even her hair shines. Wow, I can't imagine, if she were my girlfriend, how happy and carefree I would be as a little boy. Just you, dream on." The crowd in front intensified, with everyone's gaze fixed on Luo Qingyuan. Long black wavy hair, white shirt, and jeans, with light makeup on her face. A simple outfit, but her stunning figure and face made it impossible to ignore her. After greeting Dwayne and Dwayne Shang, Luo Qingyuan saw Dwayne through the crowd, smiled, waved at him. "Husband." Not only was Dwayne stunned, but everyone present was also dumbfounded. Only Dwayne Shang was proudly introducing her to everyone. "My daughter-in-law, just registered with Little Yi. We haven't had the wedding yet. Everyone must come and join us then." Colleagues became even more excited. "Lao Duan, where did you find this daughter-in-law? Your son's got skills. How did he pull this off? Your Lao Duan family is blessed again." Won-yu was wide-eyed, his mouth unable to form words. Is that my sister-in-law?" Dwayne was truly proud and nearly jubilant, yet he kept a calm demeanor. "Yes, she's your sister-in-law." Won-yu patted Dwayne. "Oh my, how did you manage to get such a beautiful wife? Do you have some secret?" The other colleagues were also listening, as Dwayne was the youngest in their department, still single, and yet this little guy Dwayne had quietly done something big. Dwayne remained composed. "It's charisma, I guess. It's because I'm good-looking." "Is your wife beautiful?" "Just ordinary." Won-yu was astounded. "Oh my, you're so arrogant." "Dwayne, your ego is through the roof. Tone it down a bit." The other colleagues were speechless, coupled with a sense of envy. Who shows so much affection publicly? Dwayne didn't mind being exposed. Full of sweet feelings, he seemed to want to say, "Hey, this is my beautiful wife. How about it?" While they were talking, Luo Qingyuan walked up to Dwayne and naturally linked arms with him. Then, with grace, she greeted everyone. "Hello, I'm Luo Qingyuan, Dwayne's wife." Won-yu felt a heart attack. He couldn't even drink the coffee anymore. Faced with this beauty, colleagues blushed, stammering while saying hello. "Hi. Nice to meet you. Young sister-in-law is here. Dwayne is really lucky." Luo Qingyuan smiled and said, "No, it's my fortune to marry Dwayne. Today is the opening of our new store. Everyone gets a discount on the coffee. Even if you can't come, you can call, and we'll deliver it for free." Luo Qingyuan's words were well received, and everyone nodded in agreement. "All right, it's settled then." After getting everyone's agreement, Dwayne said, "Let's go then. It's just a few minutes away. Let's all go together." So Dwayne and Luo Qingyuan took the lead in front, and everyone walked forward together. Twinny quietly asked her, "Why are you dressed so formally today?" Luo Qingyuan pinched him, causing Duanyi to make a sound in surprise. Luo Qingyuan gently rolled her eyes at him but still held his arm. "When have I not dressed formally?" Duanyi thought for a moment, realizing that she always dressed formally, in a suit or a short skirt, pencil skirt. Today she wore jeans. Even in a simple outfit, Luo Qingyuan still attracted attention. Her face didn't look like that of a business person at all, but more like a big star from the entertainment industry. Duanyi shrugged. "Okay, I'll reluctantly say you look formal." Luo Qingyuan chuckled. "Do you have to wait until it's dark to not be formal?" When Luo Qingyuan said this, Duanyi quickly looked back and saw that everyone was following from a distance. His dad was leading everyone while chatting, and no one noticed them up front, which relieved him. With this relief, Duanyi blushed. "It's broad daylight. Be mindful of what you say. Don't let everyone think I'm an improper person." Luo Qingyuan smiled more deeply and retorted, "Are you an outright person?" Duanyi fell silent for a moment, looked at Luo Qingyuan, and when their eyes met, he couldn't help but smile. "Seems like not. Ha ha." Luo Qingyuan also laughed heartily, then whispered, "If I'm not around tonight, how about a video call?" Duanyi immediately became wary. "What are you up to? Why are you so nervous?" Duanyi shot her a look. "Because you are the most improper person in the world." Luo Qingyuan immediately countered, "Nonsense. I just want to watch my husband take a bath. What's wrong with that?" Duanyi was caught off guard by her words, coughing as he covered his mouth. "You, cough." He was stunned by this woman's audacity. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan calmly took out a bottle of mineral water from her bag and kindly opened it for him. "See, without me, you wouldn't even have someone to hand you water." Duanyi speechlessly took the water, while Luo Qingyuan moved closer with a teasing smile. Their affectionate appearance was enough to make onlookers envious. Sun Xiaoyin came out and said, "Duanyi, Luo sister, you're here." Soon after, Lin Feng also emerged. "We've been waiting for you. Why are you so slow?" Liu Ya also came out with a girl they didn't recognize. "Duanyi, you rascal, it's only been a short while since we last met, and you're already reaching the pinnacle of life." Duanyi acted humble. "You flatter me, it's nothing special." Amidst the greetings, Duan Sheng had already brought his entourage over. "Let's not be polite, everyone. Please go in first." Duanyi and the others quickly made way for everyone. At the counter, there were a total of 8 baristas, with for being part-timers, and the remaining for having been recruited by Duanyi, while one was sent by Luo Qingyuan. There were 5 servers and 2 cleaners in the cafe today, all already in position. Sun Xiaoyin ran over and took Luo Qingyuan's hand. She still had 2 cute braids, looking very youthful and lovely. "Luo sister, you look beautiful today." Luo Qingyuan gently smiled. "Xiaoyin, you look beautiful too." Liu Ji's girlfriend, Ningzi, also joined the conversation. "Hello, I'm Ningzi, Liu Ji's girlfriend." Sun Xiaoyin sweetly replied, "Hello, Sister Ningzi." Luo Qingyuan also nodded, "Nice to meet you." Ningzi was wearing a high-end dress, while Luo Qingyuan and Sun Xiaoyin were dressed more simply, with Sun Xiaoyin in a short-sleeved top and overalls, looking like a child. Despite dressing simply, Luo Qingyuan's clothes, although not from famous brands, appeared very affordable. Ningzi's slight disdainful gaze swept over them, and she remained silent thereafter. Little did Ningzi know that Luo Qingyuan's clothes were all custom-made, including the everyday fabrics, which were worth tens of thousands. Ningzi was ignorant and couldn't recognize good quality. Luo Qingyuan, being a business elite, quickly assessed Ningzi's character through this short encounter, but didn't mind it. Although Sun Xiaoyin seemed naive, she could sense the female aura and wasn't afraid to approach Luo Qingyuan, but refrained from doing so with Ningzi, feeling she might be outclassed and that it was better to follow someone more clever. Meanwhile, Duanyi, Liu Ya, and Lin Feng were engaged in conversation. Lin Feng asked, "When did you start dating?" Liu Ya replied, "Just last month, not long ago." Lin Feng inquired, "How did you two meet?" Liu Ya explained, "Through a blind date. My mom introduced her. She's the daughter of a colleague." Duanyi interjected, "You're envying me. Your pace isn't bad either." Liu Ya laughed, "I thought it was suitable, and my family was satisfied, so we're giving it a try." However, Liu Ya found it annoying to spend all this money. He was about to ask Duanyi if his girlfriend didn't like designer bags since he couldn't recognize the brand of the bag Luo Qingyuan was carrying. Before he could ask, Dwayne noticed an acquaintance and hurried over to greet them. Everyone also turned to look at the nearby group. They saw Ding Yifan leading a group of aunties chatting happily, followed by a few young girls who seemed to be the teacher's students. Luo Qingyuan followed behind, called out softly, "Mom." Ding Yifan acknowledged her and then proudly introduced Luo Qingyuan to the elderly ladies. "Here's my daughter-in-law. She's back from studying abroad. Isn't she beautiful?" Feeling a bit embarrassed by the praise, Luo Qingyuan saw the teachers nod approvingly, and Dwayne was full of pride, which almost made Luo Qingyuan burst into laughter. "This temperament, she's a true lady, just like you back in the day, Teacher Ding." "Yes. This daughter-in-law of the Duan family. Where did you ascend from?" Luo Qingyuan politely replying, "I work at Henlin Group, just a small employee, nothing remarkable. Ladies, you flatter me." On hearing this, the teachers exclaimed, "That's amazing. Anyone who gets into Henlin is considered an elite." After the exchange, when he tried to follow inside but was stopped by Luo Qingyuan. Giving her a look, he leaned in and whispered, "I give you such face, do you need to make it up to me?" After 2 seconds of silence from Dwayne, he mumbled. It seemed Luo Qingyuan hadn't given up yet. Even without him around, she still wanted to play this game. But then she said, "Video call tonight." Luo Qingyuan's eyes lit up as she bounced forward and grabbed Dwayne's hand, saying, "Okay, hubby." And so, the time came to noon. Everyone gathered at the entrance of One Coffee, with Dwayne standing behind Luo Qingyuan, reaching out to cover her ears. The next moment, the sound of firecrackers echoed throughout the street. Amid the surrounding noise, Luo Qingyuan leaned quietly against Dwayne's chest, her eyes filled with tenderness. From afar, they truly looked like a talented and beautiful couple. Soon, the firecrackers ended. Dwayne was about to lower his hand when suddenly, Luo Qingyuan reached out and grabbed his hand. Then, in a moment of Dwayne's confusion, she leaned forward and kissed his palm. It was a swift move, noticed only by Dwayne. As everyone congratulated Dwayne with laughter, Luo Qingyuan had already regained her composure, smiling graciously. "Thank you all for coming today. Friends who patronize the shop today will receive a discount," she announced. Dwayne calmly withdrew his hand, feeling a tingling sensation, as if a small cat had scratched his palm, leaving a lingering itch in his heart. Dwayne Shun was overjoyed and handed the scissors to Dwayne, urging him to cut the ribbon. All eyes were on Dwayne, including Luo Qingyuan, who stood by, smiling. Today, he was the protagonist. His good friends, his parents, his uncle and aunt, and his little niece, including his brother Dwayne, were all standing nearby, watching him and his wife. They were all his most important people, all gathered here today. Dwayne's eyes welled up with tears. This day felt like a dream, but as he snapped back to reality, everyone was still waiting for him. So, Dwayne reached out his hand to pull Luo Qingyuan over. "Let's do this together," he said. Luo Qingyuan appeared somewhat surprised but quickly recovered, holding the scissors together with him and softly agreeing, "Okay." With a click, the red ribbon was cut. The sign of One Coffee appeared before everyone's eyes. The sound of fireworks rang out, and colorful ribbons bloomed above Dwayne and Luo Qingyuan. Amid cheers, Luo Qingyuan and Dwayne exchanged a smile. From this moment on, their lives truly set sail. As a crowd poured into the coffee shop, Dwayne quickly reached out to take Luo Qingyuan's hand. The baristas began to bustle. Lin Feng and Liu Ya were busy serving dishes, taking orders, and cleaning. Sun Xiaoyin stood at the door, her sweet smile inviting. Even Duen Shang and Ding Yifan were helping out. However, Luo Qingyuan had to leave. Her flight was at 2, and it was already noon. She had to rush. Dwayne walked her to the intersection, where her car was parked by the roadside. "Call me when you arrive," Dwayne said. Luo Qingyuan smiled, tiptoed, and hugged him. "Miss me already?" Her mischievous manner was endearing. Dwayne leaned in to kiss her, but she playfully dodged, saying, "No kissing." Turning to leave, Luo Qingyuan was stopped by Dwayne, who pulled her back and kissed her on the lips decisively under the bustling street and the tree shade. Dwayne closed his eyes, fully immersed, unaware that Luo Qingyuan had slyly opened her eyes like a fox, flashing a mischievous glint. She tilted her head slightly, responding to Dwayne's gentle kiss. "Soon," she said. "I have to go now." Dwayne replied, "Video call tonight." Luo Qingyuan's smile deepened. "Shall we shower?" Dwayne blushed but nodded. "Let's." Content. Luo Qingyuan bid farewell. "Bye, hubby." Blowing a kiss, she swiftly drove off without even rolling down the window. Dwen muttered, "Why the hurry?" Lin Feng and Liu Ya appeared, each taking one of Dwen shoulders. Lin Feng remarked, "You're truly in love, brother." Liu Ya added, "Seems like your wife has you head over heels. Is she really that good?" Dwen nodded, reminiscing about their kiss, and said, "You guys don't understand her goodness." Lin Feng and Liu Ya exchanged glances, then clenched their fists and simultaneously punched Dwen. "Ouch, that hurts," Dwen said. Lin Feng playfully smacked his head. "Stop showing off your love so much." Liu Ya playfully kneed Dwen. Dwen was outnumbered. The three continued bickering as they walked towards the shop, but stopped in their tracks at the entrance. The appearance of Non-Crossing was unexpected. Liu Ya was puzzled, even shocked. "Non-Crossing, aren't you afraid of the paparazzi?" In the past, Non-Crossing rarely appeared in the media, who avoided unwanted attention and gossip. He kept a low profile, just working on his dramas. Non-Crossing, with a cap, sunglasses, and a high ponytail, looked youthful and radiant. Answering Liu Ya with a smile, he said, "Today is Dwen's big day. Can't I come to congratulate him?" Lin Feng smiled as well, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. Having been classmates with Dwen for many years, he knew that when Non-Crossing got involved, things were bound to take a different turn. He still felt uneasy about Non-Crossing introducing that crazy Yi Nuan to Dwen. Although it had been over 2 years, the discomfort lingered when he saw Non-Crossing. Lin Feng couldn't help being sarcastic. "It's been so many years, haven't you missed all of Dwen's important moments?" Seeing Lin Feng's lack of tact, Liu Ya was surprised and quickly took him away, worried he might say something more. Now, only Dwen and Non-Crossing were left at the door. Dwen knew Non-Crossing too well, just as Non-Crossing knew him from their student days. So, when Dwen mentioned marriage, Yi Nuan didn't believe him, but Non-Crossing instantly understood that he was serious. Their birthdays even fell on the same day, and before they turned 18, both families would celebrate together. Dwen couldn't see Non-Xing's facial expression behind the large sunglasses, but he could sense it. Dwen smiled. "It's great to have you here. If the drama crew needs coffee in the future, you have to give us a shout-out. Order more cups. After all, filming can be exhausting, and coffee is a must." Non-Xing's voice was calm, but his eyes behind the shades were red. "We're old classmates. Taking care of your business is a given. Just don't complain if the set is far." Dwen responded, "Of course not. After all, if you order coffee, we'll be swamped." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Dwen prepared to go back into the shop, but Non-Crossing stopped him. Dwen, turning around, just like in their school days, whenever he was called, he would lift his head even if he was dozing off in class. Non-Crossing handed him a small box, saying, "This is a gift for the opening of the new shop, for you and your wife." Dwen opened it to find an expensive necklace set with the date, March 29, 2016. Dwen's face froze for a moment, then he smiled. "Non-Crossing, March 29th, that was yesterday. Were you prepared for yesterday?" Non-Crossing nodded. "Yes, I found out from my mom that you opened a shop yesterday. I originally wanted to engrave something for you, but unfortunately, I didn't know your wife's name, so I engraved a date instead." Non-Crossing didn't find it inappropriate. She had thought it through carefully and had prepared duplicate gifts. However, Non-Crossing had forgotten. March 29th, 2 years ago, was the day she pushed him to Yi Nuan. It was all fate. On that day, he gave up on her. And on the same day, she also let him go. "It's fine." He remembered that drunken night when he cried hysterically with his head on Liu Ya and Lin Feng's laps. The last thing he said was, "I've liked you for so long, I almost thought you were mine." But Non-Crossing didn't hear it. Only Liu Ya and Lin Feng did. From the day they were born until now, countless closeness was evident, except for a group photo, a missing piece. It was as if they had never existed in each other's worlds. So, Dwen smiled and accepted the gift. Non-Crossing, "Thank you. I really like the gift, and I'm sure my wife will like it too." Non-Crossing, "There are still matters to attend to in the store, so I won't keep you entertained." After speaking, Dwen turned and entered the shop. The sun was shining brightly. People were passing by outside, but Non-Crossing couldn't help feeling lonely. Sometimes she would feel that they shouldn't be like this, but upon reflection, it seemed there was no other way. She was here only to force herself to closure. Wishing Dwen the best, and wishing herself success. Non-Crossing had barely taken a few steps When Lin Feng caught up, his expression not good. Non-crossing was puzzled. What's wrong? Lin Feng said. Why did you engrave that date? March 29th. Non-crossing still didn't understand why Lin Feng was so upset. Lin Feng was amused by Non-Xing's reaction, as he had wanted to remind her, but for some reason, he didn't. He wanted to see Non-Xing's expression when she realized what she had done. Why was Duanyi the only one devastated? Lin Feng glanced at her and said, You don't have a story? That's really the right choice. Lin Feng left, and Non-Crossing turned around. The tears flowed from beneath her sunglasses. Lin Feng felt bad for Duanyi, and she understood. But Lin Feng's words had also truly wounded her. No story? They grew up together from childhood. Isn't that a story? But what could she do? Non-Crossing looked up at the sky, held back her tears, walked to the car, and got in. The driver headed towards the filming set. Non-Crossing took out loose powder to touch up her makeup, but tears kept falling. She could only keep touching up, trying to numb herself in that way. She also understood Duanyi. It was clear to her that the moment he accepted the gift, their relationship was truly over. Mutual understanding had always been their unspoken agreement. She never expected that this agreement would be used at this moment. Absurd. Non-Crossing could only say these two words. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the cafe was finally starting to empty out. Duanyi and Duanshan had already left with their colleagues, leaving only Ding Yifan and Zi Kenjing to help out. The two had been good friends for many years, always helping each other out. Zi Kenjing said, You're not being ethical. Duanyi is married. Why didn't you say anything? Ding Yifan chuckled. The wedding hasn't happened yet. I'm not in a rush. Zi Kenjing snorted. We agreed to make Duanyi my son-in-law in the future. You didn't say anything about it. At the mention of this, Ding Yifan glared. Your daughter is in the entertainment industry and isn't interested in my son. What can I do? In this day and age, it's not easy for a son to find a wife. If there's finally someone willing, shouldn't I seize the opportunity? Zi Kenjing was speechless. You. After all these years, your slick nature hasn't changed at all. Ding Yifan was serious. To put it plainly, children will have their own fortune. As mothers, even if we have intentions, they need to agree, right? At this, Zi Kenjing nodded. Exactly. Duanyi. That beau. I really like him. But Non-Crossing is just out of luck. Ding Yifan said, People have different pursuits. I see a bright future ahead for Non-Crossing. Besides, even if our sons and daughters don't work out, does that mean we can't be friends anymore? If there's something good to eat, won't I still bring it to you? Zi Kenjing was satisfied, and even had the energy to clean the tables. You're right. Whatever happens with them, it's none of our concern. We're getting older. It's better to do some square dancing with friends when we're free. Ding Yifan immediately agreed. That's right. Look at Duanyi and Non-Crossing. Even if they can't be a couple, they can still be siblings or classmates. When they start their own families in the future, they can still help each other, won't they? Zi Kenjing said. That's true. But she's stubborn. She really gives me a headache. Ding Yifan said. Non-Crossing has always been this headstrong. Just let her take her own path. When she's hurt, she turned the corner. Zi Kenjing looked somewhat melancholic as she gazed outside. She wasn't worried that Non-Crossing wouldn't turn the corner when hurt, but rather that when Non-Crossing wanted to turn the corner after being hurt, it would already be a dead end. Zi Kenjing had picked out a husband for Non-Crossing since she was young, a childhood friend who grew up beautifully and all. But Zi Kenjing just couldn't understand how such a good hand could be played so poorly by Non-Crossing. Zi Kenjing shook her head, wondering whose character Non-Crossing had inherited. If she had even a fraction of her sister's emotional intelligence, she, as a mother, wouldn't be this exhausted. Time passed by second. Before they knew it, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. When you returned to the hotel only to find out that his grandmother had already checked out, he was confused, but the front desk handed him a note with his grandmother's fanciful handwriting. Wild child, your grandmother has gone to play mahjong with her old girlfriends. When your granddaughter Qingyuan comes back, your grandmother will return. Don't fret, don't worry. Duanyi wiped the sweat off his forehead, took a photo, sent it to Luo Qingyuan, then left the hotel directly and went back to his aunt Luo Qingyuan's home. Construction workers didn't work at night, so as soon as Duanyi entered, he went straight to the kitchen and found that it had been repainted. In a couple of days, they could move back in. This house was big for Duanyi, and he had always had Luo Qingyuan by his side. Today, The house seemed so empty, with no one around. Dwayne found it unsettling. Just as he set his phone down and prepared to take a shower, it rang. When he saw who was calling, it was none other than Luo Qingyuan. The call was a video chat. As soon as he answered, Luo Qingyuan's playful voice came through. "Grandma, don't worry about it. She has her own place to go. What about you? Are you home? Are you tired? Do you want to take a shower?" Upon hearing Lu Qingyuan's question, as soon as he opened his mouth, when he couldn't hold back anymore, "You really don't miss a minute or second, do you?" On the screen, Lu Qingyuan with black hair and red lips smiled openly. "I've been looking forward to it all day." Dwayne, helpless, still took his clothes and phone into the bathroom. Seeing the screen change, Lu Qingyuan's eyes lit up. She promised that she really just wanted to take a look. Lu Qingyuan stayed in a VIP suite. Even though she was busy today, the moment she received Dwayne's message, she pushed aside her social obligations and returned to the hotel. Dwayne fixed his phone on the bathroom wall and then turned on the hot water, taking off all his clothes and pants. But Dwayne's phone was placed hide, so Lu Qingyuan could only see Dwayne's broad back when he turned around. Lu Qingyuan's voice was particularly clear in the bathroom. "Hey, turn around so I can see." The bathroom was misty, and Dwayne was all wet, lathering his body with shower gel while turning around. Lu Qingyuan's eyes widened as she looked at his clearly defined abdominal muscles, almost drooling. Just when, "Husband, can you go a little lower?" Even though Dwayne had thick skin, he couldn't resist Lu Qingyuan's shamelessness. "Can your skin get any thicker?" Lu Qingyuan chuckled. "If it weren't for maintaining the image of a so-called good wife, I would have stopped pretending a long time ago." "Okay." Dwayne ignored her while taking a lazy shower. "Lu Qingyuan, how about we talk about something else?" "Dwayne, you speak, I'll listen." Lu Qingyuan thought for a moment and blurted out, "Let me educate you on the levels of spiciness. Mild, medium, hot, insane levels of heat. Do you know any other spicy levels?" Dwayne was washing his hair, unable to open his eyes, and was about to say, "Do you take me for a fool?" The next second, Lu Qingyuan said, "I miss your spiciness." Dwayne's hand paused while washing his hair, quickly rinsing off the phone and turning around to look at the screen. On the other end of the screen, Lu Qingyuan's eyes were red. Dwayne's heart inexplicably softened a bit, and his voice involuntarily softened. "You've only been gone for a few days. Work hard, and I'll come pick you up when you return." Lu Qingyuan, would you think I'm childish? Dwayne genuinely laughed this time. "A little bit. Which wife starts crying as soon as she goes on a trip?" Lu Qingyuan pouted. "Nonsense, I didn't cry." After speaking, Lu Qingyuan unconsciously tilted her head, a small expression that softened Dwayne's heart completely. He didn't tease her anymore, quickly finished showering, and wrapped himself in a towel before heading out. They were in the honeymoon period after getting married, genuinely missing each other if they were apart for just one day. Dwayne sat on the sofa, drying his hair with a towel. Even though some time had passed, Lu Qingyuan's eyes still had a hint of redness. "Do dry your hair quickly, or you might catch a cold," Dwayne said, looking at her. "Do you really miss me that much?" Lu Qingyuan felt a bit aggrieved. "I do." She didn't know why she felt this way, even though she frequently traveled across the country for work. But this time, she really didn't want to leave Dwayne. Lu Qingyuan didn't understand. When one has been lonely for a long time and suddenly meets someone who resonates deeply, both in soul and body, emotions cannot be measured by time. Dwayne felt a twinge of heartache and couldn't help but speak in a softer tone to comfort her. "It's Wednesday today. I've booked a flight to see you on Friday night. I'll stay with you until Sunday. How does that sound?" Lu Qingyuan's eyes brightened. She wanted to agree immediately, but thinking about Dwayne rushing around after work made her heart ache. So, Lu Qingyuan glanced at the time. It was 8 a.m. in New York. "I'll be back next week," Lu Qingyuan said. Dwayne was surprised. "Can you manage your work in 2 days?" Lu Qingyuan nodded. "I can. You wait for me at home." Just as Dwayne was about to say something, Lu Qingyuan's doorbell rang. She quickly composed herself, her face devoid of the childish attitude she had with Dwayne. Dwayne only heard Lu Qingyuan say coldly, "Come in." Cheng Suisui entered, seeing the computer in front of Lu Qingyuan, hesitated for a moment, and didn't call her director Luo. Instead, she went straight to business. "The team over there has arrived, and everyone is waiting." Lu Qingyuan replied, "Okay, I'll come in a moment." Cheng Suisui nodded, then retreated. Lu Qingyuan looked towards Dunyi again, the coldness in her eyes completely melting. I have to go for a meeting, sweetheart. Cheng Susui's hand trembled when she closed the door. This was the first time she had heard Lu Qingyuan speak so softly. The most common phrases she heard were, out. Are you stupid? Useless. Go away. Dismissed. Cheng Suisui sighed at the doorway. Indeed, people are different, making one feel aggrieved. Just as Cheng Suisui finished speaking, the door was opened. She Stan quickly lowered her head. Director Luo. Lu Qingyuan responded faintly, Then, Cheng Suisui followed behind Lu Qingyuan. However, Lu Qingyuan stopped in her tracks, and Cheng Suisui also hesitated, feeling uneasy. You did well just now. After this project ends, I'll double your bonus. Cheng Susui's heart immediately leapt with joy. A double bonus. Her yearly bonus was around 40 to 50,000. If it doubled, she would earn a bonus of 100,000 a year. If added to her salary and commission based on the projects she assisted with for Luo Qingyuan, this year would be a substantial income for her. Her salary was 50,000 per month, and the 0.2% commission on the projects she worked on with Lu Qingyuan, which started at tens of millions, had no upper limit. Besides, the money came quickly. If they closed a deal worth 10 million in the morning, her 0.2% commission, 20,000 yuan, would be in her account by the afternoon. Lu Qingyuan closed a deal within a month at most, and sometimes even within a day. Despite working year-round without holidays, the pay was excellent. Following Lu Qingyuan for a few years, from abroad to domestic projects, she could afford a house in Beijing in full. Additionally, during the Chinese New Year, aside from basic provisions like rice and meat, supermarket shopping carts, each person in a company under the Luo Group received red envelopes ranging from 666 to 9,999. At Henglun, only Shi and Liuyan could follow Lu Qingyuan. Countless people yearned to obtain their positions. Cheng Suisui ingratiatingly smiled. Thank you so much, Director Luo. I'll continue to do my best. Lu Qingyuan gave her customary hum before striding ahead in high heels, with Cheng Suisui tagging along. When he had finished drying his hair, the cafe was busy until 10 in the evening, and the baristas were so tired they could hardly lift their fingers. Therefore, Dunyi continued to post job vacancies on recruitment websites to hire more long-term baristas for the rotating shifts. After finishing a busy day, it was already 11 p.m. Twisting his sore neck, Dunyi lay down on the bed to sleep. Last night, he slept embracing the fragrant and soft Luo Qingyuan, but today his arms were empty, and Dunyi actually felt a bit nostalgic. However, after lying with his eyes open for a while, Dunyi quickly fell asleep. At this time, Luo Qingyuan was still in the office discussing a project with foreigners. The atmosphere throughout was tense because the project in this commercial center involved hundreds of millions of RMB. Luo Qingyuan had large factories in many cities in China, and she wanted the products produced by these factories, whether it be clothing, daily necessities, electronics, seafood, etc., to be sold in various countries. Once the deal was made, she could rest for a while. This was a big business, and she had to finalize the details within 2 days, which was very tiring. But she was Luo Qingyuan. As long as she controlled the overall direction, signed the contract, the rest would be taken care of by her subordinates. Around 4 p.m., the first round of negotiations finally ended. Just as Luo Qingyuan stepped out of the meeting room, she received a call that she hadn't received for a long time. Cheng Suisui said, Luo, General. Luo Qingyuan waved her hand, and Cheng Suisui immediately understood, taking Liuyan and others to the reserved restaurant for dinner. Finally, Luo Qingyuan answered the call. Brother, what's up? A voice without much emotion came from the other end. At the end of next month, I will bring your sister-in-law back to the capital. I hope you move back to the courtyard by then. Luo Qingyuan's heart sank. Brother, I'm not a child anymore. It's my freedom to live wherever I want. Luo Shuyan said. Luo Qingyuan, I am not here to discuss with you whether you move or not. You decide for yourself. Luo Qingyuan remained silent with a stern face. Luo Shuyan softened his tone a bit. Mom went to your place some time ago, right? I heard she left quickly. Probably didn't find anything. But Luo Qingyuan, your tricks, fooling mom, hiding things from dad. Although you think you have succeeded with those kids' trickery, in the capital where I have many eyes, whatever you do, I will know. Although the Zhang family may not be as powerful as the Luo family, they are still significant players in this world. You have hit someone, got angry, and brought that Duanyi along. Before I come back, I hope you will have divorced. You're my sister, I won't harm you. Luo Qingyuan remained calm. She had known that this day would come. Luo Shuyan was respected in both legal and illegal circles abroad, but she hadn't expected her exposure to come so quickly. Brother, the decisions I make are not for anyone to dictate. Luo Shuyan didn't get angry. He smiled and said, Qingyuan, you don't have much time. Don't force me to come and teach you myself. With that, Luo Shuyan hung up the phone directly and continued to sit back in his chair, basking in the sun. Beside him, Danier, in a suit, poured him a cup of tea. Boss, the Zhang family is really angry this time. Luo Shuyan didn't react. Danier glanced at him and said, in a low voice, what Miss did this time was not right. Luo Shuyan asked, oh, what do you think she should have done? Danier replied, the alliance between the Luo family and the Zhang family is inevitable. Even if Miss doesn't like Master Zhang, she should have discussed it with you and not taken action against him. Miss has a hot temper, even daring to contradict you. Indeed, she needs to be properly disciplined. Danier was shot in the leg. In pain, he immediately got down on both knees, sweating profusely and looking at Luo Shuyan in fear. Luo Shuyan laughed. Yes, she even dares to contradict me. What's wrong with giving Zhang Jingchuan a beating? When Luo Shuyan stopped smiling, and you? What are you? How dare you question my sister? Danier quickly begged for mercy, slapping himself and saying, Boss, I was being presumptuous. Luo Shuyan waved his hand. Get out. Danier was quickly taken away, and soon, bodyguards came to clean up the bloodstains. In the blink of an eye, apart from the faint smell of blood in the air, it was as if nothing had happened. Luo Shuyan's gaze fell on the table in front of him, where there was a photo of Duanyi and their marriage certificate. Duanyi was just an ordinary person, pulled into the mess by Luo Qingyuan. Luo Qingyuan had protected Duanyi quite well, keeping all aspects of his life private. If he hadn't sent someone to investigate, he probably wouldn't have known about this. It was the Zhang family who provided him with this information. He knew what the Zhang family was thinking. However, Luo Qingyuan shouldn't have developed feelings for Duanyi. Also, the matter of Luo Qingyuan being drugged should have come to an end. It's just that the opponent was too powerful, and Luo Qingyuan had been investigating but had not found anything. The opponent's plan was equally meticulous, clearly aiming to destroy Luo Qingyuan. This time back in the capital, he had to make all those old fellows who were meddling behind the scenes pay the price. He would let everyone in the capital know what the consequences were for messing with the Luo family. Otherwise, others might think that Luo Qingyuan had no one backing her up. As Luo Shuyan pondered, a woman from China came out of the room, with long black hair and wearing a long skirt without makeup, yet still very charming. Shuyan, our daughter, is crying. Come and hug her, soothe her. Luo Shuyan immediately stood up, his face beaming. Coming, honey, are we leaving next month? How long will we stay there? Yes. Don't you miss Qingyuan? We can stay a little longer before coming back. Besides, our baby hasn't met her aunt yet. Then, I haven't seen Qingyuan for a long time. I do miss her a bit. Honey, when we get back to the capital, I'll be done with my confinement. I want to go shopping with Qingyuan. Okay, I'll personally accompany you both then. Alright? Good. Hehe. Luo Qingyuan had been standing still, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. She had thought of a way out when talking about divorce. It's just that making that decision was a bit difficult. When Luo Qingyuan received Cheng Susui's call, she stopped thinking further, put away her phone, and left quickly. Kyoto, 5:30 p.m. Duanyi had just left the company's main gate, and he saw a little boy squatting by the roadside. It was Yi Shaoshan. Duanyi was taken aback, thought for a moment, and walked over. Shaoshan, why are you here? Yi Shaoshan turned around, and Duanyi noticed that the boy's clothes were torn, covered in mud, with scratch marks on his chest. He was wearing adult flip-flops, which were broken. Duanyi was shocked and hurried over to squat down next to him. Shaoshan, what happened to you? Were you bullied by your classmates? Yi Shaoshan pouted and cried. Duanyi tried to hug him, but Yi Shaoshan dodged and said, while crying, Brother, I'm dirty. Duanyi furrowed his brow, reached out to touch Yi Shaoshan's head, and asked patiently, what happened? Tell your brother everything. Yi Shaoshan sobbed a few more times before saying, Many strangers came to our house, and my mom and I were beaten. My mom is still lying at home, and then my sister's teacher called to say my sister. When he had a bad feeling. What happened to your sister? Yi Xiaoshan cried even harder, said my sister skipped class and hasn't been to school for several days. He couldn't help but furrow his brows and asked, did your mom not call the police? Yi Xiaoshan shook his head, crying pitifully. No, my mom said she couldn't call the police, otherwise she would go to jail. I don't want my mom to go to jail. I also want my sister to come back. Just as Yi Xiaoshan finished speaking, his stomach grumbled twice. Duan Yi, feeling helpless, asked him, have you eaten? Yi Xiaoshan shook his head. Duan Yi could only extend his hand and said, come on, big brother will take you to eat. Yi Xiaoshan stood up but didn't move. Duan Yi was puzzled. What's wrong? Yi Xiaoshan said, my sister said you and her have separated, so I can't eat your food anymore. Duan Yi, I just want to ask you to help me call my sister ... Yi Xiaoshan lowered his head. My sister doesn't answer mom's calls, but she will definitely answer yours. Duan Yi looked at him with a heartache. The Yi family, whether it was Yi Nuan or Yi Nuan's mom Chen Li, sometimes deserved their misfortunes. Yi Xiaoshan, despite his young age, seemed to be more sensible than them. Duan Yi reached out and patted Yi Xiaoshan's head, bent down, held his hand, and led him forward, saying, Xiaoshan, big brother and sister are separated because they are not suitable to live together, but big brother's feelings towards Xiaoshan will never change. Yi Xiaoshan was very naive and couldn't quite understand the feelings between adults. He only knew that when his parents separated, his father never came back to see him. He thought Duan Yi was the same. So, Xiaoshan, when big brother invites you to eat, it's not because of sister, but because big brother and Xiaoshan are good friends. Yi Xiaoshan remained silent. Duan Yi asked him, if big brother and sister are separated, does Xiaoshan not want to play with big brother anymore? Yi Xiaoshan hurriedly said, no, I really like big brother. When I grow up, I want to be like big brother. Duan Yi chuckled, that's right. So let's go eat first. After eating, we'll have the energy to find sister, right? Yi Xiaoshan nodded heavily. After comforting Yi Xiaoshan, Duan Yi took him to a noodle shop next to the company and ordered a bowl of beef noodles for him. Duan Yi fiddled with his phone for a long time, hesitated, and ultimately didn't call Yi Nuan but sent a video to Luo Qingyuan. Soon, Luo Qingyuan replied, what happened? Duan Yi briefly explained the situation to Luo Qingyuan in simple language. Duan Yi preferred to report such matters in advance to avoid misunderstandings in the future. At that moment, Luo Qingyuan was still working. After reading the message, she thought for a moment and replied, wait for me 20 minutes. Duan Yi looked at Yi Xiaoshan and sighed. He also briefly shared this situation in the group chat with the three brothers. Lin Feng, the Yi family is really a mess. Whoever gets involved is unlucky. Liu Yat, the ones who suffer are always the children. Lin Feng, I'm speechless. What does Yi Nuan want to do? I'm into conspiracy theories, but I always feel you shouldn't get involved in the Yi family's affairs. Liu Yan, agree. Duan Yi, so what? Should I just wash my hands of it? Lin Feng, let us handle it. Even if we don't help Yi Nuan, at least Yi Xiaoshan should be safe. Liu Yan, TSK, you're the toughest critic. Lin Feng, what? I'm just speaking the truth. Instead of letting the child live in fear every day, it's better to send him to a welfare home. Life at the Jingdu welfare home is better than at the Yi family. Duan Yi carefully considered this. In the neon lights of the city, when Duan Yi turned around, all he saw was a sea of people. Life is not easy for everyone. There are always difficulties. Those who persevere can become outstanding, but those who can't cope will eventually find it hard to stay even in Jingdu. Yi Nuan had options, but she chose not to take them. Big brother, I've finished eating. Hearing Yi Xiaoshan's voice, Duan Yi came back to his senses. Finished eating. Then, big brother will take you home. Duan Yi picked up his bag and was about to leave when he received a message from Luo Qingyuan. Beijing Road, no, 396. Duan Yi was perplexed, but then he received several photos. They were images of Yi Nuan dancing in a bar. This was a side of Yi Nuan Duan Yi had never seen before. When they were together, Yi Nuan never wore makeup, but in these photos, it was hard to recognize her without careful observation. Duan Yi fell into silence for a long time. Another message from Luo Qingyuan arrived. Take Yi Xiaoshan home and leave quickly. Yi Nuan should be back soon. Upon seeing the message, Duan Yi no longer hesitated, put away his phone, and bent down to pick up Yi Zhaoshan. Big brother will take you home. What about sister? Sister will be back soon. Yi Zhaoshan's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Duanyi nodded. Really? Though Duanyi wasn't certain, he believed in Luo Qingyuan for some inexplicable reason, completely trusting her. At that moment, in the bar, Yi Nuan had just finished her first dance and arrived backstage without changing her clothes. She overheard two women sitting in front of the dressing table discussing something. Did you hear there was trouble at Warm Home yesterday? Really? What happened? I heard a woman gambled and owed money. Those debt collectors came knocking, but there was only a woman and a child at home. The woman was beaten until she couldn't get up, and that little boy seemed to have been hit too. I heard that boy is only about 8 or 9 years old. Wow. Is this a serious incident? Is the little boy okay? I don't know. Suddenly, a loud slamming of a door startled the two women. They turned around and realized that Yi Nuan was no longer there. The two women exchanged glances, each picked up their phones and sent a message out. As soon as the messages were sent, they each received 2,000 yuan in their accounts. Making money while lying down, they were extremely happy. Luo Qingyuan was experienced in the business world and had encountered all kinds of people. With someone like Yi Nuan, she could have used a more direct approach, but considering her relationship with Duanyi, she chose a more gentle method. Being a bar dancer was Yi Nuan's choice, and Luo Qingyuan wouldn't interfere. However, out of respect for Duanyi, she could only ensure that Yi Nuan would be safe at that bar. But there was a softening in Luo Qingyuan's eyes. In a marriage, when faced with a situation, it is essential to discuss it in advance. And in this regard, Duanyi did well. Luo Qingyuan's heart leaned even more towards him. Meanwhile, Duanyi had already escorted Yi Zhaoshan home. Yi Zhaoshan asked, "Big brother, aren't you coming in with me?" Duanyi smiled and shook his head. "Big brother won't come in. He'll watch you go in." So, Yi Zhaoshan turned back 3 times before finally heading home. Duanyi parked his car in a secluded spot and waited. Before long, a taxi arrived. Duanyi squinted and saw Yi Nuan getting out of the car, heading straight towards home. Finally, Duanyi breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, his phone rang. "Lin Feng, Yi Nuan is working at a bar on Beijing Road. Go and talk to her about this." Duanyi chuckled, saying, "No need. The situation has been resolved." Lin Feng, how was it resolved? He had asked several friends to help find Yi Nuan. How could Duanyi have resolved it faster? Duanyi, my wife helped out. Lin Feng stayed silent for a long time before swearing. Having a wife is really something special. Duanyi was in a good mood, even responding, "It is quite remarkable. You should hurry up too. You and Xiaoyin have been together for so long. It's about time to get married." At this point, Lin Feng's mood plummeted. Duanyi noticed something was off. "What's wrong? Didn't you and her always have a good relationship?" Lin Feng, "Xiaoyin and I have a good relationship, but you also know my mother's temperament. She's always very concerned about family background." Duanyi, "Isn't son Xiaoyin's family pretty good? Both of her parents are public servants, they have retirement pensions, and she's an only child." Lin Feng, "But they're not locals, and they don't have a house in Kyoto. The 3 of them live in a rented apartment. I don't really mind that, but my mother does." Lin Feng's head started to ache as he talked about this. "I do want to follow your example, get the marriage certificate first, and slowly get my family to accept it. But my parents have hidden the household registration book." Duanyi sighed helplessly. "Take it slowly. There will always be a solution." Lin Feng, "Okay, since that's settled, I won't go over. I'm quite afraid of meeting that lunatic Yi Nuan." Lin Feng then hung up the phone. And Duanyi also drove away from the warm home community. Yi Nuan had just returned home and saw the chaos all over the place. Trash and broken dishes on the floor, the TV smashed, the walls splattered with dog blood, like a crime scene. Yi Nuan's heart raced as she walked inside, feeling almost hopeless. But then she suddenly heard the voice of Yi Zhaoshan. "Sister." Yi Nuan looked up to see Yi Zhaoshan peeking from behind the curtain. Yi Nuan finally relaxed, rushed over, pulled Yi Zhaoshan out, and checked him all over. "How are you? Are you hurt?" Yi Zhaoshan lifted his shirt with tears in his eyes. "Sister, it hurts." Yi Nuan then noticed the scratch marks all over his belly, but they had been treated with medicine, and he was wearing new clothes. Yi Nuan's eyes welled up with emotion. "Is this the clothes and medicine Mom gave you?" Yi Zhaoshan was about to say no, that it was Duanyi who bought him new clothes and shoes on their way back, and he applied the medicine. However, before he could say it, the master bedroom door was pushed open. Then came the curses of Chen Li. You useless waste. Where have you been? Do you know Mon and your brother could have been killed? Yi Nuan's face darkened, patting Yi Shaoshan's shoulder. Good Bo, go back to your room, okay? Yi Shaoshan nodded and ran towards his room, but still peeked out, unable to let go of his worries. Yi Nuan, lock the door. Despite his obedient nature around his sister, Yi Shaoshan locked the door as instructed. Yi Nuan then looked at Chen Li, her gaze chilling. Chen Li stared at her. Look at how you're dressed, and that makeup on your face. Are you trying to sell yourself outside? Yi Nuan listened calmly, took a deep breath, suppressed all her anger, and said, Mom, from today, can you stop gambling? Let's use the remaining money properly. Raise our brother well, can we? Chen Li was stunned for 3 seconds, then walked towards Yi Nuan. If I stop gambling, how will we eat or drink? It's easy to talk, but did I see you bringing any money back? Yi Nuan, Mom, there are other ways to make a living in this world, not just through gambling. In Kyoto, as long as we have hands and feet, even if it's as a waiter, we can survive. Chen Li sneered, lit a cigarette and sat directly on the sofa. As a waiter? Yi Nuan, your mother was once a high-achieving student. Why should I work as a waiter? Chen Li pointed at her. You're just like your father, incompetent, yet you blame your mother. I can't stand looking at your face. So similar to your father's, it disgusts me. Yi Nuan's body trembled slightly. Do you know, your father left with someone like you. That mistress was a hostess, dressed like you. Yi Nuan suddenly looked up, her eyes red with anger, shocking Chen Li. Why are you looking at me like that? Feeling empowered, trying to backtalk, Yi Nuan went mad, rushed forward, grabbed Chen Li by the neck, eyes wild. Why do you exist? Just die. Die. Only when you're dead, our lives can be good. Just die. Yi Nuan screamed, tears streaming down, her grip tightening. Chen Li never expected the usually gentle Yi Nuan to do something so outrageous. For a moment, she forgot to resist. Unable to breathe properly, her face turned ashen, eyes tightly staring. Just as Chen Li felt she was suffocating, the door was kicked open. A group of police rushed in, pulling Yi Nuan away. Don't move. Yi Nuan was pressed to the ground, still struggling, screaming. Chen Li, you deserve to die. You're not worthy of being my mother. Chen Li coughed frantically, her eyes filled with fear. She knew Yi Nuan had genuinely wanted to kill her. Mom. Chen Li seemed to hear Yi Shaoshan's voice faintly through her coughs. She hurriedly looked up, seeing Yi Shaoshan crying loudly by the room's door. In that moment, Chen Li felt a pang of heartache, her eyes watering. Lowering her head, Yi Nuan was still controlled on the ground, her face cut by the glass shards, but she paid no mind. Just closed her eyes, tears falling silently. Chen Li's mind finally went blank momentarily. How did things turn out like this? Soon, Yi Nuan was taken away, with Chen Li clutching Yi Shaoshan following closely behind. Chen Li fell into silence at that moment. From start to finish, Yi Nuan didn't say a word to her. The first person to hear about this was Luo Qingyuan. When Yi Nuan was taken away, someone had already informed her. Luo Qingyuan found it strange. How could Yi Nuan be taken away without a report to the police? However, the next moment, a message popped up. Miss Yi Nuan called the police herself. Luo Qingyuan's furrowed brow finally relaxed. It seemed Yi Nuan was not foolish, knowing how to seek help from external sources. Luo Qingyuan didn't concern herself further with Yi Nuan's affairs, just checking the time on her watch. Still a long time until tomorrow. She hadn't slept much these days, eager to work quickly, return to the country, and then, once she entered the room, cuddle and kiss with Duanyi. Luo Qingyuan found it absurd even to herself how quickly she had changed completely into another person after being with Duanyi for a short time. Another. She wasn't even familiar with herself. She had never missed someone so much. Would Duanyi think of her as she did of him? The police station. Yi Nuan was locked in a small dark room, huddled in a corner with her legs hugged, her eyes empty and lifeless. She had anticipated everything, which is why she had called the police, knowing that no one would come to rescue her. In the past, no matter what happened, she could always ask Duanyi for help, but now, Yi Nuan felt cold. From her body to her heart, it was all cold. The next day, at dawn, the door of the small dark room was opened. Policeman. Yi Nuan, you can go now. Yi Nuan looked up in surprise. Who bailed me out? The policeman did not want to say much. and only said, "Your mother doesn't want to pursue this further. We have already understood the situation. Try to keep your emotions stable in the future and try not to let similar things happen again." Yin Nuan nodded, and Officer Wu escorted her to the door. Just as Yin Nuan was about to leave, Officer Wu suddenly called out to her, "Yin Nuan." Yin Nuan turned back, looking at Officer Wu. Officer Wu looked at her with a complicated expression and said, "Find some legitimate business to do. Bars are always unsafe, and you are still a student. Focus on your studies." After speaking, before Yin Nuan could react, Officer Wu turned to leave. Yin Nuan hurriedly spoke, "Wait." Officer Wu turned back. Yin Nuan asked, "Officer Wu, can I ask, how is my mother and my brother?" Officer Wu replied, "Your mother owes a lot of money due to gambling. She is now being legally educated, and your brother has already been sent to school this morning." Yin Nuan asked, "Can I ask how long until she can come out?" Officer Wu was silent for a moment. "At least 7 days. Think carefully about your future during these days." Yin Nuan asked, "Is it a loan shark?" Officer Wu did not hide it. "Yes." Yin Nuan's legs weakened slightly, and she weakly grasped the railing. Officer Wu sighed and left. Yin Nuan returned home in a daze, having not slept all night, planning to have a good sleep, but ended up staring into space until the afternoon. She had to get up to take a shower and pick up her brother from school. At this time, Dunyi had finished work, and as soon as he left the company, he saw a familiar car. Dunyi looked closely and realized it was Luo Qingyuan's car. Dunyi immediately walked over, and when he bent down to look, he saw Luo Qingyuan already asleep in the passenger seat. There were many indescribable feelings in Dunyi's heart. He lightly tapped on the car window. Luo Qingyuan woke up, seeing Dunyi. Her whole being sobered up, she quickly pointed to the driver's seat. Dunyi quickly moved to the driver's seat. Without even fastening his seatbelt, Luo Qingyuan leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. I've signed the contract. I can finally spend time with you now." Dunyi felt both heartache and joy, and couldn't help but reach out to touch her face. "You've worked hard, my wife." "It's not hard, it's just a bit." Luo Qingyuan's voice abruptly stopped. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Dunyi. "What did you call me?" Dunyi chuckled. "Wife." Luo Qingyuan suddenly exclaimed, her eyes with a hint of bruising, although her whole being appeared a bit weary. At this moment, all the exhaustion seemed to disappear, and she could only smile foolishly. Dunyi rubbed her head helplessly, leaned over to fasten her seatbelt, and started the car, saying, "Let's go home." Luo Qingyuan was overjoyed and chatted with him about signing contracts overseas all the way home. When they arrived at the doorstep, Luo Qingyuan suddenly remembered Yin Nuan and said, "Yin Nuan's family was taken away by the police yesterday." Dunyi was stunned. "Huh? What happened?" So, Luo Qingyuan explained the situation. Dunyi fell silent for a moment and sighed. "She's also a pitiable person." Luo Qingyuan glanced at him out of the blue. "What's this? Feeling sympathetic?" Dunyi replied, "Of course not. Just a moment of reflection, but it's good that she's released. It's best if we keep our distance in the future." "Thank you, Qingyuan." Luo Qingyuan coldly snorted. "If you hadn't told me in advance, I wouldn't have helped." Dunyi laughed. Yes, you're really a little jealous pot." Luo Qingyuan was taken aback, then blushed. "I'm not." After speaking, Luo Qingyuan got out of the car, followed closely by Dunyi. The two held hands, and went back home. As soon as they arrived home, Dunyi was about to turn on the lights when Luo Qingyuan stopped him. Dunyi asked her, "What's wrong?" However, Luo Qingyuan threw her bag aside, hugged his neck, stood on her toes, and their lips met in a gentle, cool embrace. The scent of roses overwhelmed Dunyi as their lips met, but at that moment, Dunyi let go of all his concerns and just embraced the moment. Tired, eventually, everything settled down. Not long after, a pale hand stretched over the edge of the bed, grasped the curtain, and the feet also came out from under the curtain, showing signs of wanting to escape. But before her feet could touch the ground, they were grasped by a hand and pulled back onto the bed. Luo Qingyuan whimpered, "Husband, stop." Another voice replied, after a while, "It's too late." Time passed by, and soon it was bright daylight. Today was Nan Xing's last day of filming. She had to rush to the set to shoot the final scene. However, as she descended the stairs, not even outside the community yet, she saw a familiar figure. It was Yin Nuan. Nan Crossing walked over in confusion. "Yin Nuan, what are you doing here?" Yin Nuan turned to look at Nan Crossing. I came to ask you, where is Duanyi? The events of the past few days were so strange. Besides Duanyi, she couldn't think of anyone else who would help her like this. She realized she had been foolish and restless. She shouldn't have trusted Duanyi, but instead, she let the words of her roommates get to her, and doubted everything, unable even to understand who loved her the most. She came to apologize earnestly, and in her backpack, she had prepared a lunchbox she made. She promised to live a better life with Duanyi in the future, not making the same mistakes again, learning to appreciate each other. And she thought perhaps only Non-Crossing would know where Duanyi was. However, Non-Crossing just shook her head. I don't know where he is, but what I do know is that he's married and has moved out. With just one sentence, Inuan felt like she had been struck by lightning, leaving her stunned. Inuan was shocked. What? He's married? This time, it was Nanxing's turn to be surprised. You didn't know. Inuan remained silent, her face showing extreme unease. Non-Crossing sighed, unsure whether to console Inuan or console herself at this point. Inuan, don't cling to the past. Live your life well. Inuan knew what Non-Crossing said was the truth, but subconsciously, she didn't want to believe it. How is that possible? How long has it been since we broke up? How could he possibly get married? Inuan muttered to herself, it's fine if he didn't want me, but how could he not even want you? Non-Crossing. Non-Crossing gave a bitter smile. Inuan, he didn't want me a long time ago. All this time, it was you who didn't believe, pushing him away from you. So now, he doesn't want you either. Nanxing's eyes were red around the edges. Inuan, which is more regrettable, never getting something or getting it but not cherishing it? Inuan's throat choked, momentarily unable to answer. Non-Crossing looked up at the sky, not letting tears fall. Inuan, your rival has never been me. Live your life well. What happened back then was my lack of foresight, which led to your misunderstanding and getting together by accident. Now this seems like retribution. Inuan still didn't understand, realizing that fate was like a book. Flipping through too quickly could cause you to miss out. Reading carefully might lead to tears. After speaking, Non-Crossing didn't wait for Inuan's response. She just left the community wearing her high heels. The driver came to open the door for her, and soon Non-Crossing was out of sight. Tears streamed down Inuan's face, her brows furrowed. How could it be true? How could Duanyi be so heartless? He had always been soft-hearted towards her, never wanting to see her hurt, always speaking in gentle tones, always talking about marrying her in the future. Liar. Duanyi, you're such a big liar. Inuan walked aimlessly, but suddenly heard someone's phone ring by the roadside. Thoughts shut out, love rejected, and the pale affection you've given me, as innocent as a child waiting for you to come back, but my place has been replaced by whom? In that moment, Inuan, who had just gathered her emotions, once again broke down. Unable to control herself, she sat by the roadside, crying. She couldn't understand why Duanyi would treat her like this just because of a moment of stubbornness. The morning breeze brought a hint of warmth. The weather was lovely. Summer had arrived. Duanyi was awake early, but Luo Qingyuan was still asleep. Duanyi tucked her in properly and then, wearing shorts, got out of bed, brought a stool over, and dismantled the monitor in the bedroom. After dismantling it, Duanyi went to prepare breakfast, but when he was ready to go downstairs, he realized Luo Qingyuan was still asleep, so he just grabbed a piece of bread to eat and went back to bed to hold Luo Qingyuan, allowing her to continue sleeping. It wasn't until noon that Duanyi felt his mouth was moist and opened his eyes to find Luo Qingyuan still not awake, lying on top of him. Duanyi hugged her waist gently. What's wrong? Not had enough. Luo Qingyuan was startled, quickly moving away. Enough, way too much, she said, revealing a hoarse, mournful expression, looking at Duanyi with a bit of grievance. Duanyi soothingly patted her head. Let's work out together in the future, so you don't have to keep crying out you've had enough. Luo Qingyuan was now completely red, wishing she could just find a hole to hide in. Duanyi didn't let her off, reaching out with a big hand to caress her waist. The audacity is all yours, not wanting and also wanting. What should I do about you? Luo Qingyuan directly grabbed the hand that Duanyi was causing trouble with, confidently speaking, there's no way around it. I miss you too much. Whenever I think of you, my mind is all messed up. How could you actually refuse me? Seeing Luo Qingyuan's aggrieved appearance, Duanyi felt very happy. Luo Qingyuan grew even more petulant, as she grabbed at the hand now still instead of moving away. starting to quarrel. You're still laughing. Just as she was about to strike back, her hand was held by Duanyi, grasped in the palm of his hand. Luo Qingyuan was bewildered, and the next moment her neck was held firmly, and her face was brought closer to Duanyi's. Wife, you know there's a saying that goes, say inappropriate things, then I'll hug you. Luo Qingyuan's eyes widened. It used to be her teasing Duanyi, but when did Duanyi start teasing back? Just before Luo Qingyuan could retort, her lips were sealed. She could only blink weakly, and eventually lay flat. Luo Qingyuan knew that once she publicly announced her marriage to Duanyi, she would face a lot of opposition, but in the end, she hugged Duanyi's neck. Perhaps it was an accidental start, but their emotional connection flourished after being together. She couldn't live without him now. Knowing it was wrong but still doing it was her way of showing Duanyi the depth of her love. After sleeping in until the afternoon, Luo Qingyuan finally got up. When she woke up, she was already famished, but she still dragged her sore body to take a shower first. After showering and blow-drying her hair, as soon as Luo Qingyuan stepped out of the bedroom, she smelled the delicious aroma of food. Puzzled, she walked towards the kitchen and found Duanyi cooking while wearing an apron. Luo Qingyuan curved her lips and went over, hugging Duanyi from behind. You look so handsome, even when cooking. Duanyi smiled, knowing that Luo Qingyuan was playfully teasing him to make him happy, but he couldn't help feeling pleased. I have no choice, I just wanted to treat you. With your petite figure, you need to be fed well to withstand mischief. Luo Qingyuan blushed from the teasing but still held on to Duanyi tightly, not wanting to let go. What do you mean withstand mischief? Do you know that if you keep causing trouble like this, your older sister Luo will be worn out on her deathbed soon? Duanyi chuckled. It won't be that bad. Come again a few more times, and you'll get used to it. Luo Qingyuan fell silent. This isn't right. She used to be the one teasing Duanyi. How did the roles switch now? Duanyi served the final dish. Luo Qingyuan let go of Duanyi, and they carried the food to the dining table together. There were 4 dishes in total: sautéed lotus root, sautéed pork belly, stewed chicken, and vegetable soup. Luo Qingyuan's eyes lit up, and she couldn't wait to pick up a piece of sautéed pork belly with her chopsticks. As she tasted it, she couldn't help but squint her eyes and softly say, "So delicious." Duanyi handed her a tissue to wipe the oil stains from her lips. Luo Qingyuan, you're really lucky to eat the meal I made. Luo Qingyuan lifted her head. HMPH. You made me so hungry. Shouldn't you make sure to feed me until I'm full? Luo Qingyuan's playful expression made Duanyi smile uncontrollably. He immediately agreed and served her a bowl of vegetable soup. Yes, it's my fault. I didn't control it well. Eat more. I'll cook for you again in the future. Luo Qingyuan finally calmed down, grumbling while drinking the soup. It's indeed your fault. You shouldn't just enjoy the sweetness. At this point, her face turned even redder. Her chest was still hurting. Duanyi could only admit defeat. Who can resist the temptation of Luo Qingyuan? He replied. Luo Gigi, I was wrong. Let me feed you personally next time. Duanyi thought to himself, will dare to do it again. Luo Qingyuan chuckled smugly. That's more like it. I forgive you. Little Duanzi. Despite his helplessness, Duanyi smiled, with a hint of indulgence in his eyes. Who would understand? Luo Qingyuan really seemed like an immature child who hadn't grown up. Yet, she handled everything in an orderly manner. It made Duanyi wonder if Luo Qingyuan's colleagues at Heng Lun Corporation would be shocked to see this side of her, acting like a spoiled child in private. After dinner, Duanyi received a call and had to deal with work on site, while Luo Qingyuan went to do the dishes. At 7 in the evening, Duanyi finished work but hadn't put down his computer when he saw Luo Qingyuan leaning against the door in a fitted red strapless dress, with big wavy hair and fiery red lips. She stood quietly, exuding charm with her eyes glinting. Duanyi's heart skipped a beat, and he stood up, walking towards Luo Qingyuan. However, Luo Qingyuan quickly turned around. I've just dressed up. Please don't kiss me now, or my makeup will smudge. Duanyi walked over swiftly and pulled Luo Qingyuan into his arms. Although he didn't want to kiss her, Luo Qingyuan looked stunning, and he couldn't resist her appeal. But as he leaned in, Luo Qingyuan covered his mouth. This time it was Duanyi who looked mournful. Luo Qingyuan laughed, unable to contain her smile. I dressed up like this to go out with you. Don't ruin my lipstick. Despite his eagerness, Duanyi found Luo Qingyuan's lips alluring and desired to kiss her. Let's have a hon date. I don't mind, he said. Luo Qingyuan buried her head in his neck, her voice soft and playful. Let's go on a date first. Please, I want to go to the amusement park. Despite his urgency, Dunyi held back. This time, he couldn't resist patting her head. But it's already too late today, and most of the amusement park rides will be closed. Luo Qingyuan said, I just want to ride the carousel with you. Dunyi readily agreed. Okay. Hand in hand, they left for the amusement park. This time, Dunyi drove Luo Qingyuan's BMW. By the time they arrived at the amusement park, it was already 8:30 in the evening. All the rides were illuminated inside the park. Dunyi thought there wouldn't be many people, but there were still plenty of couples and children enjoying themselves. He led Luo Qingyuan directly to the carousel. Sir, how much per person? 100. Dunyi readily paid 200 and brought Luo Qingyuan onto the carousel. As the music started playing and the carousel slowly spun, excitement filled Luo Qingyuan's eyes. Dunyi, the carousel is really fun, isn't it? Dunyi was taken aback. You've never played on it before. Luo Qingyuan nodded. No, this is my first time. To see Luo Qingyuan so curious and joyous brought a tinge of heartache to Dunyi. Had she lived a hard life before? Otherwise, how could she have never played on a carousel before? While she was so excited, most children enjoyed such experiences with their parents. For her, childhood was full of learning various languages from a young age. Due to her brother handling all international business channels, she had to take on domestic responsibilities. Even though the family's wealth was immeasurable to her, she only found happiness in those simple moments, so playing these games genuinely brought joy to her. When he took out his phone to take photos of Luo Qingyuan, Luo Gigi, look at me. As she turned back, the wind seemed to favor her, and under the lights, each strand of her hair was beautiful in every shot. Seeing Luo Qingyuan so joyous, Dunyi said, in the future, wherever you want to go, I will take you. Whatever you want to play, I will accompany you. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyuan glanced at Dunyi's eyes filled with tenderness and growing affection. Luo Qingyuan's heart felt a pang. Thank you. Dunyi reached out to pat her head. Between husband and wife, there's no need for thanks. With me around, you don't need to work so hard in the future. The thought of Luo Qingyuan flying abroad for work and returning so diligently always pained him. 10 million was a considerable sum. It wasn't easy for a woman like Luo Qingyuan to earn such a large amount. Luo Qingyuan was very moved. She knew what Dunyi meant. The carousel gradually came to a stop. The night breeze was a bit cold, and Dunyi clearly heard what Luo Qingyuan said. She said, Dunyi, providing for the family is not something that only men should do. In my belief, I think mutual understanding and mutual care are the fundamental factors for a family to maintain stability. Dunyi was stunned, while Luo Qingyuan had already stood up, took his hand, and got off the carousel. I don't know what others think, but as for me, Luo Qingyuan's man can also be spoiled. When tired, I can also hug you. In front of me, you don't need to suppress your emotions. Do whatever you want. Dunyi, I've never loved anyone before, and nobody has ever taught me how to love. But I'm just following my instincts, wanting to give you all the good things. Every word Luo Qingyuan said came from her heart. Previously, she worked hard to take over the domestic market to gain control over her own life and have a say in the Luo family. Now, working so hard, doing business, is to have enough ability to protect the small family she has with Dunyi in the future. Dunyi doesn't need to be too outstanding, and doesn't need to work too hard. She just wants Dunyi to be himself, to do whatever he wants happily and optimistically. Luo Qingyuan is almost 30. She thought she would never meet someone who could make her heart race. But not only did she meet him, she also got married. Even though her means were a bit deceitful, the result is good. Claiming not to be moved would be a lie. A grown man like Dunyi hearing these words would want to hug Luo Qingyuan and cry. But he was still a man, so he just smiled, then patted Luo Qingyuan's head. I am not taller than you. Why do you want to take everything on yourself? Luo Qingyuan looked at him playfully and said, I'm older than you. When I was in kindergarten, you were just born. Dunyi, is that so? So what? Dunyi directly hugged Luo Qingyuan's slender waist. But still, I've captured you, right? Luo Qingyuan protested. Clearly, you were enchanted by my beauty. Imagine chasing after you was not easy. I almost exhausted all my resources. The marriage registration fee for others is 9.9 yuan. Ours was 10 million yuan. Dunyi, doesn't your heart ache? Luo Qingyuan exaggeratedly performed. Duanyi jokingly reply, "Of course, I won't feel hurt. This is just your compensation to me. I won't give it back. Be prepared for a loss." Luo Qingyuan laughed heartily and playfully punched his chest with a small fist. So annoying, getting gains and pretending to be cute. Duanyi said, "Aren't you afraid I'm just after your money?" Luo Qingyuan glared at him. Duanyi looked slightly innocent. Luo Qingyuan coldly snorted, "I'm such a beautiful young woman, and you're only after my money. Little Duan, have you lost your mind a bit?" Duanyi couldn't contain his laughter at Luo Qingyuan's amusing behavior. He had never met someone quite as interesting as Luo Qingyuan. Most people, when hearing such words, would be cautious. So why did Luo Qingyuan react this way? Duanyi was laughing so hard tears came to his eyes. Luo Qingyuan was relentless, linking her arm with his, asking, "Tell me, what's more important to you? Money or this utterly gorgeous beauty standing next to you?" "Duanyi, are those my only options?" Luo Qingyuan tilted her head and thought carefully. Option O. Luo Qingyuan. Option B. Your wife. Option C. Luo Qingyuan and your wife. Duanyi was at a loss. Is there a difference? My wife? Hearing this, Luo Qingyuan could barely contain her laughter. But just as Luo Qingyuan was about to say something, her peripheral vision caught someone. Her smile instantly disappeared. Her eyes instantly became calm and tranquil. Recognizing Luo Qingyuan's emotions, Duanyi subconsciously turned around, and when he saw the person standing not far away, his heart sank. Luo Qingyuan didn't like showing her emotions to anyone other than Duanyi, and that person was not someone she was concerned about. So, Luo Qingyuan said, "I'll wait for you outside." Duanyi nodded. "I'll handle this matter." Saying that, Duanyi took off his coat and put it on Luo Qingyuan. "Wear it. Don't catch a cold. I'll worry about you." Standing in front of Yi Nuan, Duanyi did something unexpected. He planted a soft kiss on Luo Qingyuan's forehead. At that moment, Luo Qingyuan's expression softened a lot. However, this scene deeply stung Yi Nuan's eyes. She wanted to be rational. She wanted to calm down and have a good talk with Duanyi. But she was overwhelmed with all the messy affairs she was dealing with. Duanyi came to the amusement park with another woman, deliberately avoiding the one they had visited before, choosing a different one. Why? Yi Nuan rushed over with her eyes red. "Bitch. What right do you have to steal my boyfriend?" However, when he effortlessly grabbed Yi Nuan's hand, Luo Qingyuan turned back, and for the first time, Yi Nuan truly saw Luo Qingyuan's face. It was alluring and charming, elegant and posed with every move. In her eyes, there was no hatred, no disgust, only calmness. This calmness made Yi Nuan feel unworthy of being valued by this woman. Yi Nuan's pride felt crushed. Nevertheless, Luo Qingyuan had already left. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Yi Nuan reacted, even more enraged, wanting to go after Luo Qingyuan. "Let go of me. Let go of me." How could Duanyi let her go? He simply pushed her away, causing Yi Nuan to sit down on a nearby bench. The food box in her hand fell to the ground, the soup spilling everywhere. It was a dish she had carefully prepared. She had spent a long time stewing the pig's trotter, very tender. If there hadn't been a nearby chair, she would have been thrown to the ground. Yi Nuan stared at Duanyi in disbelief. Duanyi didn't expect to find a food box in Yi Nuan's bag, and his previously slightly annoyed expression softened. Yi Nuan stood up. "Duanyi, non-crossing said you got married. I don't believe it. I want to hear you say it." "Duanyi, I've already told you. It's not my fault you don't believe it." Yi Nuan coldly smiled, pointing at the food on the floor. "So, you ruined my kindness for a woman you barely know. So, you avoid me just to live a carefree life with her." Yi Nuan laughed and then cried. "Just over a month. Duanyi, you really are something. I can't understand. Why in just over a month have you completely changed? What did that woman give you? Why are you betraying me?" Yi Nuan shouted. Duanyi was very composed. Perhaps when emotions reach their end, one person is rational while the other goes insane. He just smiled and said, Nuan, it's not your fault that you come from a broken family, but continuously testing my limits because of your upbringing, that's your fault." Yi Nuan wanted to explain, but Duanyi said, "Yi Nuan, what makes you think that every time we break up, as long as you turn back, I will always be there?" Yi Nuan wanted to say something, but she couldn't insert a word. Duanyi asked her, "Do you remember how many times you've brought up breaking up in the past 2 years?" Yi Nuan was bewildered. She couldn't remember. she had never kept track. But Twinny calmly uttered that number 59 times. Each time he chose to forgive. But what did he get? A more extreme incident the next time. So Yi Nuan, what right do you have to criticize or denigrate the people around me? When Twinny mentioned that number, Yi Nuan was stunned. Yi Nuan, it wasn't that you didn't love me before, but that you insisted on missing me. Have you forgotten? Yi Nuan instinctively tried to grab Twinny, but he took a step back, leaving her palm empty. Tears welled up in Yi Nuan's eyes, and she blinked gently, finally feeling slightly calmer because of Twinny's words. She said, "Brother Duan, it was my mistake. I apologize to you. Will you come back to me? I promise I won't be as willful as before." She cautiously reached out her hand, grabbing Twinny's cuff, feeling so guilty that she couldn't even lift her head. "Will you forgive me once again? Like before, hug me, please." Twinny remained unmoved. He had taken the initiative too many times before, and it always ended in exhaustion. But then, he heard Yi Nuan crying and saying, "Senior, I really want a future with you. Senior, hold me. I'm so tired, really tired." These two sentences made Twinny feel a tinge of heartache and regret. Nuan. Yi Nuan looked up in surprise, thinking she finally had a chance to start anew with Twinny. But the next moment, he said, "Can you forget all my good qualities over a little fault? Have you forgotten that I never once thought of leaving you when I knew you weren't perfect? Love is mutual." In that moment, Yi Nuan's heart sank to the bottom. "Every time you wanted to leave me, it was unforgivable. I'll let you go. I won't hinder your studies, and you shouldn't hinder my goals of starting a family and career." With that, Twinny did not reach out to hold Yi Nuan like before, but instead pulled his clothes away from her grip. Twinny turned to leave, and Yi Nuan choked out, "We've been together for 2 years, and you never touched me. Yet, the day you were with her, you did everything. Why? Twinny, did you really love me?" Twinny's steps faltered. They had reached an impasse in their conversation, but if he didn't clarify things clearly, Yi Nuan would be plagued by this question for the rest of her life. Yi Nuan was a stubborn person. "So," Twinny said, "June 21st, 2016, was our 84th day together." After speaking, Twinny took out his phone and sent a note. The note was filled with what she had said and done. Trembling, Yi Nuan scrolled down to June 21st and saw only one line. Nuan, today I saw a sentence while browsing Weibo and shared it with me. A beau who truly loves you won't touch you before marriage. Nuan said she hoped I would be like this too. At that moment, Yi Nuan felt a lump in her throat. She was 20 years old this year, 18 2 years ago. Her tears fell on the phone screen. How could Twinny forget? In his most desperate and selfless moments, it was Yi Nuan who picked up the broken pieces of him. But later, it was Yi Nuan who shattered his pride time and time again. Twinny's eyes reddened for the first time, and he deleted all the so-called notes. With a mocking smile, Twinny said, "From start to finish, it was you who made the decisions between us, not me. Yi Nuan, I did love you once, but that was in the past." These 2 years, Twinny had countless moments of self-doubt. Did Yi Nuan really love him and choose to be with him because of love? Or was it because he was naive and easy to deceive? I know Xiaoshen's situation. In the future, if Xiaoshen encounters any difficulties with his studies, he can find Lin Feng and Liu Ye. They will help you. I have already started a family, and I hope you have some sense. Don't do things you shouldn't. Twinny truly intended to leave, but as he took the first 2 steps, someone suddenly grabbed him from behind. "Don't go. I was wrong. I really was. I've reached the legal age now. Let's get married. Can we get married?" Twinny just expressionlessly pried her hand off. There was a distinct power difference between men and women. Yi Nuan exerted all her strength but couldn't hold on to him again. When he pried her hand away, Yi Nuan slumped to the ground, clinging to his right leg, crying uncontrollably. "I'm too afraid to lose you. This time, let me love you properly. Twinny, give me another chance." Twinny crouched down, gently patting Yi Nuan's shoulder, comforting her as he had done countless times before. "But this time," he said, Nuan, you always say you're afraid of losing me, but you've never really treasured me. Since there's not that much love, why bother with all this?" Twinny didn't hesitate further and forcefully removed her grip. Panic enveloped Yi Nuan instantly. Reason told her that once Twinny left today, it would truly be over between them. She wanted to chase after him, but accidentally twisted her foot, causing her to sit back down in pain. As she looked up again, Duany's figure was on the verge of disappearing. Senior. Duany, eh? Yet, Duany steadily walked away from her world. Despite Yin Nuan shouting herself hoarse, Duany showed no more remorse and didn't look back. When he loved wholeheartedly. And when he fell out of love, he cleanly cut ties. He would no longer drink away his emotions in the dead of night, and during those dark and painful days, porridge in the morning was more palatable than nighttime alcohol. Chase after someone's back or repeatedly lower your standards to forgive them. It was all exhausting. He learned to cook during his student days as he prepared low-fat meals for non-crossing. It helped in weight management and ensured non-crossing was well-fed. He wanted to give Yin Nuan a good life, but it required a significant amount of money. Zi's family was a vortex that drained resources. He wanted to rescue Yin Nuan from her situation, but she wanted to drag him into the abyss. No more of that, whether it's non-crossing or Yin Nuan. He didn't want either of them. Yin Nuan cried until she almost fainted, and onlookers couldn't help but wipe their tears, but the person who truly cared for her had already left. Duany's words pierced her heart like a knife, causing her to curl up on the ground. She couldn't understand why she kept doubting and testing him. She couldn't fathom why she used the worst methods to prove that Duany loved her. She was foolish and ultimately lost what should have been hers. As she scrolled through the messages in the notes, over 2,000 words in total, it proved that Duany had truly loved her in the past 2 years. But what about her? Yin Nuan felt lost and helpless. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky. Yet, Yin Nuan stood frozen in place, unmoving. In a nearby car, two people quietly watched this scene unfold. Luo Qingyuan furrowed his brow. It looks like it's going to rain. It's late, and it's not good to leave her here alone, right? Duany sighed. If she had a normal mindset, he would have just taken her back. But with Yin Nuan's personality, if he did go back, she would overthink things endlessly. The sky gradually started drizzling, but Yin Nuan still had no intention of leaving. Duany, I'll handle this. After saying that, Duany got out of the car. In no time, Duany came back, already wet from the rain, and Luo Qingyuan handed him a towel to dry his hair. Meanwhile, on Yin Nuan's side, a female taxi driver pulled up in front of Yin Nuan. Girl, what's going on? The rain is getting heavier. Hurry home, otherwise your family will worry. Yin Nuan still didn't react. The auntie thought for a moment and said, Girl, do you not have younger siblings at home? Can you not go back? Younger brother. Yin Nuan finally reacted. The auntie got out of the car and picked up the food container on the ground for Yin Nuan. Girl, get in the car quickly. It's pouring rain. You're all soaked. You'll catch a cold later. Yin Nuan smiled and said, Thank you, auntie. Yin Nuan got into the car, but she was already completely drenched. So, Yin Nuan felt a bit guilty and said, Auntie, I'm really sorry for dirtying your car. The auntie waved her hand and said with a smile, It's okay, this isn't a fancy car. Just dry it off when you get back. Let me tell you, girl, you shouldn't get soaked in the rain. It's bad for your health. Learn to take care of yourself well, so that someone else will take care of you in the future. Yin Nuan forced a smile, holding the food container tightly. Thank you, auntie. I will. Seeing Yin Nuan's listless appearance, the auntie shook her head, sighed, and didn't say anything more. That young man just paid her double the fare earlier, otherwise she wouldn't have come specifically to pick up this girl. That young man was a good kid. She wondered what had happened between him and this girl. Love. It's the most inexplicable thing in this world. It wasn't until they were about to return to the warm home that Yin Nuan softly asked, Auntie, what do you think love really is? The auntie was stunned for a few seconds, then she suddenly smiled and said, Child, I don't know what love is, but I know, when a relationship comes to an end, the most important thing is dignity, not slander. A dignified blessing for each other's happiness, living well on your own, is better than anything else. After all, in this world, no one is obligated to constantly accommodate the other. When fate gathers, people meet. When fate dissipates, people separate. Just be open-minded. Nothing is insurmountable. Yin Nuan listened quietly as the auntie stopped the car. Here you are, girl. Go home quickly. Yin Nuan smiled and said, Thank you. It wasn't until the auntie drove away that Yin Nuan shed two more tears. She never told the auntie that she lived in the warm home. The answer to who could help her like this was obvious. What had she done? It was still drizzling in the sky. Yi Nuan felt icy cold all over her body. She remembered cursing Duanyi with the most venomous words. But at the same time, she recalled that night 2 years ago when Duanyi apologized to her. She tentatively asked, "It's okay, senior. I like you a lot. Can we try being together?" Duanyi asked her, "What do you mean?" She said, "Senior, can you be my boyfriend?" Under the night sky, the 18-year-old girl blushed shyly like a cherry. Yi Nuan didn't know how they ended up here today. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan was driving Duanyi home. "Sorry, because of me today, we didn't have a proper date." Luo Qingyuan glanced at him and said, "HMPH, what date with me? You should be having a date with your Nuan." Duanyi fell silent for a moment and said, "I have no more connection with her." Luo Qingyuan still snorted, "No connection? Why are you still so close with her then?" Duanyi was at a loss for words. He hurriedly reassured, "There won't be a next time." Ignoring him, Luo Qingyuan continued to drive intently. Duanyi panicked a bit. It's late now. Should I take you somewhere for late night snacks?" "Oh, you want to eat with me? How am I worthy to eat with you?" "Brother Duan, I'm fine just breathing the northwest wind. Go eat with Nuan instead." Luo Qingyuan's sarcastic tone made Duanyi want to laugh, but he knew that if he did, things would get worse. "Oh, Sister Luo, I really explained to her." "Really?" Luo Qingyuan gave him a look. "Call me what? Sister. Call Nuan sister." "Duanyi, why do I smell so much vinegar?" Just as Luo Qingyuan stopped the car at a red light, she immediately retorted, "Who's being jealous? How could I be jealous of Nuan's vinegar? I just really like Nuan." Duanyi was truly helpless. He never expected that Luo Qingyuan could get jealous in such a way. Finally reaching home, Luo Qingyuan rushed in quickly, leaving Duanyi behind struggling with bags. When they reached home, Duanyi didn't even have time to take off his shoes before going to grab Luo Qingyuan's hand. Gasping as he explained, "I really made a mistake. I promise not to call her that again." Luo Qingyuan looked coldly at him. "Why are you apologizing to me?" "Apologize to your Nuan." Duanyi's mouth was shut by Luo Qingyuan. It seemed Luo Qingyuan couldn't speak a sentence without mentioning Nuan. He was beginning to fear. Luo Qingyuan glared at him, then took a step back and grabbed his collar. "Making me angry will come at a price." Duanyi spread his hands. "It's up to you." And so, with Duanyi's collar in her grasp, Luo Qingyuan led him back to the bedroom. The bedroom surveillance had already been removed, so as soon as Duanyi entered, Luo Qingyuan pushed him onto the bed. Duanyi wasn't as inexperienced as the first time. He wasn't scared now, but Luo Qingyuan pinned his hands in a certain fixed position above the bed. Just when he thought this punishment was nice, there was a clicking sound, and his hands were bound. Shocked, Duanyi opened his eyes to see Luo Qingyuan smiling like a fox. Duanyi's scalp tightened instantly. He tried to move his hands. "When did you install handcuffs?" Luo Qingyuan clapped her hands. This time, she was in a good mood. "Just recently." Duanyi stayed silent for 2 seconds. "I can't believe you." Luo Qingyuan wasn't planning to tell him that she had them installed on Monday, and they were both at work. Leaning over him, Luo Qingyuan said, "Believe it or not, you provoked my anger." Duanyi said, "Somebody said before, this is my freedom. You believed in my character. Now, just with a title, you show your ugly side." Before he finished the sentence, Luo Qingyuan covered his mouth. Not aloud. "Where's my ugly side? Clearly, it's captivating and beautiful. It's you who can't appreciate it." Duanyi whimpered twice. Then Luo Qingyuan sealed his mouth. Duanyi was already feeling desperate. This so-called good thing, he would eventually use it on Luo Qingyuan. This night seemed particularly long to Duanyi. Luo Qingyuan was only teasing him and not putting out the fire. He was suffocating when Luo Qingyuan finally took pity on him. But Luo Qingyuan still didn't let go of his hand, preventing him from freely acting. Luo Qingyuan's stamina was insufficient, and before long, she fell asleep on top of him. Duanyi truly understood what torture meant. The next day, when Luo Qingyuan woke up and lifted her head, she saw Duanyi's face full of resentment. Luo Qingyuan was taken aback, quickly regained her senses, rubbed her eyes, and got up, supporting her sore waist as she got off Duanyi. She then proceeded to unlock the handcuffs for Duanyi. Luo Qingyuan nervously explained, "Sorry, sister, considering my age, I can't handle too much." Before she could finish, Duanyi suddenly turned over and started singing. "Sister Luo, I'm young and strong. It's my turn now." Luo Qingyuan felt a bit flustered and wanted to escape, but how could Duanyi, who hadn't been satisfied the whole night, let her off easily? After an unknown amount of time, Luo Qingyuan felt like a puddle of mud, allowing Duanyi to play with her as he pleased, feeling like she had been dragged out of the water. She didn't know if this was a punishment for Duanyi or for herself. When Luo Qingyuan woke up, it was already evening, and there were several missed calls on her phone. Luo Qingyuan couldn't be bothered, got out of bed directly, ready to take a shower, only to find out. As soon as she got out of bed, her legs were trembling like a sieve, making her face slightly pale. Duanyi, as she spoke, Luo Qingyuan found her voice a bit hoarse. Luo Qingyuan helplessly realized that what she read online was true. A man's strength can be quite overwhelming. Meanwhile, Duanyi was in the living room, talking on the phone with his grandfather from his hometown. Duan Jiancheng, Ziyi, your father said you got married. Who is the bride? Why didn't you introduce her to Grandpa? Duanyi, Grandpa, these days both Qingyuan and I are busy with work. After this period, I will take her to our hometown. Hearing this, Grandpa Duan was overjoyed and laughed heartily. Good, good. Come back and inform Grandpa. Advance. Grandpa will call his old comrades to come over and see his daughter-in-law. Excited by his grandpa's joke, Duanyi also chuckled, saying, sure. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Duanyi hung up the phone. His grandfather was a long-serving soldier who had already retired. However, it seemed that his grandfather's work was quite mysterious, as no one in the family knew exactly what he did during his service. When Duanyi was a child, he was curious and asked his grandmother, but she had no idea and forbade him from asking. As he grew up with his older brother, they gradually understood that their grandfather's work was highly confidential. He seldom saw his grandpa growing up, and whenever he visited on vacation, a group of his intimidatingly tall comrades would accompany him, which was scary, yet they were kind to him and his brothers, always bringing them treats. Duanyi also had two cousins from his uncle's family, both of whom followed in their grandfather's footsteps and joined the military. For several years, they hadn't seen each other. The elder cousin was married, but his wife was also a soldier. They got married with the army's approval 3 years ago when he was studying in Kyoto and couldn't make it back for the wedding due to important exams. After their wedding day, they returned to their respective military duties, and hence Duanyi had not yet met his elder cousin's wife. As for the younger cousin, he had had very few contacts since he joined the military 5 years ago, mostly limited to occasional holiday greetings. Last year, during the Chinese New Year, Duanyi heard that his younger cousin was on a naval mission at sea, but the specifics were unclear. Reflecting at the floor-to-ceiling window, Duanyi then went to the bedroom, only to find Luo Qingyuan showering, so he ordered a takeout. By the time Luo Qingyuan finished her shower, the delivery had arrived. Duanyi opened the door to receive the order and thanked the delivery guy. The delivery guy, seemingly embarrassed, glanced meaningfully at Duanyi and commented, "Pal, you seem to be quite the playboy." With that, the delivery guy dashed off. Duanyi was momentarily stunned, but soon realized. The red marks on his wrist and neck were visible since he had loosely worn a shirt with unbuttoned cuffs, caught by the delivery guy's eyes. Observing the youthfulness of the delivery guy, Duanyi's face flushed slightly, and he quickly closed the door, carrying the food inside. After placing the takeout on the table, Duanyi began buttoning his shirt. Curious, Luo Qingyuan asked, "What's wrong? Why are you buttoning your collar all the way up at home?" Duanyi explained, "It's just a preference of mine." Ignoring him, Luo Qingyuan walked over and started unbuttoning his shirt. "Hey, there's no need to look, right?" But Luo Qingyuan didn't listen and opened his shirt, revealing the red marks on his chest. Blushing, Luo Qingyuan then thought of something and asked Duanyi to turn around, lifting his shirt to inspect his back. Indeed, the marks were more prominent there. Feeling slightly embarrassed and shaking hands, Luo Qingyuan put down Duanyi's shirt, saying, "I'll apply some medicine for you later." Duanyi laughed while glancing at her neck. "I think you'll have to wear a turtleneck tomorrow." Luo Qingyuan had noticed the marks on her body in the bathroom, especially the bruised patches on her chest. She sat across from Duanyi. Luo Qingyuan said, "I'll wear it." Duanyi smiled and passed her the takeout, saying, "Try it. It's grilled pork rice, my favorite." Intrigued, Luo Qingyuan opened it and took a bite, nodding in approval. "Delicious. It suits my taste." Duanyi explained, "It's not as good as the food in my school canteen. When we have time, I'll take you to my school to try. The portions are generous, and the grilled pork is excellent. Excitedly nodding, Luo Qingyuan said, Great. However, I studied high school and college abroad. The most common thing I ate there was a sandwich, but I preferred Kyoto. It had everything. Duanyi tentatively asked her, So you're not leaving from here? With her mouth full, Luo Qingyuan shook her head and mumbled, Not leaving. With you here, where else would I go? This was her home. Hearing that, Duanyi was elated and promptly transferred some of his grilled pork from his bowl to Luo Qingyuan's. Eat more. The two of them enjoyed finishing their meal together, then snuggled on the couch to watch a drama, enjoying this moment of tranquil time. Duanyi gently said, Qingyuan, if you're free during the May Day holiday, accompany me back to my hometown. Grandpa wants to see you. Luo Qingyuan readily agreed, Sure. Thinking about it, Luo Qingyuan suddenly remembered that in the information Liu Yan provided, details about Grandpa and Duanyi's two cousins were untraceable. This made Luo Qingyuan curious. What does your grandpa do? Duanyi held her, absent-mindedly playing with the little lump on Luo Qingyuan's belly. My grandpa is a soldier, and so are my two cousins. You'll see my grandpa when we go back this time, but you probably won't meet my two cousins. As for my real brother, that would be Duanzi. When Luo Qingyuan couldn't find information about their identities, she already had suspicions, but she didn't expect. Even the information she couldn't find indicated that both Duanyi's grandpa and his two cousins must hold significant positions in the military. Without pressing further, Luo Qingyuan just smiled and said, I understand. Lying on Duanyi's chest, Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but let her mind wander. She was thinking, why wasn't anything arranged for Duanzi this weekend? And she hadn't heard that he came back either. And what about Shen Nian? Why was there no information after she left? Luo Qingyuan had no idea if Shen Nian had contacted Duanzi. While Luo Qingyuan was lost in her thoughts, her phone rang. Excitedly picking it up, she saw it was a work call. Feeling a bit disappointed, she glanced at Duanyi. I'll take this work call. Duanyi patted her head. Okay. Luo Qingyuan went to the bedroom balcony to answer the call. Luo Zong. The review for No Wine and No Moon hasn't been approved, so it might not be able to go online as scheduled tomorrow night, Cheng Shuai said. Luo Qingyuan's face darkened slightly. Why wasn't it approved? Cheng Shuai replied, It seems the content doesn't comply with regulations. After pondering for 2 seconds, Luo Qingyuan asked, Has the review for the next drama been approved? Cheng Shuai was taken aback, her mind racing before understanding that Luo Qingyuan was referring to the drama by non-crossing. It just got approved today, but the release date on the notification is at the end of the month, and promotion hasn't started yet. Unable to worrying about it too much, Luo Qingyuan had to find a drama to replace it. Otherwise, the losses would be too great. Glancing at the time, it was 9 in the evening and there was still time before the next evening. Let's do this. Have the official account announce now that Nanxing's drama will premiere tomorrow night, stop all ongoing promotions temporarily, and go all out to promote Nanxing's drama, welcoming all feedback. Continue the publicity for the next 2 weeks. Also, immediately arrange for the male and female leads to appear on the most popular variety shows, and ensure floor promotions are in place. I don't mind what methods you use as long as you meet my requirements. Cheng Shuai already felt overwhelmed. She knew Luo Qingyuan would have a solution, but she never expected that they were going to have to work late again, and it wasn't clear when they would get a break. She needed to assign someone to monitor the progress on the drama set to prevent any mishaps. After all, the investment and production of a large television drama were significant, so attention was required. But Cheng Shuai still said, Yes, Luo Zong, I will take care of it. Okay. Luo Qingyuan responded before she hung up and went to find Duanyi. Duanyi was watching a soccer match on the couch, and when Luo Qingyuan ran over, he held her hand and she leaned against his shoulder, and he naturally hugged her. They cuddled for a while before going to bed. After all, it had been quite a physically demanding day for them. Meanwhile, Duanzi was frantically running around the hospital with Shen Nian. Shen Nian was a business partner, and he was in charge of the real estate project where they worked together. Everything had been fine for the past 2 days until yesterday, when he found out that Shen Nian lived in the same building as him. It seemed Shen Nian was a little careless in life. She forgot to turn off the faucet, flooding not only her apartment but also causing damage to his place. Originally planning to return home on Saturday, DRIZZLE ended up spending the day helping Shen Nyan and the property management deal with the water issue. Today was even more absurd. Just as he was about to enjoy a lazy morning, someone knocked on his door. Opening it, he found Shen Nyan at his doorstep with a foam-covered head, pitifully asking, "Comrade DRIZZLE, can I borrow your bathroom, please?" DRIZZLE was instantly alert. "Miss Shen, what's going on?" Shen Nyan replied, "My water is cut off." With that, she rushed inside without waiting for DRIZZLE's consent. DRIZZLE was left with no other choice but to close the door. This simple act would make him regret later. Shen Nyan slipped in the bathroom and hurt herself. She complained about her foot and back. DRIZZLE wasn't sure if she sprained or hurt herself from the fall, so he had to take her to the hospital. Who would have thought? Shen Nyan sat on the ground crying, saying she couldn't walk and needed help. DRIZZLE had to carry her downstairs. Subsequently, DRIZZLE accompanied Shen Nyan for various medical checks. DRIZZLE couldn't help but ponder why things had become so messed up since he met Shen Nyan. Then he heard Shen Nyan call him Big Brother Dwan. Looking up, he saw Shen Nyan being wheeled out of the X-ray room by a doctor. DRIZZLE hurried over. "Doctor, how is she?" The doctor replied, "Her ankle is slightly sprained. She won't be able to walk for a while and needs someone to look after her. Her back also has a minor twist. She should be cautious when bathing. I have written a prescription. Please get the medications from the pharmacy. And I've also prescribed the bandage. Just take care of her at home." DRIZZLE listened attentively. "All right. Thank you, doctor." Afterward, DRIZZLE pushed Shen Nyan towards the pharmacy. Shen Nyan looked apologetic. "Big Brother Dwan, I'm really sorry. My family isn't around." Sigh. DRIZZLE was also somewhat embarrassed. He could only say, "It's all right." While DRIZZLE went to get the medications, Shen Nyan silently took a photo of DRIZZLE's back and sent it to Luo Qingyuan with the message, "Don't worry, with me around, he won't be able to go home every weekend in the future." After sending the WeChat message, Shen Nyan quickly put away her phone. When DRIZZLE turned around, she put on a pitiful expression, which made DRIZZLE feel slightly guilty. After getting the medicine, DRIZZLE reluctantly pushed Shen Nyan to the wound cleaning room to have her cast done. Since it was already nighttime, Shen Nyan was left alone in the room. The female doctor glanced at DRIZZLE. "Family members, please wait outside." DRIZZLE hurriedly said, Okay. So, DRIZZLE left. Shen Nyan blinked her eyes at the female doctor, smilingly said, "Doctor Yu, thank you so much." Yuxuan looked speechless. "It's just a minor sprain. It will be fine in 2 days. There's no need for such exaggeration." Saying that, Yuxuan playfully poked Shen Nyan's head. "Clearly there are better ways. Why resort to self-harm? If your sister finds out, won't she want to skin that man outside?" Shen Nyan immediately clasped her hands together and said softly, "Oh, please, Dr. Yu, if you don't say anything, my sister won't know." Yuxuan gave her a look and eventually begrudgingly dressed her wound. "You, I can't even be bothered with you. You hardly ever contact me. The only time you do is to ask for help with this immoral favor." Shen Nyan chuckled. "We are old classmates, just helping each other out. I'll treat you to a meal one day. Consider it a favor owed." Yuxuan replied, "Humph, that sounds about right." Soon, Shen Nyan's right calf was casted. Yuxuan said, "You can remove it yourself after taking a bath tonight and put it back on the next day." Shen Nyan nodded vigorously. "Thank you, Dr. Yu." Yuxuan gave her some instructions and then escorted Shen Nyan out. DRIZZLE was waiting outside with bags in his arms. When he saw Shen Nyan coming out, he walked over quickly. DRIZZLE said, "Thank you, doctor." Yuxuan nodded. "You can go home now." After saying that, Yuxuan went back to the office, while DRIZZLE pushed Shen Nyan's wheelchair outside. Back in the office, a knowledgeable doctor asked Yuxuan, "Dr. Yu, are you really helping that girl?" Yuxuan smiled and said, "We are alumni. It's just that the class difference is too great. Our relationship is only that of alumni. I helped her so that she owes me a favor." Yuxuan couldn't understand why the dignified Miss Shen came here because of a man, but if she could make a guess, this should be her last encounter with Shen Nyan. The doctor was puzzled. Why does Shen Nyan owe you such a big favor? Is it worth helping her deceive her family? Yuxuan chuckled. "You don't understand. Shen Nyan's prestige is bigger than anyone else's. If Shen Nyan is pleased, it wouldn't be difficult for her to buy this hospital tomorrow. She and Shen Nan only knew each other because they once participated in club activities at school. So, if this favor is not needed, it's best. But if it's needed, no matter what she faces, for Miss Shen, it should be easily resolved. Yu Xuan's colleague was astonished. Is Miss Shen really that powerful? Who is she? Yu Xuan mysteriously smiled, then gestured in the air. Do you know about the pyramid of people? Well, she exists at the very top of the pyramid. The colleague exclaimed, oh, is she very rich? However, Yu Xuan didn't want to elaborate and simply patted his shoulder, saying, it's okay, go on about your business. When Shen Nan was pushed out, it was already completely dark. The two were still not very familiar. DRIZZLE was actually quite a socially awkward person, but had to conform to the public due to work. However, in the eyes of outsiders, he was a cool and aloof handsome guy. For example, Shen Nan was currently thinking to herself, what a cool and silent groom. Until they reached the car, Shen Nan suddenly clutched her stomach. DRIZZLE noticed her action and couldn't help but ask, Miss Shen, are you okay? Shen Nan turned around, her innocent and cute face full of grievances. Brother Duan, I'm hungry. DRIZZLE really only just remembered that he had been so busy, he hadn't eaten. So, he said, I'm sorry, I completely forgot. What do you want to eat? Shen Nan responded, the doctor said, I need to watch my dad recently and not eat stuff without nutrition. DRIZZLE was genuinely clueless. Should I take you to eat something like that? Shen Nan silently lowered her head, secretly cursing. Darn straight guy. She was hoping DRIZZLE would suggest taking her home. Why was it so difficult? But when she raised her head again, Shen Nan smiled. Brother Duan, going out to eat isn't convenient for me. How about you cook something simple at my place? DRIZZLE felt a bit uncomfortable, as he and Shen Nan really weren't familiar. Just had a professional relationship. Taking someone home just like that, was it really okay? While DRIZZLE was hesitating, Shen Nan, with teary eyes, asked him, Brother Duan, do you find me too troublesome? Before DRIZZLE could grasp the full meaning of her words, Shen Nan lowered her head and wiped her tears. Forget it, I've been rude. We don't have much of a relationship, but I still made you busy. I'll go by myself, I won't trouble you anymore. After speaking, Shen Nan stood up from the wheelchair with a limp, as if she was about to walk away. DRIZZLE was flustered. Why wasn't she giving him any prior emotional preparation? If you don't mind, I can go back and cook something for you. Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Nan pushed the wheelchair with one hand, causing herself to fall backward, letting out a frightened scream. DRIZZLE couldn't focus on anything else. He just knew he couldn't let Shen Nan get hurt again, so he held Shen Nan, and his body tensed up halfway. Shen Nan felt some satisfaction in her heart but quickly leaned into DRIZZLE's neck, saying, ouch, it hurts, it hurts. DRIZZLE was at a loss. Where does it hurt? Shen Nan said, it's my foot. Please, carry me to the car. And like this, DRIZZLE was led by her. All right. Once they were in the passenger seat, Shen Nan was still curled up in her seat, murmuring, it hurts and I'm hungry. DRIZZLE seemed at a loss. Should we go see a doctor? Shen Nan glared at him with red eyes. I want to eat. Are you trying to starve me to death? After 3 seconds of silence, DRIZZLE briskly loaded the wheelchair onto the car and then took the driver's seat. Should I take you home? Shen Nan softly said. Yes. She felt a bit regretful. Why did she reveal a hint of her true self in that last sentence just now? Would that scare DRIZZLE off? It was a mistake. She should have held back, but Shen Nan touched her flat stomach. She was really starving. It wasn't easy to stop DRIZZLE from going home. After this period, she definitely had to get back at Luo Qingyuan with interest. After finally returning home, new problems arose once again. The building where he lived did not have an elevator because it was a dormitory assigned by the company, so the conditions were not expected to be great. He truly didn't understand why Shen Nianian also chose to live here, but Shen Nianian explained that it was a temporary rental for work purposes. He felt like the reason sounded reasonable, but at the same time, he found it absurd. So now they were facing the situation where he had to carry Shen Nianian back home again. DRIZZLE stopped the car, turned to look at Shen Nianian, and saw her hesitantly looking at him as if she wanted help but was embarrassed to ask. DRIZZLE let out a silent sigh in his heart and said, should I carry you up? Shen Nianian nodded. I'm truly sorry. DRIZZLE reply. It's no trouble, we're neighbors, it's only natural. DRIZZLE got out of the car, walked to the passenger side, opened the door, and was just about to help Shen Nyanian out before carrying her up. Shen Nyanian then said, "It might be inconvenient for me to be carried that way. Could you hold me instead?" What's inconvenient about being held? Isn't carrying even more intimate? DRIZZLE looked at her puzzlingly. He then saw Shen Nyanian glance down at her chest. DRIZZLE's ears really turned red. Shen Nyanian was well developed, and carrying her did feel more intimate indeed. So, DRIZZLE stammered, "Well, then I'll carry you." Shen Nyanian lifted her head, eyes full of stars, with a neat fringe and a strangely cute look. She even extended her hands out proactively, her voice soft and sweet. "Well, DRIZZLE, hug me." DRIZZLE could only reach out with a red face and lift Shen Nyanian up. Shen Nyanian's body was so soft. As soon as he held her in his arms, DRIZZLE felt the palm of his hand was so tender. He was truly embarrassed, his face tensed, and his ears felt like they were about to bleed. As for Shen Nyanian, it was also her first time seducing someone. Who knew? Pretending to be obedient was quite difficult, but the key was that becoming a family with Luo Qingyuan was really heartwarming. Also, DRIZZLE was genuinely handsome. She liked DRIZZLE's reserved demeanor, calm on the surface, but his heart was already in turmoil. She leaned against DRIZZLE's chest, listening clearly to the beating of his heart. Initially, she was unwilling, pretending to be a cooperative partner, but after 2 days of assessment, she decided to make a move. If she succeeded, she'd no longer be single. If she failed, with DRIZZLE being so handsome, she wouldn't be at a loss. And so DRIZZLE carried Shen Nyanian steadfastly up 3 flights of stairs. Upon reaching the doorway, DRIZZLE said, "I'll let you down first." DRIZZLE intended to release her, but Shen Nyanian clung tightly to him. "Where are the keys?" They drew even closer, with Shen Nyanian's breath reaching his ear. DRIZZLE felt his palms getting sweaty. He didn't want to waste time with Shen Nyanian at the door. DRIZZLE said, "In the right pocket of my pants." So, Shen Nyanian, hugging his waist, began feeling for DRIZZLE's pocket. Coincidentally, at that moment, the corridor lights turned off. DRIZZLE's heart sank a bit. "Should I still let you?" Shen Nyanian wrapped one arm around his neck, while her other hand continued to search his pocket. "DRIZZLE, don't bother, I've got this." DRIZZLE thought, "Isn't me carrying you actually the trouble?" Moreover, in the darkness, senses got heightened. DRIZZLE clearly felt that her hand was traveling from his waist, moving down, slipping into his pocket, and lingering for a few moments. Unsure whether it was his imagination, he couldn't help but feel like Shen Nyanian was touching him randomly. Finally, Shen Nyanian got the keys. With the corridor lights flickering, DRIZZLE could only say, "Use your phone to check." Unbeknownst to himself, DRIZZLE visibly heaved a sigh of relief as he uttered those words. In a soft tone, Shen Nyanian replied, "Okay." In the darkness, Shen Nyanian could barely contain her laughter. It turned out, there really were such fun guys in the world. Opening the door, DRIZZLE confidently placed Shen Nyanian on the sofa. It was a small apartment with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. After setting Shen Nyanian down, DRIZZLE said, "Let me quickly make some clear noodle soup." Shen Nyanian nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, DRIZZLE." After DRIZZLE left, Shen Nyanian took the opportunity to look around attentively. Leaning back on the sofa, she took a video of her surroundings and sent it to Luo Qingyuan, followed by a quick text message. "What kind of lousy dorm room have you assigned me to? If you don't even know where he lives, do I have to live there too? This place is so run down, and yet you are showing it off. Hurry up and find a reason to get him a better place." At this time, Luo Qingyuan was already resting. Otherwise, she would have surely protested against these accusations. She simply relocated DRIZZLE without interfering with where he stayed. DRIZZLE returned with a bowl of noodles, and Shen Nyanian, impressed, put down her phone and looked at him admiringly. "DRIZZLE, you're amazing." DRIZZLE felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. "Hurry and eat. You must be starving after a whole day." Shen Nyanian nodded. She rarely ate such food, but the noodles cooked by DRIZZLE were indeed excellent in color, aroma, and taste. With scallions, fried egg, and minced meat, the dish intoxicated her senses. Shen Nyanian couldn't resist shaking her head with enjoyment after taking a bite. "So tasty. I love it. DRIZZLE, you're really great. Whoever marries you in the future will be so lucky." Dwinzi couldn't help but smile at her compliment. It's just a bowl of noodles. It's not as great as you think. Shen Nianian continued, but I really find it amazing. Look at how tidy your home is, and you even made noodles for me. I envy the girlfriend of Dwinji so much. Dwinzi was taken aback for 3 seconds before saying, I don't have a girlfriend. Shen Nianian reacted dramatically, covering her mouth in shock. What? Really? Dwinji, you're handsome and successful, and you don't have a girlfriend? They must be blind. Dwinzi responded, well, it's my choice not to date. Shen Nianian's smile grew deeper, a hint of mischief flickering in her eyes. However, Dwinzi was focused on eating and didn't notice. Shen Nianian asked, why don't you want to date, Dwinji? Dwinzi replied, I haven't met the right person, and work keeps me busy. Sometimes, when the time is right, love will come even without rushing it, Shen Nianian remarked. Dwinzi nodded, yeah. Let's finish the noodles. Shen Nianian rolled her eyes silently. Was he annoyed by her talkativeness? Humph. Once she had Dwinzi, she'd chatter into his ear every day. After finishing their meal, Dwinzi packed up and sent Shen Nianian back upstairs. Shen Nianian didn't cause any mischief again. She was genuinely tired today. As Dwinzi was about to leave, Shen Nianian called out to him, Dwinji. Dwinzi turned back. What is it? Shen Nianian sat on the bed, smiling sweetly. Thank you today. Good night. Dwinzi's heart inexplicably skipped a beat 2 times, but maintaining his composure, he replied, good night. It wasn't until Dwinzi closed the door that Shen Nianian collapsed on the bed, muttering, oh, pretending to be a good girl is so tiresome. But, at least this week, Dwinzi didn't leave. On Monday evening, Dwinzi worked late at the office, waiting for Luo Qingyuan to come pick him up for dinner. In just a few short minutes, Dwinzi's phone rang. It was a call from Ding Yifan. Dwinzi answered, hello. Mon? Ding Yifan sounded excited. Xiaoyou, have you watched the short video? Is it trending on Weibo? Dwinzi was busy with work and didn't have time to watch videos or browse Douyin. I haven't had time to watch. What's up? Ding Yifan said happily. Tonight at 7:30, the premiere of Cloud Robe starring Non-Crossing is airing. Let me tell you, this is a big event. Non-Crossing is about to become a big star. Dwinzi was briefly surprised, then smiled. He understood why his mom was so happy. His mom and Non-Xing's mom had been best friends for decades, and his mom treated Non-Crossing like a daughter. When they were kids, both families took turns attending parent-teacher meetings. So Dwinzi said, I've been busy recently and didn't have time to watch, but she's really amazing. Ding Yifan laughed and said, yes, yes. Oh, don't forget to congratulate her. When you have time, bring Qingyuan over. Our families can have dinner together. And Z also wants to see your wife and has prepared a gift for her. Dwinzi replied softly, okay. After exchanging pleasantries, Ding Yifan hung up. At Non-Xing's home, Zikan Jing came out of the kitchen carrying food. Oh, you. The child is busy with work. Who has time for this? Ding Yifan replied, you're wrong. We're best friends. Your daughter has succeeded in her career, so my son should congratulate her. I've prepared a big red envelope for Non-Crossing. When she comes back, I'll give it to her. Zikan Jing responded, Non-Crossing is making a name for herself. Not only did I tell Dwinzi, but I also had my child's father promote her at the company and even in his school classes to publicize her to the students. Zikan Jing continued, when our daughter is being interviewed, we will dress up beautifully to show her off and not embarrass her. Ding Yifan agreed, yes, haha. My best friend's daughter is a big star, so proud. Zikan Jing also laughed, you're so proud. Ding Yifan happily exclaimed, of course, I am proud. Dwinzi opened Weibo and saw the trending topics about the premiere of Cloud Robe. He learned that 6 episodes would be aired tonight, with Non-Crossing paired up with a popular male star with a huge fan base and excellent supporting actors. Dwinzi felt that Non-Xing's success after years of hard work was well-deserved. Dwinzi didn't send a private message to Non-Crossing but left a comment under her Weibo post along with other fans. Congratulations. I hope you shine brighter and attract more attention. Looking at the promotional photos, Dwinzi couldn't help but feel moved. The girl who used to follow him around, crying back then, had finally made it to a bigger stage. Dwinzi whispered, Non-Crossing, I hope your future will be bright. Just as Dwinzi was putting away his phone, Luo Qingyuan drove up with the hazard lights flashing. Honey, get in. Hearing Luo Qingyuan's cheerful voice, Dwinzi felt warm inside and hurried over. Coming. These simple and sweet days were what Dwinyi truly treasured. In the car, Luo Qingyuan immediately suggested, "You mentioned wanting hot pot some time ago. Today a colleague recommended a great hot pot place. Shall we go?" Excitedly, Dwinyi nodded. "Yes, hot pot is so enjoyable." Luo Qingyuan smiled and asked, "Should we invite Lin Feng and Liu Ya to join us?" Luo Qingyuan remembered Dwinyi had said he wanted to invite them out for a meal. Looking at her, Dwinyi asked, "Goddess Luo treating?" Luo Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. "Of course." Dwinyi laughed. "All right, I'll invite them." Luo Qingyuan reminded him, "Ask Lin Feng to bring Xiaoyin with him. It's been a while since we last saw them." Dwinyi chuckled before saying, "The friendship between you girls escalated quickly. It hasn't been that long, and you're already so close to Sun Xiaoyin." Luo Qingyuan giggled. "That's a secret, we have a special connection." Dwinyi didn't inquire further but was pleased with how well his wife got along with his brother's wives. After all, he had been close to these two brothers for over 20 years and hoped the relationships between their wives would flourish. Dwinyi messaged the group chat of the three brothers, inviting them to dinner with Luo Qingyuan. Soon, replies came in with their locations. Lin Feng, present. Liu Ya, present. Dwinyi asked Luo Qingyuan for the location of the hot pot restaurant and quickly shared the location in the group chat. Luo Qingyuan admired how good Dwinyi's friendships were. Life should be experienced in various ways, not just bound by love. As they neared the hot pot restaurant, Luo Qingyuan suddenly remembered the new drama premiering tonight. She said, "By the way, do you know Nanxing's new drama is airing tonight?" Dwinyi replied calmly, "My mom called me about it and asked me to congratulate Non-Crossing." Understanding the close relationship between Dwinyi's mother and Nanxing's mother, Luo Qingyuan remarked, "Your mother cares, which is understandable. If it were Sun Xiaoyin's daughter, you'd probably need to boost her popularity too." Luo Qingyuan suggested, "Did you send your wishes? It's a big deal, considering you grew up together. Saying a few words is the least you could do. After all, they would have to invite Non-Crossing to their wedding in the future." Dwinyi smiled and replied, "I left a congratulatory message under her Weibo post." He added, "My mom must have prepared a big red envelope and might even attend the premiere with Anzi. I'm not too worried about it." Luo Qingyuan agreed, "Maybe next time, I'll prepare a gift for her." Dwinyi was surprised. "You're so generous suddenly?" Luo Qingyuan teased him. "When I'm generous, it's best for you to keep quiet, so I don't start something, and you end up losing sleep again tonight." Dwinyi immediately sat up straight, facing forward, and firmly declined, "That won't do, I have to work tomorrow." Laughing, Luo Qingyuan mocked, talking about being upright. Meanwhile, in the dressing room of the drama crew, Nanxing's phone stayed on the message Dwinyi had sent her. She didn't follow anyone on Weibo, but she had memorized one username, Lonely Wolf. She had made fun of it many times, but she remembered it very clearly because of it. Non-Crossing stared blankly at the paragraph. This was her dream since childhood, and she had also received Dwinyi's support. But why was she not as happy as she had imagined? At this moment, Nanxing's agent Kik also walked in. She made a big entrance, but Non-Crossing remained motionless. Kik, feeling puzzled, walked over and bent down to take a look. Her intuition as an agent told her that this lonely wolf meant something special to Non-Crossing. After all, there were so many comments under Nanxing's Weibo, yet she only paid attention to this one person, who was not even a celebrity. It was hard not to arouse suspicion. Furthermore, Non-Crossing was a member of an amateur girl group selected from auditions, not a trained professional. Her image could not afford any weaknesses or scandals. So, with a furrowed brow, Kik took Nanxing's phone from her. Non-Crossing snapped back, "Kik, sister." Kik sat directly across from Non-Crossing and placed Nanxing's phone on the table. "Come, tell me, who is this person?" Nanxing's face reddened, and she sat in silence for a while before managing to say, "A friend." Kik, a top agent in the entertainment industry, saw through it instantly. "You like him, don't you?" Though Kik was inquiring, her tone indicated that she was already certain. Knowing she couldn't hide it from Kik, whose information network was so well informed, Non-Crossing managed a bitter smile and said, "He's married." Kik visibly froze in place. She had intended to warn Non-Crossing to recognize her status. After all, They had signed a contract stipulating that non-crossing couldn't date for 5 years and had to maintain a single status or face a breach penalty of 50 million. But now, at this moment, she found herself unable to voice those words. Non-crossing took back her phone, smiled at Kik, but there were tears in her eyes. Non-crossing said, "Kik sister, this is my choice. I know what to do. I haven't contacted him, nor have I replied or followed him. I just wanted to take another look." Non-crossing wiped away the tears at the corner of her eye, and when she looked up again, there was no extra emotion in her gaze. "I've always known what I wanted. Trust me." In the end, Kik only patted her shoulder and said, "Non-crossing, achieving fame and success always comes with a price. Since he's already married, you should control yourself." Non-crossing tried to smile in response but failed to do so, just nodding gently. Kik sighed and opened her bag, taking out some documents and handing them to Non-crossing. "Seize the popularity of the new drama. I've arranged for you to participate in a variety show with MUFON to gain more popularity. It's currently the hottest variety show. You'll be there all day. Starting next week in Shanghai. You can go home tomorrow, but afterward, you'll be busy continuously. After the variety show, you'll have to join a new project, a period drama." Non-crossing nodded. "I understand," Kik said. "In that case, rest for today. Good night." Non-crossing responded, "Good night." After Kik left, Che-Yue came in. She had been standing outside the door the whole time Kik was inside, so she had heard everything. Che-Yue had followed Non-crossing since she was still a member of the girl group, and now, after several years, she was also shocked by this. After all, she had never seen Non-crossing like Duanyi. Wasn't it always Duanyi who liked Non-crossing? Also, Duanyi was married now. How long had it been since he broke up with Yi Nuan? Why did she feel so incredulous? With countless thoughts in her mind, Che-Yue simply asked, "Non-crossing, are you okay?" Non-crossing had composed herself and smiled. "I'm fine. Let's go. Take me home, and come to pick me up the day after tomorrow." Non-crossing stood up, ready to leave. Che-Yue asked, "Did Duanyi really get married?" Non-crossing hesitated for a moment, her voice trembling slightly. "Yes, he did." Che-Yue was genuinely stunned as she had never expected Duanyi to get married so soon. Che-Yue was both shocked and felt sorry for Non-crossing. If she liked him, why did she wait until now to say it? There were so many opportunities in the past. During those years, Duanyi's eyes had always shown so much affection for Non-crossing. But why now, when both had promising futures, were they drifting further apart? Non-crossing had already walked ahead. Che-Yu's eyes welled up with tears. She knew that an empty space would always be filled, but she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. This was an opportunity that Non-crossing had chosen to miss. Che-Yue thought, if Non-crossing had started to like Duanyi because of that fire rescue incident, she would likely move on quickly. But if after all these years she realized she liked Duanyi, would Non-crossing be able to let go forever? Che-Yue couldn't find an answer. She hastened to catch up with Non-crossing. Neon lights flickered in the city of Beijing as Non-crossing sat in the back seat, watching the city's night view, tears streaming involuntarily down her cheeks. At this time, Duanyi should be with his wife. Sometimes, a woman's intuition was terrifyingly accurate. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in a hot pot restaurant was lively. Luo Qingyuan and Sun Xiaoyin sat together, with Duanyi next to Luo Qingyuan and Lin Feng next to Sun Xiaoyin, facing Liu Ya and Ningzi. Sun Xiaoyin asked Luo Qingyuan quietly, "Sister Luo, when are you going to have the wedding?" After contemplating for a moment, Luo Qingyuan smiled and replied, "It'll be at least next year." Sun Xiaoyin sighed, "Next year? That's a long time. But since you're already married, you can take your time with the wedding." By the end of her sentence, Sun Xiaoyin's voice sounded somewhat despondent. Luo Qingyuan asked, "What's wrong? Have you not reconciled with Lin Feng yet?" Sun Xiaoyin replied, "Not yet. We want our parents to meet and formally engage us." But Sun Xiaoyin couldn't continue due to embarrassment. Luo Qingyuan understood the situation. Parental disapproval was a major obstacle for any couple, and that was why she had chosen to act first and seek permission later. Of course, she hadn't done so yet. It was better to temporarily keep it under wraps. Otherwise, if her parents and brother showed up in Kyoto together, the atmosphere in Kyoto would definitely change. Uncertain of what to say, Luo Qingyuan picked up a glass of wine and handed it to Sun Xiaoyin, pouring herself another glass. Come, tonight I'll drink with you. No other thoughts, just drink your fill and then get some rest. Sun Xiaoyin's eyes lit up as she reached out her fair, delicate hand to take the glass, clinking it with Luo Qingyuan's. Great. Sister Luo, you're so kind. Sun Xiaoyin didn't intentionally lower her voice, causing Duanyi, who overheard, to chuckle and look over. Sun Xiaoyin, did you also address Luo as sister on your own? Lin Feng pulled Sun Xiaoyin into a hug and joined in, smiling at Duanyi. Hey, does that mean only you get to call her? Duanyi nodded without hesitation. Yes, only I can call her. Sun Xiaoyin covered her mouth and smiled, leaning against Lin Feng's chest. Oh wow, it hasn't been long and you guys are already being lovey-dovey. Liu Ye remarked, indeed, married men are truly different. Ningzi also chimed in with a laugh, for newlyweds, isn't this normal? As she spoke, Ningzi reached out to hold hands with Liu Ya beside her, looking at Luo Qingyuan. I heard Sister Luo is working at Henglun, right? Luo Qingyuan's cold gaze fell on Ningzi. Yes, what about it? Ningzi smiled and asked, Henlun is considered a top group in the capital. I heard only geniuses can get in. I'm really curious, what does Sister Luo do at Henglun? Luo Qingyuan replied, just a lowly employee, nothing to boast about. Clearly not wanting to continue the conversation, but Ningzi persisted, just a lowly employee. My cousin mentioned that Sister Luo is actually an assistant to a senior executive, so young and already owning a house in the capital, driving a BMW. I'm quite curious, what kind of assistant? When Liu Ya heard this, his expression darkened, and he immediately grabbed Ningzi's hand. What nonsense are you talking about? The atmosphere at the dinner table shifted. Sun Xiaoyin and Lin Feng avoided looking. Duanyi's expression turned even more grim. Only Luo Qingyuan remained composed, even giving a slight smile. Liu Ya quickly stood up and tried to defuse the situation. I'm really sorry. Ningzi lacks social experience. Please bear with her inappropriate comments. I'll take 3 cups as punishment. Little sister-in-law, please don't mind too much. After saying that, Liu Ya hurriedly filled 3 cups of white wine and drank them one after the other. It was then that Lin Feng spoke. Sit down. Let's eat. Duanyi also turned around with a smile, offering food to Luo Qingyuan. What do you want to eat? Let me help you. Among brothers, they all wanted to save face for each other. However, Ningzi was not pleased. She pushed Liu Ji's hand away, furrowing her brows. You heard me. I was just speaking the truth. My cousin also works at Henlun. I was just curious. Maybe Sister Luo knows my cousin, and in the future, my cousin could look out for her at the company. Sun Xiaoyin, who usually had a good temper, couldn't help but interject. Ningzi, Henglun Group has thousands of employees. Everyone is busy with their own work. The chances of knowing each other are rare, right? Lin Feng also helped to ease the tension. Today is for enjoying hot pot. Why talk about work? Let's eat. Sun Xiaoyin agreed. Yes, let's eat. Duanyi's face lost its smile. Luo Qingyuan wanted to give another chance, but Ningzi smiled and said, Sister Luo, I was just asking about work. Do you have something secretive that you can't talk about? Duanyi slammed the table suddenly, making all the dishes rattle, and chopsticks fell to the ground. Sun Xiaoyin was startled. Her face turned slightly pale. Duanyi looked at Ningzi coldly. I kept quiet out of respect for Liu Ya. Ningzi, who do you think you are? Are you entitled to fabricate dirty thoughts about my wife? Liu Ya sat there with a dark expression, not saying a word. Ningzi's face alternated between red and white, wanting to retaliate, but Duanyi's menacing look made her unable to utter a word. Ningzi hurriedly tried to push Liu Ya. You useless person, your girlfriend is being insulted like this. You. Liu Ya suddenly stood up and slapped Ningzi, producing a crisp sound. Ningzi screamed, ah, covering her face. Liu Ya was in pain, unable to hold back his anger. Ningzi, you may be willful at times, but I introduced you to my best friend, and this is how you treat my friend. Lin Feng quickly stood up to mediate. Forget it, one slap is enough. Tears welled up in Ningzi's eyes. She glared at Liu Ya fiercely. I just wanted to know what Luo Qingyuan does. Why are all of you protecting her like this? In that moment, Liu Ya wanted to strangle her. Everyone was indignant, and Liu Ya even wanted to kick her a few times more. But with a light sentence from Luo Qingyuan, everyone fell silent. Luo Qingyuan asked, Ningzi, what's your cousin's name? Though Ningzi's expression turned sour, She reluctantly replied, Ningbo. He works in the core department. I was just trying to be kind. Being a woman in a big company is not easy. Luo Qingyuan chuckled and picked up her tea. Looking at Liu Ye, you'll be driving later and can't drink. I'll accept your apology. With that, Luo Qingyuan took her bag and Duanyi followed, ready to leave. Liu Ye immediately approached and stopped Duanyi. Brother Duan, today's incident was my fault. I'll personally make it up to my wife another day. Duanyi patted his shoulder, not saying much, and led Luo Qingyuan away. Sun Xiaoyin also took Lin Feng's hand. Brother Lin, let's go. Lin Feng nodded and stood up. Liu Ye looked at Lin Feng with a troubled expression. Lin Feng didn't say anything, just shook his head, sighed, and walked away. Now, only Liu Ye and Ningzi remained at the table. Liu Ye scratched his head, then picked up his coat and phone, walking away without looking back. Ningzi didn't expect Liu Ji's reaction. For the sake of a stranger, not only did he hit her, but he also left her alone here. Ningzi was stunned for 3 seconds, then quickly grabbed her bag and chased after Liu Ye, blocking his path and questioning. Liu Ye, what do you mean? You hit me for Luo Qingyuan. Do you like her? Are you interested in her? And was I wrong in what I said? An assistant buying a house in Kyoto with full payment, in that area, it must be worth millions at least. Where did she get the money? I was just trying to warn. Liu Ji's face grew darker and his urge to strike her increased, but he resisted. Firstly, Duanyi is my best brother. Between brothers, we won't have any thoughts about each other's women. Besides, whatever Luo Qingyuan does, it's between her and her husband, not for an outsider like you to make so-called friendly warnings. Ningzi's face showed a hint of shame, but she just couldn't stand Luo Qingyuan. The bag Luo Qingyuan was carrying today was the latest, worth over $1 million. This wasn't something an ordinary office worker could afford. Ningzi insisted, but her bag. Liu Ye raised both hands in surrender. Stop. I don't want to hear your pointless explanations. Now, for my third point to tell you, let's break up. Ningzi's expression suddenly lost control. You want to break up with me for Luo Qingyuan? You really have feelings for her, you jerk. As she spoke, Ningzi swung her bag at Liu Ye. Enraged, Liu Ye grabbed her hand, causing Ningzi to cry out in pain. Liu Ye snapped, I must be crazy, getting involved with you, you lunatic. With that, Liu Ye released Ningzi's hand, turned around, and walked away quickly. Ningzi was truly dumbfounded. She couldn't understand why Liu Ye would hit her and break up with her just because of a stranger. However, by the time she caught up to him, Liu Ye had already driven away. Ningzi stomped her foot in anger. Liu Ye, are you crazy? Treating me like this for a stranger, you'll regret it sooner or later. But Liu Ye couldn't hear her anymore. Even if he did, he wouldn't turn back. Normally, he indulged her, had some small temper tantrums, and spent some money, and it was all fine. But this time, Liu Ye was truly furious. He had brought Ningzi to meet his good friends to prove that he really wanted a future with her. But what about Ningzi? Liu Ye angrily slammed the steering wheel and cursed. This is unbelievable. Unexpectedly, he also made a wrong judgment this time. He knew Ningzi was vain and petty, but he didn't expect. At this moment, Duanyi and Luo Qingyuan were also on their way back in the car. Duanyi said, I'm sorry my friend gave you a bad experience. Luo Qingyuan didn't pay much attention, saying, it's okay. It was Ningzi who gave me a bad experience, not your friend. Furthermore, Luo Qingyuan already knew who Ningzi's cousin was, so why bother getting angry here? They could talk about it at the company tomorrow. Duanyi said, I really don't understand. Why do women make things difficult for other women? Luo Qingyuan smiled and shook her head, explaining, sometimes, the biggest malice comes from within the same gender. The first time Luo Qingyuan met Ningzi in the coffee shop, she already felt that this woman was difficult to get along with. She didn't expect that she would be even more foolish the second time. But being a little foolish was quite adorable. It was much better than backstabbing people. Duanyi was not feeling great. He knew it wasn't Liu Ji's fault, but Duanyi was still thinking when Luo Qingyuan said, this is just a little episode. Don't let it affect the relationship between you brothers. Treat things as usual, if needed. In the future, I won't go where Ningzi is. It would be fake not to be moved. It was really not easy to meet someone who understood him like this. He and Liu Ye, Lin Feng, had been good friends for many years. Duanyi sincerely said, Qingyuan, thank you. Luo Qingyuan smiled playfully, holding the steering wheel with one hand and pinching Duen Yi's hand with the other, saying, "At this moment, Liu Yad is probably feeling the worst. You should send him a message to comfort him." Duen Yi coldly said, "It's his fault for making my wife feel wronged." Originally, she felt a bit wronged, but after Duen Yi's words, Luo Qingyuan had no more grievances left in her heart. "Oh, good boy, he is your good friend, you should do that." So, Duen Yi begrudgingly opened the group chat and sent a message. "Liu Yad, let's treat everyone to a meal in a couple of days, my wife wants a feast." Lin Feng replied in seconds, "My wife wants one too." Liu Yao was waiting at the traffic light and, upon reading the message, he burst into laughter, wiping away tears at the same time. Liu Yao said, "Damn, I'm truly miserable." Soon after, Lin Feng called. Liu Yao automatically answered via Bluetooth. Lin Feng asked, "Bro, are you dead?" Liu Yao was speechless. "I'm alive." Lin Feng laughed heartily. "Women are not sensible. Don't think too much. Brother Yi and your sister-in-law won't mind. Go back and have a good talk with Ningzi. Stop hitting people, and have a proper conversation." Liu Yao sighed and said, "We broke up." Lin Feng questioned, "Huh, really?" Liu Yao laughed and wiped away tears. "Yes, I really couldn't stand her. I treated her sincerely, and look at how she treated me. Never mind, I'm tired. Tomorrow I'll find someone new." As a brother, how could Lin Feng not hear the frustration in Liu Ji's words? He sighed. "All right, find someone new, someone even prettier. I'll have Xiaoyin keep an eye out for you." After a sigh, Liu Yao said, "That's good. You and Xiaoyin, live well. Brother Yi and Qingyuan too. It's good. Don't end up like me, in a mess." Lin Feng felt uneasy listening to this. They were typical, worried that their brothers wouldn't live well, yet afraid their brothers were too successful. Lin Feng didn't say anything else, just asked, "Want to drink?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yao suddenly burst into tears. "Damn, wait. No. Let's drink." Lin Feng chuckled, while guiding Sun Xiaoyin, the usual place. Liu Yao agreed, "Okay." Lin Feng said before hanging up, "Stop crying. Go and drive properly." After hanging up, Liu Yao turned the car around. He couldn't understand why he took every relationship seriously, yet couldn't meet the right person. Sun Xiaoyin glanced at Lin Feng in the passenger seat. "I'll drop you off, then take the car back. Don't drink too much. Also, watch out for Liu Yao. Don't let him drink too much, it's bad for his health." Lin Feng leaned over and kissed Sun Xiaoyin's soft face. "Thank you, wife. I got it." Meanwhile, Duen Yi also received a voice message from Lin Feng. "Buddy, wanna go for a drink at the usual place?" Before Duen Yi could respond, Luo Qingyuan silently turned the car around. "I'll drop you off. Call me after drinking. Drink less, or I won't let you in the house." Duen Yi smiled uncontrollably. "Yes, ma'am." The usual place brought back memories for Luo Qingyuan. It was her property. Quite nice. It was also where she and Duen Yi first met. Lin Feng and Liu Yao arrived first, and Duen Yi came last. Neither Luo Qingyuan nor Sun Xiaoyin met up with them since they had each driven home separately. On the way, Luo Qingyuan called the general manager of the Empire Bar directly. "Give a 50% discount on all expenses tonight at the bar." The manager was visibly surprised. "Miss Luo, this." It was known that this was the largest bar in Kyoto, and the nightly revenue could reach hundreds of thousands, sometimes even millions. "A sudden 50% discount?" Luo Qingyuan instructed. "Do as I say." The manager added, "Also, keep an eye on those men who entered my private room last time. If they get drunk, give them the next door private room." The manager became vigilant. "Understood, Miss Luo. We will handle it properly." After that, the manager relaxed but didn't forget the original task. He had checked Duen Yi's background before but had never said a word. But now, ever since Duen Yi became a special guest of Miss Luo, he had been getting her attention, spending a fortune for Duen Yi all night. He didn't dare to neglect the task and couldn't let others handle it. Thus, tonight, the unassuming general manager of the Empire Bar personally took charge of the entire bar sales and security and grandly announced a 50% discount for all customers tonight, along with a lottery event. The first prize directly offered a cash prize of 100,000. Luo Qingyuan was unaware of all this, but tonight, the Empire Bar would be in full swing. Since Duen Yi was not at home, Luo Qingyuan didn't return to the small house directly, but drove the BMW towards the city center. Due to the evening rush hour, there was some traffic congestion, and it took Luo Qingyuan a full hour and a half to arrive at the quadrangle courtyard. While on the road, Shen Nianian contacted her, saying she would report on the situation tonight, so Luo Qingyuan directly had Shen Nianian come to the quadrangle courtyard. Luo Qingyuan parked the car in the underground parking lot. This was the private parking lot of the Luo family in Kyoto, and Luo Qingyuan parked the car next to the elevator. In this underground parking lot, there were hundreds of luxury cars, including Lamborghinis and Ferraris parked in pairs. Just as Luo Qingyuan parked, the elevator door opened, and out came Yang Li, the housekeeper, and two maids. Yang Li hurriedly greeted her. "Miss, you're back." Luo Qingyuan nodded, threw the car keys to Yang Li, and then entered the elevator. Yang Li immediately followed, taking the bag from Luo Qingyuan's hands. "Miss, do you have any plans for tonight?" Luo Qingyuan stretched her slightly stiff neck. "I'm a bit tired recently. Shen Nianian will be coming over later." "Yang housekeeper, you take care of the arrangements." Yang Li smiled. "Sure. Miss, the bath has been prepared." "Miss, you go home and take a bath first to relax. After you finish bathing, you can have dinner." Luo Qingyuan nodded. "Okay, but prepare a serving for Shen Nianian for dinner. I've already eaten." Housekeeper Yang said. "Yes, miss." The underground parking lot was directly connected to the quadrangle courtyard above. When Luo Qingyuan came upstairs, the maids were already lined up into rows, waiting for her, while the bodyguards were all in the outer courtyard. A total of 10 maids lowered their heads respectfully and said, "Hello, miss." Luo Qingyuan simply murmured "hun" and quickly walked past them. Yang Li waved behind her and whispered, "Do what needs to be done." The maids responded, turned around, and went about their business. Yang Li followed Luo Qingyuan's footsteps. "Miss, the old lady is very happy that you are back. She will be home in an hour." Luo Qingyuan said, "Okay." 10 minutes later, Luo Qingyuan returned to her bedroom. Zilin was standing at the door of Luo Qingyuan's bedroom waiting for her. When she saw Luo Qingyuan coming, she quickly greeted her. "Miss, you're back." Luo Qingyuan nodded and walked straight to the bathroom. Zilin quickly followed, and Yang Li closed the door and left. As usual, Zilin prepared clothes and fruit for Luo Qingyuan, then closed the bathroom door and waited outside. Luo Qingyuan looked at herself in the mirror, feeling a bit tired between her eyebrows. However, due to good genes and being well cared for since childhood, she didn't look like someone approaching 30 at all. If she were to wear student clothes, probably no one could guess Luo Qingyuan's age. Luo Qingyuan felt a heavy burden in her heart. By the end of the month, Luo Shuyan would return to the capital, and once Luo Shuyan returned, she would definitely. Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but touch her belly. She suddenly remembered that her aunt's visit had been delayed for several days this month. Could it be possible? Luo Qingyuan immediately opened the bathroom door. "Zilin, go buy a pregnancy test." Zilin automatically replied, "Okay." However, as soon as the bathroom door closed, Zilin turned around and the controlled expression cracked. What did the miss ask her to buy? A pregnancy test. This was serious. Zilin was genuinely nervous and worried. If Luo Qingyuan was really pregnant, then would there need to be someone else in the room to help take care of Luo Qingyuan? The live-in maids here earn monthly salaries ranging from 20 to 50,000. After all, moreover, the key point was that the boss was rarely at home, only coming back from time to time, and Luo Qingyuan did indeed handle most things personally. With a heart full of anxiety, Zilin went to find Yang Li, who was momentarily shocked but quickly went to buy the test herself. In less than half an hour, while Luo Qingyuan was comfortably soaking in the bath, Zilin knocked on the door. "Miss, the things have been bought." Luo Qingyuan said, "Come in." Zilin entered and then left again. Luo Qingyuan really hoped she was pregnant. For the sake of the child, Luo Shuyan wouldn't be able to say or do anything, but unfortunately, after the test, it turned out she was not pregnant. Luo Qingyuan felt a bit helpless but had no choice. After finishing the bath quickly, Luo Qingyuan just came out when Zilin said, Miss Shen has arrived." Luo Qingyuan looked up and saw Shen Nianian lying on the bed looking half dead, propped up on her elbows and glaring at her. Luo Qingyuan smiled directly, waved Zilin out, and said, "What's with that expression looking at me?" Shen Nianian bounced up directly, pointing at Luo Qingyuan. "You made me do something so difficult. I'm not happy. You must reward me." Luo Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. "Are you really unhappy?" Shen Nyanian felt a bit embarrassed but quickly regained her composure. Regardless, because of you, I had to sacrifice my image, so you have to be responsible. Luo Qingyuan rubbed her hair with a towel and asked helplessly, "Don't play this game. Say it. What do you want?" Shen Nyanian grumbled a bit, but Luo Qingyuan knew deep down that if Shen Nyanian really didn't want to do it, she could have hired someone else, so why do it herself? It seemed like there was some plot going on. Just let it be. Shen Nyanian said, "When I arrived earlier, I saw the latest Lamborghini in your family's garage. Give me the keys." Luo Qingyuan replied, "Are you really daring to ask for that?" Shen Nyanian snorted lightly. "You just say if you'll give it to me or not. If you don't," Shen Nyanian pretended to go out, "I'll go tell Duanyi now. You tricked him into marriage and having children." The corner of Luo Qingyuan's mouth twitched. She felt the urge to sew Shen Nyanian's mouth shut. In the end, Luo Qingyuan said, "Go and ask Yang housekeeper for it later." Shen Nyanian's eyes instantly lit up, and she bounced over, acting as Luo Qingyuan's lackey, helping her dry her hair. Shen Nyanian talked while drying Luo Qingyuan's hair. "If Duan's and I were together, would that mean the Duan family and Shen family were ally?" Luo Qingyuan nodded. "Indeed." Shen Nyanian continued, "If our two families are ally, the Duan family will act as a pivot between us. In that case, won't your parents and your brother be satisfied?" Luo Qingyuan glanced at her. "You don't know my brother's temperament. Besides, are you sure your father won't force you to stay at home?" Shen Nyanian's heart sank halfway. "Of course he will. And my younger brother is about to take over the company business. They also want me to marry to consolidate their interests." Luo Qingyuan patted her head. "With me around, they wouldn't dare." Shen Nyanian was ecstatic and hugged Luo Qingyuan directly. Although the Shen family was not poor, compared to the wealthiest Luo family, they were quite lacking. If Luo Qingyuan was willing to help her, she would have a much better life. At least she wouldn't have to become a sacrificial lamb for marriage so soon. Shen Nyanian was both touched and suddenly remembered something. She quickly took out a document from her bag and handed it to Luo Qingyuan. Luo Qingyuan was puzzled as she opened the detailed list. Shen Nyanian was a top talent in computer science. When the incident with the drug drinks happened, Luo Qingyuan had someone investigate, but those people were well hidden, and it took her quite a while to find any information. So, Luo Qingyuan shared this information with Shen Nyanian, and unexpectedly, Shen Nyanian really had some skills. Luo Qingyuan looked at the familiar names on the list and couldn't help but grow cold. Shen Nyanian said, "These people have intricate influence in Kyoto. Although they are not comparable to the Luo family, they are still some big households. It won't be easy to deal with them in the short term. You have to be careful in handling this." This was the second year since Luo Qingyuan took over Henglun. Everyone wanted her to fail. The best way to destroy a woman is to tarnish her reputation, Shen Nyanian said. That night, there were a lot of reporters and media at the door. They planned everything but didn't expect that the Kyoto bar was your industry. Holding the list, Luo Qingyuan read it carefully and smiled in the end. The Zhang family did not participate in this matter, which is surprising. Shen Nyanian said with a smile, "Zhang Jingchuan is at least considering you as his fiancé. Who would want to put a cuckold hat on themselves?" Speaking of Zhang Jingchuan, Shen Nyanian's expression turned serious. "You and Zhang Jingchuan are completely at odds. Despite Zhang Jingchuan looking like a gentleman in a suit, he is very petty. Because you are not giving him face, he should, in theory, make a move no matter what. But he didn't. There's a saying." Shen Nyanian paused. "When a child is quiet, definitely up to mischief, you have to be careful." After Shen Nyanian's reminder, Luo Qingyuan also became vigilant. "You can rest assured, I'll have someone keep an eye on him." Although Luo Qingyuan wasn't afraid, she now had a family. She couldn't let the Duan family get caught up in a storm because of her. With Shen Nyanian getting what she wanted and sharing important information, she stood up and prepared to leave. "I'm heading back now. Tomorrow, I have to deal with Duan's again. He thinks I've broken my leg, and I can't let him know I can move around freely now." Luo Qingyuan was genuinely surprised. "Aren't you going to stay for dinner first? Also, I've talked to the other side. They should have changed Duanzi's dorm room, right?" Speaking of which, Shen Nyanian got angry. Yes, they asked him to change, but he refused, saying he was used to living there. "So I have no choice but to stay there too." After saying that, Shen Nyanian waved. "I'm leaving now. Tomorrow, have someone send the car to my villa. Goodbye." After that, Shen Nianian turned and left. Her urgency made Luo Qingyuan shake her head helplessly. She was just testing the waters to let them get in touch, but it seemed like there might really be something going on. After Shen Nianian left, Luo Qingyuan looked at the list and memorized it silently. Next, she would have to deal with these parasites in Kyoto one by one. Anyone who tried to ruin her would not be spared. Just as Luo Qingyuan was lost in thought, Zilin knocked on the door and entered. "Miss, the old lady has returned, and young Master John has also arrived." Hearing this, Luo Qingyuan furrowed her brows. John Jingchuan came with the old lady. Zilin nodded. "Yes. John young master brought many expensive gifts and said he wanted to apologize to you in person." Luo Qingyuan felt a bit of a headache. Her grandmother really knew how to stir up trouble for her. After some thought, Luo Qingyuan called for Yang Li. "Go and kick him out. I don't care how you do it. Just make sure not to disturb the old lady." Yang Li nodded. Yes. At that moment, the old lady was in the garden pavilion with Zhang Jingchuan, chatting and drinking tea. Yang Li stood there silently, watching Zhang Jingchuan. Zhang Jingchuan felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at like that, and after about 20 minutes, he couldn't help but ask, "Yan Yan, what do you mean by looking at me like that?" Yan Li remained expressionless. "Mr. Zhang, please leave." Zhang Jingchuan was momentarily stunned, but soon he understood. "Is this the meaning of Miss Luo Qingyuan?" Yan Li said, "You don't need to concern yourself with that, but, for now, the Luo family does not welcome you." Zhang Jingchuan smiled. He guessed that Luo Qingyuan might make things difficult for him, but he didn't expect. Yan Li was fully prepared for Zhang Jingchuan to play hardball, who knew that Zhang Jingchuan simply smiled lightly and said, "I understand she's angry. You can tell her I'll come back. Until she's willing to see me. If it's not here, I'll go to her house to find her. Yan housekeeper, please pass on the message." After that, Zhang Jingchuan turned and left. Once his figure was no longer visible, Yan Li couldn't help but mutter, "He's really bold, acting as if he's the son-in-law of the Luo family." After that, Yan Li went to find Luo Qingyuan and relay everything that had happened. Luo Qingyuan said, "I see." The room finally quieted down, and Luo Qingyuan was genuinely tired. She bid Duanyi good night before falling asleep. At that moment, the old lady was lying in bed, and Yang Li was tucking her in. The old lady looked at Yang Li with a smile. "Xiaoliang, do you know why I brought Zhang Jingchuan here?" Yang Li smiled. "I guess you wanted Zhang to see clearly how Miss Luo sees things." The old lady sighed. "You really do understand me after all these years. That Zhang Jingchuan is quite slippery, but compared to Duanyi, he can match up. Qingyuan's child will only be safe with someone who loves her and won't let her be wronged." Yan Li certainly understood. The old lady was very shrewd, and the excuse she used to bring Zhang Jingchuan in was so clumsy that the old lady figured it out, deliberately cooperating with her. Yan Li also knew that Luo Qingyuan had a flash marriage, but she hadn't seen her brother-in-law yet. From the old lady's tone, it seemed that she was quite satisfied with her prospective brother-in-law. So, Yan Li said, "It seems that the future brother-in-law has quite the charm to make you look at him in such a light." The old lady thought of Duanyi and said, "He's handsome, upright, emotionally stable, except for having no money and power, which is a big flaw. He's pretty good. Having no money and power is difficult." The old lady genuinely grieved. Despite the Duan family having a house in Kyoto, for most ordinary people, it was impressive, but for their class, it was poor, no doubt about it. Even though the old lady was satisfied with Duanyi, she couldn't help but feel that Duanyi wasn't worthy of her granddaughter. Yan Li tried to console, "Old lady, don't worry about it. Miss is a very decisive person. These years she hasn't made any mistakes in her actions, right? Miss has good judgment. She won't be wrong in judging people. Moreover, the future brother-in-law is still young. Children have their own blessings. You should just go along with Mrs. Happiness." The old lady's troubled heart eased a bit, and she patted Yang Li's hand with a smile. "After so many years, you're the only one who speaks to my liking. You're right, I'm an old woman. Let the young people have fun. Let's sleep, sleep." At these words, the old lady lay down, and Yang Li left the room. On the afternoon of the second day, Duanyi was about to pack up and leave work to go home to catch up on sleep when he received a call from Liu Ya. "Liu Ya, wait for me. I'll come to pick you up to see the world." Duanyi yawned. "I'm so sleepy. What else do I need to see the world for? I'm going home to catch up on sleep." "Liu Ya, come on. There are good things this time. Dwinyi. Quit beating around the bush. What good things? Liu Ye. There is a charity banquet held by a prominent family in the capital tonight. I heard that people from various business sectors are attending, and even the richest family in the capital, the Luo family, will be there. Since my dad is overseas, he wants me to go see the world by myself. He said I might meet some rich friends, but my mom said there will be a lot of food at the charity banquet, so she just wants me to eat. I'm scared. I think I should listen to my mom. So, I'm taking you and Lin Feng to crash the party. You can't miss out on a free meal, and besides, if I happen to meet a rich lady who likes me, then I'd hit the jackpot, right? Dwinyi was speechless. Weren't you the one crying your eyes out last night? How come you've changed your tune so quickly? Liu Ye, stop talking nonsense, bro. That wasn't crying. That was finding peace. Enough chit-chat. Hurry up and get ready. I'll be downstairs at your company soon. After saying that, Liu Ye hung up the phone, and a message from Luo Qingyuan popped up on Wenyi's WeChat. I have to work late tonight. I might be back later. Make yourself some food at home. Be good. Dwinyi suddenly remembered Liu Ye mentioning the richest family in the capital, the Luo family. Luo family. Dwinyi was puzzled, but he couldn't help but search online for information about the richest family in the capital, the Luo family, and found nothing except that they lived abroad. Dwinyi originally didn't want to go, but for some reason, he still packed up and followed Liu Ye. Liu Ye picked up Dwinyi and also picked up Lin Feng. The three of them headed towards the charity banquet. Lin Feng, can we attend the charity banquet without making a donation? Liu Ye, don't worry. My dad prepared 100,000 for me. Although 100,000 is indeed nothing in front of the big shots, at least I paid up. Lin Feng, not bad. Liu Ye, you usually keep a low profile. I didn't expect you to be a hidden second-generation rich kid. Liu Ye waved his hand. Don't make fun of me. You both know I'm just a nobody in the capital. My family has two houses. My dad is just a small boss of a small internet company, and my mom is a full-time housewife. Not exactly a second generation. As for being able to attend this charity banquet, it's truly an invitation from my dad's business partner. This is my first time attending. I just broke up, wanted to meet more people. Even if I can't get in touch, at least I can have some good food and not lose out. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed not bad. We can also see how the rich people in the inner circle of the capital live. Dwinyi also nodded. Indeed. It's a good idea. It really is inspiring to take us out to see the world. Liu Ye grinned triumphantly, just about to say something when he suddenly patted Dwinyi, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Oh man, look behind you. It's a Maybach. Lin Feng and Dwinyi turned around and saw a Maybach following them. In that moment, Lin Feng got excited. Oh my god, not just that. Behind the Maybach is a Porsche 918 Spider. This car starts at $130 million. Wow. Liu Ye deliberately slowed down the car. Heavens, there are many other luxury cars behind as well. Dwinyi couldn't help but get excited too, eagerly looking through the window. He wasn't tired anymore, feeling so energized. If he could just touch the Porsche, he would go nuts. If not, at least he could touch the Maybach. He could tell that the Maybach was worth tens of millions. Lin Feng, this world is crazy. Isn't the Porsche and Maybach discontinued ages ago? As the Maybach overtook them, Dwinyi saw clearly the person sitting in the front passenger seat of the Maybach. It was actually Cheng Suisui. And Cheng Suisui also saw Dwinyi. Luo Qingyuan, sitting in the Porsche, immediately received a call from Cheng Suisui. Boss, Mr. Dwin is sitting in the Audi for in front of you. Upon hearing this news, Luo Qingyuan immediately reclined the seat. Thus, when the Porsche overtook them, everyone only saw the driver focusing on carefully driving. Cheng Suisui's voice echoed in Luo Qingyuan's ears. Boss, judging from their direction, they may also be going to the charity banquet. Should we cancel tonight's plans temporarily? Luo Qingyuan sat up and glanced at the Audi through the rearview mirror, then said, no need. Carry on as planned. Cheng Suisui immediately became serious. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Suisui remained vigilant. Since Luo Qingyuan said to proceed as usual, they had to pay special attention to Dwinyi now, making sure not to be found out. Cheng Suisui quickly contacted Liu Yan, who was waiting at the banquet. Upon receiving the message, Liu Yan felt like he was facing a major threat. He had met Dwinyi before, so he had to be careful not to give away any clues. Pretending to be a colleague of Cheng Suisui, it was really a risky situation. Liu Yan. I understand. I'll handle the situation at the venue. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan was messaging Duanyi. Luo Qingyuan. What are you eating tonight? Do you want me to order takeout for you? Duanyi. Tonight, Liu Yan is taking me and Lin Feng to crash a charity banquet, so we'll have plenty to eat there. No need to bother. Watching Duanyi's reply, Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but smile, wondering how Duanyi suddenly ended up on the same path as her. So, she assigned Cheng Suisui a task. Make sure the food at the banquet is more abundant. Cheng Suisui twitched his mouth, understanding perfectly prepare a luxurious banquet. He was deeply disapproving of Luo Qingyuan's overly indulgent behavior, but couldn't help but feel envious. If only she were a man, she'd be overjoyed. After all, most of the preparations for a charity banquet revolved around alcohol, with mostly delicate snacks, so how could there be a need for a buffet? But as soon as Liu Yan received the order, all the top-notch restaurants in the vicinity immediately stood by to prepare food for the charity banquet. About half an hour later, Luo Qingyuan entered the venue through an exclusive passage. At that moment, Duanyi was still on the way. Unable to contain himself, Liu Ya said, "Had you seen the person sitting in the Maybach earlier, Duanyi?" "I met him when I went to pick up my wife." Liu Ya couldn't help but shake his head. "Oh my, your wife actually knows someone who drives a Porsche. That's really something." Lin Feng also nodded. Hen Lun grouped, "'Tis really impressive." Liu Ya nodded. "Definitely. At any rate, I can't get in. I heard the security guards there have 5-figure salaries." "Duan bro, your bro is impressive. Your wife is impressive. You really have a good life." Duanyi, "No chose. This might just be the fortune of the wealthy, as the old folks say." Liu Ya and Lin Feng simultaneously. TSK. At 7:30 in the evening, Duanyi and his two companions also arrived at the charity banquet venue. The three of them were all in suits, but they were very ordinary suits. Except for the fact that everyone else was in formal evening wear and branded suits, they stood out a bit. However, as soon as they entered the venue, before they could even make their way to the center, they heard commotion at the entrance. Everyone turned around to see a line of chefs pushing in a line of dishes. Everyone present couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Was this year's charity banquet going crazy? Weren't we just going to have expensive wine? These lined-up dishes. Buddha jumps over the wall. Dompo pork, lion's head meatballs, spicy chicken, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, bird's nest with rock sugar, truffle abalone soup, seafood treasure curry, sea urchin sashimi, Australian lobster. It was a dazzling array of delicacies. The eyes of Liu Ya and the others widened. They were, in essence, feasting on a state banquet. Almost everyone present was knowledgeable about fine dining, and all were exchanging glances. At that moment, a staff member appeared, smiling as he explained, "Tonight, all the dishes and drinks are on our boss. Please enjoy yourselves. The actual charity auction will officially begin in an hour." As soon as the staff member finished speaking, someone came over with red wine. Someone muttered under their breath, "There's more top-notch wine tonight than last time." "Yeah. Could it be that some big shot is coming tonight? Who knows? Let's just be cautious, and not make any mistakes." Liu Ya couldn't wait to pick up the wine on the table and took a sip. "This wine packs a punch. Quickly. Try it." Duanyi and Lin Feng also took a sip. After Duanyi finished, he suddenly felt the taste. Seeing Duanyi lost in thought, Liu Ya patted him. "What are you doing?" Staring blankly at the wine, Duanyi hesitated. "This wine's taste is so familiar." Liu Ya jokingly said, "Don't tell me you've had it before." Duanyi replied, "Seems like I have." Lin Feng touched his forehead. "He's not running a fever. Why is he talking nonsense?" Liu Ya leaned over. "Do you know what wine this is?" Duanyi said. "What wine?" "I don't know." Liu Ya patted his chest. "Your dad was fortunate to have had it once. Let your dad tell you." So, Duanyi and Lin Feng playfully gave Liu Ya a punch each. Lin Feng said, "Just tell us already. What wine is it?" Liu Ya looked at the foreign words on the label, shaking his head. "I can't pronounce the name." Duanyi and Lin Feng's hands were itching again. Liu Ya said, "Don't rush. I might not know the name, but I know this bottle starts at 5 million. One sip. And it's a 5-figure number." Duanyi and Lin Feng gasped, suddenly feeling the wine glass in their hands getting hot. Lin Feng asked Duanyi, "Do you still dare to say you've had it before?" Duanyi shook his head. "No way. Must have been dreaming. Lin Feng and Liu Ya burst into laughter. The three of them were having a lively conversation, attracting frequent glances from others in the room, making them feel uncomfortable all over. Someone muttered, "The threshold for this charity banquet is getting lower. All sorts of people can get in." Liu Ji's face darkened. Just as he was about to retort, a waiter in a tailcoat approached with a polite smile. "Gentlemen, the hall is too nosy. My boss invites you upstairs for a chat." Liu Ya was taken aback. "Who's your boss?" The waiter maintained his smile. "You will know once you go upstairs, sir." Meanwhile, the woman, Mrs. LV, who had just mocked Liu Ya and his companions, had a changeable expression. Everyone knew this was the charity banquet organized by the Luo family. Only the prominent families from the capital could go upstairs. She couldn't have unknowingly offended some big shot, right? No one dared to speak, and the atmosphere in the venue became somewhat quiet. Liu Ya hesitated, giving a longing look at the food in the hall. The observant waiter immediately said, "Don't worry, all the snacks will be provided for you gentlemen shortly." Liu Ya was delighted. "Great, then let's go upstairs." The waiter stepped aside and bowed. "Please." Liu Ya immediately led Duanyi and Lin Feng upstairs. Duanyi and Lin Feng weren't fools. From the reactions of the people there, they knew that going upstairs wouldn't be easy. Liu Ya was chatting away in front, while the two of them observed their surroundings from behind. As soon as they got upstairs, Duanyi saw someone standing across the hall. Cheng Sui. Cheng Sui seemed to be waiting specifically for them, and when he saw Duanyi, he just raised his wine glass from afar. The previous staff member said, "That's the boss who asked me to bring you up." Duanyi suddenly understood that this was all for the sake of his wife's face. Duanyi nodded towards Cheng Sui, who finished his wine and left after that. Once the staff member led them into a private room, he left as well. The meal was already laid out, identical to the one downstairs. Lin Feng and Liu Ya immediately leaned in. "Oh my! Was that lady just like the one in the Maybach ad? Heavens, Duan! You've leveled up. Your wife has connections." Duanyi scratched his head. "I'm just as confused, probably thanks to King Yuan's influence." Liu Ya sighed. "Your wife has such good connections?" Lin Feng exclaimed. "This is a true elite circle. Unbelievable." "Duan, could your wife be a hidden tycoon from a big family?" Liu Ya said. "How is that possible? Don't big shots live in the city center? Maybe even in traditional courtyards?" The banter continued between the two, seemingly innocently, but Duanyi couldn't shake off a strange feeling and stayed silent. Liu Ya urged, "What are you thinking? Eat quickly, and we'll leave as soon as we're done." Lin Feng asked, "Aren't we waiting for the charity auction to start?" Liu Ya replied, "We just came to eat for free. Going up to the second floor with your wife's influence is already impressive. We can't stay on the second floor for long. Let's eat and leave after." Lin Feng, munching on food, asked, "What do you mean?" Duanyi also listened intently while eating. Liu Ya explained, "My dad told me, once the banquet starts, the second floor donations start at 1 million. Lin Feng widened his eyes, and Duanyi smacked the back of Liu Ji's head. "And you dare to bring us up here?" Lin Feng kicked Liu Ya under the table. "Damn it, Liu Ya, if I go bankrupt, I'll sell your house." Liu Ya winced, then quickly said, "Didn't the guy say we have an hour? We still have 40 minutes. Eat quickly. Once we're done, we'll leave." Lin Feng gave Liu Ya a resentful look and said, "You really have the guts to do it for personal gain." Liu Ya chuckled and said, "Hurry up. Stop criticizing me and just eat." Duanyi helplessly shook his head, but the three of them maintained a silent agreement and enjoyed their food. Actually, Liu Ya was only half right. It's true that donations start at 1 million on the second floor, but it's not before the charity banquet starts. It's from the moment you step onto the second floor. However, this charity banquet was organized by Luo King Yuan, with the purpose of gathering the people on the guest list and testing the waters. Since Duanyi had arrived, delaying for an hour was fine. Luo King Yuan lay quietly in the room waiting for them. Half an hour later, Cheng Sui arrived. "Luo Zong, Mr. Duan has left. I've arranged for the hotel staff to drive them back," Cheng Sui reported. Luo King Yuan then opened her eyes, stood up, and looked down from a high place where the city's neon lights flickered. Her eyes sparkled with colorful lights, making her appear gentle and intellectual. She asked, "They should have eaten comfortably, right?" Cheng Sui calmly replied, "Yes, everyone even packed some food to take home. Mr. Liu donated 100,000. And last night at the Kyoto bar, He won 100,000 in the first prize. Luo Qingyuan nodded with a smile. Very good. In that case, let's begin. Cheng Suisui finally relaxed his tense demeanor. Okay, although it was called a charity banquet, it was actually a game Luo Qingyuan had set up to probe the backgrounds of various big shots. After being in Kyoto for a long time, it couldn't just be her on the front line, right? Didn't she also need to gradually cast her net? The charity banquet officially began, and the staff approached Mrs. Liu. With a distant smile on their faces, the staff member said, Mrs. Liu, our boss is not very welcoming to the Liu family. Before the charity banquet starts, we have to ask you to leave temporarily. Mrs. Liu's face turned pale, and though there were many onlookers, no one dared to speak loudly. Some people recognized the staff member as the one who had escorted the 3 rural men to the second floor earlier. Someone whispered, it seems that these 3 individuals do have some background. Yes, their background must be quite significant. To have the Luo family intervene personally and drive away the Liu family. What is the Liu family compared to the Luo family? Blame Liu's family for being ignorant. How could they dare to mock others casually on such an occasion? Although the voices were low, Mrs. Liu heard clearly, leaving her red-faced. The Liu family in Kyoto had some assets, but despite their unwillingness to admit it, they were nothing compared to the Luo family. Today, she had kicked a steel plate, and in the end, she could only stamp her foot and leave. With a faint smile, the staff member said, Please. This small incident quickly came to an end, but it served as a warning to many present. Anyone who could enter such a high-end venue was prominent, and one must not judge a person casually based on their attire, as it was easy to bump into a steel plate. When he returned home at 10 o'clock that night, carrying the packed delicious food, he walked home. While walking, he couldn't help but take photos to show Luo Qingyuan, with a caption, Look, I've brought you a lot of delicious food for your late-night snack when you return. So, Luo Qingyuan, who was drinking, eventually put down her glass, deciding not to eat anything to ensure she could eat later. She was also secretly messaging Duanyi when Cheng Suisui came over, saying, Luo Zong, the fish is on the hook. So, Luo Qingyuan had to temporarily set aside what she was doing and deal with the current business. Duanyi returned to his room, took a shower, changed his clothes, and relaxed on the sofa, playing 2 rounds of games. Then he received a message from Luo Qingyuan, I'll be home in 10 minutes. Duanyi immediately quit the game, went to the kitchen, and heated the food for Luo Qingyuan. 10 minutes later, Luo Qingyuan arrived home. Duanyi, wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen and saw her, his eyes lighting up instantly. You're back. Luo Qingyuan held a shopping bag in her hand and nodded with a smile. I bought you a suit. Try it on quickly. While speaking, Luo Qingyuan had already walked over to Duanyi and handed him the shopping bag, then proceeded to remove the apron from him. Duanyi said, Let me try it on later. You've been busy all day. Let me reheat the food for you. But Luo Qingyuan, without any doubt, put the apron on herself, saying, I still want to see you in the suit first. Duanyi felt embarrassed at her words. I already have a lot of suits. Those you sent to my home last time. Luo Qingyuan pushed him towards the room. This time is different. Hurry up and try it on. Duanyi could only go back to the room to change clothes, while Luo Qingyuan went to the kitchen. The clothes she had sent home last time amounted to 50,000. She only asked Duanyi to pay for 10,000, whereas this suit cost 20,000. It wasn't from any brand but was custom-made by a high-end designer. It had just been completed tonight and delivered to her, so she decided to take it home. Luo Qingyuan couldn't eat much of the food, so she heated up a couple of dishes and placed them on the table. Duanyi changed into the new suit and came out. Seeing him, Luo Qingyuan's eyes lit up. Indeed, clothes make the person eager. You look spirited and handsome. Duanyi touched the fabric of his suit. Is this very expensive? It feels different from the others. Luo Qingyuan said, It's just the processing fee that's a bit costly. This is fabric my girlfriend brought back from overseas, so it's essentially free. Curious, Duanyi asked, Your girlfriend? I've never heard you mention her before. Luo Qingyuan replied, She's currently on a business trip. We met briefly last night, but once she returns in a while, I'll introduce you to her. Duanyi said, Okay. Then I'll treat you both to dinner, and that happens. Luo Qingyuan nodded and said, Eat quickly. I'll go change into something else. After saying that, Duanyi returned to his room, and when he came out all prepared, Luo Qingyuan was already washing the dishes. Dwinyi muttered. So fast, isn't it? Shortly after, Luo Qingyuan approached him, held his hand, and led him into the room. I'll go take a shower first. Wait for me, Luo Qingyuan said. Half an hour later, wearing a camisole and a hair cap, she emerged from the bathroom and immediately pounced on Dwinyi as he lay in bed. Originally feeling drowsy, Dwinyi was instantly awakened by her actions and hugged her. Let me dry your hair first, he suggested. Buried in his neck, Luo Qingyuan murmured. No, you dry it for me. Pushing her lightly, Dwinyi said. Then you have to get up. Don't press on me. I'll go get the hairdryer. Softly, with a hint of laziness in her voice, Luo Qingyuan said, I'm so tired. Husband, carry me over. Luo Qingyuan rarely acted cute, so when she did, Dwinyi couldn't resist. Without a word, he picked her up and retrieved the hairdryer. Dwinyi stood in front of the dressing table, with Luo Qingyuan sitting on top of it, facing each other as he blew her hair. The sound of the hairdryer was loud, and neither of them spoke, but the look in Luo Qingyuan's eyes towards Dwinyi grew more intense. It wasn't until Dwinyi set down the hairdryer that Luo Qingyuan softly said, I missed you so much today. Dwinyi gently rubbed her head. I missed you too. Luo Qingyuan embraced his neck, her eyes sparkling. You don't understand. I thought of you when I ate today, when I was at work. Dwinyi, I've never felt so homesick before. Especially when she saw Dwinyi at the venue, but they couldn't be together. The longing in Luo Qingyuan's heart overflowed even more. The more people around, the more she wanted to show Dwinyi off to everyone. She wanted everyone in the capital to know that Dwinyi was her husband. For this goal, she must quickly secure all domestic business in her hands. Even if her parents and brother came, they could not shake that at all. So she was very tired. But today, seeing Dwinyi and his friends so happy together, she felt that her tiredness was worth it. Dwinyi directly reached out and pinched her chin, bringing them close enough to feel each other's breath. Dwinyi, I understand. I've never been so happy. After saying that, Dwinyi couldn't wait anymore and kissed her lips, grinding them repeatedly. Luo Qingyuan also closed her eyes, quietly enjoying this moment of happiness. Meanwhile, Dwinyi's phone was continuously vibrating on the bed, but Dwinyi couldn't be distracted and didn't answer the call in time. In the bar's dressing room, Yinuan covered her mouth as tears silently streamed down her face. She had already changed her phone card to call Dwinyi, but Dwinyi still didn't answer. Dwinyi really ignored her. The door of the dressing room was forcefully knocked on, and Yinuan shrank back in fear, her eyes filled with terror. The cursing outside resounded. You bitch. A dancer dares to act high and mighty. You haven't even been touched yet. How dare you provoke our boss? Open the door. The manager nervously stood at the dressing room door. Miss Yi is indeed only part-time here, only responsible for dancing on stage, not for entertaining guests. Should I personally go apologize to Master Feng? Wang Ren pushed the manager aside. Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve to apologize to Brother Feng? Brother Feng wants that bitch to come out and kneel down and apologize. The manager was sweating bullets. Yinuan was someone instructed by higher-ups to protect. He didn't know who the big shot above was, but he knew Yinuan was not someone to mess with. What if our person in charge here goes to talk to Master Feng? Wang Ren kicked the manager. Get out of the way. At that moment, Non-Crossing received a call from Yinuan. Sister Non-Crossing, save me. Save me. Non-Crossing was startled awake by Yinuan's voice. What's wrong, Yinuan? Yinuan cried. Sister Non-Crossing, I've offended someone. They want to take me away. Non-Crossing consoled her as she put on shoes. Don't cry. Send me your location. Keep your phone line open. The location quickly appeared on Non-Xing's phone, and she saw that the bar was very close to where she was. If she drove, she could be there in just over 10 minutes. Without delay, Non-Crossing called the police while also looking for male crew members on the set, as she was just a lone woman and who knew what trouble might come up. She quickly gathered over 10 people and prepared to head to the scene, but Suke stopped her before she could leave. Suke, Non-Crossing, are you crazy? You're here to work, not to play savior. Do you know how many paparazzi are around here? If you go out and get recognized, how will you explain it? Do you want to destroy your image? Non-Crossing understood the seriousness of the situation, but she also understood that Yinuan wouldn't call if she wasn't in a desperate situation. She looked at Suke, her gaze firm. I know, but Keke, if I don't go, what will happen to my friend for the rest of her life? She's like us, a woman. If she's ruined, She won't be able to go on living. Under everyone's gaze, Nanxing's voice was not loud, but it was resolute. Reputation is important, but for me, human life is more important. After saying that, Non-Crossing didn't hesitate any longer. She put on a hat and a mask, and got into her car, closing the door. DRIZZLE, drive. Nanxing's car gradually moved away, followed by several vans. Suke and the other crew members stood there with complex expressions. Little did Non-Crossing know, her words had planted a seed in the minds of everyone on the set, a seed that might sprout into a towering tree someday in the future. Suke sighed. She's still young after all, full of passion. Kyoto is bustling. It's not that easy to just wander around without someone watching your back. The manager and the security guards were holding their ground at the dressing room door, as everyone else in the bar was scared to get involved and had left. At that moment, the overall person in charge of the bar, Sujong, was on his way there. Yi Nuan was someone the Luo family specifically instructed them to look after, and if something happened on his turf, he probably wouldn't be able to stay in Kyoto the next day. In fact, when Yi Nuan entered the dressing room, she had already called the police, but they had not shown up, leaving her with no choice but to call Dunyan Non-Crossing. With the police delayed, Yi Nuan wasn't foolish. She could only deduce that she had, indeed, provoked the wrong people this time. Dang. The dressing room was kicked again, and the outside curses continued. Yi Nuan could only cover her ears and huddle in the cabinet. Wang Ren was extremely impatient, ready to have the dressing room smashed open and drag the woman inside out, but then he heard someone say from behind, "Manager Su is here." Wang Ren turned around to see Sujong walking in with his bodyguards, exuding a powerful presence. Wang Ren nonchalantly joked, "Manager Su, you've come with such grandeur just for a small employee. Could it be you're planning to oppose the Fun family?" Sujong handed his phone to Wang Ren directly. After a brief look, Wang Ren's expression changed, and all his earlier arrogance disappeared. Sujong snatched the phone from Wang Ren's hand, coldly snorting, "You better hurry and go ask your Master Feng if this matter is still going to be pursued. Also, how will you explain this to that person tomorrow?" Wang Ren's face turned pale. He was scared as he glanced at the dressing room and quickly left with his men. Who would have thought a dancer had ties to the Luo family? And that someone from the Luo family personally ordered to look after her. This was big trouble. Not being able to touch her yet, the boss was already angry. The Feng family might be doomed tomorrow. Stepping on the Feng family was like squashing ants. Who was this girl? How did she possess such great powers? Wang Ren regretted it so much. He wished he could grow wings and fly to inform their boss immediately. The dressing room door was knocked on, and Yi Nuan shivered in fear. The manager's voice came from outside the door. "Miss Yi, those people have already left. Are you okay?" Yi Nuan still dared not make a sound, until her phone rang and a message popped up from Non-Crossing. "Those people have left. Come out." So, Yi Nuan quickly opened the door, but only saw the manager at the doorway. She looked left and right but didn't see Nanxing's shadow. The manager thought Yi Nuan was looking at Wang Ren and hurriedly said, "Miss Yi, don't be afraid. Our boss has come, and incidents like this won't happen again in the future." Yi Nuan suddenly ran out, and across the street from the bar, she saw a van. She couldn't make out the person on the passenger side, as they were bundled up tightly. Only Non-Crossing would be bundled up like that when going out. Yi Nuan's eyes suddenly turned red. Ding dong. Her phone rang again. Another message from Non-Crossing. "I just arrived and saw someone going in to save you. Nuan. I won't come over. Protect yourself." Yi Nuan looked up but only saw Non-Crossing push down his hat brim. Then the van did a U-turn and left. Tears fell from Yi Nuan's eyes. She never expected that she had treated Non-Crossing like that, yet he was willing to come and rescue her at such a critical moment. The manager also came out afterward, smiling apologetically. "Miss Yi, we didn't handle today's situation well, and you were frightened. As compensation, how about we pay you 10,000 yuan for mental distress?" 10,000 yuan. Yi Nuan finally realized that something was amiss. After all, she was a university student and not foolish. Ultimately, she was in the wrong with the incident today. Fun Yu was rude in his words. She endured it, but when he tried to grab her hand, she swiftly grabbed a bottle to hit his head. The Fun family in the capital had some influence, as evident from the reactions of the manager and colleagues in the bar. The manager vouched for her, and later Mr. Su also supported her. Yin Nuan didn't believe that her status warranted Mr. Su and the manager siding against the Fun family's people. So, Yin Nuan looked at the manager, wiping the sweat diligently, and asked, "Who vouched for me?" The manager was puzzled. "Mr. Su." Yin Nuan asked, "Why did Mr. Su vouch for me?" The manager said, "How would I know? I'm just a worker. I do as the boss says." The manager was lamenting, as he didn't want to deal with such a mess. If he didn't handle it, he could lose his job, so he was under significant pressure. Yin Nuan intended to find out the truth. "Manager, where is Mr. Su?" The manager said, "My dear, Mr. Su has already left. Can we just let this matter go for today? You weren't harmed. Fun Yu is still bleeding. Let's consider it settled. Can you stop pursuing this?" The manager genuinely wanted to calm things down. Better to avoid more trouble. He wanted to close up and go home to get some rest. However, Yin Nuan was not willing. She wanted to know who protected her. Was it the person she had in mind? Yin Nuan pressed, "Where is Mr. Su?" The manager was almost going crazy trying to answer when a strange voice came from behind him. "Sujong, what do you want from me?" Yin Nuan turned around to see Sujong, who approached with a few people and stood in front of her. Yin Nuan, full of suspicion, asked, "Why did you help me?" Sujong replied, "I helped you because this bar is under my ownership, and it happens that the Fun family and I have some conflicts. You were just an intermediary." After speaking, Sujong walked past Yin Nuan, but before leaving, he turned back and said, "If you encounter problems in the future, look for the manager. Don't be impulsive and work diligently." With that, Sujong left with his entourage. The manager waved, "All right, please leave and come back after resting for 2 days." With that, the manager went back inside, leaving Yin Nuan standing alone in the cold and desolate street. Yin Nuan quietly shed tears. Her phone was silent and the person she was waiting for had not sent any messages. Meanwhile, in another private room, Fun Yu was anxiously waiting for Wang Ren to bring Yin Nuan to report on the situation. The door creaked open. Wang Ren returned, and Fun Yu raised his head, his anger mounting. "Where is that woman?" Wang Ren rushed over. "Hey, young master, you can't say such things." Enraged, Fun Yu's eyes turned red as he pointed to his head wound. "I can't say. My hands haven't even touched her, and have been hit like this. Can't I say?" Wang Ren hurriedly closed the door to the private room and tried to calm Fun Yu down. "This woman is from the Luo family." Fun Yu was livid. "I don't care about the Luo family if she provokes me." Fun Yu's voice suddenly stopped. Then he looked at Wang Ren stiffly. "Which family?" Wang Ren regretted. "Luo family." Fun Yu looked horrified. "That Luo family?" Wang Ren replied. "In this capital, whose Luo family could it be? It's the owner of the international bank and the richest family in the capital, the Luo family." Fun Yu questioned, "Why would someone from the Luo family be working as a dancer in such a low place?" Wang Ren shrugged. "Who knows?" Fun Yu suspiciously asked, "Could that woman know the Luo family's fame and came here to deceive people intentionally?" Wang Ren immediately shook his head. The Hen Lun Group's Liu Yan personally contacted Sujong. Liu Yan. Fun Yu was even more frightened. Everyone in this business circle knew that Liu Yan was the right-hand man of the Luo family. How could Fun Yu not be afraid of the family with the power to bankrupt the Fung family at a wave of a hand? The next morning at 7 a.m., Luo Qingyuan had just woken up and saw the message sent by Liu Yan on her phone. Upon reading it, she was instantly wide awake. Without delay, she got out of bed, entered the bathroom, and called Liu Yan back. "Is she okay?" "Liu Yan, don't worry. Miss Luo." Yin Nuan was not harmed. Mr. Su arrived in time. Luo Qingyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If something really happened to Yin Nuan in the bar, she felt a bit awkward explaining to Duan Yi, "Whose people are causing trouble?" "Liu Yan, the Fun family." "Fun Yu, I heard from the security guard that the head of the Fun family has already brought Fun Yu to Henlin Group waiting for you, saying they want to apologize." Luo Qingyuan coldly snorted. "They are quite sensible. They haven't even waited for me to make a move, and they've come on their own." Liu Yan respectfully asked, "Yes, but how should we handle this? Should we still keep the Fung family around?" Luo Qingyuan originally wanted to teach the Fun family a lesson, but thinking of Yin Nuan's situation, she couldn't bring herself to act too harshly. She remembered that Yin Nuan's mother would be released in 2 days. At that time, the Yi family would surely be in chaos again. All the Fung family, though a small household, still had some influence in the capital. It would be better to use the Feng family's power to directly help Yi Nuan get rid of this worrying about her mother, so Duanyi would no longer have to worry about Yi Nuan and Yi Zhaoshan in the future. With this in mind, Luo Qingyuan quickly made a decision. I remember. Does Feng Yu have a sister, Liu Yan? Yes, Feng Yu's sister is called Feng Ning, 30 years old this year, unmarried, currently managing Feng family's factory in the capital. Feng Yu is just a prodigal son who only knows how to eat, drink, gamble, and cause trouble over trivial matters. Let Feng Ning handle this matter. Remember, do not reveal the Luo family's name. Regardless of the method they use, they must obtain Yi Nuan's forgiveness. Yes, General Luo, I will be at the company later. Let the people from the Feng family go back. No need to stay at Henglin. Liu Yan received the command and immediately, and to carry it out. Indeed, Liu Yan didn't understand why Luo Qingyuan was so kind to Yi Nuan, but as an employee, he only needed to execute the boss's orders. As for understanding, he wouldn't dwell on it. Duanyi also woke up, seeing an unfamiliar call on his phone. He thought for a moment and decided to answer it. Perhaps it was a colleague from work. Little did he know, as soon as he picked up the phone, a familiar and slightly excited voice came from the other end. Senior, you finally answered my call. Duanyi's mind instantly cleared. He didn't expect it to be Yi Nuan on the line. Duanyi furrowed his brows, calling this late. Do you have something urgent? Yi Nuan, filled with joy, was about to speak when she heard another woman's voice from the phone. Honey, pass me the towel. Duanyi's voice was clearly heard by her, coming. The smile on Yi Nuan's face instantly froze, her face turning as white as snow. Before, when Duanyi mentioned being married, she hadn't fully comprehended it, but now, she seemed to have just realized it belatedly, that Duanyi was truly married, that there was truly another woman beside him, not non-crossing, not herself, but someone entirely unknown to them, someone completely unfamiliar to her. Duanyi's life really had nothing to do with her anymore. Duanyi sounded a bit impatient. Yi Nuan, if there's nothing urgent, please stop finding ways to call me. Your persistence is really annoying. You know, Yi Nuan asked calmly. Duanyi, do you no longer love me? After rubbing his head, Duanyi didn't understand. Hadn't he made it clear enough? To make Yi Nuan give up, he said, do I have to let you see her sleeping in my arms before you'll give up? At that moment, Yi Nuan's heart plummeted, trembling lips unable to form a complete sentence. The impact of Duanyi's words on her was beyond measure. Without a response, Duanyi also knew he had spoken to harshly. But, Yi Nuan, if it's about Zhaoshan, feel free to call me. But if you keep lingering on our past, then I'm sorry. Let me tell you again, I don't love you anymore. No matter how many times you ask, the answer will be the same. After saying this, Duanyi ruthlessly hung up the phone and went to get a towel for Luo Qingyuan. He wasn't being heartless toward Yi Nuan, but if he showed any softness, she would keep pestering him. Why bother? The road ahead was long, and as he walked, he would naturally meet someone better and more interesting than him. And then he could slowly forget about him. Tears once again uncontrollably streamed down Yi Nuan's face. During this period, she was nearly crying her eyes blind. She couldn't understand why Duanyi was so indifferent, as if all the previous affection and fondness were false. And so, time passed little by little. It seemed that Yi Nuan's situation hadn't stirred up any waves between them. A shadow had followed Yi Nuan. Feng Ning's task was to help Yi Nuan accept the apology. She offered money and effort, but Yi Nuan completely ignored her, treating her as if she were invisible. However, she couldn't directly force Yi Nuan, making the Feng family currently in a state of panic. Feng Yu also didn't dare to go out and carouse, staying at home, every day demanding updates. Every member of the Feng family was deeply concerned about this matter, as it concerned the future of the Feng family. A week passed quietly, and when he lived comfortably, just going to work and coming home to his wife, their feelings gradually deepening. However, this tranquility was shattered by an incident on a rainy weekend night. Luo General, there's an accident on the reality show Wild Survival. Liu Yan said. Our artists went out for filming, but due to heavy rain, the mountain road was slippery, causing the artists and crew to get separated. At this point, Luo Qingyuan did not yet know which artists had gone to the Wild Survival location. Send me the list immediately, and have you informed the rescue team? Alerted, but it includes Chen Yuan and non-crossing. Luo Qingyuan's face turned pale. Chen Yuan was a very popular actress currently, always in a stable position, as the leading actress, with high attention. But what was more critical was that Chen Yuan was the younger sister of her sister-in-law. If anything happened to Chen Yuan, her brother and sister-in-law would probably return to the country immediately. As for Non-Crossing, after Cloud Skirt aired, the ratings soared, and her fan base continued to expand daily. She could be called a hot rising female lead now, with an unlimited future ahead. Dwinyi also sensed the seriousness of the situation and quickly asked Luo Qingyuan, "What's going on?" The artist said, "An accident. I'm afraid I have to go to the scene myself." Dwinyi hurriedly got out of bed and dressed. "I'll accompany you." Luo Qingyuan nodded, confirming the procedures with Liu Yan while getting up and getting dressed. After hanging up the phone, Luo Qingyuan hurriedly left with Dwinyi. It was raining heavily outside, and Dwinyi was not driving fast. The normal high-speed trip from Kyoto to the neighboring city of Z would usually only take a little over 2 hours, but given the special circumstances today, it might take 4 to 5 hours. Luo Qingyuan glanced at Dwinyi and said, "In the list of the missing persons, there's Non-Crossing." Dwinyi's expression suddenly froze for a moment. "Non-Crossing?" Luo Qingyuan nodded, feeling quite overwhelmed, but still explained. "Wilderness Survival is currently the most popular variety show, and Non-Crossing gained a surge in popularity with Cloud Robe influence. The company, seizing the opportunity, had her participate in the show, but we didn't expect such a situation to occur." Dwinyi quickly calmed down. "Don't panic. The rescue team should already be looking. Let's rush there as soon as possible." Luo Qingyuan added, "Besides Non-Crossing, there are also several other artists under Heng Lun, as well as Chen Yuan, my sister-in-law's own younger sister." Dwinyi furrowed his brows. "Quickly check how long this rain will last." Luo Qingyuan quickly checked the weather forecast, and despair washed over her as she said, "It will rain heavily in Z for the next 3 days." Dwinyi hadn't expected the situation to be so severe. Luo Qingyuan couldn't afford to sit idle by. "I'll contact our own people. Waiting for the rescue team alone won't be enough, especially since the area of Non Mountain is quite vast." Dwinyi agreed. Indeed, the more people the better for rescues. "Also, contact Liu Ye. He knows many people. Let him help too. More hands make light work." Luo Qingyuan nodded and began making calls. Their household had many bodyguards, most of whom were retired and experienced, and Heng Lun had many employees who could be of help. They needed to find the missing persons quickly, or by tomorrow morning, the reports would flood the news, and the trending topic would be unstoppable. Most importantly, once it trends, the matter would truly be exposed, and if her sister-in-law was worried about Chen Yuan, she might return to the country with her brother on a private plane tomorrow, ending their good days. Additionally, the safety of the artists was crucial. With such heavy rain, there could easily be landslides, and finding the individuals was urgent. Dwinyi drove attentively. They were supposed to arrive around 4 or 5 in the morning, but by 3 in the morning, they were already at the foot of Non Mountain in Z City. Despite the heavy rain, the lights on Non Mountain were lit brightly, as rescue teams and crew members were busy digging roads, with excavators operating in the pouring rain. Due to the heavy rain, landslides had blocked the path up the mountain, and most of the rescue vehicles couldn't get through. Thus, most rescue personnel had to trek up the mountain. As soon as Luo Qingyuan arrived, Chen Feng ran over wearing a raincoat. He was about to call Luo, but Luo Qingyuan took the lead, saying, "Cut the small talk, and tell me the situation." Chen Feng immediately caught on and hurriedly reported, 3 people from Heng Lun are missing. Non-Crossing, Yu Ming, and Suzy. 2 individuals from the neighboring company are also missing, Chen Yuan and Sujiali. Sujiali. Dwinyi's eyebrows rose. Not Sujiali, hailed as the national heartthrob. Chen Feng was overwhelmed and didn't even pay attention to who Dwinyi was, knowing that whoever came with Luo Qingyuan must hold a high position. Hence, he nodded with a bitter smile. "Yes, it's him. The information is currently restricted, but come morning, the media will swarm this place." Luo Qingyuan's face darkened. "Don't you check the weather forecast when going out for shoots?" Chen Feng was equally distressed. The director of Wilderness Survival said we need rain to add realism. Who knew it would lead to such a serious incident? Non-Crossing was now Chen Feng's golden goose. He couldn't bear for something to happen to her, but sometimes fate plays tricks. Recording Wilderness Survival. Now it was truly a survival challenge. Luo Qingyuan understood that it wasn't the time to assign blame. With a sigh, she said, "Just waiting like this won't do. Let's follow the rescue team to search for the individuals. Saying this, she moved to grab a raincoat. Chen Feng was frightened. You can't go. With so many men here, where would you fit in? If something happened to President Luo, wouldn't the whole city of Kyoto be turned upside down? Dwayne firmly held Luo Qingyuan's hand. You don't need to go. I'll take people with me to follow the rescue team. Despite wanting to retort, Luo Qingyuan heard Dwayne say, it's slippery at night. Rest assured, I'll make sure to bring everyone back with the rescue team. Seeing Dwayne's resolute stance, Luo Qingyuan could only nod, then turned to Chen Feng. Bring me the map of Non Mountain. Chen Feng was confused. Isn't on your phone. Luo Qingyuan frowned and ordered. Go get it. Startled, Chen Feng scurried to find the map. Dwayne busied himself with putting on a raincoat. He didn't stop Luo Qingyuan because she was right. While Non Mountain wasn't desolate, ruling out potential attack by wild animals, rainfall could interfere with network signals, which was crucial. Furthermore, due to the filming requirements, none of them had brought phones, adding difficulty to the search effort. Dwayne wore the raincoat and carried a waterproof bag filled with basic food and water. As Non-Crossing and the others had been missing for over 8 hours, it was essential to replenish their nutrients quickly upon finding them. Worried, Luo Qingyuan was consoled by Dwayne's pat on her shoulder. Don't worry, they will be okay, and so will I after all. Dwayne was an enthusiast for mountain climbing. In college, he would challenge various famous mountains across the country whenever he had the chance. He had also been to Non Mountain before, familiar with its terrain. Qingyuan, stay here to deal with the media and reporters to minimize the public opinion turmoil. I know you care a lot about this show, Dwayne added before swiftly joining the next group heading into the mountains for search and rescue. Feeling a hint of warmth in her eyes, Luo Qingyuan acknowledged Dwayne's words. She cared a great deal, and if wilderness survival couldn't continue due to this incident, she would be losing more than just millions. If something happened to the artists, it would also be a headache for her, as it would keep the media and trending topics pressuring her and possibly the entire Hang Lun company. The rain kept pouring, and Yifeng and Liu Ya also arrived, followed by Li Yin and Cheng Xuai. With a group of people, more and more people entered the mountain, but, so far, they had only found Yuming and Suzy, along with Non-Crossing, but there was no news of Chen Yuan, and Sujiali. To make matters worse, it was already 7 in the morning. The rain had dwindled from a downpour to a drizzle. Cheng Xuai arrived soon after with bad news. Boss, many media outlets have gotten wind of the situation and are heading here. The roads leading to Z City are completely jammed. Luo Qingyuan, hasn't the security line been set up? Quickly have someone block it. We cannot accept any interviews. Cheng Xuisui also furrowed his brows. The area of Nanshan is vast. I'm afraid it won't be able to hold up for long. And also, I'm very afraid of the upset emotions of those private fans. Cheng Xuisui, boss, you better hide in the car. You cannot show your face in front of the media and public. There's no other way now. We can only wait. The director of Wilderness Survival has shrunk up like quails. Luo Qingyuan was really finding it difficult not to get angry, but getting angry and assigning blame now would be useless. As Cheng Xuisui said, she could only wait now. Luo Qingyuan returned to the car and closed the windows. Before long, Liu Yan brought even worse news, handing his tablet to Luo Qingyuan. Boss, the news of Nangsing, Chen Yuan, and Sujiali's disappearance has shot up to the top of the trending list. The internet is now filled with a deluge of criticism targeted at the Wilderness Survival Program, saying this program doesn't value celebrities' lives. Luo Qingyuan furrowed her brows as she finished reading. The heat continued to rise, and now the top 3 trends on the search engine were all about celebrities going missing. Luo Qingyuan sighed. Wait a bit longer. If there's no news from them in an hour, we'll have to activate the emergency plan. 1 hour. Liu Yan looked serious. An hour is too long. Hang Lun's support for the Wilderness Survival Program is not a secret, and I'm afraid, before long, the public opinion attacking the Wilderness Survival Program will turn to attacking Hang Lun. Boss, this could cause Hang Lun's stock price to drop. Cheng Xuisui frowned. That's the most serious consequence. If Hang Lun's stock price drops, it affects all companies under Hang Lun, practically shaking the entire body from a single hair. Even though the Luo family is wealthy, no matter how wealthy, a drop in stock price is a time bomb. Losing over billions is unacceptable. Luo Qingyuan rubbed her throbbing temples After just 2 minutes of contemplation, she provided a solution. Get everyone to act, guide public opinion towards the issue of celebrities going missing. As soon as anything related to Hen Lun Group is mentioned, delete it immediately. Liu Yan immediately nodded. Understood. Luo Qingyuan looked at Cheng Suisui. You go and fetch the director of the Wilderness Survival Program. If the media gets out of hand, throw him out to block them. Cheng Suisui. Got it. Liu Yan and Cheng Suisui both left, and before Luo Qingyuan could catch her breath, her phone started ringing. Luo Qingyuan took a careful look and was surprised to see it was her elder brother calling. Just as the call connected, Luo Qingyuan heard her elder brother's voice, full of restrained anger. Luo Qingyuan, is what's trending true? Is Chen Yuan really missing? Truly, when it rains, it pours. Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but close her eyes. Yuan is indeed missing. But Luo Shuyan directly cut her off. No buts. Your sister-in-law and I will be heading back to the country in an hour, landing at Z City Airport. You must mobilize all your resources in the capital. You must find Chen Yuan. Understood. Luo Qingyuan was at a loss. I know, but the call was abruptly disconnected. Luo Qingyuan's heart was about to leap out of her chest. Once Luo Shuyang returned to the country, she didn't dare to imagine how difficult it would be for her and Duanyi. All she could do now was pray that within an hour, they would be able to find Chen Yuan and the other two. And at this moment, Duanyi was searching along a small mountain path with the rescue team, with Liu Ya and Lin Feng following behind. The three brothers were together once again. A member of the rescue team asked, Comrade Duan, how did you know about this path? We've practically turned this mountain upside down, and we didn't find this path. Duanyi replied, I've been here when I went mountain climbing before. Liu Ya added, Comrade, you don't know. My brother here is a real know-it-all. No matter the path, as long as he walks it once, he'll never forget it. He could find his way even without a phone. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Whenever the three of them went mountain climbing, Duanyi was always the leader. No matter how complicated the route, as long as he looked at the map, he wouldn't get lost. The sense of security Duanyi provided was top-notch. The rescue team members were amazed. Buddy, with this ability of yours, you'd be more use accompanying us on rescue missions. You're better than a GPS. Duanyi felt a bit embarrassed. This seemed to be the second time someone had told him that. Just as Duanyi was about to say something, a member of the rescue team suddenly closed his mouth. Wait a minute. Everyone stopped in their tracks. The road ahead was covered with rain-bent branches, making it difficult to see, but everyone heard voices talking. Sujiali, it's all your fault, insisting on finding some sense of authenticity. Going deep into the mountains. Now, not only are we drenched, but who knows how long it will take us to get back down. Another voice, low and hoarse, spoke up, sounding like the speaker had a sore throat. But Duanyi instantly recognized whose voice it was. Non-crossing. Yuan, go down this row, and you'll be fine. We've been missing for so long, there will definitely be people looking for us. Just wait a little longer. Since the voice was so hoarse, like Donald Duck's quacking, Lin Feng and Liu Ya didn't recognize them, until Non-crossing and Duanyi faced each other. Non-crossing froze, and Duanyi was also stunned at the sight of non-crossing. Chen Yuan happily exclaimed, Oh my, comrades from the rescue team, we're finally saved. Sujiali also smiled, feeling like they had escaped death. The rescue team members quickly informed those down the mountain, reporting to the captain. The last 3 missing persons have been found. Identities confirmed. Chen Yuan and Sujiali immediately took the umbrellas and raincoats passed to them by the rescue team members. Just as the rescue team member was about to pass the umbrella and raincoat to non-crossing, he saw non-crossing red-eye, looking at Duanyi. So, the new raincoat and umbrella found their way into Duanyi's hands. People present were not fools and, seeing the situation, they followed the rescue team members and left. Liu Ya and Lin Feng exchanged glances and followed the rescue team members, as expected. This was the last time non-crossing spoke alone with Duanyi. Looking at Non-Xing's current state, Liu Ya couldn't help but sigh. Do you think people must lose something in their youth in order to gain something? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Perhaps, who can say for certain about fate? Non-crossing used to be everything in Duanyi's life. As their brothers, they all saw it. Now, Non-crossing was getting closer to being a big star, but had lost the person who loved him the most in his life. Liu Ye really wanted to ask Non-crossing, did he ever regret his decisions? When he came back to himself and turned around, he found no one behind him except Non-Crossing, who was still standing shivering in the rain. Dwayne sighed and, holding his umbrella, handed the raincoat to Non-Crossing. Put it on. Non-Crossing silently put on the raincoat. It was oversized, and Non-Xing's slender frame made it look like a kid wearing an adult's clothes. After Non-Crossing put on the raincoat, Dwayne handed him the umbrella and walked ahead, saying, "Non-Crossing, follow me." Dwayne's words suddenly brought back memories of Non-Crossing. They were childhood sweethearts born close together, with the same birthday. They attended kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school together, only parting ways in college. Over the years, the most frequent words Dwayne said to her were, "Non-Crossing, come with me. Let's go home together." Non-Crossing lowered her head, following Dwayne, tears mingling with the cold rain on her face. However, Dwayne didn't notice, and even if he did, he wouldn't have reacted. It was the first time between them that it was this quiet. It wasn't until they were about to leave mansion that Non-Crossing called out, "Dwayne." Her voice was hoarse, almost drowned out by the rain, and Non-Crossing didn't even hold out hope that Dwayne could hear her. Yet, Dwayne stopped in his tracks. Non-Crossing looked up in surprise at Dwayne's retreating figure. Despite the mere meter between them, she felt as if there were mountains and rivers separating them. Dwayne didn't know why he stopped. It was as if he heard Non-Crossing call, so his steps involuntarily ceased. But would Non-Crossing really call out to him? Dwayne helplessly smiled. How many times had he imagined this in the past? Habits are indeed hard to change. Dwayne didn't look back, continuing forward, but after a few steps, he distinctly heard, "Dwayne." His back stiffened, turning around to see the face he had yearned for countless times. Non-Crossing was radiant, even in her current drenched appearance, not a flaw on her beautiful face, yet her eyes held pain. This was the first time Non-Crossing showed such emotion when facing him. Dwayne asked her, "What's wrong? Are you injured?" Non-Crossing took a deep breath, her thoughts churning. All she could manage to say was, "Thank you." Dwayne replied, "No need to thank me, it's what I should do." Non-Xing's lips trembled, unable to speak. Dwayne felt a bit embarrassed instead. Non-Crossing, "Don't overthink it. I can come right away because Hen Lun Group is your father's company. And coincidentally, my wife is in charge." Non-Xing's heart was pierced. Dwayne, ignorant of this, continued, "I'm doing this for my wife, not for anything else. Let's go home." Non-Crossing. Dwayne turned around and continued walking forward. Perhaps it was the rain, but Non-Crossing lost her composure. As Dwayne lifted his foot, she abandoned the umbrella and rushed forward, embracing Dwayne from behind. Dwayne's expression changed abruptly. Even Non-Crossing found it unbelievable. If this scene had been captured by someone, the consequences were beyond imagination. So, Dwayne almost immediately reacted, seizing Non-Xing's hand and gently pushing her away, stepping back with a touch of surprise on his face. "Non-Crossing, have you lost your mind?" Non-Crossing came back to her senses, but couldn't help but bitterly laugh. "Yes, I think I really have." Seeing Non-Xing's pained expression, Dwayne couldn't help but sigh inwardly, his tone softening. "Don't stand in the rain. Let's talk inside." Saying that, Dwayne picked up the umbrella. It was evident that Non-Crossing was catching a cold. Her hoarse voice indicated so. If they continued like this, it would likely worsen. As they brushed past each other, Non-Crossing held his hand. "Dwayne, I like you." Dwayne was taken aback. Non-Crossing really said those words, but he understood that in her current state, being sick, her thoughts weren't rational. Otherwise, the Non-Crossing he knew wouldn't have said such things. Yet, his mind wandered uncontrollably to those past humble years. Non-Xing's heartbeat was on the right side, so he always liked to stand on her right side, thinking that, this way, he would be closer to her heart. More familiar with Non-Xing's profile, side face, and voice than her front face. Perhaps the unrequited love from their student days was in fact a grand and lengthy heartbreak. He pretended not to see, but in his peripheral vision, he watched Non-Crossing countless times. Every pen during his school years knew he loved Non-Crossing. He was afraid of Non-Crossing finding out, afraid she wouldn't know, more afraid that she would pretend not to know. But how many years had passed? Dwayne fell silent for a moment, then gently pushed Non-Xing's hand away. In that moment, it felt as if all those past matters had dissipated like bubbles before his eyes. His emotions were calm and unruffled. The light rain continued. Nanxing's choke sobs echoed intermittently. Duanyi smiled, unsure of what to say. He wasn't happy, just feeling absurd. After hesitating for a while, Duanyi finally said, "Non-crossing, you're sick." Non-crossing grew increasingly emotional. With millions of followers on Weibo now, their story with non-crossing was about to leave behind their days of sharing a couple of desks and turn into spotlights and crowds. He once confessed his love amidst the crowd, but non-crossing now couldn't say anything like before. After today, once they left Nanshan, they would each go their separate ways. He would start a family, she would pursue her career. It's all good. Duanyi picked up the umbrella and handed it to non-crossing. In that moment when their eyes met under the umbrella, one person's eyes were red from tears, the other filled with pride. Nanxing's voice trembled as she said, "Brother, do you blame me? Blame me for being foolish in the past, for not understanding my own heart. Blame me for neglecting your efforts and affection over the years. Blame me for pushing Nuan to your side. Blame me for now invading your life. Brother, do you blame me? Am I a bad woman?" Like he had done countless times before, Duanyi ruffled Nanxing's head, then shook his head. "Even though you stopped calling me brother after growing up, it's okay. I don't blame you. Not just in words, but in everything. I don't blame you. Brother's little star. You've always dreamed of being a star since you were young, and brother knows that. Now that this dream is finally about to come true, little star, you shouldn't cry. Little star, work hard, and when you become a well-known star, brother will be proud of you." With a smile, Duanyi stepped out from under the umbrella, and non-crossing held it higher, gazing into Duanyi's eyes. In those eyes, she no longer existed. Non-crossing wiped her tears with a smile, nodding solemnly at Duanyi. "Okay, brother, you and your wife live well." Mentioning Luo Qingyuan, Duanyi's eyes softened. Smiling, he replied, "Okay." The two walked side by side. Both had a sense that this was the last time their steps would be in sync. Duanyi said, "Your wife is different from you. She cries easily and upset and likes to be spoiled. If she gets jealous, things will get lively. Sometimes, comforting her gives me a headache." Duanyi grumbled lightly, but non-crossing understood that these words were deliberately spoken for her to hear, for the dignity between them. Non-crossing had composed herself, responding with a smile. "A girl needs some spoiling. Brother, give my regards to your wife from me." Duanyi nodded, and soon they approached a crowd of people. Chen Feng saw them and hurried over with others. Non-crossing looked at Duanyi. "Brother, when you and wife have your wedding, make sure to send me an invitation." Duanyi, "Definitely." Tears glistened in Nanxing's eyes, but she refused to blink, as if attempting to engrave Duanyi's appearance deep into her memory. She said, "Brother, when I become a famous star, you must come to see me." Duanyi replied, "Okay." With that, Duanyi turned first, heading in a different direction. Non-crossing was quickly surrounded by people. The director, crew members, assistants, all clamoring to ask if she had injured herself. In the bustling crowd, non-crossing just lowered her eyes, her hoarse voice whispering, "Brother, I love you." No one could hear what non-crossing was saying. It was only when Duanyi completely walked out of her sight that she couldn't hold on any longer and fell down. Everyone was startled, then they caught non-crossing together. Che Yue was truly panicked and quickly called out to her, "Non-crossing sister, non-crossing sister. Quick, call an ambulance." Chaos ensued on Nanxing's side. While Duanyi returned to the car, Luo Qingyuan and Chen Yuan were together. Chen Yuan was on the phone, but when she saw Duanyi coming in, she clearly hesitated. Seeing that Luo Qingyuan didn't say anything, she temporarily ignored him. And when Duanyi saw Chen Yuan, he hesitated for a moment. Even though Luo Qingyuan had mentioned that Chen Yuan was her sister-in-law's younger sister when he arrived, how could he have known that the sister mentioned by Luo Qingyuan was actually Chen Yuan, a child star? Chen Yuan, "Sister, just stay abroad and take good care of yourself during confinement." "I'm fine. There's no need to rush my brother-in-law back to the country." Chen Manhua, Yuan, are you really okay?" Chen Yuan, "Sister, don't worry, I'm really fine. Just got caught in the rain a bit, and Qingyuan has taken care of everything for me. Don't worry." Chen Manhua, "I feel relieved having Qingyuan around." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Yuan hung up the phone. Chen Yuan then looked at Luo Qingyuan. "Rest assured, Miss Luo Qingyuan, my sister has everything under control there. Luo Qingyuan finally relaxed. That's good. The media and journalists are waiting for you outside. Quickly go out and do an interview. However, Chen Yuan didn't leave immediately. Instead, she looked displeased as she asked Duanyi, "Who is this person? How could he get on your car?" At this time, Duanyi was taking off his raincoat and placing it in the bucket in front. Luo Qingyuan was calmly drying his hair with a towel and casually said, "I'm married. This is my husband." Chen Yuan was directly shocked. After a while, she was greatly astonished and asked, "What? This man is your husband? Where is he from? What does he do?" After speaking, Chen Yuan quickly stood up, touched Luo Qingyuan's head and said, "You're not running a fever either. What are you talking about?" Luo Qingyuan looked at her helplessly and then held hands tightly with Duanyi, even leaning down to give Duanyi a kiss. Chen Yuan's eyes were almost popping out. Chen Yuan took a deep breath and finally opened the door and said, "Come with me." For a while, Duanyi smiled and told her, "I know, I'm not a child, go ahead." Duanyi's hair was slightly wet, and as he looked at her with his dark eyes, there was a deep affection in them. Luo Qingyuan couldn't resist anymore and, although she knew she shouldn't, she leaned in directly and kissed Duanyi's cool lips. Duanyi was a bit puzzled. He was about to explain, but why did she suddenly kiss him? Nevertheless, Duanyi closed his eyes and embraced Luo Qingyuan's waist, repeatedly pressing his lips against hers. It wasn't until both of them were slightly out of breath that Luo Qingyuan let go of him. Duanyi couldn't really handle Luo Qingyuan's passionate gaze and knew that if things continued like this, he would be the one who couldn't resist. "Let's talk more when we get home. Go ahead now." Luo Qingyuan shook her head helplessly. "Duanyi, I've put my fate in your hands." After saying this, Luo Qingyuan quickly got out of the car and closed the door. Similarly, Duanyi felt helpless too. He hadn't expected that their relationship would progress rapidly after being together with Luo Qingyuan in such an absurd manner. Inside the tent of the crew, Luo Qingyuan sat opposite Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan looked at Luo Qingyuan with a scrutinizing gaze and asked, "You're married, so why keep it a secret?" Luo Qingyuan, "Because Duanyi is an ordinary person and he doesn't know my true identity." This shocked Chen Yuan even more, causing her to stand up directly. "He doesn't know your true identity. Miss Luo, are you out of your mind? What about the alliance with the Zhang family? If your uncles find out, will you have a way out?" Chen Yuan was quite flustered. "No. You may have a way out, but does Duanyi? Will he be torn apart by the Luo and Zhang families once your relationship is exposed?" Luo Qingyuan just calmly sipped her tea. "I'm here. Nothing major will happen." Chen Yuan waved her hand. "No, you have to divorce Duanyi." This time, Luo Qingyuan's look at Chen Yuan turned unkind. "I've only been married for a short while, and you want me to divorce already?" Chen Yuan, "Otherwise, is he rich or powerful? He is nothing. Is he worthy of you? Matching social status is the foundation of marriage. Do you understand that?" Chen Yuan was somewhat upset with Luo Qingyuan. "Luo Qingyuan, you've avoided relationships for so many years, and now that you're involved in one, it's a big one. Are you not afraid of death? How about this? If you find it hard to tell him, then I'll talk to him. No matter how much money he wants, I'll provide it." After saying this, Chen Yuan was about to leave, but Luo Qingyuan uttered, "Chen Yuan, I'm serious." Chen Yuan stopped in her tracks. She was truly angry. "Luo Qingyuan, can't you figure it out? The Luo family is the wealthiest, but in the future, you will be taking over the entire domestic market. How can you have a useless person by your side?" Luo Qingyuan also stood up, her face somewhat grim. "Chen Yuan, I'll say it again, he's my husband, not the useless person you described." Seeing that Luo Qingyuan was genuinely upset, Chen Yuan tempered her tone and tried to calm down. "My bad, I spoke too thoughtlessly. But Qingyuan, this is no joke. Have you considered what you will face being with him?" Luo Qingyuan sneered. "Just opposition from everyone." Chen Yuan was perplexed. "Since you know then." Luo Qingyuan interrupted. Yuan, for so many years, I have never misjudged a person. In this world, no one is more suitable than Duanyi to stand by my side. Even if facing the condemnation of the world after this matter is made public, I won't flinch." Chen Yuan looked at Luo Qingyuan as if to say, "Are you out of your mind?" After speaking, Luo Qingyuan didn't linger and turned to leave. "I hope you can keep this matter confidential for now. Don't let my parents know." Just as Luo Qingyuan lifted the tent and was about to step out, Chen Yuan suddenly spoke. If When facing various future difficulties, Duanyi is the one who first lets go of your hand. Will you regret not listening to me today? Luo Qingyuan didn't look back but instead gazed at Duanyi, who had just stood at the tent door, with a smile in her eyes, confident that he would give the right answer. Duanyi also hadn't expected to hear such a bold statement just after arriving. Since that was the case, how could he allow Luo Qingyuan to lose? Duanyi smiled and approached to hold Luo Qingyuan's hand and said to Chen Yuan, "No matter what happens in the future, I, Duanyi, will never let go of Luo Qingyuan's hand, even if it means being at odds with the world. I will love her." This is the first time Duanyi has expressed his firm feelings for Luo Qingyuan so openly in front of others. Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but feel touched, and her eyes were a little red. She wanted Duanyi to say something, but she didn't expect his unexpected response. Seeing Luo Qingyuan like this, Duanyi couldn't help but feel sorry, smiling as he reached out to hold her entire world. "Silly girl, why are you crying? Let's go home." Luo Qingyuan obediently nodded and followed Duanyi. Watching this scene, Chen Yuan marveled. Is this really the same Luo Qingyuan she knew? The one who used to be decisive and assertive? This is like a love-struck brain. She couldn't see what's so good about this Duanyi. Chen Yuan sighed. Maybe people in love just can't hear anything else. Chen Yuan finally understood why as soon as she appeared, Luo Qingyuan couldn't wait to have her call her sister overseas, fearing her sister might bring her brother-in-law back to China. Although the brother-in-law was nice to Luo Qingyuan, marriage is a serious matter, and he might really take action against Duanyi. Chen Yuan shuddered at the thought of Luo Shuyan's methods. She preferred gentle and refined young men, like Luo Shuyang. Only her sister could handle him. Chen Yuan was pondering when her assistant came in. "Sister Yuan, the media and reporters have been waiting for a long time. Jiali has already gone over." Chen Yuan snapped out of her thoughts. "Let the makeup artist and stylist in. I'll just freshen up and go out." The assistant's face lit up. "All right." Meanwhile, Cheng Suisui and Liu Yan were coordinating with the director and crew of the Wilderness Survival show. Today, they had to explain to the media, reporters, and fans who came to the scene. They minimized the losses from the accident, but Luo Qingyuan didn't need to be involved personally in order to avoid raising suspicions with Duanyi. Cheng Suisui and Liu Yan didn't show themselves in front of Duanyi. Luo Qingyuan led Duanyi straight back to the car. It was already 8:10 in the morning. Jiali, who had just changed his clothes and come out of the RV, saw Luo Qingyuan holding the man she had just met in the mountains. Frowning, he asked his agent Bai Wei, "Who's the man beside General Luo?" Bai Wei glanced and replied, "Her husband." Jiali's face turned ugly. "What?" Bai Wei frowned. "Control your expression. We're about to face the reporters for an interview." Jiali used to be under the Heng Lun group, but for various reasons, he later terminated his contract with them. When he was a trainee, he had been given to General Luo by the producer. At that time, Luo Qingyuan had not taken over the Heng Lun group and was learning from the company's elders who returned from overseas. However, at that time, he wasn't the only one sent to dine in that private room, and Luo Qingyuan didn't give any of them a chance. But Luo Qingyuan was shining brightly. The leading man and leading lady, at that time, were all sponsored by the Luo family. And she was surrounded by various prominent families in the capital. Everyone respected her. Even the usually aloof directors and producers were proud to see her. No one from the Luo family had ventured into the entertainment industry, but their wealth was well known within the industry. That was the young lady from the Luo family, and not one of them from the entertainment industry dared to look down on her. The chairman of Heng Lun Group, one meeting and he had gained her favor. Jiali liked Luo Qingyuan. Bai Wei knew that an agent understands an artist's feelings the best. Bai Wei also knew that for years, Jiali had been striving to climb up, just to get Luo Qingyuan to notice him. But what kind of person was Luo Qingyuan? She was a person whom the entire entertainment industry could never hope to match. So all along, Bai Wei thought Jiali was dreaming. Because she knew Jiali's feelings for Luo Qingyuan, she had already inquired about her as soon as she arrived at the venue. Bai Wei, feeling for Jiali, walked forward with him. "Jiali, it's not easy for you to come this far. I admit you have a good eye, but remember, that's the Luo family. Don't hope for what you shouldn't." She had always been good at sizing people up. Qiu said when you was just an ordinary person. But how could an ordinary person possibly gain the favor of Luo Qingyuan? And from Qiu's words, she could tell that Qiu didn't actually know General Luo's real identity. In that case, She couldn't step into this murky water, and neither could Sujiali. None of them could resist the Luo family. Stay on your own path. Don't block others. This is the basic rule for survival in the entertainment industry. Sujiali's thoughts were complicated, and suddenly he stopped in his tracks, watching as Luo Qingyuan's car gradually disappeared. Bai Wei glanced at Sujiali and then, at the time, ultimately reaching out to drag Sujiali away. Shortly after, Chen Yuan also came out, accompanying Sujiali to face the interview. This little incident was unbeknownst to Luo Qingyuan herself. After Luo Qingyuan left, Cheng Suisui and Liu Yin berated all the staff of the Wilderness Survival Show. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan was driving, in a hurry to take Duanyi out for a meal. After all, they had been driving all night last night, and she felt sorry for Duanyi. Once the car was on the highway and driving smoothly, Duanyi briefly mentioned what non-crossing had said to him in the mountains. Luo Qingyuan wasn't too shocked upon hearing it, just asked, "You rejected it, right?" Duanyi immediately assured her, "Of course, I have a family." After saying that, Duanyi glanced at her. "You seem to have anticipated this." Luo Qingyuan smiled and said, "To be honest, I'm not jealous that you've liked non-crossing for so many years, but the thought of every day in your future belonging to me makes me feel great." Duanyi genuinely smiled. "You're quite good with words. And non-crossing is very beautiful. To be honest, people who can be celebrities are not ugly. It's normal to like such dazzling people when you're young." As Luo Qingyuan said all this in a casual manner, Duanyi truly felt comfortable discussing such matters with her. But in the next moment, Luo Qingyuan said, "As long as you stay by my side, I can overlook everything in your past. I won't investigate it, let alone target any of them." Duanyi, when we first got married, I wanted someone to deal with things at home, and you happen to fit my expectations, so I'm more lenient towards you. Duanyi looked at Luo Qingyuan. "What do you want to say?" Without looking back at him, Luo Qingyuan calmly stared ahead at the road, driving steadily. Then, she calmly said, "Don't try to leave me. That's my only requirement for you. Today in front of Chen Yuan, you said it, Duanyi will never let go of Luo Qingyuan's hand. I expect you to keep your word." Luo Qingyuan spoke calmly, but Duanyi could sense the smell of gunpowder. It seemed that if he ever entertained any thoughts, Luo Qingyuan would do something. Despite this, Duanyi still said, "I will follow through with my words. Qingyuan, we have a long way ahead of us." Hearing this, Luo Qingyuan finally smiled, speaking more gently than before. "You can take a nap. Later, we will take the highway to grab some food before heading home." Duanyi nodded. "Be sure to drive safely." Luo Qingyuan chuckled. "Of course, I am your exclusive driver." With that, Duanyi fell asleep at ease. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan held the steering wheel more steadily, casting a glance at Duanyi, quietly turning on the heater in the car. At that moment, in Shanghai, Duane's study room, a man, appearing upright and proper, placed a stack of documents in front of Duan Cheng. "Commander, this is what the military department requires. All information about your family must be reported transparently. Please forgive us for investigating your granddaughter-in-law's information without permission." Duan Cheng was prepared for this discussion, but he did not anticipate the swiftness of the subordinates. Duan Cheng said, "I have retired. Please refrain from addressing me as a commander. I understand the orders from my superiors, and you are just obeying orders." He then picked up his reading glasses from the desk, saying, "I know about my granddaughter-in-law. She is merely a white-collar worker. There isn't much to investigate. They are too meticulous. In my opinion, you are all still young. Don't stick around this old man. There will come a time when I visit the military district personally and have you all reassigned. Young people should achieve and excel. Following this old man." Duan Cheng halted mid-sentence, his expression turning serious as he perused the documents. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. After a long half-hour, Duan Cheng set down his glasses and the documents. Wang Zezong said, "Commander, there is another set of documents concerning Luo Qingyuan's brother, Luo Shuyan, currently abroad. Additionally, all enterprises and influences under the Luo family's name will be delivered here tonight." Duan Cheng's face displayed a rare sternness. "That brat Duanyi. What about Duan Sheng? What is he doing?" Wang Zezong responded, "Commander, after thorough verification, your son and grandson are unaware of Luo Qingyuan's true identity." Duan Cheng regained his composure swiftly. "What are the superiors instructing?" Wang Zezong relayed. "Due to the extensive business dealings of the Luo family, coupled with the complex background of her brother, Luo Shuyan, we have not yet fully unraveled the details.